and we'll get the links up soon enough. Let me.
All right.
Okay, what did I just do?
I'm going to look for the live stream,
Yes, take your time.
which usually takes maybe a minute or two for me to see it.
Yeah, no worries. It's we're moving pretty casually tonight. I mean, fuck it, it's Asian Lunar New Year's Eve, and I don't know anybody's shit as far as I'm concerned. But all right, let's take a look.
All right. I'm going to paste the link in the chat. And
Wonderful.
All right.
And excellent. Thank you, sir.
Okay. Yeah. So I'll open things up.
Yeah. Yeah. And remember, it's all just trivial right now. Nothing.
Gotcha.
Nothing important.
Nothing. All right. So, hey, folks, it is February 10th, 2021, and I'll be covering the opening hour for you.
Yes.
This is Jameson Reese, and let's get started, folks. So I have an interesting story here from AP News. There's a nun named to a voting position at the Vatican. A French nun who has become the first woman to hold a voting position at the Vatican said Wednesday that her appointment is evident the patriarchal mindset is changing. Wow. As more and more women assume high-level decision-making responsibilities in the Catholic hierarchy. This is a good direction. Sister Natalie Becquart said during a news conference that her appointment as an undersecretary in the Vatican's Synod of Bishops office was a brave signal and prophetic decision by Pope Francis, who has repeatedly stressed the need for women to have a greater say in church governance. Now, I actually have to give Pope Francis his props because he seems to be very progressive, and I'm definitely not swayed by the stupid shit that people on the alt-right say. The Pope, he's in this secret society. Those guys are like a bunch of prattling idiots.
Thank you.
What I hope is that this will also, in the field of the diocese, in the parishes, she said, I hope this act will encourage other bishops, priests, religious authorities, and that all this will include women more and more. Women have long complained of having a second-class status in the Catholic Church, where the priesthood and top Vatican offices, including the papacy itself, are reserved for men. Francis appointed Becquart and a Spanish theologian, the Reverend Luis Marin de San Martin, over the weekend as undersecretaries in the office that organizes thematic weeks-long meetings of bishops at the Vatican. The meetings, which are known as synods, are usually and usually take place every 2 to 3 years, have taken on an increasing importance under Francis, given his call for more decentralized and collegial leadership, focusing on local bishops more than the Holy See. Which makes sense, because who understands the people better than people who are at that location,
Yes.
While Francis has named a half-dozen female undersecretaries of various Vatican offices over the years, Becquart's appointment carried with it a particular and in some way historic novelty. She, in all likelihood, will have a right to vote in the next Synod of Bishops, scheduled for 2022, given her professional rank. A door has been opened. The head of the Synod Bishop's office, Maltese Cardinal Mario Gresh, told the Vatican's in-house media. We will then see what other steps could be taken in the future. It was a reference to calls to allow women religious superiors, who also participate in synods of bishops, to have the right to vote on proposals of pressing concern to the life of the church. The religious sisters are allowed to speak and participate in the bishop's debate, but have not been allowed to vote. Their calls took on public form during a 2018 Synod of Bishops on Youth, with prominent nuns calling for the vote and a popular movement promoted by progressive women's groups, Votes for Catholic Women. As a result, Picquart's appointment has been met with praise, but also some bitterness that in 2021 it's actually newsworthy that a lone woman might be able to cast a ballot alongside hundreds of male bishops about the future life of the Catholic Church. Yeah, I can understand the bitterness about that because, it took that long,
Yeah.
considering how long the Catholic Church has been in existence.
Yes.
So, that in and of itself is quite is enough to raise eyebrows. Could there be a more stark example of the unequal treatment of men and women in the church that one undersecretary gets made a bishop, while for the other it is an impossibility? Asks Kate McElwee, executive director of the Women's Ordination Conference, which advocates for women priests. Picquart actually downplayed the significance of the vote, noting that the whole point of the synod is to discern consensus among the participants about particular proposals. But she nevertheless was well aware of the significance of the appointment, which she said was the latest in a continuum and is now engraved in the structure of the church. Francis has made several high-level appointments of women in recent years, including making half of his economic advisory panel female, with 6 women named to the Council of the Economy, which oversees the Vatican's finances. Recently, he changed the church law to let women be installed as lectors to read scripture and serve on the altar as acolytes. Last year, he named Italian lawyer Francesca Di Giovanni Undersecretary for Multilateral Affairs in the Secretariat of State, the first woman to ever hold a senior management position in the Vatican's most important department. The Vatican's laity office has 2 female undersecretaries, Linda Ghisoni and Gabriella Gambino, while the Vatican's Office for Religious Orders counts Sister Carmen Rose Nortes as its undersecretary. But aside from them, the Vatican hierarchy is exclusively male, and Francis himself counts no women among his closest advisors. Picquart, however, says he listens. Pope Francis is a man of his own generation and does not necessarily share the mindset of a young person, but he is close to and rooted in the people of God, she said. He feels, he listens, he is the one who is writing history with the Holy Spirit, of course, behind him. Now, I chose that particular article because these articles, which I am going to cover, show the increasing role of women in positions of power and leadership. Now, let's see. I had another article planned.
Yes, by the way, it's a pity that Brendan can't join us tonight even for a few moments to back you up and validate and vet what you're saying about the changes in the world around us from patriarchy to matriarchy, because he too would very much revel in these changes. We've got a few minutes to the top of the hour. I will make an announcement about the official opening of the program. We are, as a matter of fact, I haven't seen whether or not Selena Khan is home yet, but we'll try and give her a call right now. I should have thought of this earlier, but she was driving to get home and I didn't want to risk anything. She was actually going through Chinatown, which is important because we're heading towards Asian Lunar New Year, which I will speak to at some depth tonight. And definitely this will be Jameson's year, the year of the ox. It's also the year that Adolf Hitler was born in, and I'll reemphasize that later, was also the year of the ox. So not surprising. I checked with Mao Zedong because I was under the mistaken notion that he had been born under the year of the ox, and actually he was born in the year of the snake, which Westerners will probably find appropriate. But there we have that. Other than that, just let me see. So Selena seems very busy with just getting home safely, and she has all those trips to make in and out of the city and getting back home. It's pretty incredible that she functions as well as she does. We'll be bringing on Peter Moon at the top of next hour, approximate it. And what I was considering doing tonight, because everything seems to work well enough, is leaving Jameson holding the stage while I make a quick trip to the corner store and back. And because I have enough confidence in the technology, except for the microphone, which would be catastrophic if it glitches or disastrous enough, with what we've had done through the help of Comcast and my being forced to purchase the new computer and the like, everything seems comparatively really stable to the old days when they could just shut myself down at will. And of course that might still happen. Daniel Arola is with us, and he says hi, H-I-G-H. So hi there to Daniel Arola. And,
Nice. I have to say, tonight's one of those nights where I too have become somewhat of a self-ordained apothecary.
yes. We're by the way, we've got 3 thumbs up and 3 thumbs down, so it's equal on that. The trolls are all in right at the beginning, and there you have that. It's such is life. The lice ride on the greater animals, and they suck the blood.
They're probably going to go into they're probably going to do all their usual antics, which are more or less at this point harmless. So I mean, they waste a lot of it's their own energy that they waste, but hey.
Well, that's all the time they have in their lives is us, because of course they have no lives of their own. So at least we have lives. Aside from all of that, I'm going to make certain that I enjoy mine. I'm going to leave everything in the capable hands of Mr. Jameson Reese for about 20 minutes or 25 minutes at the absolute longest. I'm going to kind of participate with a vengeance, after we've had our time with Peter Moon, etc. But I'm going to go easy for tonight. We were spending a lot of time, Peter Moon and I, working on the book, and it just takes a lot of energy to do that. And because it takes energy and time to do that, I didn't have a chance to look around at what was going on in the outside world. I actually didn't know any details about the impeachment trial until Peter Moon brought them to my attention. What little that we donated to, what little time we dedicated to that subject among ourselves. And so I will have to, while our man Jameson is speaking.
This is a really strange article. Well, I guess it's different for different places.
Well, I'll leave you to that.
Yeah.
Is there something you need to bring to my attention before I leave it all to
No.
yourself?
No. It's just this France seeks to set the age for sexual consent at 15.
Okay, that's attention grabbing. I'll leave you to tend to that. Put the link for that, of course, in my message box. And I'll leave you to cover that, and hopefully be on the lookout for Selena. Bring her on if you see her, and as well.
I think she's actually on the call.
Is she? I'm
Because
surprised if she is. Selena, are you there? It may seem like she is. Selena, honey, you there? Let me see. No, she's not on the call.
Oh, okay.
She's a group member because I called her, so she can jump on whenever. But keep an eye out for her, and invite her on if you think that she's on the call actually present. I think she's not even home yet. But other than that, my other suggestion is, of course, keep an eye in the chat room, because obviously if the trolls are hitting us with the downvotes now, they'll probably be trolling in the chat room. Brandon Young is with us. He says we're coming in great. God bless you, Brandon Young. Hugs be unto thee. Definitely appreciate you, and so glad that you're with us. If you want to be brought on the call, just indicate it to JMO, and he should be able to bring you on. Do you have Brandon Young's contact number? If not, I'll give it to you, like I did with Crystal River the other day. She happens to be working tonight, so she can't be on with us.
All right, yeah. Give it to me, and I will be. I would be able to bring him on.
Yeah. So let me do that, and you can go back to what you were sharing with us, which is mind blowing. So yes, what up?
Okay. Um. All right, folks. All right. So I don't know why they have the "finally" in quotations here. What the hell are they? What the hell is that supposed to imply?
Oh
France
shit!
by Angela Charlton. Oh, maybe she likes young. I'm not going to go there. All right. France's government wants to set the age of sexual consent at 15 and make it easier to punish long ago child sexual abuse. Amid growing public pressure and a wave of online testimonies about rape and other sexual violence by parents and authority figures. Holy fuck, what the hell is going on with their culture?
The
Damn.
French. That's it's kind of self-explanatory. It's amour, amour, amour. I mean, they've got crimes of passion legally within their justice system, right? I mean,
there's just too much. There's such thing as too much love.
yes, there we are.
Finally, was the refrain Wednesday from victims and child protection activists who long pushed for tougher laws and greater societal recognition of the problem. France's lack of an age of consent, holy fuck, along with statutes of limitations, have complicated efforts to prosecute alleged perpetrators, including a prominent modeling agent, a predatory priest, a surgeon, and a group of firefighters accused of systematic sexual abuse. What the fuck? Calling such treatment of children intolerable. Children? Oh, for fuck's sake. The Justice Ministry said the government is determined to act quickly to implement the changes that our society expects. I am so fucking glad I did not go to France. I can't understand why everyone who becomes like an intellectual, especially, black intellectuals are like, oh, yes, we'll go. Well, I chose to go and live in France. I hope that's not one of the reasons. I really. Yeah, I have to be the one to just say it pretty much straight like that. An act of sexual penetration by an adult on a minor under 16 will be considered a rape. So you're telling me if an act of penetration on an adult to an adult, even if it's forced, isn't considered rape?
Good point.
What the fuck does that imply? Oh my fucking God. Justice Minister Eric Dupond-Moretti said Tuesday on France 2 television, perpetrators could no longer cite consent to diminish the charges. What? Wait a minute. Whoa. Let me wrap my head around this. So I'm guessing perpetrators of rape could say the person consented and the charges would be dropped based on what they're saying.
Okay.
Am I understanding this correctly?
Oh my God. So what I'm gonna try and do is find myself back into the. I'm gonna find myself back into the call. I think is what I'm doing. So somehow I've gotten into a different call. This is an old call, so I don't want to get into that. How do I get myself back into the call on Skype? At any rate, it appears to be working. So I appear to be on with Jameson Reese, and there is no problem in people hearing me, I assume. So everybody do give us feedback inside of the chat room. And sooner or later tonight, hopefully, I will find my way back on call in a comforting way where I can actually see it on the screen, because that way I'll be able to get the Skype messages as they come in. In interim, bear this in mind, Jameson, I'm unable to see the call that I'm in. So I'll need you to just send me messages in private messages or in in the not through Skype text. Send
The
them to me.
Facebook Messenger.
Yeah, Facebook
basically.
Messenger. Yeah, is
Okay.
gonna have to cut it. So in the meantime, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go mute. I am going to rush to the corner store to grab some refreshments, and I will be back. You'll be in good hands with Jameson, and all of you do treat him with respect, and of course we'll catch up when I return. All my love to everyone, Jameson, and everyone in the chat room, and everyone who supports us in listenership, and hopefully Maria Michaela Grigorich will be joining us in the chat room as well soon. And again, on that happy note, I will be back as soon as possible. My best done to all. Okay, Jameson, it's all yours.
All right. So, this is probably one of the most disturbing fucking stories I've had the joy of sharing with you guys. The change still needs to be enshrined in law, but the announcement is a major step. You've got to be shitting me. It's very good that there is this revived debate, that there is an idea of a minimum age of consent, said Fatima Benomar, whose group is Les Effrontés, has pushed for stronger laws against sexual abusers. This will make adults more responsible. You have got to be kidding me. I'm still having, folks, I'm still having difficulty wrapping my head around this. An effort to set France's first age of consent 3 years ago in the wake of the global Me Too movement failed amid legal complications. This is a European country that is as technologically advanced as any other European country, and they have no age for consent. Folks, what the fuck is wrong with Western society? I'm just saying. What the hell is wrong with the French? Well, anyway, to get back into the story, but it has gained new momentum since accusations emerged last month of incestuous sexual abuse involving a prominent French political expert, Olivier Duhamel, that unleashed an online Me Too incest movement in France that led to tens of thousands of similar testimonies. The justice... Okay, listen. A father is not supposed to love their kids that much. I'm just saying. The Justice Ministry is in discussion with victims groups about toughening punishment of incestuous abuse and extending or abolishing the statute of limitations on sexual violence against children, because it creates such deep trauma that it can take decades for victims to speak out. It takes a lifetime to heal from that kind of trauma. I kid you not. And some people are broken for the rest of their fucking lives because of that level of abuse. So that's what makes this even more disturbing to me. The law currently allows child victims to file complaints until they are 48. The ministry also says it wants to ensure victims of the same perpetrator do not receive different legal treatment, which could broaden the scope to prosecute those accused of abusing multiple people over the decades. Legal time limits have hampered French authorities' ability to investigate an influential Cardinal Philippe Barbarin, convicted then acquitted of covering up for a predatory priest, modeling agent Jean-Luc Brunel, an associate of disgraced late U.S. financier Jeffrey Epstein, accused of an array of sex crimes, and surgeon Joël Le Skelnick, convicted after accusations he sexually abused more than 300 children over decades. What the fuck? How is that guy not locked up in life imprisonment? What the fuck, man? Dude, whatever you do, folks, don't go to France. That is one fucked up place. One of Brunel's alleged victims, former model Thaisa Huisman, welcomed the proposed reform, even though it's too late for her to seek justice for the rape she says she suffered as a teenager. It feels empowering, and that's really important, she said. I thought nothing was ever going to change. Huisman came forward and testified to police in hopes of eliciting change and encouraging other alleged victims to speak out. It's really important to me as a victim, a survivor, that we come forward as a group, she said. France's highest court considered a case Wednesday involving a woman who said multiple firefighters raped her when she was between the ages of 13 and 15. A lower court downgraded the charges to sexual assault, but the lawyers want them to be reclassified as rape. Rape, sexual assault, what the fuck is the difference? How is... Okay, obviously, wow, you humans, I got nothing to say right now. Under current French law, sexual relations between an adult and a minor under 15 are banned. Yet the law accepts the possibility that someone under 15 is capable of consenting to sex, leading to cases where an adult is prosecuted for sexual assault instead of rape and therefore faces a lighter prison sentence. In the Duhamel case, the Paris prosecutor opened an investigation into alleged rapes and sexual abuses by a person exercising authority over a child following accusations in a book by his stepdaughter that he abused her twin brother in the 1980s when the siblings were in their early teens. Oh my gosh. I really think I just want to be done with this article and just, yeah, this is not something that's fun to... Duhamel, saying he was the target of personal attacks, stepped down from his many professional positions, including a TV commentator and head of National Foundation of Political Sciences. The foundation manages the prestigious Sciences Po University in Paris, whose director, Frédéric Mignon, resigned this week amid fallout from the affair, which entangled multiple people among France's elite. Since the Duhamel accusations surfaced, searing accounts of alleged incestuous abuse filled social networks. Other prominent figures in French cinema and politics have also been accused. The movement spawned the offshoot Me Too gay wave in France of long-suppressed testimonies of sexual abuse by older men. The World Health Organization says international studies show 1 in 5 women and 1 in 13 men report having been sexually abused as a child. Wow, that is fucked up. That is fucked up beyond all recognition, or FUBAR. Wow. All right. Let's look for something a little lighter. Okay. Here's something interesting, actually. A plume of Sahara dust caused a spike in European air pollution. This is Berlin. A plume of Sahara dust that has blanketed parts of southern and central Europe in recent days caused a sharp spike in air pollution across the region, researchers said Tuesday. The European Commission's Copernicus satellite monitoring program said measured levels of particles smaller than 10 micrometers, so-called PM10s, increased in places such as Barcelona, Spain, and the French cities of Lyon and Marseille on Sunday. The cloud of fine sand blown northward from Algeria tinted skies red mixed with fresh snowfall in the Alps and Pyrenees, leaving slopes looking orange. Wow, this extreme weather is really wreaking havoc all over the globe. While PM10 particles can enter the lungs, causing breathing difficulties, asthma attacks, and other health problems, the concentration of Sahara's dust didn't reach levels considered harmful. All right, that was really interesting. All right, so let's see what else is going on in the world. Let's see. Bear with me, folks. I'm seeing if, I've got a lot of things lined up. It's just a question of when. All right. Here's something interesting. Saudi TV, Yemen rebel attack on airport sets plane on fire. Dubai, United Arab Emirates. Yemen's Houthi rebels on Wednesday targeted an airport in southwestern Saudi Arabia with bomb-laden drones, causing a civilian plane on the tarmac to catch fire. The Kingdom State Television reported the attack threatened to escalate Yemen's grinding war. No one was hurt in the assault, but the damaged passenger plane at the Abha airport served as a powerful reminder of the danger that Houthi rebels pose to Saudi Arabia, which nearly 6 years ago launched a bombing campaign that has devastated the Arab world's poorest country. Well, what the fuck did they expect? Saudi Arabia gets what it deserves, honestly. The Iran-aligned Houthis soon claimed responsibilities for the assault, with military spokesman Yahya Sarria stressing that Houthis consider Abha Airport to be a military, not civilian target. This targeting comes in response to the continued aerial bombardment and brutal siege of our country, Sarria said, adding, the group attacked with 4 bomb-laden drones. Colonel Turki al-Maliki, the spokesman for the Saudi-led military coalition fighting in Yemen, said forces earlier intercepted and destroyed 2 drones launched by Houthis towards the country's south. He condemned the assault as a systematic and deliberate attempt to target civilians. Now, what I want to ask is what the possibility of people such as, people within our states who are dissatisfied with, the current political events, what's the possibility of them trying to mount C4 or other things on drones? I don't want to entertain that thought, of course, but hopefully powers that be that might be listening to this broadcast have taken these things into account. Colonel Turki al-Maliki. All right. Photographs later aired by Saudi state television showed the aircraft, a 3-year-old Airbus A320, flown by low-cost carrier Fly a Deal. It appeared the drone had punched a hole through its fuselage, with scorch marks in the metal. An anchor on state television said there were no injuries on the ground from the fire. Fly a Deal did not immediately respond to requests for comment. Since 2015, the Houthis battling the Saudi-led military coalition have targeted international airports, along with military installations and critical oil infrastructure within Saudi Arabia. The Houthis repeatedly have used drones against Saudi Arabia, including crashing them into the kingdom's Patriot missile batteries, most recently on Sunday when the coalition said it intercepted 5 booby-trapped drones. Those attacks, often striking near the southern cities of Abha and Jizan, have wounded dozens and at least killed 1 person in recent years. It's actually a very clever strategy to use, especially considering the fact that these people are from a piss-poor country. So one has to give them credit for the strategic brilliance of that. As recently as late January, U.S. forces stationed at Prince Sultan Air Base near Riyadh trained Saudi troops on how to counter the threat posed by drones, which can fly low to the ground, evade radar, and detonate against targets in the kingdom. It actually sucks that the U.S. is helping the Saudis because they are the most corrupt, well, they are one of the most corrupt countries in the planet, but so is the U.S. It actually is no surprise there. In November 2017, Houthis even reached Riyadh International Airport deep inside the kingdom. No one was hurt in the attack.
Returned, and we're talking about Riyadh, the capital of the degenerate House of Saud.
Yes, and I was just commenting. It figures America, being one of the most corrupt nations in the world, would ally themselves with one of the most corrupt nations in the Middle East.
Of course. Thank you. Very astute. And please continue. I'll just get my breath back. I can't believe I got away with that. I ran to the corner store so I could get myself the usual 12-pack, get it by a case so that I don't drink it all too quickly. And
Oh, what brand do you like?
oh,
Just
it's
curious.
all of the bohemians in Greater Tokyo drink PPR. They all think that that's the shit, and of course, people in America think that that's pretty decadent, or how would I say it? Not decadent. They think just the opposite. It's more like ghetto to many Americans, but I actually enjoy it, and so in terms of my other thing that I purchased, it was watermelon. So I had to I've got
Nice.
watermelon. Yes, so I'll indulge in that. You'll hear me go on silent, so you don't hear me chew too much. Let me see. Okay, so our man, Mr. Derek Towley, is driving through an ice storm. Maintain him in your thoughts and prayers that he's stays safe. On Sunday, he says he'll be ready to give his report on the latest book that he read this week, which is The Rape of Nanjing by Iris Chang. So that should be interesting. It should bring up different memories. And I'll be back Sunday, of course. I'll be back to do just the show. And of course, I'll be actually doing a little bit of work through the Asian Lunar New Year period, because this is unlike many other Asian Lunar New Years. The Chinese parade has been canceled in Chinatown this year. There's not as many activities, but there are still places open in Chinatown for the likes of my Underworld network. So I will be going to those places. For anyone who wants to visit San Francisco, this just isn't the time to do it. Chinatown is for outsiders very much closed. Everything is shut down. In the meantime, I'll get some refreshment into myself and rehydrate myself, and we'll let Jameson take off where he had left off. And so when you were speaking of the House of Saud, what was the subject exactly? What's going on in?
Oh, this was a Yemen rebel attack on an airport that set a plane on fire.
Okay.
Of course, the Americans were trying to train the Sauds to counter their drones. And I brought up the idea. I brought up the fact that I remember recently Derek Talley did that story on C4 missing at like a military base,
Yes, it was a Marine Corps
and
base specifically, but go on.
and I was asking, what's the likelihood someone's gonna strap C4 to a fucking drone and do some fucking shit? And I hope that doesn't happen.
Right. Just to qualify that, we
Yeah,
hope it doesn't happen. Yes, and hopefully we're not giving anybody any ideas. But honestly, people with those kinds of ideas, they get them on their own anyway. So
yeah. Well, the point of sharing it is to hopefully, because I know the powers. I know some people who are of importance listen to the program. But I mean, it hasn't stopped them from. Honestly, it hasn't stopped them from doing anything productive.
understood. I'm going to
Yeah,
go mute again. I'll
because
be back in several minutes. I'm going to wash my hands, and okay. So it's all yours, Jen.
I'll continue.
All yours.
All right. So as recent as all right, in November 2017, Houthis even reached Riyadh's international airport deep inside the kingdom. No one was hurt in the attack, which marked the first time that a Houthi missile had come so close to a heavily populated center. Riyadh is around 620 miles north of the border with Yemen. Saudi officials have blamed Iran for providing ballistic missiles to the Houthis used in such attacks against the kingdom. Tehran denies arming the Houthis, despite evidence on the contrary. The late attack Wednesday afternoon reported was the first to impact a civilian aircraft at the facility. Flight tracking websites showed delayed and canceled flights scheduled to either take off or land at the airport. Flights at the Abha airport resumed sometime after the attack. U.S. State Department spokesperson Ned Prince said Secretary of State Anthony Blinken spoke with his counterparts in Saudi Arabia after the strike. He repeated U.S. assurances that America intends to help the Saudi increase its ability to defend itself. Why the fuck are they helping the Saudis? Again, it's just disgusting. The Saudi Arabia, of course, is launching attacks on a piss poor fucking country, one of the poorest countries in the Middle East, and America's helping it. What does that tell you about the United States, folks? What does that tell you about your fucking government? It's fucking despicable. I just have no words for it. White House spokesperson Jen Psaki condemned the attack, saying the healthies continually discriminate a desire to prolong the war. No, those are people who are getting revenge because their people are getting fucked up by a bunch of rich assholes supplied by the United States. The UN spokesperson, Stephanie Dujarric, said, "We are very alarmed by the reports of drone attacks by the Houthis on the Abhi airport in Saudi Arabia, and we of course condemn all attacks that target civilians or civilian infrastructure." I'm sorry, but blood washes blood. If we were to, I'm just thinking of a street mentality, but if somebody rolls through and kills your people, you roll through with your folks and you kill their people. Just saying. I'm speaking hood on it, but it's just pretty retarded how they're doing all this fucking, how they're talking shit. In recent weeks, the Houthis have accelerated their push to wrest control of Yemen's oil-rich government stronghold of Marib and escalated their cross-border attacks on the kingdom. On Tuesday, UN envoy Martin Griffiths said he was extremely concerned about hostilities in Marib, especially at a time of renewed diplomatic momentum. On Wednesday, Saudi Foreign Minister Prince Faisal bin Farhan met with the new U.S. Special Envoy to Yemen, Timothy Lenderking, Saudi state-run media reported, to discuss efforts to reach a political solution to the conflict. If you want to reach a solution to the conflict, stop arming the fucking Sauds. And they'll probably won't have anything to go to war with Yemen with. I mean, it's common fucking sense. Yemen's war started in 2014 when the rebels seized the capital, Sana'a, and much of the country's north. Saudi Arabia, along with the United Arab Emirates and other countries, intervened months later to dislodge the Houthis and restore the internationally recognized governments. The war has killed some 130,000 people and spawned the world's worst humanitarian disaster. President Joe Biden has turned the spotlight on the brutal conflict, declaring last week that the United States would end its support of the Saudi-led military offensive. Good. Including relevant arms sales. Very good. This is a welcome breath of fresh air to the bullshit Trump was just feeling the problem because he's a piece of shit. No trolls yet. Good. The administration has also moved to lift the terrorist designation against the Houthis, citing the need to mitigate Yemen's humanitarian crisis. But Biden stressed the U.S. would continue to help Saudi Arabia defend itself against outside attacks. Of course, because who the fuck are we getting oil from? Yeah, that's to be expected. Counterterrorism and military ties with the kingdom, a strategic partner and global oil giant. Well, I'm glad he brought out the fact that, quote unquote, global oil giant. So it's clear what our interest is. I'm checking the chat. Hey, Marcus, what's going on? I am okay. I'm doing better than my liver is, but I'm probably not going to go too deep into that. We'll just say that I've learned what substances not to touch anymore, and I am paying the consequences for that. But at least the damage seems to be, sorry about that. The damage seems to be less and less than what it was. There was an article I did want to read about a woman who was released from prison in Saudi Arabia. She was a female activist. Let me see if I could find that story. Give me a second, folks. Released from prison in Saudi Arabia. All right, that should pull up the story. All right, there we go. This is the Chicago Tribune. A prominent Saudi women's rights activist released from prison. Dubai, United Arab Emirates. One of Saudi Arabia's most prominent political activists was released from prison Wednesday, her family said, after serving nearly 3 years on charges that sparked an international uproar over the kingdom's human rights record. Loujain al-Hathloul, who pushed to end a ban on women driving in Saudi Arabia, was arrested in 2018 and sentenced to almost 6 years in prison last December under a broad counterterrorism law. Are you fucking shitting me? Held for 1,001 days with time in pretrial detention and solitary confinement. Holy fucking shit. She was accused of crimes such as agitating for change, using the internet to cause disorder, and pursuing a foreign agenda, charges that rights groups describe as politically motivated. Loujain is home, her sister Lina al-Hathloul declared on Twitter alongside a screenshot showing a flushed Loujain beaming on a video family call. There was no immediate comment from Saudi authorities on her release. Her release this year was widely expected as the judge suspended 2 years and 10 months of her sentence and gave her credit for time already served, putting her release date sometime in March. The release Wednesday was earlier than anticipated, comes as Saudi Arabia faces new scrutiny from the United States, where President Joe Biden has vowed to reassess the U.S.-Saudi partnership and stand up for human rights and democratic principles. So far, I have to give Joe Biden the credit he's due. He's doing a good job. I have some welcome news that the Saudi government has released a prominent human rights activist, Biden said in a speech at the Pentagon. She was a powerful activist for women's rights, and releasing her was the right thing to do. Biden had labeled Saudi Arabia a pariah on the campaign trail and promised to reverse former President Donald Trump's policy of giving the country a blank check to pursue a disastrous set of policies, including targeting of female activists. What the fuck would you expect from Trump? He's a piece of human shit. Yes, I said it. Trump is human turd. We can shit on him. In fact, I can spend 30 minutes shitting on his ass alone. The fucking orange orangutan. The harsh crackdown against women who had pressed for the right to drive before the kingdom lifted the ban in mid-2018 came to symbolize the dual strategy of Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman. He's a piece of shit. The young ambitious prince has sought to portray himself as a liberalizing reformer while also silencing and detaining activists who had pushed for change. Yep, he's a real human piece of shit, just like Trump. Prince Mohammed cultivated close relations with the Trump administration, which members of Congress said largely shielded the kingdom from censure over its human rights record, and instead sought to prioritize lucrative weapons deals. The suppression of perceived critics and potential rivals has intensified under Prince Mohammed, increasingly attracting international ire since the killing of Saudi critic Jamal Khashoggi inside the Saudi consulate in Istanbul at the hands of Saudi agents in late 2018. Now, that was a horrific and torturous killing. I don't even want to go into the details of what they did to him, but it was horrific. Although released, Al-Hathloul will remain free under strict conditions, her family said, including a 5-year travel ban and 3 years of probation. Loujain is at home, but she is not free. The fight is not over, her sister Lena wrote on Twitter. I am not fully happy without the release of all political prisoners. Many human rights activists, including Al-Hathloul's release from prison, but urge caution amid the remaining restrictions of her freedom. If she is not allowed to leave Saudi Arabia or is forced to remain on probation, there is no reason to believe that she will not be arrested again or forced to remain subject to her country's draconian laws that prevent her from speaking out and demanding her basic rights, said Abdullah Alaoud, Gulf Research Director at Democracy for Arab World Now, the organization founded by Khashoggi. The 31-year-old Saudi activist rocketed to prominence in Saudi Arabia for her criticism of the kingdom's guardianship system, which bars women from travel without a male relative, and her outspokenness on human rights issues. She was first detained in 2014 for 70 days when, in the act of defiance, she posted a video online of herself attempting to drive from the United Arab Emirates into the kingdom. From behind bars, al-Hathor launched hunger strikes to protest her prison conditions and joined other female activists in testifying to judges that she was tortured and sexually assaulted by masked men during interrogations. That is fucking horrific. The women reported that they were caned, electrocuted, and waterboarded.
Okay,
Some
so
said
I'm back, and this. Are we still on the House of Saud and their treatment of women, or is this another part of the world where this kind of abuse?
No, this is Saud again.
Okay. What the fuck? Something happened with Selena. Let me take a look at this. Let me see. Okay. Let me take a look. Anyhow, in the meantime, continue with what you're saying. I'm sorry.
Yeah. This has to do with the release of one of the women who was an activist.
Where?
And
Where?
Saudi Arabia.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah. This is the treatment of these women were that they were groped, threatened with rape, caned, electrocuted, and waterboarded. Saudi Arabia denies that they were mistreated. Of course, they don't consider women humans, so they would deny that.
God, those motherfuckers. Anyhow, I'll get a little bit into my own experiences over there in the House of Saud soon enough. Right now, I'm reading a private message from Selena that she's asked me to keep private. So, but definitely she will not be able to join us tonight. And so there we have that. Selena, if you want to come on, feel free to do so. But otherwise, I can understand why you will be unable to do so. So in the meantime, yes, by all means, finish what conclude with what you're covering.
All right. Al-Hathor's family said that an appeals court on Tuesday rejected her claims of torture, citing a lack of evidence. While some activists and their families have been pressured into silence, Al-Hathor's siblings, who reside in the U.S. and Europe, have launched a high-profile campaign calling for her release. Al-Hathor's release follows that of two dual Saudi U.S. citizens who have been detained since 2019. Badr al-Ibrahim, a writer and physician, and Salah al-Hadir, a son of a prominent women's rights activist. Following intense pressure from Congress, they were both set free. The U.S. Senate Foreign Relations Committee announced last Friday, calling it positive but long overdue step. Al-Hadir, who has a family home in Vienna, Virginia, had faced up to 33 years in prison for alleged Twitter posts criticizing the Saudi government. The Freedom Initiative, a prisoners' rights group, stressed that the release of the men was temporary, pending trial on what it described as unsubstantiated terrorism charges. And that is the world of Saud.
Yes.
The assholes who America seems to be in bed with because we just want their fucking oil.
Right. Of course, now things have changed radically. Sammy Romero says we're sounding clear. I very deeply appreciate that. Of course, we're going to count on Jameson to the top of the hour. I haven't even begun munching on my watermelon chunks yet. Came back after just making certain I took a great deal of the medicines, so to speak, things that I've been provided by people ranging from Selena Khan to Brendan Zogit, to make certain I didn't contract anything while I went up there to the corner store, because, of course, I wasn't wearing gloves like I normally would, and was handling some various, the door handles and everything, which of course everybody just rubs up their various body fluids against is the door handles, right? And
you want to hear something gross?
Like, I'm not sure. What?
Okay, so I'm walking down the street and there's this guy who's like a construction worker. Uh-huh. So not only is his mask hanging off his face, but the dude's like digging up his nose, and
Oh,
I'm like,
oh,
are
oh,
you
oh,
fucking
oh, oh,
serious?
oh.
In the middle of a pandemic, it's like,
Yes,
okay.
yes, yes. They're
Apparently, construction workers have this belief that they're immune to everything. So,
mm,
no comment.
mm,
It's just here in New York, New York, and in New York, you have the privilege of meeting some of the smartest people you'll ever meet, and you have the privilege of seeing some of the dumbest
yes.
human beings that are conceivable
Well, it's
due to
amazing.
how
Yeah.
dense the population is.
Yes, dense and congested, and there you have that. San Francisco's the same way. Second most congested city in the United States after New York City, and of course we used to be the even more so than New York City, which of course prides itself on being literate to the point of, well, basically superiority complex and snobbery. San Francisco actually had the most bookstores in the world per city block. You know, it's just every few city blocks was a bookstore. Of course, all that died, and most of them were just neurotic anyway. It was just awful to describe, but. Let me change into my sweatshirt because the temperature drops precipitously once I'm here back in the crypt from outside, where it's comparatively warm. And then I'll get into just relating a little bit about the House of Saud. And I want to congratulate you on pronouncing the Arabic as well as you have. You're very good at that. You head towards the correct inflection, so that's impressive. And okay, let me go silent again for
I
a few
guess
minutes.
I suppose working with Al Shaitan has its perks.
All right, let me go
Oh
silent
boy.
for a few minutes and let you back on the stage. Carry us to the top of the hour. I'll break in every once in a while, of course, till we get to that point.
All right. So we I don't know if I covered this one or not, but China made this fake video of its bombers attacking US targets. It's bonkers. This I just find patently hilarious. A new video produced by the People's Liberation Army, PLAAF, takes the unusual and highly inflammatory step of showing Chinese H-6K heavy bombers striking American targets. But there's a twist. The video shows missiles striking both Guam and Hawaii, destroying U.S. military property and potentially killing or injuring U.S. troops. The patriotic chest-thumping message is undercut, however, with the realization that the video bizarrely includes key scenes from American action movies. Oh my god, that's fucking hilarious. Oh man, according to Hong Kong's Apple Daily, the PLAAF posted the video on its officials' WeChat and Weibo social media accounts over the weekend. The video starts out innocently enough with dawn breaking at a PLAAF bomber base. Ground crews remove camouflage coverings from the H-6K strategic bomber, prepare it for flight, and the big lumbering 1950s era bomber takes to the skies as civilians watch from below. But the video takes a darker turn at the 1 minute mark, when it's revealed the bomber is actually on a combat mission. A quick cut shows a missile whooshing out from underneath the bomber, streaking towards what looks like a coastal military base. Next, the video shows several aircraft holding stations at a military air base as viewed through an infrared targeting pod. A huge explosion rocks the target and the bomber flies home. Mission accomplished. Within 24 hours, the video had more than 4 million views. While the PLA is no stranger to propaganda films, filmed in a quick cut style of American action director Michael Bay, it has never directly depicted Chinese forces intentionally engaging U.S. forces until now. The targets in the film are not fictional. The first shot, a missile streaking through the air, depicts Marine Corps Base Hawaii as a target. Located on the islands of Oahu, MCB Hawaii is the Marines' largest facility in the Hawaiian Islands. The next shot of well, they would be doing us a favor in that regard. The next shot,
Yes.
just saying.
Yes.
The,
Yes. No.
the next shot of holding stations at an air base.
Hold on for a second. What are we talking about? You're talking about it was this film by? Yeah, I heard you mentioned the PLA, so I guess the People's Liberation Army. So, so this
Yeah,
was a
yeah,
Chinese film about the bombing of American military targets. This was.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
Oh,
So it's like,
if I could have a link about that in the message box as well, I appreciate it. Thank you. And yeah, definitely, it's honestly one of those things where yeah, I'll just let you finish the story. Thank you.
all right. Oh crap! I got. All right. Yeah.
Did you lose place? It's my fault. I'll take
I,
responsibility.
I I found it again. I found it again. Uh, the next shot shows holding stations at an air base is a real-world shot of Andersen Air Base on the island of Guam. In fact, Google Maps currently shows several B-1B Lancer bombers approximately 2,000 feet west of the impact zones, just out of shot. As as bellicose as the video is, its message loses its bite once you register the source of some of the scenes. As China's own citizens quickly pointed out, the scene with the missile flashing towards the Marine Corps base, Hawaii, comes from Transformers: Revenge of the Fallen. Fallen. The bounce, the bouncing rubble scene comes from the Hurt Locker, and the overhead shot of the towering explosion is from The Rock. One Twitter user synced a clip from the Hurt Locker with the PLAAF video. Is the PLA capable of striking Hawaii? The answer is no, mostly. Oahu is 8,300 kilometers from the closest H-6K base. The H-6K bomber, whose original design dates back to the 1950s, isn't capable of reaching Oahu, even equipped with CJ-10 air-launched cruise missiles. China is now developing a hypersonic air-launched ballistic missile for the H-6N variant of the old bomber. The CHAS X-13, but the H-6 CHAS X-13 combo still only has a projected total range of just under 6,000 kilometers. Maybe they should just consider creating a new bomber. I mean, common sense would say, create a bomber that has more range.
Hmm. And by the way, just checking into the chat room. WTF says, great morning to Douglas and all from Australia. Thank you very much. Marcus Grick says, hey, W2TF, welcome, fellow Aussie Jameson. You doing okay, bro? They're asking, were you coughing or something? And then they were saying,
No,
oh,
no, no.
and
It might have had something to do with my Facebook post of, like my liver not doing so well. But
okay.
you know, that just comes with the abuse that one
Understood.
puts one's body under when it comes to ingesting mass amounts of substances that are not fit for consumption.
Yes, yes, and so and then Marcus Crick says, "Oh, and hi DT," and so definitely appreciate it from both Australians and Spartano Negative, hands clasped in prayer and greeting, and says, "Hello, brother," with the flame and glitching. He says there's been some glitching. Okay, so hopefully that's not the case now. So everyone, do give us some feedback on quality of sound now. That's important. If
Is it
there's
glitching? Is it glitching on my end? Because I might need to just unplug this what do you call it?
I would assume it
This
would.
headset.
Yeah, I would assume it's glitching on your end. So do whatever you feel might help in that regard. So that will help. I'll go mute for a second while you tend to that. Actually, I should be talking while he tends to that so that I can burn bandwidth. And in the meantime, I appreciate everybody's patience. And
Right.
okay,
How
that's
am I
it.
sounding now?
Oh, now it's all echoey and everything. It's just awful. Put the headphone
I
back
have
on.
had zero glitching so far. Okay.
Okay, put the headphone back in. That way we'll get a better quality of sound with your voice. And we will, let me see, just a lot going on, obviously. And this, for me, of course, for those of you who don't understand, this is just another holiday season, a very intense one. And we have a convergence of Valentine's Day and President's Day this weekend, along with, of course, Asian Lunar New Year. It's everything's hitting at once. And that plus the pandemic adds a different spin on everything. And we are engaged at the moment with intensive finalization of the book in terms of polishing, editing with Peter Moon, who will be coming on with us soon enough. And in the interim, just, doing my best to, keep my head screwed on through all of this. And because I was working so hard with Peter, didn't have any opportunity to prepare for tonight, which is why we're doing what we're doing now, which is fine. It's kind of like business as usual, really. You there, Jameson?
Yeah.
Okay, good.
How am I sounding?
Much better. You've got the headphone back on, right?
Yes.
Okay, good. I'll let you take over again. Stage is yours. Thank you.
All right. Let me continue. Although comical, the propaganda video still has a serious message. China's military isn't just for show, and Beijing knows exactly what targets it would hit in wartime. Well, I mean, I think we should be... I wouldn't be too scared, honestly. I mean, I'm not trying to take them not seriously. It's just that considering the fact that they're... Their military is busy trying to get women to keep their population going. So I don't think they'll really have time to strike American targets unless they want to be swarming in a sea of men, which would be quite disgusting. All right. So let's see what else we have. I have an interesting article here. Scientists are pretty sure they found a portal to the fifth dimension. Now, I hope that is so, because that sounds pretty exciting to me. In a new study, scientists say they can explain dark matter by positing a particle that links to a fifth dimension. While the warped extra dimension, WED, is a trademark of popular physics model first introduced in 1999. This research, published in the European Physical Journal, C, is the first to cohesively use the theory to explain the long-lasting dark matter problem within particle physics. Our knowledge of the physical universe relies on the idea of dark matter, which takes up vast majority of matter in the universe. Dark matter is a kind of pinch hitter that helps scientists explain how gravity works, because a lot of features would dissolve or fall apart without an X factor of dark matter. Even so, dark matter doesn't disrupt the particles we do see and feel, meaning it must have other special properties as well. There are still some questions which do not have an answer within the standard model of physics. The scientists from Spain and Germany explain in their study. One of the most significant examples is the so-called hierarchy problem. The question why the Higgs boson is much lighter than the characteristic scale of gravity. The standard model of physics cannot accommodate some other observed phenomena. One of the most striking examples is the existence of dark matter. The new study seeks to explain the presence of dark matter using a WED model. The scientists studied fermion masses which they believed could be communicating into the fifth dimension through portals, creating dark matter relics and fermionic dark matter within the fifth dimension. That is so freaking cool. Could dimension-traveling fermions explain at least some of the dark matter scientists have so far not been able to observe? That is beyond cool, actually. We know that there is no viable dark matter candidate in the standard model of physics, the scientists say. So already, this fact asks for the presence of new physics. Basically, a key piece of mathematics creates bulk masses of fermions that are manifested in the so-called fifth dimensional warp space. This pocket dark sector is one possible way to explain the huge amount of dark matter that so far has eluded detection using any traditional measurements designed for the standard model of physics. Fermions jam through a portal into a warped fifth dimension could be acting as dark matter. How would we observe this kind of dark matter in order to verify it? To date, this is the holdup on many different theories of dark matter, but all it would take to identify fermionic dark matter in a warped fifth dimension would be the right kind of gravitational wave detector, something growing in prevalence around the world. Indeed, the answer to dark matter conundrum could be just around the corner. Now, what's so cool about that to me is the idea that, all this unseen, all this darkness, is actually something that's in a higher dimension, which makes a lot of sense, because this is what excites me, is that this is where science is starting to intersect with, the arcane sciences, or the more occulted studies. So that has a lot of promise.
Yes, indeed. And of course, there's all kinds of things that brings to mind. But again, I'll start going into them as soon as I feel that I've stabilized from chewing what I need to get back into a semblance of biological functionality.
Now would now be a good time to add Peter Moon.
Yes, let's see if he's
Since it's
there.
not.
So if he's
All
there,
right.
to bring him on, and he can help to hold the stage. And in the intro,
All right.
we'll see how everyone else is doing in the chat room. All right, we have all of these wonderful people who come to visit us. Let's see. The Curious Girl says, yo. And a reminder to everyone that they subscribe to the Curious Girl channel. The Curious Girl, of course, is someone who works with the occult, works with tarot, works with the music she produces, and a fascinating individual in her own right she is. And that is the young lady, I hope I pronounce her name correctly. She can correct me if I'm wrong. As a matter of fact, what I should do is go to her Facebook timeline, where I will learn how to correctly pronounce the name so that I don't butcher it. It is Amalia Willard. Amalia Willard, or Willard. And Amalia Willard is a individual who has been putting out quite a bit lately. Oh, I hear a keyboard! So I believe that means we have Peter Moon on with us.
Yes.
That's right. I said hello, but you didn't hear me.
Oh God! Well, I've been preoccupied lately, and it's hard for me to catch everything at once. Very glad to have the Curious Girl with us in the chat room. Make certain to subscribe to her channel. You can find that on YouTube. And let me take a quick look at that before we turn our attention completely to Mr. Moon, because of course he deserves all the attention that we can give him. What I need to do is look into my subscriptions, find the latest one, go over to the Curious Girl, hit the channel, and what that would be is a fairly complicated call number. So basically you would just look up the Curious Girl on YouTube, and she's got 82 subscribers now, but she provides services similar to those of Crystal River, and what she's been putting out lately is a high volume of tarot. So feel free to consult her, or get a feel of what she works with by checking out the Curious Girl on YouTube. With that, we turn towards Peter Moon, and of course I'm also reminded of the Rouge Report, which streamed about 2 hours ago before we got into our own transmission tonight. And I'm so glad that she has the foresight to basically start earlier than when I start, so that we don't wind up crossing each other's transmissions. And shout out there to the Rouge Report and guess, Roge, who I have to get into some kind of contact with soon enough. Of course, I've got that going on with just about everybody, including Les Renee of the Les Renee program that I had promised to get into contact with. And hopefully that gets reestablished. My biggest problem is dealing with Instagram, which I haven't downloaded onto my new cell phone, and I just don't know how to interact with it on the computer very effectively. I don't think you can interact with it on the computer very effectively, but we'll get back into that as soon as Brendan Zogi gets himself some free time. So there you go, all the petty little things, and Mr. Moon's been dealing with a lot of that as well. Just a lot going on with whenever Mercury retrograde starts. Perhaps this is all anticipating that. Peter Moon will give us some more details on that. And we want to thank Jameson Rees profoundly for what he was sharing with us to this point. And now we have Peter Moon, who will help us get through the next few hours and enable me to kind of stabilize myself, rehydrate myself, get enough calories in me, and then be able to monologue thereafter. Though I'm not going to promise anyone anything tonight. It's basically, you know, heading into, as I said, a convergence of holidays before you got here, Mr. Moon. But tell us a bit about everything going on in your life. It is a honor, as always, to have you with us. And I want to remind everyone to go to skybooks.usa.com to basically check out The Black Sun, which has been selling very well. And, of course, Peter Moon and I will write the sequel. Right now, of course, we're working on the Roswell Deception. Of course, we might consider the Grand or the Great Roswell Deception might be an even better title for it. What do you think, Peter?
The less words, the better.
Okay, that's fine. And tell us a bit about, I do hope everything's gone well with your day.
Yeah, I would say you were asking about Mercury retrograde, and Mercury retrograde is a time that occurs about 3 weeks, 3 times a year, and it's when the planet Mercury appears to be going backwards in the night sky. It's not actually going backwards, but it has the appearancy, and that's a time when Mercury, being the planet of commerce, communications, things that involve transportation, they can get delayed, or you can suffer irregularities. They can range from the small to the completely confounding. I think I will sometimes travel during Mercury retrograde. I remember one time during Super Bowl weekend, I was coming back from Florida, and the plane got delayed because of all these private jets that were coming into the Tampa airport. I don't think the Super Bowl was in Tampa. I think it was, I don't know, it was in Miami, but it was being affected, all this. So you can have small delays, you can have big delays where your flight is canceled, so on and so forth. But it's an excellent time to compose, to negotiate, to talk about, to hash over things. It's an excellent time to do art, to do these sort of things, introspection on a creative level. And most definitely, the highlight of this Mercury retrograde period for me was Douglas's, the 2 sessions we've had together, line editing the book, where Douglas reads the book and makes, corrections or restates things. Much of what is his own verbiage that I copied. But it's given me insight. Now, many of you have heard Douglas's many iterations on Roswell and or World War II. You've heard them in varying degrees. And what I've been able to do is reduce them into a understandable, coherent narrative that will make it easier to understand and connect the dots. But what was particularly fascinating to me is, in fact, I'm working on it right now, and many of you people not realize this. You've probably heard it many times. I know that I didn't realize it, and that's why I mentioned it, although I'd heard it many times in Douglas's talks, is that when the so-called surrender ceremony was done aboard the USS Missouri, that was in Tokyo Harbor, was it not?
Yes.
Yes. it was said to be the time of unconditional surrender. And there, Douglas has mentioned that there was an illegal flag flown. And you can see this. I mean, you just look at the USS Missouri pictures or the flag, put in flag and USS Missouri, and you will see an upside down American flag with upside down stars, which is highly irregular. You would also see how many stripes did you say they had? Bars?
It's the normal amount of what they would call the bars, the stripes, and which would be 13, but they're of course backwards. And just so people understand this, the reason that, and you never saw this, you can speak to any veteran of World War II or Korea or Vietnam, and throughout American history, you would have the American flag over various American vehicles and on ships and vessels, and this goddamn backward flag has never been flown or displayed on any of them. To do so would have been basically, it would have been grounds for some kind of disciplinary action.
Yeah, like getting shot.
Thank you.
When I grew up in Southern California, we would say the Pledge of Allegiance, and every day before school, and we'd sing one of three songs afterwards. God bless America. We never sang God Bless America. Never. I don't like that song. I don't care for the sound of it. We would sing My Country, 'Tis of Thee, Star Spangled Banner, or America the Beautiful. Never sang God Bless America. We just didn't sing it. It wasn't, wasn't in the school's repertoire.
Oh my God. I don't mind the song myself, and I would certainly prefer that as the national anthem over the funeral dirge, which is the the national anthem we have today, which of course is infamous for being one of the most difficult songs to sing in the world, in the sense that it's very hard to carry it. So when, at any rate, the point that Peter Moon is making is that there is obviously a civil religious aspect to the flag, that we're talking about something that has totemic resonance with people, to the point where people get violent with the desecration of the flag. If it's considered... Now, one thing that has been around forever is that the flying of the American flag upside down, to the point where you have the field, the blue field that is in the upper left-hand corner of the flag, when it's flown properly, when that is in the lower right-hand corner, and that inversion, of course, renders the stars as well upside down. This inversion is done as a sign of extreme distress. This is flown when you've been secretly taken hostage and no one knows it, and this is your only signal, something of that nature, something that exceptional in terms of a circumstance prior electronic communications, where flags could be used in semaphore, etc. The upside down flag is also a means of social protest, that things are not right. This is why you see a bunch of American veterans, elderly veterans, in the film America, which is spelled with K, a science fiction film that had, of all people, super hippie, pot-smoking Chris Christopherson of folk song fame, basically playing a American resistance fighter against the Soviets in a Soviet-occupied America. You see American veterans flying the American flag upside down in that film. Okay, that is something that was codified long time ago. The idea of a distorted American flag, the idea of one that is flown backwards without being upside down, and therefore not a signal of distress, that is desecration. And you would never see that in any American military environment ever. Then what happened was, once I exposed the fact, when I started leaking information about the ceremony, the circus ceremony on the battleship Missouri, and hemorrhaging information about the Perry flag, and all of the particulars behind the Perry flag, then the American military took to wearing backwards flags. And if Peter Moon's not familiar with this, he can look it up and just look up backward flags on American uniforms. And at that point, America actually took to making, the military took to making that official, saying, okay, now we've got to make this official. And they've made the backward flag official on their fucking uniforms. So if you see any American troops in the field, any sailors, any soldiers, Marines, airmen, they've all got backwards flags now. That now mimic the Perry flag, simply to normalize the abnormal, so that they can try and claim that that was somehow a legitimate flag. Well, you can't turn time backwards, and anyone will tell you before Douglas Dietrich exposed the goddamn Perry flag, nobody did that in the military, and to do so would have been grievous, a grievous violation, a grievous offense, and would have meted punishment, depending on the situation, depending on the circumstances, that would have included potentially death. Yes, that can.
Well, it was quite a serious thing to disrespect the flag, and even to this day, I still will never disrespect the flag. I won't do it.
No. Yeah,
it's like I'm not. I don't. Well, I can go on, but. The flag, and just as a point of amusement, the first time I ever heard the song "God Bless America" was when I had moved to a new town, and one of the guys was singing "God Bless My Underwear." It was a takeoff. I don't remember all the lyrics. "God bless my underwear, my only pair."
I'm surprised he didn't get lynched.
Oh no, he was just making fun. He was just a bunch of kids.
Okay.
Which anything goes with a bunch of kids, but disrespecting the flag was a serious business, and it's but at the same time as we moved, into the end of the '60s, people would it was the famous incident at the Olympics when Tommy Smith was getting awarded for his gold medal. And I think it was Juan Carlos, I think was his name. It was got the copper medal, or the bronze medal rather. And they were standing in Mexico City, and they stood in defiance, and holding up their fists during the national anthem. Yeah. And they were protesting.
Yes,
which was sort of a precursor to, I wouldn't call it the same as Black Lives Matter, but it was a vehement protest against the United States of America. At the same time, at the same Olympics, you had the future heavyweight champion, George Foreman, winning and waving the flag in the ring after he won. Yeah. He loved the United States of America. And the reason he loved the United States of America was because he was like a youth criminal who was like stealing, and he got caught. And he was like desperate, and they put him in a program, one of Lyndon Johnson's Great Society programs, youth programs. Yeah. They put him in a boxing camp, and he thrived, and he became a functional citizen who could make a lot of money. And he loved the United States for that, and understandably so. It was he got the lottery, so to speak. Right. He won the lottery. Yes. And he's been a very lucky individual. But you were very much trained to take the United States flag very seriously. And what you just said about them now adopting it, this is another example of Douglas, of these people, following suit. In other words, these people are not leaders, they're followers. They're despicable.
Thank you.
Okay, we're going to make the flag fit this. We're going to spin that. Now, I can't wait to see when your book comes out, how many they're going to come out and start saying, the United States was really giving the technology to the Japan for these super dirigibles. They were actually United States technology that the Japanese were very good at copying. And they were, sending them back to us as an offer of peace to show that they really didn't, want to hurt us. They'll spin it because that's what they do.
Yeah, I agree. There will be elements of that. Just so people understand what Mr. Moon is referencing, of course, there. Well, all of you know what he's referencing if you've been listening regularly. For those of you who haven't, of course, it would take probably too long to explain. But one of the points that brings up, what that reminds me of when it comes to this kind of the Americans gave them the technology. Bear in mind, of course, there is an element of truth to everything that upholds the lie. The Japanese, how would I say it? Their talent often lies in emulation and improvement. They will take something, a technology that is being used by a foreign power, and they will redesign it in such a way that the original place where the technology was developed and applied would not recognize the result, and yet they would find themselves using it forever. I mean, do bear in mind, of course, the Japanese invent all the time. And anybody who lives under this impression that the Japanese are simply always copying and then thereafter somehow improving, that's preposterous. It's just not the reality. They invent all the time. The VCR was completely invented in Japan. The entire concept of the video cassette recorder is something that is now, of course, a dead-end technology, but at that time was revolutionary, and what everybody had to have was a new VCR in order to function with the kind of information distribution we had at that time. In Russia, they're still using them. They haven't gotten past VCR technology in Russia. And so there's amusing stories I can relate about that in dealing with the Russian community in San Francisco, because I was one of the last users of VCR technology myself, just being very difficult for me in the kind of poverty situation that I derive from in terms of experience to adapt. Much harder for me to adapt than many other people. So that's another aspect of which lays to rest the idea that I've manufactured any concepts or whatnot is in reality, I've never considered myself all that imaginative. And of course, when people are confronted with reality, they find that they'll tell you this all the time, that truth is stranger than fiction. Yet when people confront the truth, they still have a hard time accepting it. They're much more comfortable with the fiction. But what we're getting to at this point is the flag itself. It just one of the things that Peter Moon and I were discussing was the fact that it was originally that flag you see on the USS Missouri, a false flag that was used by Commodore Perry, who basically opened Japan under false pretense as well as threat. He not only opened Japan to the West under threat, he opened it under false pretense. And that's what the Japanese actually found even more offensive, or far more offensive. So they demanded that that flag be brought back at the so-called surrender ceremony to close the ring of negative karma that Commodore Perry had opened so long ago, when on behalf of the United States, he carried a false flag that he could present if he encountered hostile foreign powers who were, of course, at that time strictly European or British. And so the Americans had the most advanced ships in the world at that time, barring the British Empire. But the European nations, if they had faced America, would have vastly outnumbered it and outgunned it in terms of just their ability to project forces. So the Americans had already suffered a defeat at that time at the hands of the British Empire during the War of 1812, and the Americans, suffering from that defeat, were seeking as much trade in the outside world as they could. Japan, of course, had been isolated for hundreds of years, and the rest of Europe abided by Japan's demands that Japan remain isolated. The Europeans did not feel capable of militarily taking on Japan. The Americans, just bolstered by a sense of racism as opposed to experience, unlike the Europeans who had encountered the Japanese and had been defeated, which is what led to the Europeans being essentially isolated in a single small pocket of Dutch entry point into Japan for hundreds of years. The Europeans, having learned their lesson, left Japan alone. and enough observers had been in Japan where they had seen the battles taking place in Japan. Just another example of this. Americans have this idea from movies like The Last Samurai, which I myself recommend only in the sense that there are certain elements of that film with Tom Cruise. Certainly, I'm not recommending it for Tom Cruise. I think he's wretched in the film, as he's wretched in anything he does. I can't stand to even look at him. He makes me literally physically sick to even look at the son of a bitch. But the point is, the film that he's in gives Americans some idea of what was going on in Japan in terms of its civil war, where the samurai class was giving way to the emperor, and the emperor was deploying peasant armies that were trained in the European manner so that they could deploy European strategy to overwhelm the samurai, who operated on a far more tactical basis as opposed to operational. And so operations overwhelmed tactics in that case. But as for the technology, you see Tom Cruise training the samurai to use firearms or deploy firearms. Okay, that is accurate only in the sense that somebody like an American who arrives in Japan at that time would have been training the Japanese to deploy maybe some more modernized firearms like Gatling guns, which you find in the video game if you play Total War, where the Total War Shogun franchise, or the subsection of the Total War video game franchise, which deals with the Japanese Civil War, brings in Gatling guns and various other elements into the equation. But it's not like the samurai were just graduating to that level of technology. The largest firearms battles in the world took place in Japan in the time of Oda Nobunaga, with all kinds of imported firearms from the Portuguese. And so you've got like 1/3 of all of the firearms deployed in the world were at use in Japan during the samurai civil wars towards the establishment of the shogunacy. So this is why they developed gun control. I mean, this is, again, you have these kinds of misconceptions that would be offensive if they weren't simply so stupid. Where when I was like training in my security days, getting my security card where I could legally carry a gun, open carry a gun in uniform as a security enforcement agent, when I was training at these various firearms shooting ranges in California, and you always had to go outside of San Francisco to access any of them. They're out in bumfuck, and they're run by hicks. And when I was taking a look at all the Japanese who were inside of these shooting ranges, I asked one of the white trash pieces of shit who work there, and I don't normally call people by names like that unless they earn it, or I'm speaking generically towards that kind of low class of mentation of idiot who is just purveying bigotry or acting out on irrational hatreds and ignorance. This guy was an example of that. When I asked him what all of the Japanese were doing in these firing ranges, and he says to me, "Oh, and by the way, we're talking about somebody who looks like a member of the American Taliban. We're talking about the beer gut and the beard and your typical kind of guy you'd see crawling out with the militia in these kind of like combination of Sasquatch hunting and beer can shooting activities, whatever they participate in." He basically said, in fact, this is what he said. He said, they come to America and it's a big deal for them to fire guns because of gun control in Japan, where you can't just easily fire guns and whatnot. And he said this is because of the gun control laws that we established when we conquered Japan and instituted all these gun control laws that they can't have guns. And of course I was thinking, God, you fucking idiot. They always had gun control in Japan, because when the samurai purchased guns from the Portuguese, they didn't want the peasants to get a hold of the fucking firearms, so they instituted gun control laws. So gun control's been a part of Japan before the American Republic fucking existed. So this is what's so offensive, is you get people like this who are part of a republic that didn't even exist at the time that Japan formulated gun control laws, and they think they established gun control in Japan. Okay, that level of insanity, there's nothing you can do with it. At that point, you're dealing with such profound ignorance. You're in the world of delirium. And this is where Americans have maintained themselves ever since. So when we come to that flag again, all that flag embodies in terms of insanity and evil and falsehood. Of course, you could say that about the real flag, but this distorted flag in particular takes it to a lower level, and it's white on the other side. One side is a surrender flag, the other side is completely distorted. There were 31 stars in it, which is a transposition of the number 13, but there were likely, now by the way, Peter Moon and I are assuming this, neither one of us have actually followed up to check on this, but we both assume that at the time that Commodore Perry broke into Japan, that there were 31 states in the Union. We're just assuming.
Well, I'm sure there are.
Okay, probably.
I'm sure that was the case.
Okay, yeah, it makes sense. But in terms of that, when Commodore Perry broke through what was essentially kind of like, you wouldn't call it enforced, but none of the European powers went near Japan for all the reasons I articulated. When Commodore Perry did, he did so with the fear that they would encounter British or European forces that would ask them what the hell they're doing there. And this would very likely lead to war with the United States, who had just lost a war with the British Empire, if he didn't have something that the United States could basically deny, something that could help the United States deny his even representing them or being part or acting on their behalf. So he was provided this completely ridiculous flag so that he could deny affiliation with the United States. And on one side it was white, so he could surrender himself and his crew. And on the other side, it was a distorted flag with the stars upside down and all the banners backward. And this way, he could present that to his captors. And at that point, if the United States were contacted, the United States could say, well, as you can see by the flag that he flew, he's a renegade commodore in charge of a rogue fleet. And he took a rogue fleet with him, and he's gone piratical. And he took off towards the Orient, and we have no control over him, and we renounce him, denounce him, and deny any what you'd call linkage. In those days, of course, they would have used a different term, but the whole thing was about plausible denial. So that flag, when he did approach Japan, he insisted that was a legal flag. They thought that that was the legal flag of the United States. And he, under that flag, he threatened invasion of Japan and therefore opened it up to the West. Now, you might wonder how Japan could just fold like that after instilling such fear in the Europeans. But you're talking about 13 generations of the shogunacy had been in charge at that point. They were morbidly inbred. They were woefully degenerate in terms of their military technology and skills from hundreds of years of peace. There was just hundreds of years of peace in which there was no war in Japan. It was what they called the floating world. It was a world that was so peaceable and so absent and bereft of conflict. Their society was so functional that they had no ability to, they did not have the confidence to even resist the American invasion fleet that entered the Yedo, or the Tokyo Bay, before it was Tokyo at that time. And so that is the reason why the Japanese Civil War started. This is the reason why by the time of the Tom Cruise film, which is directly after the American Civil War between the states, you see the Emperor's forces wiping out the samurai. It's at that point the Emperor said, well, the samurai couldn't even prevent this. Then what use are they? At that point, fuck them, get the peasants mobilized, we're going to emulate the European forces and modernize. And that's what happened. So that, again, puts into perspective the historical context. Then, of course, when the Japanese won the Second World War, they demanded that flag be brought back, and that's when MacArthur had it flown to the Missouri, and this was an emergency courier delivery in which the particulars were that a man had to carry it with him. The courier carried it with him at all times. He ate with it and went to the bathroom with it. He did not sleep. He got it there within, he crossed 12 time zones to get it to that ship within a matter of 2 to 3 days, less than 72 hours. By the time he got to the ship, he collapsed and slept for the next 2 days. And that 18-minute ceremony that the Americans banked this entire myth on took place. And that flag that I pointed out then pretty much set the ball rolling. At that point, the entire American military took that flag up as their official flag. So anybody who doubts this, you can vet this yourself. You could look at all American vehicles and uniforms throughout World War II, Korea, and Vietnam, and the American flag flies as you see it fly over a schoolhouse, over a church, over any federal building. After that, after I exposed what happened on the USS Missouri, suddenly everybody in the military is wearing backwards flags. And they're saying that, oh, well, this is how we fly it, and they say that this is because it's like a flag on the bow of a ship that flies backwards, against the wind, and therefore every U.S. serviceman is considered like a mini ship of state representing the U.S. government, and that's why we fly these flags backward. Of course, you notice that police forces do not fly the goddamn flag backward. No one else does. It's the fucking military, which was so embarrassed and so threatened by what I exposed. So that brings us back to Peter Moon. And honestly, Peter, I'm hoping you can talk up a storm, because I'm still settling in, and having worked with you through yesterday, I certainly didn't get any chance to take a look at what was going on in the world around me. Had to sleep till just before I set up station tonight, and I literally left Jameson holding the stage while I ran to the corner store to grab some refreshments. So I'll finish up these watermelon chunks. I'm here for you, of course, but I'm gonna go mute so that nobody hears me chewing. And but I definitely look forward to Peter catching us up on all kinds of things that are going on in his world and around the world, and providing his invaluable insights thereinto. By the way, Peter, I hope that what I said about that paragraph on the Japanese language, which is a very important thing, because again, it's something that is maddening to no end, literally maddening for Japanese people to hear Americans claim they understood what the emperor said, and they've got no concept of what the emperor fucking said. So there's this little paragraph that Peter Moon and I wrote as part of, in context of more linguistic explanations of the nuances of Japanese language. I hope what I wrote there was coherent and you could understand.
It's fine. It's fine.
Great.
We're getting off the subject,
Understood.
which is, but you did pretty well yourself there. Just to reiterate and to focus for the audience, the Commander Perry flag, as he said, was on one side, it was completely white, which it would serve as a surrender flag. The other flag was upside down, as he said, to so they could claim, hey, we're not Americans. Now, this I did not comprehend in the other stuff I had listened from Douglas. So it was very enlightening. And this all came up in the course of our Douglas will read the book to me and make corrections as we go. So it's really interesting when these things come up, and I've been doing a whole rewrite, about at least a page worth of rewriting this. Another aspect of why the Japanese wanted this flag was that MacArthur had claimed to be an ancestor of Commodore Perry. So this was kind of bringing it back and putting it in his face. As Douglas said, this was a, bringing it full circle. Like you invaded us with an illegal flag. Now here's the illegal flag. I always had thought that the Americans were sticking it in the face of the Japanese. It was the other way around. Like, we invaded you before, here we are again. But it was actually the other way around. Now, the purpose of the ceremony aboard the Missouri was they were giving a false flag And this was to symbolize proactive cessation of hostilities. It was a symbolic ceremony because it was not a ceasefire nor a surrender. There would be no ceasefire until December 31st, 1946, as per Title 38 of the United States Code, when Harry Truman would announce this, and you can even see that on YouTube. Harry Truman announces a cessation of hostilities with the Empire of Japan. So why would he say that if there was a ceremony of 1945? It makes no sense. And you see the sleight of hand that is being employed. And we also have the peace treaty actually being signed in 1951, going into effect in 1952. Yeah. So these are just, standing out pieces of history. And I just, as I say, I just learned tonight that the United States started using backwards flags, which is just so, this would be heinous and disgusting in the 1960s when, I could just imagine hearing this, the flag was to be honored. The flag was, I also remember I had a classmate who was a Jehovah's Witness, and he would not stand he would stand for the Pledge of Allegiance, but he would not do it.
Right. He wouldn't put his hand to his heart, and
he wouldn't say it.
Yeah, and he wouldn't.
And nobody liked this guy.
Of course.
He was no, it wasn't because of that. He was persona non grata by his personality, his actions. He was, he would move into my neighborhood and hang out with us to a certain degree, but we would also avoid him whenever we could because we just didn't want to be around him. Had nothing to do with his religion. We never gave him a hard time about his not standing or not reciting the Pledge of Allegiance.
Right.
Other people would,
right.
And he was hated for it. And I guess you'd say ours was sort of the senior peer group. So, we didn't, we might comment on that, but we just didn't care about it. We didn't like him for other reasons.
Right.
And
go on.
And he was at quite a struggle in his own persona. His father was a Catholic. His mother was a Jehovah's Witness. Oh. And, he struggled. And of course, it made him, it was just one more issue that made him persona non grata with kids. And so
this is so sad. And just to put this into some context for people who aren't familiar with Jehovah's Witnesses, that they, of course, do not honor. They have this perspective that they are is somehow belonging to the kingdom of God, and that they are not going to render unto Caesar what is Caesar's. This is the part that is how would I say it? It goes beyond Christian fundamentalism into a pathology, where when it comes to the Christian perspective, as it normally would be, it would be give unto God what is God's and render unto Caesar what is Caesar's. In other words, you would pay your taxes, you would abide by the civil religion of the state that you lived in, because Christianity is obviously non-national. It's international or supranational, above the concept of national identity. But you would certainly abide by the laws and the norms of the nation state that you're acculturated into. Jehovah's Witnesses essentially render themselves orphans without a nation, because they refuse to honor the culture of the states in which they reside. They take it to a pathology of ostracization so that they can maintain unity within the cult. This way, everybody stays united with the cult, because they obviously cannot be accepted by greater society by their very actions. And this results in murder. Whatever this guy experienced, You see Jehovah's Witnesses in Mexico, where you'll read about this in the papers or hear news incidents every once in a while where the Mexican national anthem is played at a football game or something like that, and then there's a few people who refuse to stand. The fact that this guy even stood was a bit of a compromise. There are Jehovah's Witnesses will refuse to stand for national anthems mostly, and then this will result in their getting shot or stabbed. I mean, people will kill them over this. I mean, because it is an outrage, it is an offense, and it is a slap in people's face to do something like that. And but this, of course, renders most Jehovah's Witnesses from refraining from even participating in such activities as going to a ball game or a football game or a soccer game to even review such things. So in other places, of course, they're put in jail when they're proselytizing, passing out their paraphernalia, and places like Greece, for instance. I don't know what it's like today, but certainly when I was in the Balkans around the 90s or so, I encountered people from Greece who were telling me, oh yeah, we run across Jehovah's Witnesses and, we'll report them to the police and they're taken to jail. And so there you have that. And but this, again, the point that was being made by Peter was that this was all part of a respect for the civil religion and the totems, the totemic symbology of the civil religion, which of course is now disrespected by your own military in order to uphold the myth that they won the Second World War. In a desperation to uphold the legitimacy of what was an illegal pirate flag that was flown by a man who had broken open the doors to Japan with threats, violence, and basically false information, lies, and pretense, just basically false pretense and breach of trust. This started, of course, a hostile relationship, a relationship of hostility that only ended with the Second World War. Aside from that, one of the things that I have to emphasize is just how impressed I was by what Peter found on his own. Peter found out many things on his own by researching into the subjects and was able to further validate and verify what I said. But most importantly of all was the continuity of narrative. Peter found the way to take some of these incredibly disparate subjects that were all factors in the same grand universal fabric of the big tent of World War II, and he was able to populate that big tent, that circus of World War II, with a series of acts that all shared a theme. So the series of acts all had, even though it's a three-ring circus, all of the acts complement each other and are part of a greater whole, a greater pattern. So he was able to take things such as the American genocide against blacks in the United States, where black conscientious objectors were being mass murdered on the home front in a secret program, no less, that the overwhelming majority of Americans have no idea even happened. This is America's version of the Soviet gulags, or the gulagery, where you have blacks being put in the CCC and annihilated. Then he was able to take that and actually put that into context in such a manner that there's a continuity of narrative. There's not in other words, when you read the book, there is a sense of a storytelling narrative. So the arc of narrative is smooth and the message is conveyed. That's something even I have never been able to do, because I present fragments of the fact. And so with something as large as the Second World War, he's done the impossible. He's made it digestible. So in that sense, Peter's incredible.
Important for people reading the book, because they can then take it and not only understand it better and research it further if they so inclined, but they can, relay it to others accordingly and make a more convincing argument in their discussions for those people who choose to, talk about it. Because I don't know if people should talk about it. That's, I just got a message from somebody who likes my work. He also likes David Icke's work, which I consider disparate. But however, it's like it wakes him up to what's going on in the world.
Yeah.
And he said that he really can't talk to anybody. about, what he sees or reads about. It doesn't register with other people. And, it's just some people are out there in their own island.
Yeah.
And of course, these are not necessarily things that I really want to discuss with anybody. I'm happy to discuss them here. But if I go to a dinner party or something, I don't want to sit there and say, well, Japan really won World War II. I don't want to go there. I don't want to go there at all. I might give them a book. If they're interested, But the best I can do is kind of say, well, it's this way, it's that way, it's this way. But you can't convince a person in or should you convince a person in 15 seconds or 15 minutes rather? Right. It's kind of like, the book is a source of information and it does its own magic. I learned very early on when I wrote the Montauk Project, I didn't like to go to dinner at other people's houses or whatever, because all of a sudden the book would become a subject of conversation.
Wow. And
I didn't really want that because it was unavoidable. Yeah. It was unavoidable. After a certain point, it's like, it becomes uninteresting.
Right. Well, it certainly becomes a burden of its own. And
it becomes corny. It becomes corny, and it's like, and then you see people go, this, that, this, and they're all of a sudden they're being exposed to new ideas they've never heard of. And the longer this goes on, it goes on and on and on and on and on, to where all of a sudden, you've written all these books, and even your audience, for the most part, not in its entirety, is not up to speed on your own work.
Right.
They're not up to speed on it. So it becomes kind of, cumbersome to talk about. They're back thinking and talking and acting out the Montauk Project. And, the subject has evolved so much further. So when I encounter people that want to engage me on some level of whatever, it's like, okay, what am I talking to a Chinese person here, a Dutch person, a German person? I'm not saying that with regard to nationality. I'm saying it with regards to different references of experience. What is their experiential referential frame for what they understand about me? So it's like, it's kind of weird, it's okay. You're going to get version A or version B or version C, depending on where they're coming from.
And
okay.
So that was wonderful. And since we've covered that, there's other things going on in the world, of course. And I didn't even find out details of the impeachment until I learned them from you just yesterday. Trying to catch up now and multitask with what's going on out there.
Better to stay away from it.
Mm-hmm. I'm sorry?
Better to stay away from it.
Yes.
And I will tell you, I got a call from a friend he said, I've been watching the impeachment. I was, putting together this, that, and he was working on a project, and he said, I've been listening to the impeachment, and he was telling me, what he told me is that, and I certainly didn't watch it. I told him I really wasn't interested. I said, I'm interested to hear what you have to say, but I'm not interested in these impeachment hearings. I'm not impeachment. I'm not interested in much of anything that they're saying. Maybe a little bit here and there, but as it might affect, the price of oil or this, that, and the other thing. But he said that apparently the impeachers, the Democrats, I guess you call them, opened up some dialogue, some real cumbersome dialogue that all of a sudden made it, what is the word, incumbent upon the defense to start talking about the fraud in the election. Like they were forcing them to bring up evidence. I mean, they didn't mean to do that, but because they were, they were pissing on their own foot, in other words. So whatever they said was causing election issues to be brought up that would be potentially embarrassing to the Democratic side. Election fraud. Yeah, but that's what he said. I didn't pay any attention to it. I heard a bit of it today, and it was the Democrats doing the impeachment managers reading the riot act against Trump. But what was noticeable about them, I mean, it's all an act because they know they're not going to win. Only 7 Republicans voted that this was a constitutional procedure, that it was constitutional to do an impeachment. I mean, to do an impeachment trial on somebody who wasn't in office.
Right.
Of course, the justice of the Supreme Court refuses to sit in on it, which says a lot. But so they're not going to get the votes. So this becomes theatrics. But I noticed the demeanor of these Democratic impeachment managers. They are evangelists. They are talking like evangelists. And I won't say that the Republicans won't do the same because I haven't heard them. They probably will. Certainly Republicans are known for evangelizing. So it's like what we have are politicians who are, I wouldn't call them masters. Well, maybe they are masters of rhetoric and evangelizing. Well, what do we need evangelists? It's like it's tedious. It's horrendous. And who wants to listen to this stuff? I don't want to. I mean, there was at the very least a sporting interest when the stuff was going on around Trump, and was he going to seize do a military seize or whatever, and that sort of stuff. There was some legitimate, entertainment drama there. But this isn't even entertaining because he's not going to be convicted. So why do it?
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. I'll try my best to just put that into some context for people in terms of what impact it might have. Certainly, I'll explain that later, but definitely, believe me, your disdain for the entire affair is understood. As I said, I wasn't really aware of some of the things that had happened, that it was even voted as something constitutional and therefore something that could be gone ahead with. I was just unaware of that until you had explained that, you had shared that information with me.
They're doing the trials. It could last up to 2 weeks. And they're just going to sit there and air this stuff out. And for the Democratic side, it's very dangerous for them to be pursuing this, in my opinion, because they're going to expose their own can of worms the more they talk. They should just shut up. When you live in a glass house, and for that reason, they should just, be happy with their power and proceed to make themselves look good with legislation. Because I personally think the more attention they give Trump, the more dangerous he becomes. I think they should just forget about him. And they're not going to beat him. They can make him look bad. And right now, it's not politically correct to like Trump, to like the election, or to dispute the election. There are certain politically correct issues we have that it's not wise to go up in the face of. I mean, it's not dangerous for people like us to take an opinion, but it's kind of pointless, in my opinion. Mm-hmm. But it was also announced today by Emperor Cuomo of New York, who cannot be recalled. It's not part of New York law. I looked it up. He might be able to be impeached, and they could deliver goods on him, but it's a very powerful political machine. But in any case, he did announce that sports teams, like in New York, which would be the New York Yankees, the New York Mets, the New York Knicks and the Brooklyn Nets. And the Brooklyn Nets, by the way, are the up-and-coming team in the NBA. They are very, they've got 3 superstars, so they're very interesting. But they can now have 10% of their stadiums filled. They can put 10% of the capacity. So if Yankee Stadium holds 45,000, they can put 4,500 people in the stands, 6 feet apart. If Madison Square Garden, which might hold 17,000, that's a guess on my part, that means they could have 1,700, 1,500 people in Madison Square Garden. and you'd be sitting in there, you know, doing echoes. Hello, hello. You know, it's that place looks like a mausoleum.
Oh, gee.
But in any case, so that's a step in the right direction of getting people back into normality. I can't imagine people being overjoyed. I want to go to the ball game and sit 6 feet apart from everybody else. Which is kind of nice, actually.
I was about to say it.
You know, Douglas, you said your dad used to take you to games in Oakland. To me, there was nothing more beautiful than to go to a game in Oakland in 1970 and just sit there, and the view was beautiful, and there was so few people in the stands,
right, that
it was just like, wow. It's just like, wow, you see space. It was like being in outer space.
Yes.
There's something so space-like about a baseball game, particularly when there's few people. You know, you just see the space of the field, the night sky, and you'd be seeing, I don't remember which direction it faced, but whether it was the Oakland Hills I was seeing or the sunset over San Francisco, I don't remember, but it was very scenic and very beautiful. And it was just the emptiness of it. I just loved it. But yeah, so they're going to fill the ball, you know, the sports stadiums with 10%. And this is a really a big step, because then they'll say 20%. And when they say 20%, maybe that the teams can start making a little bit of money. Because I don't know how much, you know, you can make with 10% of the, you know, the New York Yankees are used to pretty much drawing 4 million fans a year.
Yeah.
And if you just compute 4 million and you just make a wild estimate of 4 million times 100, like say every fan spends between parking, food, and tickets is going to spend $100. That's like, you know, 4 million times 100. That's $400 million a year, gross ticket sales.
Yeah.
That's not even the TV revenue, which is more. So that's a tremendous amount of money that those teams generate. So if you could think they were going to make instead of 400,000 fans, what's that? 40 million?
Something like that, yeah. And
that's not even going to begin to cover the payroll.
Yeah,
it's the TV revenue, you know, might help, but anyway, it's one sign of trying to return to normalcy. The airlines are coming out with, they're trying to become more proactive in telling you how to get tested. Because I get it from my travel, whatever internet travel companies I use, or Delta. You know, I have a relationship with Delta because they're the main airline that you fly them, or their sister airlines to Romania. And they will say, well, we're going to try and do this and do that. Oakland is the first airport to have testing. You can go get a test, a self-administered test in a vending machines in Oakland Airport. For some reason, they're on top of it. And it might cost $84 or something, you know, with your credit card, but you can do it and get a fast test. I don't know how fast it is, but in other words, the airlines are beginning to respond to the need. And in my opinion, this is going to become so onerous that they're going to hate it, but they're going to do it because they have to do it. And by the time it all gets done, it's kind of, it's just going to get dropped. They're just going to say, the hell with this. It won't be needed. It won't be needed. And they need more options. They can't have somebody with cotton swabs sitting there in the, in the cubicles outside the, in the airports. Right. By the way, yeah, I think one of the neatest things I've ever heard of, and I haven't seen it in any of the airports I've traveled in, and generally I will, when I go to Romania, I will have a stopover in a European city. Lately, it's been London. It used to be Paris. Right. Before that, it was Amsterdam. They kind of change. But one of the neatest things I ever heard of was in Japan, where they have little cubicles you can go in, and for like $10, you can go in and sleep while you're waiting for your next flight.
Yes.
That would be so neat if you could pay $10 and go lay down somewhere, even $20, and you could just. Now, I find it when you're traveling to Romania, which they used to have a direct flight out of New York City. I took it once, 9 hours. You get on a plane, 9 hours, boom, you're there. It was kind of neat.
Well,
the neatest thing about that flight was I was sitting next to some guy who had time off, his vacation, and he was going to see his girlfriend in Romania.
Wow.
He had a girlfriend in Romania.
How did that happen? I mean, how many years ago was this? Was this in the days of?
This was 2000. I think it was 2009.
Okay, not that long ago. On.
It was 2009. Yeah.
He met her online or what?
I don't know, but he's going to see her, and this was the weird thing. So I'm on the airplane coming back, and I run into him. He's on the same flight coming back. Oh, hi, how did it go? He's, oh, it was great. I had a great time. Oh, good. So did I. Yeah. It was just really funny. You see people like that sometimes. It's really neat. Seeing somebody on the other side. Not that I knew him, but
right. Well,
that was.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Oh, nothing. I get it. When I was taking a flight on one of those weird things back when I first opened up as a public informant and was involved with bizarre things that were taking me everywhere, I was on one flight and sat next to a young lady who was, I mean, like really young, who was like born after the Gulf War, fucking young, who was basically someone whose family was Romanian, and she was living in the United States, and she had visited Romania fairly recently. So it was interesting to speak about that with her, and because it's funny how this is a running thread in your life and mine. So with me, of course, it was due to the experience in the Balkans and some aspects of my background, and of course with you, of course, we've gone in depth into the reasons why it matters to you, this place in the world that is so mystical and magical in its own right. But definitely I appreciate being able to relate to you in that regard. Of course, I look forward to working with you on Friday. What I was explaining to people, and I guess what I'll do now is start kind of catching people up on some things. I'm going to go silent every once in a while so I can finish up some of the things around me that I'm actually devouring to get calories and rehydration in myself. So I'll be counting on Peter Moon to provide us some more interesting stories. And of course, I could always throw out some interesting sports tidbits to kind of get him inspired, perhaps. I know that he's not really much of a sports commentator per se, but he certainly knows more about such things than I ever would. So definitely one of the
or
things
should ever want to.
Or should ever want to, yes. By the way, some odd things going on that were brought to my attention. Larry Flynt has died. This, of course, is interesting to myself, who, of course, I've been involved with the adult entertainment industry and pornography, both in terms of publishing and, of course, the performance sectors. So people understand, not involved as a performer, but certainly involved with publishing and also involved with security, which are two odd ends of the industry to be involved with. But Larry Flynt has died. Of course, that poor bastard had been through the ringer all of his fucking life, and he was so that just came into me. We're talking about
something we should take up with Larry Flynt.
Yeah, okay.
If you can. And the first thing I'll say about Larry Flynt is I'm driving down the it's probably Highway 5, San Diego Freeway, driving up the San Diego Freeway. I think it was that road. I don't remember. It's been so long. And I see this big office building. It's huge. And it says Larry Flynt Publications. And I go, gee, I'm in the wrong business. The affluence.
Yeah.
I don't really mean that. But Larry Flynt is what we should address, or you should address, because I don't really have anything to say. I never watched the movie with Woody Harrelson. But he basically, as far as I understand, he's like Mae Brussell. He got shot for pushing the envelope on the Kennedy assassination. He used his power as a publisher to start reporting stuff on the Kennedy assassination, and that's what got him shot. So he reminds me of Mae Brussell, but I've never, other than seeing some of, humorous cartoons, borderline, I guess what you'd say, borderline cartoons, whatever they were,
right,
in his publications. I've never really read his magazine.
Interesting. Yeah, I mean, in terms of the magazines like pornographic magazines, I never really thought of them as something.
That wasn't really pornographic. That was beyond pornographic.
It was just plain offensive, yes, in many ways. Just to put this into perspective for people, the pornographic magazine industry had this bizarre kind of, how would I say it, interim period that in which there was this pseudo-respectability that was acquired by Hugh Hefner when he took Playboy magazine into this realm where they were basically doing a lot of interviews with heavyweights because they could afford to do so. And this was in the days before computers, of course. In the days before computers, magazines had sway. They had sway because
those interviews made them prestigious.
Yeah.
Because they got real. In fact, the talk shows of the late 60s were far more interesting than any talk shows you'd see today. Now, they'll have Jimmy Fallon, have one guest, they'll have them, and they'll talk about whatever product it is. There's no real discussions of current affairs or topics, and you had so much culturally going on in the late 60s that people were interesting. And it was interesting. The personalities were much more interesting. But and then the most interesting ones, whether it be sports or, I don't remember politics so much, but you saw high-profile characters like F. Lee Bailey, who was a famous attorney, criminal attorney.
Yeah, that was the point. The politics.
Interview him.
Yeah, politics weren't that big in those days. Yeah, so go on. Yeah.
Well, yeah. I mean, so and then they would have the Playboy Club, not the Playboy Club, the Playboy Mansion, which, was rumored to have tunnels. I mean, it looked like, whenever you'd see pictures of it on TV, it was like a grotto they'd have it was just looked like a hedonistic place to be, but a very elegant place to be. And to be invited to the Playboy Mansion was, that was the ultimate in crowd. From when you talk about the world of celebrity.
Yeah, in those days, yes, that's right. And of course, again, very different world. It didn't start off that way, but it somehow evolved that way. And whether there was some kind of sponsorship behind that by a hidden cabal or the like. It just whatever it was, it's just
You have to have the CIA has to want and keep you in business if you're in the pornographic field, because you're beholden to them.
You know, I never thought of that, but
And Robert Anton Wilson was the editor for Playboy.
oh God, doesn't that fucking figure? That explains a lot.
Didn't I ever explain that to you? He was the editor for Playboy. He made a salary of over $20,000 in the '60s, which was or '70s. It was a very good salary at the time.
Oh God, he's what a piece of shit. What a son of a bitch.
And he would what he did was he would do the letters to the editors.
Right,
and
right.
This was where he got all the letters from every crackpot conspiracy theory he would hear, because they'd send it into Playboy.
Yes.
They didn't have Peter Moon to send it to.
Yeah.
Or because I used to get a lot of that stuff, you know, when I started in business. But no, he had a what do you call it? There used to be the Police Gazette, which, you know, did the articles on Hitler in Argentina.
Yes, the Police Gazette was like kind of like the National Enquirer. It was like crime stories so that people could read about sleaze. The Daily Mail or various kinds of newspapers like that have taken its place ever since. You know, so in terms of the reason that I was just talking about that odd interlude in the pornographic industry, where you had these big hitters like Playboy that were dominating the industry with this quote-unquote level of respectability, and they're pushing this lifestyle of materialism. For those of you who are old enough, you might remember the Sharper Image. Basically, Playboy was the Sharper Image lifestyle, which, of course, the younger people won't even know what the hell I'm talking about, but Sharper Image was a franchise that would sell, like, what would you call them? It's just basically like, they're like prestige items, which somebody who was like wealthy would purchase. Like
they had a lot of strange novelties, I remember.
Yeah, but it's not novelties in the sense of like Cracker Jack shit. You know,
no. They were like expensive technological things that you could
like
only
an expensive can opener.
Yeah, something that would be a can opener that would look futuristic and do something
very chic.
Yeah, something
very
that
yuppie.
Yeah, and that made no noise, like noiseless,
like a pen with a laser or some shit.
Yes,
you know?
yes, laser pens. Yeah, yeah, it's shit like that. Yes, thank you for bringing that up. By the way, I'm gonna leave both. My point was anyhow what was my point with that? Oh, because we brought up Larry Flint had just died. That's when Peter Moon had brought up the.
Well, can you tell us about Larry Flint, or unless you have to go?
Oh no, I'm not going anywhere. I'm just like,
I know,
except maybe a quick trip to grab something out of the fridge. But you know, honestly, I'm here. I just want people to know.
What can you tell us about Larry Flint and his investigation into the JFK assassination and him getting shot?
I didn't even know he was investigating JFK. I can tell you this much though: in terms of the pornographic industry, okay, this element of the pornographic industry was not what I was exposed to when it came to Playboy or these other Penthouse or Larry Flint. These were a different world than the kind of world that I was dealing with, which was the bulk of the pornographic industry was everybody else. When it came to those people, they had established themselves as this kind of, in crowd of people that could actually be deemed semi-respectable. And so Hustler was different. Larry Flint was kind of in between.
Hustler was like I actually liked Hustler a lot better than Playboy. I don't know why.
Well, probably because it was a lot more sleazy and a lot more accessible in that sense. Playboy was pushing this like frat boy type shit.
I find there was a difference in the women too, because the women, I think, in Hustler, they had more full genitalia. They were more voluptuous in a more mature way. Whereas, like, I think with Playboy, they looked like they were just teenage girls who just turned 18 or some shit.
Well, they were also very, how would I say, wholesome. They were going for this wholesome look. I mean, Playboy was something that, like Ivy League graduate men would give their sons a subscription to Playboy as a gift when they turned of age. I'm not kidding. This is like, you're talking about that world. And they were pushing this literally jet set image where they would have Playboy parties in planes. Like would have private jets for Playboy where people would have parties in the planes. I mean, this is kind of the word. I didn't want to take the conversation in this direction because it's actually just kind of a nostalgia trip. It's really a world that no longer exists. But
here's something to add, Douglas.
Well, what would it be?
Now, this ties into Mae Brussell a little bit. Oh, it does. She's mentioned here. Listen, I don't know what I'm reading, so bear with me. I mean, I haven't read it. I haven't pre-read it. It says, this is somebody's posting 5 years ago. Larry Flynt can't walk because the government killed JFK. It says, John Lennon helps fund Paul Krassner newsletter, The Realist, which publishes articles researched and written by great researcher Mae Brussell. Now, I remember Paul Krassner getting in a lot of trouble in The Realist for writing I guess what you call, it was sort of a sarcastic article about Scientology. Oh boy, did he get crucified for that by the Scientologists. It was a very snarky sort of article too. He didn't do himself any favors. It says, 1976 to 78, the House Select Committee on Assassination is in progress. The CIA is determined to protect the family jewels. Now, for those people who don't remember, in the House Select Committee on Assassination in the 1970s, there had been such a ruckus caused over the JFK assassination that they investigated it. The Congress, it was a congressional investigation, and they determined that there was indeed a conspiracy. This has since been recanted by the government. 20 years later, well, that didn't really happen. Just a bunch of stuff. Now, February 17th, 1978, Larry Flynt places a full-page ad in his Hustler magazine offering a $1 million reward for information about the assassination of President John F. Kennedy. Inquirer publishes story about Associated Flynt press conference announcing his quest for truth and the JFK assassination. It features a photo of Flynt standing next to Robert Groden. March 6th, 1978, 2 weeks after offering a $1 million reward for information about the assassination of President John F. Kennedy, Larry Flynt and attorney Gene Reeves are shot in attempted murders. Flynt is paralyzed and confined to a wheelchair. So there you go.
Yeah, I remember
December
that
8th, 1980, peace activist and truth funder John Lennon is murdered before war profiteers Bush Reagan are inaugurated. Lennon was shot on December 8th, 1980. I was eating a pizza on Clearwater Beach when I heard that news. Early 1980s, after researcher Mae Brussell contacted Larry Flynt and told him who was behind his assassination attempt, Flynt's Hustler magazine began sporting hard-hitting and serious investigative journalism. Now, this is after the $1 million pledge. 1983, Flynt offers Brussell her own investigative magazine, The Rebel. I did not know this, although I know she published The Rebel. I didn't know it was backed by Flynt.
Well, there you go.
Good old pornographers today.
Yeah, there we have it. Yes.
She's going into the underworld here. November 22nd, 1983, The Rebel magazine debuts on the anniversary of JFK's assassination. In The Rebel, Flynt exposes the Iran-Contra players 3 years before such a phrase existed, as well as ties of the White House to the global cartels and the plotters of the Kennedy assassination. So Mae Brussell was really on the pulse of things by just her own investigations. And she was calling, and you can go back and hear this stuff. She's calling out all this stuff. Right. The Reagan, Bush, and she's doing it by news reports, basically, to connect the dots. The Reagan-Bush White House team sized Flynt up as a threat, and so trusty assets, G. Gordon Liddy and Gordon Novell, were dispatched to infiltrate Larry's empire. May ultimately said they'd given Flynt debilitating painkillers. May repeatedly warned Flynt, like instead of Douglas warning May, here's May warning Flynt.
Yes, talk about the irony. I like what you said. Talk about an irony, and I like what you said about the pornographers essentially supporting this little old lady who's doing this research into various conspiracies. It's you know, I knew about John Lennon, of course, supporting her. Of course, the Larry Flynt support is brand new to me. You didn't hear me cackle while you had brought that up because I had the mute on because I was, like I said, finishing up these watermelon chunks and getting myself.
All right, well, I'll read some more and keep the mute off. We can hear your cackle then.
Yes.
But that's, yeah. May repeatedly warned Flint to get these people out of your house. Flint, a self-made man, thought he could handle them. They said, I can handle these guys. I can fight you with one hand behind my back in a wheelchair. Flint, after it was all over, he admitted, May, you were right. I never should have let these guys in.
Yes.
And this is after he's already in a wheelchair, of course.
Yes.
After Liddy and Novell depart, Larry Flynt is almost a vegetable because he's being drugged. His wife is dead from AIDS. Hustler purged of its investigative articles and writing team, and by 1984, the Rebel is eliminated. And that sort of ceases the post of this guy named Douglas Caddy.
It's worth preserving. I mean, do me a favor and
Sure.
you know, provide the link in my private message box. I think it's obvious.
What I will do, I'm gonna give you an email. I'm gonna cut and paste the email and give it, or the thing, and then I will, in addition to that, in the email, give you a the link.
Yeah.
To this. I see. Here's. Yeah. Okay. This gives you the whole article, and he's got a few other links going to. And I'll give you the link to the website. It's interesting how things sometimes will come up in a forum, and particularly when we're talking about somebody who just died.
Right. And so I knew there was some stuff behind it, but I mean, certainly all that anyone really remembers of him, thanks to the film, would be that he became this personification of quote-unquote free speech, that he became basically a free speech advocate. And, well, we see where that got him. You know, the free speech has its limits. There's... in terms of what we were bringing up as well the other night when we were talking about the various things that the work on the book entailed, one of the things that we had, that Peter Moon has been invaluable in, is that he's prevented me from continually trying to link the history up with current events, which is something that just is too much. It's just too much for people.
It's hard. It's too cumbersome. You know, you'd spend your whole, you know, you'd have to write a book connecting how this connects to that and all the obtuse labyrinthine connections. It might indeed connect, but you know,
yeah,
it's too onerous.
Thank you, and thanks to you, you've helped me come to see that. One of the things that I'm by the way, I you know, not that I want to get into your personal life. You've been reliving you've been living through quite a bit and dealing with quite a bit. I just hope everything's going smoothly.
Everything's fine. Good. Yeah, I have I mean, right now when I have to focus on your book. Right. I have to focus on this. This is what I want to focus. It's the most important thing. Yes. So we'll, you know, I don't know if we'll be able to finish tomorrow. And as I say, the cover is in the kitchen. It's being worked on. Right.
Well, when you say finish tomorrow, you mean on let me see, Friday. You mean Friday when you and I are talking again at 6?
I don't think we can finish it on Friday. I'd like to.
Oh, well, we're going to do the best we can. I mean, we're going to do different things. There's still some things I have to get to you, of course. I mean, I'm looking for some illustrations and I'm looking for, you know, but basically I think what we've done is enormous. I mean, we should be proud of what we're getting done this far.
No, we work very, very, very fast and very, very good. Yeah. And even the space in between it is good for me. Yeah. But as soon as we finish that, I will begin production on the ebook. And which means is I have to go through all that. You don't have to go through it again, but I have to go through it again and make sure all the italics are italics, all the, you know, quotation marks are there, etc. I have to proofread it again and just make sure it's shipshape. and I have to re-import all the photographs, in sometimes in different formats, into a Kindle, what's called Kindle Create. That's what I put your vampirology book into.
Okay.
And by the way, Douglas has a book, Vampirology, that people can buy if they're interested on Kindle and or a hard copy.
Thank you, and I really appreciate you bringing that up. We will be presenting, of course, a revised and expanded edition, but for right now, this is something that you should get, because it is like a great prelude to that, and will give you a lot of the immediate things that people are interested in, which is the physiology. As a matter of fact, since you brought that up, one of the things I did with tonight's promotional banner, which many people didn't get or didn't understand, that's not my son on the promotional banner opposite myself. That is actually one of the blood boys, one of the transfusion associates of his husband, technically my father-in-law, sugar daddy. All of these people will remain innominate or anonymous, unnamed, for sake of security reasons, with all of the threats that are constantly hurled in their direction because of any affiliation with myself. So by the gang stalkers, of course, who dedicate their lives to simply terrorism. This is something that causes us all to be as cautious as possible. And at the same time, of course, I do my best to educate the public so that they have a more, basically, hopefully, there is a social acceptance at some point in human evolution of the fact that there are subspecies of humanity that people simply have always been fascinated with and yet refuse to recognize when they actually encounter them, because they're looking for something romantic in particular, or they're looking for something simply different. And when, you know, people say that they're truth seekers, they're not. No, but very few people really want the truth. People are looking for basically the ability to create their own universe. This is what people are looking for. A great example is what Peter said about, you know, he's got his books that he has written that wind up on the shelf in people's homes next to David Icke books or something like that. You know, James Arthur Yanchik is beyond stupid. He's just plain fucking evil and just a rancid human being. But he had some observations that came across as reasonable enough. He couldn't understand when he listened to Revolution Radio at various times during the day while he was driving his truck. He couldn't understand that everything on Revolution Radio was the total opposite of anything I presented, and that nobody on Revolution Radio was even able to maintain a coherent stream of thought, let alone come up with some kind of argument. It was just, you know, regurgitation of various canards that people would be reiterating on Revolution Radio, and he couldn't understand why. He took a look at the statistics, and the stats were that the same people who listened to me were listening to everybody else on Revolution Radio. So his own conclusion was that nobody was really listening. They would just turn it on and leave it in the background throughout the day, because the stats would have a jump when I came on. I mean, I did have the leading ratings other than for Sean David Morton, and the only reason Sean David Morton had ratings that led myself was he was on, you know, basically 5 days a fucking week, maybe 6. And he was basically had a long period of time which he was promoting a lot of products. And so, you know, there were other factors in that. But other than that, he and I were the two big hitters at Revolution Radio. And that's what made it so funny when he went on the run and ultimately went to jail. Of course, he wouldn't find that funny. But, you know, there you go. You play with fire, you're going to get burned. And so there you have that. It's basically... Here's the problem with people. They try to look for quote-unquote different sources. Oh, I'll listen to you. If you say something that I have every right to say, which is I'm the only sane voice in alternative media, idiots will hear that and just simply say, well, everyone says that. No. Everyone may say that, but none of them are acting the part. They're not acting sane. They're not saying anything coherent. They're not saying anything that means anything. So basically, we're in a situation where, of course, Peter Moon suffers the same effect. It's if people are going out and they claim they're seeking, but they're looking for only parts of you that fit into whatever Frankensteinian monstrosity of a paradigm they're creating in their own minds. And all of their Frankensteins look alike because they're otherwise going through the cookie cutter of information that the so-called alternative media is vomiting out towards them. The same ancient aliens and various other crap that formulates a conspiracy mindset that they cleave to, and they all echo each other. So in the end, they're not creative at all, and they think they're different. They think they're woke. They think they're enlightened, and they
Douglas,
think. Yeah.
I like to call those reality bubble fanatics.
Thank you, and
because they like to create their own reality where, dude, it's hopeful, man. The blue avians are gonna save us, and we're gonna raise the vibration by meditating. Yeah.
Yes.
That's them in a nutshell.
Yes. So thank you, and so we're trapped in this.
Seeking the truth, yeah. you become cynical and dark and depressed, like myself, because you know the truth is that we're all gonna die.
Well, we can go in that direction, but that's I prefer not to think that we have to. So in terms of cynicism, I do notice a lot of political atheism, of course, in people, and that's something I have to contend with is to try and discourage that. A stand has to be taken. I
have to second you on that, because based on what I read earlier today, with people like Joe Biden, taking a stand against Saudi Arabia's, fucking misogynistic bullshit, I would say that people need to understand there is hope.
Thank you.
Political atheism is going to lead to our demise, if anything. And I think that's what the enemy is bent on, because they want an anarchy, and because if they have an anarchy, they could raise their anti-gods and do whatever the fuck they want.
Yes, and that's so important. By the way, when it comes to the just as an aside, we were speaking of Saudi Arabia earlier, and two things come to mind. I was shocked when I was going through YouTube just the other night. It was right after I had done working with Peter Moon and had to give myself a break and go onto YouTube and just provide my mind and eyes a break from all the work we had been doing before I went to bed, and got up late in time to just get the show started and run to the corner store. By the way, Peter, this is the first time I ever did that. I left Jameson in charge while I ran to the corner store to grab a six-pack and these watermelon chunks and have them around so I could.
A six-pack of beer?
Oh yeah. I mean, I don't kill it while I'm on with you.
What kind of beer do you drink?
Well, as I mentioned to James, and all the Japanese bohemians in Greater Tokyo, they tend to think of PBR as the shit. So I picked up a PBR habit. I prefer that. Most Americans think that's ghetto as fuck, but
that's a Japanese beer.
Oh no! Pabst Blue Ribbon. It's the Japanese think that PBR, the American Pabst Blue Ribbon, is the shit because it comes out of an American industrial zone. So they think, oh yeah, it comes out of the American, Motor City and all those places where they have.
That was my favorite beer as a kid.
There you go.
Not that I drank it.
Yeah.
But maybe I liked the Blue Ribbon or the commercial. And I would always ask my dad to get Pabst Blue Ribbon. I just remember barrels of beer when they'd have somebody come in to build a patio. And one of the traditions was you'd have these big barrels. We had big barrels, and you put ice in the barrels and fill it with beer, all different kinds for the workers to drink.
Interesting.
And maybe the neighborhood people would come over there, and it was just like, that's what I remember, all the different brands of beer. Right. I have nothing against Pabst PBR, as you call it.
Thank you. I mean, I remember when I was drinking it once at kind of like Laura Lee Solomon was very lonely. So she used to organize kind of like Skype parties just before major holidays, like the Christmas time or New Year's Eve time, and so that we could have people get on a Skype call with us who were fans, and with Laura Lee Solomon and myself. And I remember on one of them, I had the camera on, and I was drinking Pabst Blue Ribbon, and that idiot Abdul Karim Haq was all offended. It was like, I can't believe you're drinking PBR in front of me. I have no idea where his offense came from. I never really found out the how would I say it, the whatever he was sourcing that from.
It was, after all, a party.
Yeah, I mean, crazy shit. I mean, I knew it wasn't because he was a Muslim, because later on that turned out to be just shit anyway, in terms of his false faith, and that it was just a front. And it was like somehow, because it was like manufactured in his neighborhood at one point or something like that. It was just crazy. Anyhow, but all of that aside, in terms of the things that come to mind with what we were mentioning, of course, now at this point, they've escaped my mind what I was going to bring up.
Oh, I have a question. All right. So, when I used to drink, I'd go for the thing that had the best hit. So there was this stuff that was made in Russia called Baltica 9. And the stuff, I think it was like almost like 9% alcohol for beer, which is pretty hot, which is pretty good. But I mean, I don't drink anymore, so I'm not speaking as a drunk, but as someone who used to, damn, that shit hit hard. And they would have this big ass bottle that was like almost bigger than 40 ounces. They would have like 60 ounces. I used to like swig that shit on the ferry boat. Oh man, that was way before COVID. I don't know why. That just brought me back.
Well, that goes without saying. You don't even need to qualify that. But what was it? What the fuck was on my mind that I was going to bring up? It was something that would have involved both of you could have brought.
I think you were talking about the Saudi Arabia.
Oh, that was it. Thank you. I wouldn't have gotten that out without you. So two things happened. That one of them. So I got on YouTube, and then when I saw that. It really shocked me, and both of you can speak to this, but I see a lot of geopolitical kind of programs that I watch, and they come from different countries because, of course, I'm trying to get other countries' perspectives. And so just to put this into some perspective for people, the Israelis and the Asian Indians have been allies for years. They're both kind of pariah states. And so people understand this. The Asian India, or the entire South Asian peninsula, in which India is the major political entity. You've got 1 billion people. They've got enemies on all sides. They are, of course, their major religion is Hinduism, the Vedic traditions. They themselves have a lot of internal division, but they've got the communist Chinese that they've got conflicts with, have warred with. They've warred even more violently and more often with Pakistan, which is the neighbor next door, which is Muslim. And, of course, they've got another Muslim nation, Bangladesh, on the other side of them, what used to be West and East Pakistan. And so their real allies are outside of the immediate region. Traditionally, they were allied with the Soviet Union, and the Soviet Union would sell them various weapons and platforms and the like. And so that kind of maintained its own bizarre balance, where America became allied with communist China during the Nixon administration, the China card to balance out the Soviets, and the Soviets would balance out communist China with Asian India to a degree. And so both of America and the Russians had 1 billion population nation to throw against each other to balance out their own confrontations. And then the Pakistanis were therefore allies of communist China and the United States. This was one of the rare instances in which the United States and communist China both had a strong ally in Pakistan. So when it came to that geopolitical situation, Israel became involved because Israel, what's happened more and more recently is that Israel has become more and more aligned with the Arabs surrounding Israel. For the longest time, it looked like it was going to be a permanent situation where the Arab-Israeli conflict was such where the Arab world and the Israelis were just always going to be at loggerheads, and foreign powers would have to be balancing them out with jockeying. And all of that has very recently come to resolution. So the Israelis in finding rapport with the Arab world, and the Arab world likewise, have, of course, created a kind of alliance against their mutual enemy, which is basically Iran. And so the Palestinian question is one where the Palestinians, who are Arabic, have been abandoned by all the other Arabs in the world. And the Palestinians are now, their cause is now taken up instead by the Iranians and the communist Chinese. So you have this situation which makes Israel and India even closer. So since this kind of rivalry with communist China, India has now drawn closer to Israel, and so the lines are being drawn towards the next global conflict, essentially. And they became even more drawn on YouTube. Now, there's very little that shocks me. I mean, when I go into YouTube and I see like geopolitical shit, I see the craziest shit where you just get ignorant people who are very nationalist, and and you're talking about Armenia or Azerbaijan. You'll see people putting out there, they're very jingoistic or very national, they're cultural centric or national centric perspectives. But this blew my mind. It was just basically Biden just got in power, and there was this weird ass like geopolitical kind of little like documentary that came out of India, and it was Netanyahu and Modi, Narendra Modi of India. They've gotten together and they've got a plan now to take Biden down. And it was like, now something like this, when you look at that, of course, aside from all the crazy shit you see on YouTube, when you're looking at the added dimension of different cultures, and other cultures have crazy people too, this was in one of those gray areas where this was obviously extreme, but it wasn't that extreme. I've got a pretty good instinct for what's bullshit and what people are actually conveying that is actually part of a general, like, narrative or thought that is culturally acceptable. This was not something that was out of line, like a fringe group. This is like, apparently, I'm familiar enough with the geopolitical purveyors of that particular line of videos, where this is like their version of Foreign Affairs. This is like their version of something like, I guess Foreign Affairs would probably be the best analogy, or Foreign Policy magazine. Either Foreign Affairs or Foreign Policy magazine. So this was legitimate. And it was like, they're like, America's the enemy now, and Israel and India are now forming this alliance with Arabs where, they recognize Biden as the great enemy, and they're planning on cutting him down to size, and they're forming this alliance. And it was just shocking to me that the guy's just gotten into power, and they hate his guts because he's not Trump. Because Trump was, of course, to the Israelis, the Israelis would tell you he's the best president Israel ever had. I mean, to the point where Crystal River perceives Trump as like a Mossad asset. And I could understand why she would kind of intuit that. She sees that more psychically than based on some kind of research. But I could see why she would say that because of everything Trump has done. He's far more popular. If you take a look at his ratings here in the United States, have always been iffy and very up and down and controversial. But in Israel, his ratings were always 100%. His ratings were just always, that's why they said on bumper stickers, Trump's the best president Israel ever had. So once he was gone, I guess they considered Biden just the enemy. So that was shocking. And whatever kind of insight you gentlemen might have on that would be appreciated. In terms of the, or just impressions is what I'm asking for. Of course, I'm the geopolitician and I can provide context later. But in terms of the other thing that comes to mind concerning Saudi Arabia, which our man Jameson had been speaking of earlier, one of the things that people need to understand is that there's really no question about supernatural phenomenon. The supernatural is quite real. And anybody who's ever listened to myself, unless they're just in a constant state of denial, they should know that by now. There are there are phenomenon that occur that we interpret as ghosts, and there's really no other way to look at it. It's kind of like a warp in the space-time continuum, kind of the fabric of space and time itself gets a kind of tape-recorded impression from an extraordinarily violent or stressful event that impresses itself in a region that just replays itself. And I remember a footage that I saw of people in Saudi Arabia who had gone into some abandoned building, and then they filmed this approaching specter, this kind of image that was translucent, of a headless young man approaching them. And that was real footage. There was nothing that was photoshopped or anything. It was not altered. It was just genuine footage. And these men were, of course, screaming for Allah and just running out of the room. But this is something that didn't surprise me at all when I saw it, because to put this into perspective for people, in Saudi Arabia, beheadings are common. They're public. They happen all the time. And when they happen, you're forced to watch. It's not like you have a choice. It's if you're in an area, you're just walking by, you're an American tourist, though of course I can't imagine why anyone would take a tour in Saudi Arabia. But just to put this into perspective for Americans who have no concept of what I'm talking about, it's not like some other country. If you go to Saudi Arabia, it's worse than any Arab country on earth in that they're very serious about many concepts of what is right and what is wrong. There are, especially like when I was in the Marine Corps and you're a serviceman and you were on leave, which was the time that I got into the incident that almost resulted in my beheading, which is what brings it back to my personal experience. There's no adult entertainment centers. There are no bars. There are no movie theaters. So that people get an idea of what kind of a world we're talking about. There were no movie theaters. We're talking about well before COVID. Movie theaters were not allowed in Saudi Arabia. To give you an idea of how degenerate and decadent the Saudis are when it comes to this sort of thing, when it came to Oliver Stone making that film called W, in which he was making George Bush Jr. look like an idiot, which wasn't any fucking challenge at all. So you wonder why he bothered. I mean, you could have just taken home footage and done that, but no, he made a whole fucking film. It didn't show in the United States other than in maybe like bohemian theaters and shit, artsy fartsy places, and then wasn't really publicly released to any great extent. But in Saudi Arabia, because they were angry for whatever reason, and I don't remember exactly what it was even at the time, they had a beef that they had developed with the Bush dynasty. They built theaters, which didn't exist in Saudi Arabia. They built them pretty much overnight. They got a bunch of, they work with Pakistani labor. That's their version of Mexican labor. They bring Pakistanis in and they have them work at night. They turn all the searchlights on to build their towers. All those tall towers you see all over the Gulf states, Saudi Arabia, the tallest buildings in the world. All of those are built at night. It's too hot in the day to do any construction work. A human being cannot do work in the daytime in Saudi Arabia. You can't be active, you'll die. So they wait till nighttime, and in the middle of the night they turn all the searchlights on, and everybody builds those towers all the way up into the sky like it's Babel and shit. That's all done in the dark. And so with searchlights, while the temperature is ambient enough where a human being can work. So, and it's all Pakistanis. It's all Pakistanis, majority, that do that. And so they brought them in overnight to build movie theaters just so they could show the movie W, and they had Oliver Stone at these theaters like a barker opening up the theaters for people to watch his film so they could just shit and piss all over George W. Bush Jr. I mean, this is what they did for a period of several weeks in Saudi Arabia. And after that, they got Oliver Stone out of the country because, he's Jewish and he's Buddhist and nobody likes him. And they tore all the theaters down. I mean, this is how Saudi Arabia operates. So they're just crazed. And there's nothing to do there. There's nothing you'd want to go there for. But there's a lot of beheading and chopping hands off. And so when I was in the incident that almost got myself beheaded, which was the incident at Al-Jabail, the incident that got me dishonorably discharged after I served in the Gulf War. They promised the Saudis they would punish me. They stripped me down a rank, told the Saudis I would be tended with. The Marine Corps came to take me out of Saudi jail because if I had been executed by the Saudis, that would have potentially put a stop to Desert Storm. We were in the middle of what was called Operation Desert Shield, which was this 9-month buildup towards Desert Storm. And so all of that could have gone off the rails if I had gotten executed, an American Marine being beheaded in Saudi Arabia. But I could have been just like that disembodied entity, just wandering around places in Saudi Arabia without a head for eternity, or for the next several thousand years or whatever, had that happened to me, just being lost in some foreign land. I could easily imagine what happens to people that happens to, and that happens to foreigners, and as well as people who suffer that punishment in Saudi Arabia. So what happens is, of course, whenever those beheadings take place, you're just walking by, and say you're a emissary or whatever, they stop you and they make you watch the beheading. You can close your eyes maybe, but you have to be present. And so this is how Saudi Arabia operates in the modern age. And so there you have that. Most people, of course, find it entertainment. And so they're happy when one of these beheadings takes place in the local public area, and they'll just all gather anyway. But there you have that. And so I do want people to understand the situation with the supernatural. When I was in Saudi Arabia, of course, is where I encountered the ghouls. And that is something people can watch on my own channel, My Encounter with Ghouls, where I speak to that. And so these entities are real. The ghouls, of course, are embodied. They're not discarnate. The ghosts, on the other hand, are. And so it's not just Saudi Arabia. I'm just bringing up an example of this kind of supernatural phenomena. One of the things I wanted to ask Peter, aside from whatever impression he might have on the geopolitics, was certainly that brings to mind supernatural phenomena with all of the research that he had to do in Montauk and all the rest of that. Certainly he must have encountered people that he interviewed and the like who did encounter ghosts, and certainly he might have run across something himself. So we're just curious about any stories you might have to share with that, in that regard.
Well, sure. It's one of the problems. I mean, there's such an abundance of ghost stories in general that it's become sort of trite. What I think one of the most intriguing, and I might have mentioned it before, but intriguing experiences I had was my Italian friend, Paolo, from Italy, had come to visit me, and he wanted to go out to Montauk. And as and Paolo he speaks English. He was involved in Scientology. And we first met face to face in Romania. He came, my first trip to Romania, he came and met me there. David Anderson arranged for him to come, and at my request, and he came, and it was very funny when we used to
And you had a conversational level relationship with David Anderson. So people understand, David Anderson was a man who was involved with the time travel that Peter Moon has written about. He is the man who, for lack of a better word, invented it. And he has family as well that's kind of involved as a dynasty in this sort of project, but that's another story. David Anderson is a story unto himself, but it amazes me sometimes that you have these levels of interaction with him at times in your life where this sort of thing comes up. So go on.
Well, yeah, because he comes and he goes, and I've known him since 1999, and that's 22 years, and he's still in my life, although he's very, what you would call, hit and miss. As he told one of my Romanian friends who he's very close to, he says, "You might not see me for a very long time." But anyway, because I was going to Romania and we had conversations about the logistics, he says, "What?" And he would respond to my emails then. He'd say, Paulo would like to meet me. Can we arrange for him? Yeah. So we just, he just had to, get on the train and go, or whatever, however he got there. Now, but what was interesting about Paulo is we had many conversations. I don't know if we spoke, but we used to write each other emails. And when we first met, it was very funny talking to this guy, because he would think in Italian and I was thinking in English. And it made the conversation real cumbersome, because I could see him thinking in Italian. And he'd have to, when he came to America, it was okay. He was kind of plugged in to English, but he wanted to go out to Montauk. So I took him out to Montauk, and we stayed with my friend Kimberly. Kim is a very good friend at Montauk, and but it was very weird with Paulo, because he was being, what's the word, stalked by somebody that was, like some heavy guy on his case that he'd known for a long time. And this guy was like a master mason. And in the process of the conversation, I began, and for things he was saying, I knew that this mason, by the things he said, had to have known the Freemason in Radu Senemar's book, Transylvania Sunrise, Signor Massini, who was a member of the P2 Lodge and the Bilderberger group, or said he was. He would have had to have known this guy. There's no way they could not have known each other. And I was trying to point this out to Paulo, and he wasn't getting it. He was just dense on it. But it was okay. When we get out to Montauk, and then we're having dinner, and it was like I saw all these like cross currents coming with him. It was like the Vatican, and I had written, I don't know if it was then, I had written a whole article on how the Vatican had helped finance Montauk. Mm-hmm. It was through I think the Long Island Bank or something, the Bank of Long Island. I did a whole article on it, connecting all of these dots. Sort of like we're talking about connecting the dots in the book. I was connecting all these dots between, secret funding to the Montauk Project. So anyway, we get out to Kimberly's house, and I think he had to sleep on the floor or something. I don't know.
What was the reason for that?
Well, he wanted to go out to the base. I don't think, maybe her mother was taking the bed. I don't know. I don't remember. Maybe he slept on, I don't remember where we slept. I've slept on the couch at her house. I've slept in bedrooms. I've slept,
all over the place. Yeah.
Yeah. So anyway, it was, I think I recommended we don't have enough room to stay here, but he was willing to sleep on the floor. I was not, I would have gone home, but this, whatever, that was sort of the trade-off. He was happy to do it, but he wanted to go out to the base, and it was nighttime. And Kim says, "No way I'm going out there. No way I'm going out there at night." And her boyfriend concurred. He wasn't going to go out there either. They were afraid to go out there at night. Now, this is the Camp Hero. And Preston told me back in the early days, he says, if you go out there, I want you to go out there. I want you to get the vibe of the place. I want you to see it if you're writing the book. He says, but whatever you do, don't go out there alone. Get somebody to go with you. He says, things could happen when you're alone. It's not good. So anyway, we went out there, and we pull into what will be called the front entrance to Camp Hero. We pull in, and I'm going, now you're not supposed to go in the front entrance. And I'm going there to see if the gate is open. Mm-hmm. It's usually not, but sometimes it would be that I could just save driving around the rear end to the rear end, and I'm going to go in. I go down, and I'm driving. As I begin to drive towards the gate, there's a sign that says, "Don't go past this." It's only about 50 yards. It's no big deal if you go past it. And this car is now following me. Wow. How the car got there? It must have pulled in when I pulled in, like it was stalking me.
Right.
Like, what the hell is this? And I can't go into the gate, so I begin to turn around. The car then turns around, and it goes out the exit onto the highway. And instead of turning towards Montauk Point and the rear of the base, it turns left, and unmistakably turns left. And I say, okay, that car turned left. I'm not going to go out and have any altercations or involvement with this car. Paolo, we're going to sit right here on this soccer field, and there's the base housing near the soccer field, but right near the soccer field is a house that was recently constructed in the last 5 or 10 years, and it was a real weird house. It used to say Montauk Senior Citizens, you know, where they'd take the senior citizens, they'd bus them in a half hour from Hampton, and they'd sit there and play checkers. It made no sense. Made no sense at all. And there was a suspicion that it led to the underground. I don't know that it did, but you know, we checked the basement. We never found anything. Now, all of a sudden, this house was now somebody lived in it. What the hell? Somebody live in this house? It's who want to buy this house? It's weird.
Wow.
And there was a big party. We didn't see anybody inside, but we saw these. We didn't see any cars. You know, we saw all these cars, and then this Asian guy in a camper. He's like a fisherman. He comes out and he waves at us. Now, he doesn't even know who the hell we are. It's very not typical for people to be friendly waving at Montauk. It just, you know, he waves at us. That was weird. So we just sat there, and I sat there for about 20 minutes to a half hour to give this car time to get the hell out of there because he wanted to go to the base, which meant, okay, so now we're going to go out back onto the highway, and where this car had turned left, I'm now turning right because I'm going to go the back way to the base, to Camp Hero. This car, all of a sudden, flashes its lights and starts following me. It appeared to have come out of a ditch. It didn't come out of a ditch. It just appeared that the lights come on and it's now following me. I go, oh my God, what the hell is this? It's the same car, obviously. And I'm not stupid at all when it comes to such matters. So instead of turning into Camp Hero, I turn left towards the lighthouse. It's a big loop. Go around the loop. The car does not follow me. We saw the car turn into Camp Hero. We came around the loop, and the car, we waited long enough. The car never came out of Camp Hero. And it never came out of Camp Hero because if it did, it would have originally come around all the way to the loop and past us. And there's no way that car did anything other than go into Camp Hero.
Right.
So after waiting 20 minutes or so, I'm waiting a long time. I'm like stalking the situation. Right. I go in, I turn right, and I go, these people should have gone to the fisherman's parking lot. I go in, nobody's in the fisherman's parking lot. There's no car there. Not even fisherman. Okay, so he's not there. Okay, now we're going to go to Camp Hero. From Camp Hero, there's no escape. Right. So I drive into Camp Hero. No car there. Nobody there.
Incredible.
It's possible. The only possible thing, he could have gone into the maintenance shed, but that didn't happen. It was weird. And later, it took a long time to process this. I had called my girlfriend who had a lot of experiences, a lot of strange experiences. And she says, you know, they wanted you to see them. They were interdimensional beings. And they had a funny energy about them. Like, you know, here we are, ha, 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 ha. We want you to see us.
Right, so like taunting.
Sort of. And it was not was just weird. They wanted you to know that they were there, and we had a hell of an experience. And I think we came out the next morning with Kimberly, and walked around in the forest and stuff. But that was a very weird experience. It was one of the weirdest experiences I ever had out there. It was definitely, and whether they were benign or whatnot, there was nothing that came of it. There was nothing particularly productive other than, haha, here we are.
Yeah, there we are. And that's the story with so much of this sort of phenomenon, is that there's no real resolution to this sort of thing. It is what it is, which makes you wonder why people pursue it. People want to have
That's precisely, that's actually the sort of conclusion that John Keel made of a lot of this paranormal stuff, is that there seems to be like a sort of showmanship, and showmanship never yields anything of particular meaning. It seems as if it's meant to just draw people in who are just foolish enough to keep prying into it, and it sort of thrives off of that.
Well, yeah, Jameson, and this was funny. One time, I used to have the Montauk meetings at my house for, God, it was about 4 years. They at different locations, and one night, this girl came in. And I'd known her for years, not very well, but of course I know her. And she was just coming to, I don't know what the hell she was coming for. She wasn't part of the group. She wasn't that. She once says, "Oh, you have those alien meetings at your house." I said, "No, we don't have alien meetings. They're not alien." She comes in and she's just on a UFO something or rather.
Binge. Kind of.
And she comes in and she says, and she got about a bunch of people interested in going off to find this UFO. And I said, "Good, go. Don't you want to come?" No. And I said, no, I don't want to go. Just, And I remember they went off. They saw their UFO. She called me a few days later to apologize, for taking all the people out. And I was not upset at all. I said, "No, thanks. Thanks for getting rid of them. Thanks for getting rid of them. I didn't want to sit there and talk about aliens." Right. She thought she had destroyed the energy of the group. No, I said, "No, come and take them away next time." It really, I'm serious. And then, and then they saw this UFO. And I think one of the guys and the girl got involved in a relationship. It was not a very good relationship. It was very weird. And this is both of them would tell you that, not me. And it was just, who needs this? Who needs it? What are they doing? And I think that girl kind of, not, the one that had the relationship, she kind of came down, was trying to challenge me. "Well, why didn't you want to do it? You don't believe in it." I said, "No, I don't disbelieve in it. Just go do it." It's kind of like, do I believe in, homeless people? But I don't want them in my house. I don't want to go seeking them out. That's what the kind of energy was. It's like, what do you want this energy? And then the girl who took them all out, she later, she had given it the clap to one of my friends. He was the nicest guy in the world. And he told me this, and I go, "Oh my God, God. And it was like, you had to be on high alert. I ran into her again at an Indian powwow of all places. "What the hell are you doing here?" And I was there, with my medicine man friend, to go meet him. "What the fuck is this girl doing here?" And I talked with her. But I'm like, on the high alert, keeping on the other side of the picnic table from her. But I'm just saying, it's kind of like, what the hell is this? It's so yeah, Jameson, you were it's kind of It's adolescent. It becomes very adolescent.
And there's something vampiric about it, you know, because it's sort of usually it leaves people who are seeking this kind of stuff in a sort of altered state of consciousness, and it takes something from them. Usually, you know, especially when it comes to people who get really big into the UFO sightings and start dealing with these quote unquote extraterrestrials and whatnot, they always seem to have like these eye infections for the next 3 days, or they come down with sort of sicknesses that resemble radiation sickness. You know, it's like it takes something from them. There's something very qliphothic about all this stuff.
That's the word. Qliphotic.
And it's like that sort of like that dark residue radiation that they can't, you know, they can't withstand that occult radiation that Dietrich, you spoke of, yes, that supposedly Michael Aquino was able to withstand, but most practitioners can't, because if you pay attention to people, especially people into necromancy, for a long period of time, they start to wither.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah. And one thing that Michael Aquino had said about myself was that I seemed to have a natural immunity to occult radiation, and there were several other factors that led to that, of course, and there were other reasons why he didn't want to deal with me after a point when the Night of the Broken Circle happened, and after that it ruined, as far as he was concerned, it ruined me for whatever plans he had in a large sense.
I believe that because I believe that partial possession of you allowed you to be able to see through anything he would have tried.
Thank you.
Because after a certain point, you know, if you get possessed by, there are certain entities for some reason that after you're possessed by, it's like no one could pull one over on you.
Yeah,
you know when people are bullshitting you.
Yes, deeply appreciated, and it's I agree with you. It's certainly, I don't want to overdwell on myself, but just to bring it up in passing, Peter Moon didn't find this too important. But when I was bringing up Crystal River and I was talking to her about the pornographic novels that Michael Aquino would write and publish that essentially exposed his crimes in such a manner that he could just...
I think that is important.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, it's not that Peter Moon felt was necessarily unimportant. It was mostly... and I may be presenting that wrong. I may even be miscommunicating that. So my apologies for that. Peter Moon understands the importance of that.
Like confessing.
Yeah.
You know, he's confessing who he is. He's got to tell everybody who he is in a fiction book.
Right. and
show off knowledge.
Yes, and where he gives the gory details of the crimes, no less. And so when
like O.J. Simpson's book, If I Did It.
Yeah, If I Did It. Oh my God.
He wrote a book, you know. O.J. wrote a book.
I didn't know that.
If I Did It.
Holy shit.
Yeah, he wrote a book called If I Did It, and he made a bunch of money off of it. It was a money ploy. Mm-hmm. And then I think Fred Goldman now gets the royalties from that.
Okay.
Because he sued O.J. Simpson.
Right.
But I think O.J. got the initial money from it.
That's incredible. I mean, the balls, the audacity. And but, you know, many men who are willing to commit murder have that level of audacity. Criminals have that level of audacity oftentimes. And in terms of Aquino, one of the things I had brought up to Peter was that I was talking to Crystal about how our dear friend Brendan Zoget, this involves a number of people in terms of their perceptions of the same phenomenon. And so when Brendan had scanned through one particular pornographic novel that we had found on the internet that I knew was Michael Aquino. I'm not going to give the name of the pseudonym that he used because I don't want people looking these novels up. Not yet, at least at this point. I just don't think it's the right thing to unleash upon the world. But when it came to Brendan Zoget reading through it, there's the one chapter that I pointed out as the most important chapter in the sense that it outlined a contract, and this is very similar to Johnny Gosh, the Johnny Gosh situation. This was, in a sense, the Johnny Gosh novel, so to speak.
You better explain who Johnny Gosh is for those who don't know.
Thank you. Yeah, Johnny Gosch, for those of you who don't know, was a young man who basically disappeared. He was one of these kids who was abducted, and he was running his paper route, and then was abducted and never heard from again. Then he showed up one night to talk to his mother and say, "I was abducted by." But by the way, it's a horrible story because before he showed up that one night to talk to his mother out of the dark. Before he came out of the night, he was photographs of him were circulated where he was in bondage, tied up with other boys, in a human trafficking situation, if ever there was one. And so the world was looking for him, couldn't find him, yet it was known he had been abducted at that point. The evidence for that was irrefutable. And yet nobody could find him. And so when he returned to his mother, he told her that he had been abducted in what had been what ultimately he had been trafficked by Michael Aquino. So he implicated Michael Aquino, identified Michael Aquino, implicated him, and told his mother that at this point in his life he was an adult. And basically the terminology they used on the street in those days was queer whore. You know, he's basically a male prostitute. And he said when she said, "Well, come back to me," and he said he couldn't because it would be dangerous for her and for the family if he came. They would kill her, etc., to get him back. He felt he was in a situation that was inescapable, and the horror of his situation was that I would tell people that knowing what I did about the whole situation, I knew this much. He couldn't return back. Well, she wrote the book titled "Why Johnny Can Never Come Home Again." Essentially, it's a paraphrase, but that was essentially the title, "Why Johnny Can't Come Home Again." When she wrote the book on that, the reason he couldn't come home again is at that point, as I would explain to people, he's addicted to the gay sex. At that point, he's in the life. It's his life. That's his life at this point. This was all he knew. And he's addicted to the gay sex at that point, and he could not come home in that sense. And he couldn't come home because now at this point, for all intents and purposes, it was his world. And so there was that whole thing. But his father, it was in another book that was mentioned by Derek Talley. He brought up the title of the other book in which was about the Franklin scandal and Johnny Gosch. It was included within that book. And Derek Talley was pointing out the fact that Johnny Gosch's father had gambling debts that were extraordinary to the point where he would have been killed if he hadn't given them something. And what he gave them was his son. And so whoever he owed gambling debts to, he signed his son over to them, and they in turn sold the son to Aquino, or traded his son Johnny Gosch off to Michael Aquino. So it was actually the father that had told the men where to find his son doing his paper route so they could pick him up, like so much merchandise. So this was that situation. And altogether, this one particular book, the chapter of which was reviewed by Brendan Zogit and Peter Moon, or I provided the chapter to them. I know Brendan scanned through it. Brendan, I read on Bandwidth the part of the chapter where the father sells his son directly to a trader, a human slaver. And when I read that part out aloud, it's, of course, one where the father says, "Hey, there's only one line here for one signature, which is mine." And, of course, the slaver is confronting him. "Well, of course, you idiot. We're implicating you, so you never come back for your son. This is all very practical. There's nothing legal about this transaction. This is simply something we're doing to incriminate yourself should you ever suddenly regret your actions." And so this is something that is quite real and does take place, this sort of transaction. And evidence is gathered by the human traffickers against those people who sell their children, so that this is their own insurance, and etc. So Michael Aquino had articulated this sort of operational methodology to me in the past. But when you see it outlined in the novel like that, it's really driven home. What irritated me, that I presented to our Lady Crystal, was I said, what's really irritating to me is that obviously the person who's conducting the human trafficking operation, passing out the contract to the white trash father, is obviously foreign. By the manner in which he speaks, his syntax is such that you can tell he's not speaking American English. He's speaking it as a second language. For some reason, because it's a novel and the man's ethnicity is never identified, for some reason, Brendan got the impression the man was Asian. And so when I was talking to Crystal about that, I said, is that indicative of a kind of latent racism? And she says, no, what he's reading, this is what she felt. And I agreed with her. She said, no, because, Brendan, good God, he's the last person on earth I would ever identify as racist. That's why I thought it was disturbing enough or bizarre enough where I asked Crystal about it. She says, no, he's just getting the echo, the resonance of Michael Aquino's own vision, his own intention, because Michael Aquino was intending to groom you into that position where you would be conducting that business. And that's where Brendan is reading that from, is that echo from that intent from Michael Aquino when he wrote the novel. And I said, that resonates, that I can buy, that makes sense. So that put that into a context.
Oh, that's interesting. I would have assumed that the trafficker was Joe.
Well, that would have been, if that would have been, of course, how would I say it? That would have been identifiable. That would have been identifiable because, the white trash dad bringing his son over to a short, Asian guy who's bald and looks like, hairless and looks like, your typical stereotype for a gray alien, except he's, pallid, flesh colored, etc. No, that would have taken it.
You might be quite right about not releasing the pen name because I don't know what good it would be.
Thank you.
For anybody to read that, it just puts them in Aquino's energy field.
Thank you. I agree. And that's an important point. I'm going to I'm almost finished with my watermelon chunks. I'm going to take a quick trip to refresh myself. I'll be back in a few minutes. I'm going to leave you gentlemen alone to hold the stage for several minutes. And I want Peter Moon to know how relieved I am at how you sound calm. It sounds like the day has gone smooth enough.
Everything's fine.
Good. Glad. And I'll gonna go mute, and I'll be back in about 5 to 7 minutes. I'll leave you two gentlemen to hold the stage for me. But thank you very much, Peter, for sharing that story about Montauk. And Jameson, if you have anything similar to that to relate, please do so. And
gosh, the stories I have are just numerous. As far as encounters with these almost extra-dimensional or ghostly phenomenon, I mean, they start as early as childhood. There was the incident after I had gotten vaccinated against something. I think that night something odd happened. I was looking at the corner of the room as I was, the room was absolutely dark, and like out of nowhere there comes this humanoid anthropoid form that seems to be giving off its own light. It was like blue. It radiated this sort of bright blue light, but you couldn't see any features of it. And then for some reason it seemed to light up the room, but that didn't make any sense because it's like, and the other thing is I didn't feel afraid of the thing. And next thing I know, I'm hearing something in my head, and it's talking to me about strings in space. And, these aren't things that really have any relevance to a kid who's 8 years old. And for the next 3 days, I was sick. I was horribly sick. I had a throat infection, a fever. I remember them having to give me an ice bath. I don't remember actually falling asleep while looking at the entity, or I don't know when I had lost awareness. I just remember seeing something in my head as the thing was communicating to me while looking at the thing, and I must have drifted off. I don't really recall, but that was a very interesting encounter.
Well, what I would say about getting sick after a vaccination is very common because you're putting a disease into your body. That's the whole idea of it, to build up the immune system. But why that would precipitate something else is a whole another different issue.
Yeah. When I was much younger, like 2 years old, you know, I think it was probably earlier than when I was 2, because I was still in a crib. There was an incident that sort of traumatized me where I seen something that started to look like hands, and they were like white, and and for some reason they started to bother me, and they were really and I don't know. I guess my mind sort of found a comical way to call it like the hamburger helper hands, you know, from the commercial or some shit. But that's not what it looked like. And I remember I was screaming at my parents for help and whatnot, but nobody came. Nobody heard me. So I just had to deal with whatever the hell that was. And I didn't know how the hell I slept. That was a very, very early memory. There was the memory I had when I was 15 where these, I guess these shadow entities just popped up in my room. And after that, I had lost 3 months of memory. Apparently, whatever I did normally, but I must have dissociated or something. It did something. It did something really strange to me, where I couldn't recall, where I literally just woke up 3 months later. Literally 3 months later, and I'm like, what day is it? And I'm like in a panic, and I can't figure out what's going on. And my mother and my brother both remember, and my sister as well, because I was hysterical.
Like you lost a bunch of time.
A lot of time, yeah.
How old were you?
15.
Did you ever figure it out?
No, never recalled those memories. I actually brought up the question when I was when I was speaking to a psychologist when I was in the service, and looking back at that, I probably shouldn't have brought that up, because that probably explains why a lot of other things that happen are happening. But you know, I don't think they would be too interested in people having weird experiences like that. I think it would probably baffle them as much as. I asked a woman if they've ever encountered anything like that in psychology. She said nope. So I don't know what that was about. Everything else after a certain point, after the age of like 19, in my 20s, were deliberate interactions with entities resulting from working in the occult. So those I don't really count too much, because those were, again, deliberate. They weren't things that just happened to me, you know. But as a kid, you know, there were lots of incidences. When I was 10, I remember seeing, when I was still living in Brooklyn, I remember seeing a pair of feet just walking in the hallway, and I couldn't see the rest of the body. It was just like a blur. It was like almost like a outline, but it was like white, and everything else it sort of just blended into the background. And we had found out later that there was a young guy who lived in that apartment who was very mentally unstable, and he had killed himself. So that sort of probably explains a lot too, as to what happened, you know, when, you know, my family and I were living in Brooklyn.
Well, you know, these experiences are common in they happen. What the veil is sometimes very thin. I'm certainly not someone who even thinks of chronicling them, and maybe I prefer not to have them. You know, it's not something I seek out. I've had enough of them. I remember one time my daughter, I don't know how old she was. She must have, no, I can figure out how old she was. She must have been in 6th or 7th grade, probably 6th grade. And one of the mothers of her friends from school was taking them, and she decided to take them to a place called the Devil House. Now, when I found out about this, I wasn't very happy. What is the Devil House? It was a house in Long Island. The police had actually referred me there. I was doing some business at the police station, and when he found out what I wrote about, he recommended I go check out this house, he said. He said, a strange family lives there.
Holy shit.
I wrote the address down. It's a good thing I did. I never went. Well, that was the house. It was the same house that was known as the Devil House. So she takes these young girls to the Devil House. And my daughter, literally, they talked about some kid would come out, some ghost, and my daughter saw the ghost. She saw the kid. He was on a swing set. It freaked the hell out of her.
One would think.
And she came home, and she was freaked out. I was so pissed off at this woman. What the hell are you doing with these kids? And there's a follow-up story to this woman too. But so my daughter, I just had to calm her down, and I got one of her childhood books and read it to her. It was about light bears. Light bears. It was a very positive, fuzzy, warm book. And I read that to her. It calmed her down. She wanted me to read. I mean, she was too old to read that book to. Yeah. But she wanted me to read it to her.
Right.
Because it was positive. I read it to her, and she was fine. Later, when I went over to their house once to get my daughter, I got in a conversation. And I think the guy mentioned that he used to play football, and I asked him, I told him we'd come out, and he says, no, I can't play anymore. He told me about some incident where they were playing, and he hit somebody really hard, and the guy's eyeball fell out. And he says, I don't know, I just left. The police came. I don't know. It was like, he says, I never want to play again. I said, this is effing weird. And then I remember when the mother who took him to the Devil House found out what I did, she thought I was completely crazy. I was completely crazy because I had written this book about Montauk.
Oh,
I was just completely crazy. And her husband knocking the eyeballs out of people. I didn't even know how you can knock an eyeball out, but it was gross. It was, and I said, this is weird. This is weird. There was another incident my daughter had, and this was like when I was working on the Book of the Law. My first attempt at decoding it, which was only partially successful. But I had taken my daughter to play with a little girl that my ex-wife had met at the park. They met the mother at the park, and they got the two girls together. So I took her. It was out of the neighborhood. I took her over to the house, and I'm on my way back home. And I'm parked at a red light. Then all of a sudden, this car rams me from the rear. It must have been going 45 miles an hour. Boom! I get whiplash. I'm okay. The bumper's banged up. And I come out of the car, and there's a skin diving shop, and the guys come out. You want us to get an ambulance? You want us to get an ambulance? I said, no, thanks. It's the last thing I want is an ambulance. And I say, can I go in and use your phone? He goes, sure. So I go and use her phone, and I call my wife to tell her that I was in an accident. And that I'm okay, but I'm in an accident. First thing I had to do. And she says, she doesn't respond too much to an accent. She says, well, I'm on the phone right now with your mechanic, and he wants me to know you need new brakes. Do you want to get the brakes fixed? Oh. Fix the brakes. Now, so I come out of the dive shop, and this guy is waving at me. He says, Mr. Moon, Mr. Moon. He says,
that's always a bad sign.
Do you remember me? Do you remember me? I said, yeah, I remember you. Now, I had not seen this guy in, it must have been 7 or 8 years. I said, yeah, you're my old mechanic. He goes, old mechanic? Thanks a lot. He said, that was my son who hit you. He said, his brakes are gone. You know, so here was this guy, his son, somebody I knew, a mechanic. I hadn't seen him in years, but he was my mechanic when I first moved to Long Island. I would always take my car to his shop. And his son, his brakes are bad. I told him to get those brakes fixed. He hits me. And then I go to the phone, and my wife's telling me, you know, the mechanic called on your car. You want the brakes fixed? I said, yeah, fix the brakes. It was weird, you know, brakes. Now, it turned out, now I was in the midst of writing the chapter on the Book of the Law for the Pyramids of Montauk. And, you know, there's all this occult energy around that book. And it was like forces or spirits were trying to get at me. At the same time, what would happen is this little girl that my daughter was with, after my daughter left, I found out that the father said, I don't want that girl coming over here anymore because ever since she has been, our daughter has been doing nothing but swearing.
Wow.
Now, my daughter did not teach her any swear words.
Right.
This girl grew up to become, you know, alcohol, sex addicted in high school because I knew the mother, and she said, I once met the mother, she said, this is the only time, you know, I've reconciled myself to the fact that my daughter's going to die before I am. The girl was smart. She was a nice kid. I liked her. But it turned out that family saw ghosts.
Of course.
You know, they're accusing my daughter, not the mother, but the father was accusing my daughter of teaching her daughter bad language. And the family they eventually moved into our neighborhood, and they were ghost-ridden. You know, ghost-ridden. So it was all of that sort of like weird association, which, you know,
no, do you feel the ghosts followed them from the other property? Because I believe that's what can happen to people, that the dead burden themselves on. I'm sure.
And it was like ghosts were just, they weren't, you know, it was just very matter of fact to them. And they were not, I never met the father, I don't think. The mother was very likable. The daughter was very likable. She just was too easily influenced by her boyfriends. Her mother said her boyfriends would tell her, you know, what you need is sex and drugs and alcohol, you know, and the girl just, okay.
How awful. It's really tragic. I'm sorry to hear that. And it's so common. Honestly, you hear stories like this all the time about that kind of, you know, just surrendering to, well, you know, just these various temptations. But in terms of the haunting aspect of it, I didn't catch all of the narrative, but what little I caught, I'm just kind of like, it's disturbing that the police knew about the place, but then of course they were probably called there for disturbances in the past. But rather disturbing, it had to be a different time and place for them to just find out.
They're a weird family. I'm told they were black and they were strange. I think they might have moved by I don't know, but they were reportedly strange.
Yeah, but that was the place that your daughter went to with to see, and they saw the young boy on the swing. She
saw the young boy, not everybody. I think her and one other girl saw him. But
okay, yeah. Yeah, definitely that sort of thing is quite disturbing, and and the fact that she was unsettled enough about it, where you kind of you tucked her in, and she needed that, and that was very kind of you to do that. And I like what you said about the light bears, of course, and it's one of those things which you know, in any other circumstance, dealing with the light bears or Care Bears or the like, it's all of these franchise-oriented kind of Teletubby type kid-friendly characters are you know, in other situations are just irritating as hell, like Barney the dinosaur. But there you have that.
Well, this was a much more positive thing than Barney the dinosaur. It's so corny. And then, you know, I mean, I suffered through plenty of Barney shows when my daughter was young.
Did you really?
Well, it's unavoidable.
Oh God! Oh, that's
it's
funny.
Unavoidable because, you know, you're getting videos for her. You're making sure, you know, Barney's on. You know, because you want her to be entertained.
Right.
And so, you know, it's Barney's unavoidable.
Yes.
At that period of time, but then as it evolved, as she was getting a little bit too old for Barney, they had a new character come on. And he was a yellow dinosaur, and his name was BJ.
Holy shit! Was he part of the Barney show, or was he, or is this something?
Yeah, he was part of Barney's entourage.
Oh,
you know,
okay.
He's a little dinosaur, BJ. I said, you know, that was a little too much. You know, it's just the Barney. You know, was like some, you know, gay guy dressed up in a dinosaur suit, like kids. You know, it had all the hallmarks of that. Who
go on. I'm sorry.
Who could play that? Who could play that other than somebody who was, you know, predisposed towards liking kids for the wrong reason?
One would think, yeah. I mean, I swear to God, it's funny you say that. When I was dealing with my gang brother Beaver in you know, the days that we were seeing each other constantly, just dealing with going to his home and just hanging out with him, and he was kind of helping to care for his brother's daughter. And she was like really young at the time. I think we were still changing her diapers at that point. And so Barney was on in the background to keep her entertained. And of course, that's the babysitter when you have dumb men around who don't know what to do with children. And then you turn on that stuff in the middle of the day. And I swear to God, Beaver and I were sitting in the kitchen, just you know, drinking and smoking, talking to each other about what we were dealing with in the outside world, and we both heard the same thing coming from the other room concerning Barney, who goes into these jingles and shit, and we swear up and down it sounded like they were singing "Gonna Do Grandma," and then the other line was "Unbuckle My Belt." I mean, we both heard it. We both, you know, we both looked at each other, and then he said, "I could see why some parents are worried about this Barney thing," and it was just, you know, we assume that's not what they said, but it came out like that. We both heard that. Gonna do grandma, unbuckle my belt, and it was just is the weirdest thing in the world. But, you know, then we checked out the room and on the TV, and there was nothing other than dumbass Barney, you know, pronouncing and parading around. But there's this Latin American guy, I can't remember his name. I'll have to dig it up and send Peter Moon some clips if I can find it. But he you know, he was making fun of Barney, of course, and he was, it just got hysterical the way this guy was making fun of Barney later on. He was like somebody who had been young enough to grow up with that stuff, and then he was portraying Barney under a different light as a young adult, which was hysterical. Barney trying to, you know, sell drugs and shit, and Barney trying to, like, very, you know, act gangster and shit like that. It was just it was just hysterical. But aside from all of that, yeah, thank you for sharing that. It's one of those things that I think every adult probably has grown up with fantasies of taking knives and ripping stuffing out of the Barney suit, and when I remember when journalists were trying to interview Barney, they were presented with the choice that the voice and the body were separate, so that they had to decide who they were going to interview, so it could be arranged by the television studio whether they wanted to interview the voice or the body, and that's like that's like true cult talk. This is like he was
Darth Vader or something.
Yeah, there we are. Yes, yeah, true cult talk. It's like the difference between the Godhead and the and the divine voice from the burning bush. It was just the most bizarre way of phrasing it. Not that I found anything ever sinister in Barney.
I never heard who Barney was.
I don't think it's ever been identified. Yeah, it's like Peter Moon says, probably in some prison somewhere.
Well, just like I was reading that, just as I was looking up earlier on, that Larry Flint, the murderer of Larry Flint, was never prosecuted, never found. Some guy, serial killer, confessed to it, but there was no proof that he did it.
You mean the sniper who crippled Larry Flint?
Larry Flint, yeah, they never caught him.
I never knew that. I thought that there were. I could have sworn
the movie had somebody, but that was just a movie. You can look it up. Nobody was ever convicted.
I believe you. I believe you. But I could have sworn, wasn't there some identification of some religious fanatic or something? Was that just from the film?
Well, yeah, I think I mean, there's a guy. He was a serial killer.
Okay.
But he was, and he claimed that he killed Larry Flint because he saw an interracial couple on one of the magazines, and
Okay.
guy was, but I don't know. He confessed after he'd already been caught for many other.
Yeah, in other words, he was in jail anyway, and so and like many prisoners do, they like the attention, so they'll claim all kinds of credit for different murders so they can get more interviews. It's just something to do while sitting in the pokey. I mean, is to conduct more interviews. Like the people who Christine Joanna Hart used to go and interview. Oh my God! And that's what's really funny, Jameson, is both Peter Moon and myself have been on Christine Joanna Hart's show. We've both been on at the same time in the past. We've actually both been on with Max Spears, as a matter of fact, at the same time. And but Peter Moon and myself would probably be hard pressed to really have any coherent memories of our time with Christine Joanna Hart. I don't know if do you have any really clear memories?
I vaguely remember being on with Max.
Yeah.
But it's so long ago, and Max just made no impression on me.
Right.
No interest in me whatsoever. This is before, I met Crystal.
Right.
This is probably what attracted me to Crystal, because I was on with Max, and I don't know. I don't really.
Was it Crystal, or was it some other young lady who had told you about Max threatened to kill you because of? I think it's Crystal, right?
No, he was trying to impress Crystal by saying, "I can make him go away."
Right.
Yeah, like he's either magical enough to do that, or he's badass enough to do that.
Right.
And
right.
I mean, she didn't take it very seriously, but it was just more of an indication of what a clown he was.
Yeah.
He was a clown.
Yes, he was.
And he was obsessively jealous with no cause.
Right. Yes, that's true. And the clown aspect was there, and I say that not in any way to insult Max or disrespect him. I'm certain he's come to terms with that. That he's at peace with that aspect of himself. Barney
was a guy named David Joyner. He played Barney from 1991 until 2001. Mm-hmm. He had a degree in electronic engineering.
You see where that got him.
Worked at Texas Instruments for 6 years as a software analyst. He says, "Before I was Barney, I was a live mannequin. I would move mechanically, and people would literally bring their children, set them on the mall floor, and go shop. When I was a kid, I wanted to be on television so bad I would stand in front of the television, basically lip sync.
Pathetic.
You know, some people are born for the stage.
That's just cruel.
I studied some of Rod Serling. Rod Serling was doing plays when he was a kid. And I think they said one time his family took a bet or something. If they got him talking, and they were coming down from where he lived, upstate New York, down to the city or someplace, and he didn't shut up the whole time.
Wow.
You know, he talked, and he was what he was best at was having dialogue. He was doing plays. You know, for when he was young, he was doing dialogue. He was really good at dialogue. He
Really
was
sad.
real short.
Yeah.
And he suffered from post-traumatic stress disorder from being in the Philippines.
You mean during World War II?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. That's right. He had fought against the Japanese in World War II in the Philippines, and he did have PTSD, and he was a heavy smoker, and that's what ultimately killed him. Poor son of a bitch. And I used to, when I was very young, of course, admire him greatly and want to be like him, of course, because he was the omniscient character on the yeah. But he was, of course. Then I found out more aspects of his personality, and the one thing I could never forgive was the stupid episode he did, which they ultimately kind of censored off of the Twilight Zone. Never replayed it. Was the one in which George Takei, the Japanese actor, is trying to play the son of a Japanese American traitor, and so it's like, you know, that's why I don't have much respect for George Takei either. Is like, why would you even take that role? Where
it was a job.
Yeah, you understand. Yeah, I mean, good. I mean, your point's well taken.
Actors need jobs more than anybody.
Yeah, that's true. They yeah, it's hard to make.
He did okay. He did okay for himself as an actor, I guess.
Yeah, he certainly did. Yeah, I mean, he did well enough. You know, I'm really ambivalent.
Better than most. He's an unforgettable character.
That's true. That's true. Yes, he's. Yeah. Many of the people on Star Trek that pretty much became their careers. They did everything else was collateral to that. Everything they did, at least in terms of impact on the public psyche and consciousness, was collateral to that. But in terms of you know, everything that both of you gentlemen explored tonight, I deeply appreciate it. I'll start monologuing soon enough.
Okay, but I got to tell you this. This is even better. I just looked. Listen,
yeah.
The man. This is the same guy. This is Breitbart News, which I guess is that guy. Who is that guy?
Bannon, Steve Bannon.
Yeah, Bannon. Yeah. He says, man who played Barney the dinosaur, now a tantric sex healer. It says, David Joyner, 54, retired as Barney in 2001 after 10 years working on the PBS show and has now moved on to a career advising people on their sex lives. The energy I brought up while in the costume is based on the foundation of Tantra, which is love, Joyner said in a recent interview with Vice. Before I got into the Barney costume, I would pray and ask God to allow his loving divine spirit to flow through me, through the costume, and let that draw the kids. That energy would always draw them in.
I don't like what this is going.
Joyner also revealed... Now, listen. He also revealed that he sometimes has unprotected sex with his female clients as contraceptive measures block the energy needed for a successful relationship. He typically charges clients $350 for a 3 to 4 hour session where clients can expect to receive a ritual bath, chakra balancing, and a massage, as well as cosmic mind-blowing orgasms. On his website named Tantra Harmony, Joyner also promises to allow your spirit, mind, and body to achieve oneness with you, with who you are as a beautiful sacred goddess. In my sessions, I will help you with the true understanding with lots of love and deep meditation. I will help you become empowered with your spiritual energy within. I will help reconnect your spiritual energy through tantric touch. Barney ran for a total 13 seasons. Yeah, so now...
So he's literally a paid gigolo. Illegally paid gigolo. Why the fuck didn't I jump on this shit? Holy fuck.
Well, what he said is, he says, now this is the funny thing. He says, Joyner also revealed that he sometimes has unprotected sex with his female clients.
Yes.
Are there male clients?
Oh boy.
I don't know. It's like,
So yeah. What are his male clients doing?
what?
Yeah. What is he doing for his male clients? That's a question.
Yes, there we are. And by the way, I mean that's that's hysterical.
Oh.
I'm definitely glad to find that out.
He's also black.
Holy shit. So that's
And
the
he-
body. Yeah. There you go.
So how?
He doesn't look to me like a hetero. I mean, if you were to say, is this guy gay or not, I would vector towards gay, which it doesn't mean anything. He could be, some gay men hate women, and he could be, this is not necessarily love. I can't speak for him. I can't speak for what he's doing, but I'm just saying this is, I felt, because we were on Barney the dinosaur, and we were talking about something being a little off.
Yes, something definitely was. Now we know. It's some kind of black bisexual underneath that suit that was drawing in the kids with tantric love. It's that pelvic chakra.
I'm sorry, but that drawing in the kids thing just rubs me the wrong way. That, I mean, they could say, all right. Well, apparently his capacity to love humans knows no age limit or gender. Apparently,
right. Well, yeah, that's possible.
Well, I will tell you something. I knew a tantrika who was very, I guess, aggressive in her pursuit of getting clientele.
Mm-hmm.
And I remember, declining her suggestion to get involved with what she was doing.
Uh-huh.
And years later, I learned some things from this person. I could also have some very interesting discussions with her, but some years later, it must have been 10 years later, I asked her if she was still doing that. She says, no. She says, I grew up. She says, I grew up. Which suggests that what she was doing was a level of infantile or, arrested development.
Right.
I'm not speaking for anybody else. I'm not speaking for Barney. I'm just speaking for this woman because of what she said to me. She says, I grew up. In other words, she was not. And the funny thing about her was she was in a very positive relationship with a husband while she was doing all that.
Well,
she was a positive relationship. I mean, and they're still together.
Okay. Well, that's
but
it.
yeah, she says, I grew up.
Interesting.
I guess it became whatever it did. It became okay.
Yeah. So this is what he says from his own words. When you go down on a woman orally, it should be just like you're saying grace, like blessing the food you're about to receive.
This is what Barney says.
Yeah. This is what Barney says.
Are you reading that from the same article that Peter was assessing, or
It's a different article. It's a different article.
Yeah, this is Vice. I'm reading this from.
Okay, there we are. Oh, it's the Vice article. Okay, so at least I found the Barney the Barney ghetto shit that I was looking at before that provided.
Oh man, this guy has a lot of information. He says when the lingam penis and the yoni vagina meet, there's a certain energy that takes place that hands-on body alone cannot create. All right, man. Okay.
Okay.
More power to him.
so-
He's figured out how to do what, what men all over the country couldn't figure out to do, and pull it off.
Yes.
Shit.
Yes, there we are. So, in terms of, let me get this.
Well,
link in.
excuse me. What I would also say about him, and why I suspect he might be gay, other than the voice and all, or the presentation, is that dinosaur mode is like very, kissy, huggy, friendly feeling. Women are very often attracted to gay men. They often marry gay men, not knowing the man is gay. Because gay men can be very reflective of women. They have a lot of feminine energy. And they can, and somebody like this is sort of like, sometimes you can have a gay waiter who's just extra attentive to what you want. They can be very extra attentive. So women can understandably be moved or attracted by the sensitive man, so to speak, and they can really fill that role. And because women go through a lot of trauma and stuff.
Oh yeah, it's so true. And gay men are also not a threat, so they're very much very much welcomed by women as friends. It's definitely just the way things are. And in terms of what I notice is funny here is that the ghetto guy who did the Barney shtick, where he was like having Barney as a ghetto character who was like trying to force his way into people's homes and in kind of a home invasion and whatnot. His YouTube channel has it's just all these eucosm, and it seems almost like that the numbers and letters that got together were, what YouTube throws out with some of these channels. And some people are blessed, like myself, where we've just got a real lucky YouTube address where it's just, nothing but a lowercase c. And that's all I got. YouTube, lowercase c, Douglas Dietrich. Other people get all this alphabet and numeric and alphabet soup. And this
that's what I got. That's why I don't get any fucking...
subscriptions. Yeah, it's hard to find you. Yeah, it makes it impossible to find you. And this poor guy. Yeah, go on. Yeah.
Yeah, I wonder if there's a way to change that.
I don't know. Look it up. That's what I'll. I told Brendan to get in contact with you about that program that helps block ads on YouTube, by the way. So hopefully the two of you will communicate about that. But with this poor guy, he actually has the word gay in his numeric and alphabet soup. It says eucosm gay. I mean, he was fucked. When they threw his shit out. But in terms of what I was going to say with Peter Moon, one of the things that Peter Moon mentioned to me that was that I'd like him to share is how fucked up the commercials were for the Super Bowl, because most of the time those are supposed to be works of art. They put all kinds of money into that shit, where the Super Bowl commercials are supposed to be the state of the art when it comes to advertising and the haiku of commercial salesmanship. Apparently, none of it was even entertaining or able to hold Peter's attention.
I was switching the remote to whatever else was on, grazing, as they call it.
Yes.
I couldn't watch because the commercials were double the length of what it would be for a normal football game.
Why is that?
So,
holy shit.
Yeah, and I mean, I don't know why the game didn't seem that much longer, but yeah, they weren't. I mean, there was a good one or two, but it just,
sad.
Usually when you'd watch the Super Bowl, you'd be entertained by the commercials.
Yes.
This was not the case this year. I think some of the companies held back. Travolta had a commercial. He was in a commercial.
For what?
I don't know if it was for Scientology or not. But I just, Scientology will usually have a commercial and they'll get somebody else to pay for it. But I didn't. It's just, I never watched the Super Bowl for halftime or for commercials. I generally watch it for the game. And the most interesting Super Bowl I ever watched, though, was I had done a sweat. My Qigong teacher wanted to do a sweat lodge. And one of my friends, I arranged this with the medicine man and whatnot, and we did a Native American sweat lodge, and it was on Super Bowl Sunday. So I made sure that my friend's husband didn't tell me what the score of the game was, and I came home about 11:30, and I watched the Super Bowl on DVR or tape, and I fast-forwarded through, I didn't want to watch anything other than the plays. I didn't want to watch the huddle. I just went from play to play. I got through the whole thing in about 25 half an hour, the whole game.
Wow.
It was the Pittsburgh Steelers beating the Arizona Cardinals, and it went down to the last second. It was a really good game, but I didn't have the patience to watch the time in between the plays. I just forwarded, and it was I didn't want to sit down and watch the slow drama of the game.
Right. So, no, that's an important point. Sometimes it's something that you just don't need. But most of the time with Super Bowl Sunday, you're expecting all of that collateral to be part of, as you said, the entertainment. By the way, I don't know, did you know anything about this guy? I'm just bringing him up because obviously Peter Moon it was born in California and grew up in San Diego. There's a guy named John Lynch.
Grew up in San Diego. My father grew up in San Diego.
Okay.
I was there many times, but I grew up in Los Angeles initially.
Okay, thank you. Anyhow, San Diego there's a guy who lives there or something. John Lynch Jr. He was elected to the Pro Football Hall of Fame, but that's probably something you're not keeping track of. I think that's more like high school.
John Lynch was he played for Tampa Bay in the Super Bowl that they won in 2001 or 2 or something like that. He was a defensive player, and he works for the 49ers now. He's, I think, their general manager. Okay. He was a very good defensive player, and
okay.
So he's now in charge of assembling talent for the San Francisco 49ers.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. Thank you for sharing.
That's
that.
what I know about him.
Wow.
And
okay.
he seems to know his business, but
okay. Well, definitely appreciate it. And let's see now. The time in New York is probably crawling closer to midnight.
I'm ready to go. It's after midnight. God.
Oh my God. Yes. Well, I'd best get started on monologue. I want to thank you so much for getting me to that point where I could do that. I'll
see you on Friday.
Yes, Friday at 6:30 p.m. And love you dearly and share that love with Paula, of course. We all appreciate.
All right. Good night, Jameson.
Yeah.
Good night, Peter.
Oh, bye.
Yes. Good night to all. And of course, I'll take monologue soon enough. I'm going to have Jameson, of course, basically take the stage a little bit. I'm going to just indulge in this jelly donut. Now, I know everybody thinks I'm just spending all night eating. Normally, I would do this prior to being on, but it's just one of those nights where I didn't get a chance to do anything. That's why I was running up to the corner store. So we're going to have Jameson take over. I'm going to be here. If Jameson says something that I feel needs some kind of reinforcement, I'll come on. But Jameson, are you going to be able to kind of get back into the groove, talking a little bit?
I actually found out that in order to the reason why I can't get one of those custom what do you call it, one of those custom things on the channel, one of those custom addresses, is because I don't have 100 subscribers. So it's a catch-22.
Okay, is that what it takes?
Yeah.
It's funny because some of these people have a fair amount of subscribers and they're still stuck with that shit. I guess they're unaware of it or never looked into that. That's incredible.
Yeah, I just found out that the customization doesn't give you the option unless you have 100 or more subscribers. And so the catch-22 for me is, how the fuck am I going to get 100 or more subscribers with a fucking shit address like the one I got?
Yeah,
so,
thank you.
I mean,
thank
there
you.
you go.
Thank you. It's the same thing with you need 1,000 subscribers before you can monetize, which of course by the time that we started to monetize because we had well over 1,000, then what happens is then Google gets involved because they own YouTube, and they started doing things like reaching into my bank account and stealing money, which of course, thank God we had the bank change my bank card and everything else and just lock out Google because they were treated basically as a thief. You know, there's all kinds of weird shit that's going on with Google and all the rest of that. And everybody, I will go into solicitation soon enough, and then I'll do things such as prayer requests. I have to remind myself to do that for Michaela Grigorich, because of course she's been through a lot lately, and her friends are also going through a lot. One of her friends is dying. Linda is her friend's name, and I will definitely ask for prayers in her direction, along with Maria, just based on some of the challenges she's dealing with. So we'll do that, of course, after solicitation, after Jameson has gone through a few things. I'm going to go mute, chew on this jelly donut. And,
okay, so
yeah.
I'm going to read this groovy article from Vice. The guy who played Barney the dinosaur now runs a tantric sex business. All right. So a full session with Tantra massage specialist and spiritual healer David Joyner lasts 3 to 4 hours and costs $350. For that price, female clients, the only kind he accepts, so I guess apparently he's not gay, can expect to... Damn it, man. He figured it... why the fuck didn't I figure something out like this out? Shit. Now I really, my self-esteem is just dead. I give up on life. I'm just gonna drug myself to death now, because I failed at realizing something so so simple. Just pretend to be some kind of fucking guru with some religious bullshit, and you can make money fucking women. What the hell, man? Damn. Well, anyway, for that price, female, but then again, who's to say all the clients are people you want to fuck? Another good point. Well, there we go. For that price, female clients, the only kind he accepts, can expect to receive a ritual bath, chakra balancing, and a massage. Also on the menu, cosmic mind-blowing orgasms. The latter can be achieved through massage alone, but the goal of the session is to fully release a woman's blocked energy. When the lingam, penis, and the yoni, vagina, meet, there's a certain energy that takes place that hands-on body alone cannot create, says Joyner 54, whose yogi-like presence is often accompanied by a warm smile when we meet for the first of several interviews. Geez, this was written by Rebecca Sager, so I guess she got the full... She went for the full thing. I don't know. I'm just making an assumption there. Even through G-spot massage, it's still not the same energy that flows. Today, Joyner's tantric massage practice boasts 30 clients, or goddesses, as he calls them, and he unblocks the energy of 2 to 4 women a week, he says. It's a tad different than his work as a software analyst at Texas Instruments, a job he held for 6 years and landed shortly after graduating from ITT Technical Institute. Joyner says his current work in Tantra does share many similarities to another job he held from 1991 to 2001, that of Barney, the beloved purple dinosaur on the hit PBS children's show, Barney and Friends. The energy I brought up while in the costume is based on the foundation of Tantra, which is love. I don't know what the fuck love is. He explains, everything stems, grows, and evolves from love. This is just some abstract bullshit. This is like someone speaking to me in advanced quantum physics mathematics. It's like, I don't know what the fuck that means. What does that mean? What the hell does that mean? Even when you have emotionally blocked energy, the best way to remove it is to remove it with love, and then replace it with God's divine love. Love heals you and allows you to continue to grow. What the fuck did any of what he just said mean? That's just as abstract. That's the most abstract shit I've read all night. This is absurd. Anyway, apparently, if you spout absurd shit, you can convince people you're spiritual and make a shit ton of money. This is what I'm grasping so far. Barney, of course, radiated pure, joyful love. It was part of what children, still full of innocence, found so appealing about him. And it's what many parents, beaten down to the various degrees by the sobering realities of the world, found so goddamn cloying. Joyner gave expression to that love through his physical portrayal of the exuberant T-Rex. Dude, are you okay? Douglas?
What? Oh, you hear me chewing? Oh shit! I got off mute. Oh shit!
No. It sounded like you were wrestling with Barney or some shit.
Oh
man.
shit! Oh god! Oh god! Oh jeez, I'm chewing this big jelly donut. Holy shit! Oh my god! And it's sloppy. I'm sorry. How much of that did you hear? Oh my god, I've been off mute all this time. Jesus Christ. Anyhow, while drinking tea, of course. So there's the big crock of tea. Oh my god! Shit. When did that come on? I thought I had it on mute. Oh my god!
All I heard was probably like you ruffling through the bag or something.
I
didn't hear you actually chewing. So
oh my god! Oh thank god! Oh thank god!
You're all right, man. You're all right. It's no big deal.
Oh, anyhow, yes, what was did you finish that whole article already?
No, because I got lost when this dude starts talking about love. It's just like it's more abstract to me than someone who's mathematically illiterate looking at a shitload of formula in quantum physics.
Well, definitely.
If someone talks to me about love, it's like there's a part of me that disconnects, and it's like, what fucking planet are you from?
Well, there we have that. Well, I'll bring to your attention. You need to block this Clarky Darkelstein, because Clarky Darkelstein is now in the chat room. Get rid of him.
Darkestein.
Yeah, he's just saying Uden over and over and over again, and putting up the the shield of David. So it's just Uden is the German word for Jew. So he's just saying Jew, and putting up.
Wow.
Yeah.
What a name. So. All right, nobody cares if you're a Jew, Clarky. Get a life. Maybe invade another channel with it. I mean, yeah, that'd be like me saying black. Who fucking cares?
This is turning the tables on him, of course. I think he's accusing us of being Jewish, but whatever. He's obviously an idiot, and probably one of the people who put the 5 thumbs down now, and the trolls who drop in just for that. By the way, want to say hello to Veronica Pereira, if she's still listening after all that. She says, hola, buenas noches, Douglas. Buenas noches a todos. And so, buenas noches a todos, Senora Pereira. Thank you very much for joining us. Want to say hello to, if he's listening tonight, I think the guy's name in Denmark said he was from Denmark, named Dracula Universe or something like that, and he was saying how he was a regular listener. I didn't even see what he had written last night until I looked back in tonight at the chat room of the episode that was prior to tonight's episode, our latest episode prior to tonight's transmission, which very bizarrely is showing up prior to tonight's transmission on the row of videos as they're displayed on my channel display. So God knows what's going on with that process. I don't know how YouTube screwed that up. But in other words, they've got the transmission that happened before tonight's is appearing as the first video, as opposed to tonight's transmission as it's live streaming. So maybe people are having a hard time finding us. But obviously that can't be the case, because we've got a bunch of clowns who are literally putting thumbs down, while the decent people are putting thumbs up. So we've got enough people watching, and they're along the lines of what we usually have. So I guess people can find us, and that's what's important. Aside from that, want to say,
maybe the guy thought that Barney was Jewish.
No, he started this all. Yeah, maybe, who knows? People are strange. Macabre Jimenez says that he was in Osaka and speaking Japanese for 33 years. He says, I wish everyone knew this information. And he was talking about the cult of the American flag. He'd love to read the book, and where can we get the book? Well, it's not published yet. Unless you're talking about the vampirology book. Just look that up on Amazon, Douglas Dietrich Vampirology, and you'll find it. We had to get it out there because, we could out there. We're going to revise and expand it, but what you'll find out there is basically the juicy parts that everybody wants. We'll be going to the historical meat of the subject, but you'll get all of the blood you want by getting the book as it is now. The meat will come out later, and aside from that, it'll be kind of a collector's edition because it is, in a sense, an imperfect volume. And I'll have to talk to Peter Moon about just taking away some of the redundant parts. There, at the close of the book, it kind of repeats itself because somehow that got cycled back in. It is a cursed manuscript. I can tell you that much. Everything we have done with this manuscript has had various bizarre things happen. So the fact that it's out at all is I never would have even published it, except that I realized that this little fat, short, bald, and ugly motherfucker named David J. West was going to plagiarize it. Yeah, and once it was brought to our attention he was going to plagiarize it, that he was literally going to, convert it into something unrecognizable and sell it as his own, then we had to get it out there to essentially trademark it. So at any rate, if there's something else that you can bring up, I can finish this donut and I'll go on mute this time. Holy shit, was I, so I must have gone off mute after I was chewing and drinking. It somehow got it off mute.
Well, it didn't sound like you were chewing or drinking. It sounded like there was like sort of staticky.
Okay, just bizarre shit going on in the background. It's the donut box. It's the donut box that
okay.
like this.
Well, the box, right? The box saved your ass.
Okay.
Man.
Oh, good God. Yeah, I'd hate to have people hearing me chewing and drinking and slurping. Oh my God. Again.
Well, you're blessed with being a relatively quiet eater. If it was me, they'd hear everything.
Oh my God, thank you. Yeah, well, I'm always concerned about what people can hear. It's again, I'm getting some incoming questions. The young man who is in the photograph opposite myself on the promotional banner for tonight, which our lady Selena Khan made a 3D kind of representation of using that program, she somehow was able to get both of the photographs simultaneously into 3D effect. I don't even know how she fucking did that. She must have photographed them both and in a screenshot and basically clipped it and put that in the program, because otherwise I don't see how the program could have done to both photographs simultaneously, because they're separate photographs. But just so people know that that is not my son. That is a transfusion affiliate of his husband. One of the people who provides blood for the regular transfusions that help his husband stay young. And this is what many of the elite of Silicon Valley engage in, is transfusion with young people, usually of the same gender if possible, who are able to keep them very invigorated. To give people an example of this is not pseudoscience. So that you understand that the medical industrial complex telling you don't do this, the reason they're saying don't do this is because people are crazy and they do crazy things, and people would try to take other people's blood and wind up infecting themselves and everyone else. This is not something you want done outside of an extremely controlled environment that is highly sterile, and you want to know who your donor is, etc., if at all possible. But to give you an example of why we know this works and why this is real science and not some cultic, just indulgence. Superior athletes, they will, in the peak of their condition, when they're at the best state that they can be in, they will have blood drawn from them and put that in refrigeration. And they keep that for before events that are extremely important. So events where they want to excel, they will have that blood taken from them at the time of their being in peak health, pumped into their body, where they wind up, of course, getting that extra shot in the arm, quite literally, that truly gives them the edge they need to perform even better in competitive events. And this is something that you can do in sports like, say, for instance, what was that thing that Lance Armstrong was involved with, that kind of landscape pornography throughout France, where the bicyclists just go throughout France, that big French race that Lance Armstrong was winning, and of course they disqualified him for everything because they found out several advantages that he had. And he was taking all kinds of steroids or whatever he was taking. Yeah. But aside from that, the man, of course, had testicular cancer, and both of his testicles had been removed. So he had no friction on his balls that all the other bicycle riders had to contend with. So the guy literally had an advantage there as well. But anyhow, that poor son of a bitch was taken down and stripped. Okay, if he had just done something like the blood trick, there's nothing they could have done. This is one thing that all...
Yeah, but I mean, you have to take into account, if the guy has no balls, I mean, he's gotta be on a steroid. I mean, how the fuck are you going to still... He's gotta have some kind of hormone. They gotta give him some kind of hormones or some shit, because, that's where your what do you call it, testosterone comes from.
Interesting. I mean,
so he would have to be on some kind of hormone therapy to still be able to, do sports.
I never thought of that. I mean, certainly I don't understand why, didn't he have attorneys who could have defended him? I don't understand why they couldn't have appealed or sued on that basis. It makes sense. I hear what you're saying.
Because it's all politics, it's all fucking American politics and bullshit, So they're going to make it seem like, oh, we can't have athletes do it. It's the usual spiel.
What, Lance Armstrong?
Honestly,
I'm sorry, wasn't he involved in international sports? I mean, this was at international level. Anyhow, go on. Honestly, you were going to say. What?
But the thing is, like, God, what was I going to say? What I was going to say is I think that all sports should allow athletes to dope themselves to the max, because that would make the sports a hell of a lot more interesting, because we would see some really strange and entertaining things. I mean, I would actually watch sports if they allowed people to dope, and you'd see people doing all kind of superhuman feats, and you'd see them for like 2 years, and after 2 years you'd see them all debilitated and deformed and shit. It would be interesting, man.
Oh my God. I mean,
that's
I hear what
the
you're saying.
entertainment. That's the entertainment. That sort of darkness. Okay, it's possessing me now. Right. I have to step back. It's starting to. I can feel the hair on my head like just lift off my scalp. I know I'm being possessed by it.
How do we get? Who are these other people? I noticed that aside from the.
Oh yeah. I had to block all of them because they were all basically doing the same thing. They were like showing. One is creating images using images of waves or some shit. The other is like saying just repetitive shit like I don't know what
by the way, Relief is
this is a long channel name. This is a long channel name. They're just saying all kind of stuff.
Okay. Just strange. Okay. Yeah, we'll make certain to block all of them. As a matter of fact, that's his name. This is a very, very, very long channel name. So these are all just created trolls. So they're piling up the thumbs down. Of course, I hope all of you little jack-offs understand that you're providing basically promotion for myself, because the more activity there is on a channel, thumbs up or thumbs down, it circulates the channel more by the aggregate. So the aggregate for YouTube just spreads the channels, it puts it in the recommended list for people just by your doing that, you little wakers. Every single one of the fuckers is working for me without my even paying them. Anyhow, Ray Leaf points out that was the Tour de France. The Tour de France was Lance Armstrong was participating in. He says, after hysterectomies, are women given hormones? I'd like to be allowed to, he says he'd like to be allowed dope to work normal hours. Yes. Anyhow, so when it comes to the woman after hysterectomies, I believe they are given hormones. But then again, they have a real bad habit of pumping whatever they can into women anytime they can. It's just, whatever keeps. There's where pharmaceutical industries start really being predatory. Estrogen, a good example of that, and Premarin. Premarin was what I was looking for. Premarin was, of course, a real big thing that doctors were prescribing to everybody, woman everywhere, all over the place. Then they stopped it when they began to find out some of the side effects. So what I'm going to do is just kind of go back into my donut here, finish this up, then I'll have the calories to carry me through the night. Our man Jameson will take up another subject for a few minutes, and all
right, so we're done with Mr. Barney. Because,
yes, yes. Yes. Just to finish what I was saying about the blood, so people understand it. So when it comes to this helping athletes, there is nothing legally that can be done against an athlete who pumps in their own blood to rejuvenate themselves and get that extra boost that they need to really excel in their performance. Whether it's professionally or within the community of Olympian type sports or these other kinds of event sports like the Tour de France. These are where that sort of thing is more applicable, because these are events where you want to put your all into it. So even more so than with professional sports, barring, say, for instance, if the apex of professional sports, if you get into your major league, what do they call that final thing for the baseball? For football, it's Super Bowl. For the baseball, it's, I guess, World Series, they call it. So, barring getting into something like that, you might not want to do something. But, the Silicon Valley elite get into this fairly regularly, and this is their performance enhancement, and it does, in a very real sense, retard aging and maintains their edge. So it's something that has created a kind of distinctive class behavior system. And so when their sources of blood are, in a very real sense, adopted boys generally, because they're generally males. And so when it comes to someone like the blood boy that I'm showcasing in the performance enhancement sort of category that my son's husband is engaging in, that he's a source that keeps himself healthy and is maintained in his own bungalow, as are the other blood boys on the various estates. And so they lead very happy lives, and they receive paid education and the like. And oftentimes their education comes in the form of tutors who come into the estate grounds. And this makes certain that they don't interact with people on the street or people outside of the environment, where then there would have to be tested, or investigation would need to be pursued as to what they might have been exposed to, etc. So it's a rather cloistered life, but most of these people are the happiest you can imagine. I mean, they have plenty of access to the outside world by electronic communications, and there's really not that much need to go out into the world for people like that. So it's very much a harem kind of existence, very much a kind of contained existence, life among the lotus eaters, and of course they are allowed to indulge in various recreational narcotics, but it's in a controlled situation where there's not a tremendous amount of risk with the incoming goods, so to speak. They're not something that's cut by various like plastics or various other powderized concrete or all the other evil shit you're finding on street drugs. So it's a environment that if I could, I'd probably stay there, retreat and stay there forever. But of course, that's not the way life works. And but I am allowed the privilege of exposure to that environment because, of course, my own blood is valued. Because of the nanoplasma transfusion that was conducted on myself so many decades ago. And there was this one idiot, I could actually look up his name just for the sake of morbid entertainment. And so give me a second here. Here we are. And I could probably find his name relatively quickly. And he was someone, of course, who I had always been kind to and had always been supportive of. And then he wound up turning on me when he heard me say on air that, I had access to escorts at these various holidays and parties that my son, of course, supplies for myself. And that, of course, is paid for by his husband because the husband takes advantage of my own blood and sperm on the basis of the nanoplasma and how that affects both of those elements from my body. And when this idiot was just all bitching about it and saying, where's Douglas asking for money when he's got all his escorts and all the rest of that shit? It's like, well, fucker, get yourself killed in a illegal military experiment like what happened to me, where I was drained of all my fucking blood and they pumped it full of something that otherwise would have killed everybody else who had received it before. All of the prisoners who had volunteered for these experiments at the Presidio military base, many of them in those particular experiments died. Anyhow, I can't find the fucker's name. It's no big deal. But he was a security guard. And he was a security guard, who got paid to stare at a wall for 13 hours and, living his life in his van with his dog otherwise, and then all pissed off that, I get access to some things he doesn't. Well, life gives and it takes away, I got my life taken away. I was dead for between 24 to 48 hours. And then when I reanimated, I was no longer, I was less human than I was before. Obviously, there's advantages to the nanoplasma in some respect, but in other respects, it's I had a hard time of it. I was, for instance, just so people understand this, this is not something that's just a gift. This is something that has its own collateral issues. For well over a year, maybe two, I was chalk fucking white, as if I had suffered from albinism, as if I were an albino. And so it was, people found me physically repellent. This is something that in Asia, someone who's white is dead. So I was viewed like the Walking Dead by the Asian Pacific Islander community. I was viewed as someone who was not alive and therefore, not interacted with. Literally, people would scream and run away. So, there's trauma based on that. There's trauma based on everything that's happened in my fucking life. So I spend a lot of time trying to forget my life. I think people have no right to judge me on that. So with that, we'll turn back to Jameson for a bit and take us to the quarter of the hour and a little bit beyond. Okay.
All right. Well, one can definitely say you paid your dues.
Thank you. I do appreciate that. And hopefully people know and notice on the photograph of the Blood Boy, this is the garnish I was talking about. So that's basically how he prepares himself for when I feed. And I can't always feed on my son, of course, because you don't want to regularly overfeed on somebody and deplete them. So there are some of the boys amid the staff who are the favorites of mine. He is one of them, the one in the photograph, and a lot of it has to do with self-presentation. So this is what I spoke of in terms of garnishing the transmission before tonight's, when I was speaking about how it's not the vampires that sparkle, actually. It's the people that, for all those Twilight fans out there, it's the people that they feed on. So long as there's a voluntary interactive relationship, then there's an understanding there, and one that's very much valued and treasured, actually. So this is where I made a comparison to dairy cattle, and that, of course, offended many people who were listening in the transmission before the latest transmission prior to tonight's. In other words, the transmission from 6 days ago. And they got all upset and freaked out and started twitching with the thumbs down and shit. You know, what's interesting is, so where do all these trolls come from? You know, I'm wondering, like, they all suddenly are jumping on the bandwagon and whatnot. So it shows that more people are hearing about us, and that they fear us, and that they volunteer their time to promote myself by doing the stupid things they do. So anyhow, Ray Leaf says, after the age of 50, we should have access to any drug we want. Yeah, I mean, well, to extent, I can understand that. It's just a lot of people really are irresponsible, and they just don't know how to handle drugs, and and a lot of them just go off. They don't know what to do with themselves. And so Ray Leaf says people are pussies. Yes, well, a lot of them are. All right, then. Okay, I'll leave everybody in Jameson's hands for a little while longer, and thank you for your patience, Jameson. Appreciate that.
No problem. All right, let's see what we can find. Yeah, I'm just snooping around to see what I can get. Interesting. In Avalanche, I'm just seeing, what's the spicy stuff? Usually like to hear things where I usually seem to like disasters. But, those happen all the time, so they're not really remarkable, depending on what disasters are popping up. Let me see if I could find a... I mean, I have things lined up, but I don't know if, people really want to hear about, machines and, stuff like that. I'm going to try to switch things up a little bit. Let's see. Yeah, forgive me for this. I'm just like, not as, prepared as I usually am. I probably need like another energy drink or something. All right. Let's see. The Air Force is testing bombs that can talk. So they're actually doing something for a change. The U.S. Air Force took a tiny but important step towards a future where weapons will be able to work together to take advantage of the latest intelligence on the battlefield. The recent test of 2 collaborative small-diameter bombs is a validation of the Air Force's Golden Horde concept, which uses the sensors of weapons streaking towards their targets to evaluate the battlefield and turn their attention to bigger, more important targets on the ground. Modern warfare has come a long way since the days of World War II's massive bomber raids over occupied Europe. A single F-35A strike fighter can now do much more damage by placing guided bombs precisely on target than dozens of B-17 flying Fortress bombers dropping unguided bombs. Now, it's interesting because America's tactic has always been something of precision, whereas if we look at the former Soviet Union, theirs is purely size. One problem that's persisted is the interval between when targets are selected by mission planners and the bombs actually strike their targets. Improved communications and intelligence gathering have shrunk the interval considerably, as has the pilot's ability to change targets. Still, once a pilot releases a bomb, there isn't usually an option for swapping targets based on the weapon's sharp eye sensors, which are collecting data right up until the moment the weapon smashes into the target. Golden Horde aims to change that by allowing weapons to use their own sensor data to make their own decisions. With the tech, weapons can establish a communications link with each other and then use a series of plays, criteria set in place by mission planners to collectively analyze the data and change targeting if necessary. I like that idea. Smart bombs. Future bombs, missiles, and other munitions will be able to change targeting in flight, allowing the Air Force to detect and strike high-priority targets that might have just rolled onto the battlefield. In the recent tests, an F-16 fighting Falcon fighter jet released 2 small diameter bombs which communicated with each other and discovered the presence of an enemy GPS seeker in the target area from the Air Force Research Lab. The bombs determined that the jammer was not the highest priority target. The weapons then collaborated to identify the 2 highest priority targets. However, due to an improper weapon software load, the collaboration guidance commands were not sent to the weapon navigation system. Without the updated target locations, the weapons impacted a fail-safe target location. Golden Horde does not utilize artificial intelligence, but rather a system more like the if-then commands built into computer software, which are conditional. The Air Force says, for example, if a user plugs her iPhone into a computer, then the computer will launch Apple Music. In the Golden Horde's case, if a bomb is streaking towards a radar installation, and then the bomb's infrared seeker detects a nuclear-capable ballistic missile launcher, the bomb will home in on the launcher instead. Even better, one Golden Horde-enabled bomb can tell other bombs in flight what it discovered after launch. All the bombs will then come to the same conclusion that the launcher is more important than the original target, piling on to help ensure its destruction. The GBU-39 small diameter bomb is an unpowered precision-guided bomb that consists of a 250-pound bomb payload, a seeker, sensor package, and a guided kit. A fighter or bomber can release the SDB from distances of up to 60 miles, whereupon the bomb will glide down and strike its designated target. That's pretty cool. I have other news, which is interesting. This is more of an international thing. A surfacing Japanese submarine collides with commercial ship. The Japanese submarine Soryu is allegedly one of the best non-nuclear powered subs in the world, but even mighty attack subs are prone to occasional accidents. On February 8th, the Soryu was reportedly surfacing off Cape Ashizuri on Japan's west coast when she collided with the bulk carrier Ocean Artemis, a commercial shipping vessel. The submarine suffered damage to its sail, known as the conning tower, where the watchstanders are stationed and the periscope and antennas are located. Soryu also has 2 dive planes mounted on the conning tower. In the photo below, the port dive plane appears to be drooping, while the starboard dive plane is bent down at a steep angle. 3 sailors on Soryu suffered minor injuries during the collision, according to Japan's NHK Network News. But the injuries didn't warrant evacuation, and the sailors stayed with the submarine as it sailed to a nearby port. Japan's Prime Minister Nobu Kishi told I think I got that right, told reporters the collision knocked out the submarine's communications gear, which was located in the sail. The crew instead used a cell phone to notify the first submarine group at Kure Naval Base near Hiroshima of the collision. Soryu had to move within range of cell phone service on land before it could make its report, Kishi said. So that's, yeah, I'm sort of a nerd when it comes to like weapons and, you know, weapon design stuff. There was something I did find interesting, which was one of the absurdities I've been finding in science fiction films for a long time. Especially a good one to rag on would probably be the Star Wars franchise, because why not? It's popular. But if you're going to have guns that shoot lasers, apparently if you're shooting a laser, you're shooting something that moves at the speed of light, because that's what lasers are. So how is anyone even going to be possibly capable of dodging a laser? And basically, the beam would be continuous. It wouldn't branch off. I mean, yeah, I've had critiques about that since I was a kid. None of that ever made sense, because if you use a flashlight and you turn it on, well, you can wave that thing around and just, if the thing was a laser gun or a laser cannon or something, and it was capable of melting something, you could just melt everything around you relatively fast. I mean, so it doesn't make sense how in movies, when they have these sci-fi movies where they have these laser guns, they shoot like a little ray and the thing goes like pew, and you have people dodging it. I mean, that's not how physics works.
Well, beyond that, of course, it's how would I say it? You see the Jedi actually block the lasers with their lightsabers, kind of like absorbing the light with the light of the lightsaber. So the only thing that, if we wanted to get into like game theory and just rationalize it, then the Jedi would have to be sensing the brain of the enemy or the person who's firing, whether it's quote-unquote stormtrooper, clone trooper, whatever, whoever's firing the laser. The Jedi is essentially reading the mind of the individual and just reacting to the nervous impulse of the individual before they are, before their nervous system is ordering their finger to press the trigger. Basically, they would be responding to that, but you'd be calculating.
There's also a problem with that theory, is that, you know, if you're holding a ray of light that's continuous, it doesn't take much, basically, because depending on how far away the person is, it'd be way faster to just have that gun wave my hand back and forth erratically, and, you know, it doesn't matter how much the person would be reading your, you know, nervous impulses. There's no way they can move fast enough to get out of the way of that.
I mean, look, the whole thing is silly.
The whole thing is super silly. I mean, yes. I can even see if they were to rationalize the guns by saying that, no, they're not lasers, they're plasma discharge.
Right.
Now, if we're dealing with superheated gas discharges, then that makes more sense that it would take time. But then, given the fact that and we could even, you know, you could even technically run with that, because it's not like we actually have guns that shoot superheated gas at things. So who the hell knows how that would work? Right.
Well, I mean,
that would make sense from a science fiction perspective, because science fiction always likes to. Science fiction is supposed to do stuff like that. Give us new technologies, come up with their own quirky physics behind it until we figure out how the shit really works.
Well, as I said, whatever man can conceive, man can achieve, or at least, you know, to a degree, what they can conceptualize. You can work towards realizing it. You know.
Or better yet, whatever they can afford.
Yeah. Whatever you can.
Because the only constraint that man can never overcome is money.
Well, yeah. I mean, to a degree.
There is nothing mightier than humankind than money.
Well, you know, the funny thing is, You know, in a sense, yes, or as my dad would say, in a sense, so, in a sense, no. I mean, after all, our you know, we're it's a strange world we're in, and what we need to do is really change a lot of aspects of it because obviously it's not working. But when it comes to money, you know, the Americans with their black budgets, you know, it's amazing. For all intents and purposes, the Americans, if you were in the military and you're dealing with these defense contract projects that I've seen elements of, for all intents and purposes, there seems to be an unlimited amount of resources. Just you know, the amount of money that is spent is literally beyond measure. So it's amazing, and
Yeah, I think that there's a hidden system where all this shit is just virtual, where you could literally come up with unlimited money for any fucking. At least when it comes to America, I can't say for any state, because if we're talking about something like in the Sudan where there literally is nothing, then I don't think you could come up with all the money in the world and you're not going to be able to save yourself.
right, right,
But like America, I think a lot of the stuff is virtual finance anyway. I mean,
yes,
when you look at the banking system, if you take out a loan, you're not taking out anything that really exists. You're just paying the interest on virtual dollars
right.
that don't really exist anyway. So it's like,
Oh, it's so
you
true.
know, it's
Yeah, it's
so
honestly, it's when we've spoken of this before about the difference in even the terminology that's used when we're speaking about money at different levels of society and existence. And so when and it brings to mind something that I was thinking of when it comes to just a sort of social responsibility that people may or may not have when it comes to, say, for instance, bank robbery. When somebody is robbing a bank, they have a vested interest as parasites on society that people continue to believe in money and that that the economy as a whole is prosperous, or the money that they're stealing would be worthless. So, in that sense, somebody who's gotten to the point in life where honest work has not paid off and they've decided to risk it robbing a bank, you are still banking on the sustainability of the society that you're stealing the money from, because it's that society that will be accepting the money back that you steal if you are able to get away with
yeah.
it. So you're
And you're making assumptions that they're not going to track the individual bills. You're making assumptions that you're actually going to be able to spend that money,
right,
and that's an extremely presumptuous thing. You know, I mean, it would make more sense to just, cancel out the middleman and steal the shit you would buy with the money.
well,
I
I
mean,
mean, there's that, but with obviously there's international currencies exchange, but it's if somebody robs a bank and then you take the money and you exchange it on the international market and you move someplace else, you know, and you're basically trying to retire on it or something. I mean, that's one thing, but most people aren't thinking like that. They're hoping that they can get away with it and then basically somehow get back into the society and spend it bit by bit, having, you know, hopefully not been
having
identified,
got and
and
having gotten away with it.
yeah, and haven't
And
gotten
and
away with
and
it.
uh,
You know.
the and the thing is there, but the other problem that people have in their short-sightedness is that money would be best like money you would buy groceries and shit with. Because honestly, if you're going to, because a lot of criminals, if you're going to do some shit like buy a fucking house or a car, and you're using income that is not taxable, someone's going to find out.
Well, conceivably, I mean, obviously, I hold that, of course, theoretically, you can still succeed in robbing a bank and ultimately getting away with it, to the extent where if you're not identified and so long as you're not splurging the money like an idiot, it's like Jameson is
Yeah.
saying, and you're doing it slowly and over a period of years, you should be able to conceivably get away with it. But my point was, ironically enough, even somebody who's taken to that extreme in their life, if nothing has worked out and they're at that point, you're still invested in society. At that point, you're kind of more invested than anybody else. Well, or at least as much as everybody else, because you're hoping that society stays, prospers, stays the course, prospers, and is functional enough for you to spend that money in. Otherwise, there's no point in risking everything that you have, your life, your very life, for it. This is
That's true.
Yeah.
In fact, you would have a higher stake in society than your regular person.
Thank you, and so it's something just to dwell on in the irony of that. Aside from that, it implies, of course, that there are levels of personal responsibility when one is involved with crime. What exactly is one involved in the crime for? And that example is one where you're kind of in this gray area where you're vested in the society that you're parasitizing off of. A true psychotic, somebody who's truly crazed, would of course not perceive that. You'd be, if you were so lost, if you were so beyond any concept of the functionality of society that you can't understand that you're parasitic on it, then we're at a point where someone is kind of beyond redemption. That would be kind of an example of irredeemability. The kind of criminal that gets up to the point of bank robbery is still redeemable in the sense that they are vested in society. And because they're vested in society, that renders them as potentially socially redeemable. So that just something to bear in mind. Well, while we were talking,
That actually makes sense,
Thank
because if you're someone who's just running around with a flamethrower and shooting rockets and just destroying everything, you have no investment in society or anything, and you become at that point irredeemable because you're just destroying shit and going on a rampage.
Yeah, and in terms of which brings us back to the thought of what I said about these people saying that they had intents to cut Biden down to size with this Modi and Netanyahu plan. By the way, Netanyahu he's entering his corruption trial, another phase of it yet again over there in Israel. So, I mean, you're talking about somebody there's a criminal for you. And irredeemable in a different sense. And, like I said, I was just shocked to see that there's this level of virulence internationally. Okay, I can see the domestic virulence in terms of the crazies on the right we've got here at home. When you see that level internationally, some Asian Indian guy talking about, oh yeah, we're hoping our man Modi and Israel's Netanyahu get together to take Biden down, then that's disturbing, just to see that how crazy the international scene is on the level of our domestic scene. So
it's literally reached the point of a psychosis on behalf of those two men, because that's when we reach the level of reaching the point of an international escalation. That kind of talking, and that kind of talking is like, oh, we don't give a fuck if we go to war because we just want to take down whatever. Yeah, that's basically what they're saying. They don't give a fuck if they go to war with the United States. You translate it.
Yeah, thank you. That's how I read it. And I would say from India's perspective, it would be psychotic. But if we start to think about the technology that Israel has, then it's probably doable. Yeah, in other words, Israel would be the tech and India would be the manpower, and the hordes that they would sacrifice on the field. It is a These are crazy times. They seem to be getting crazier every goddamn day. Anyhow, we're at the top of the hour. I'm going to just refresh myself for a second. I'll be right back. And thank you, Jameson. I couldn't have done this without you. I'm going to put some links in your private messages later for some stuff you might be interested in, or at least find entertaining. Definitely appreciate what you've done tonight. I couldn't have done this tonight without Jameson, and literally, aside from Peter Moon, Jameson was the only man here. Honestly, if I were on my own tonight, it just wouldn't have happened. Just with all the work I was doing with Peter earlier, and Peter was dealing with a lot of himself. He was dealing with a lot of this stuff at home that I'll go into privately with JMO later. But it's like, I'm glad things seem to be going smoothly as possible with him. And good God, we saw that like I said, Maria Gregorich has got some things going on, and Selena, of course, he wasn't able to come on tonight for another reason. It's just a lot going on, and I'm when people use the term Mercury retrograde, that's one thing. Brendan would have brought up something else. He would have brought up, of course, even other astrological.
Because we have other alignments at work simultaneously.
Yeah.
So there's more going on than just the Mercury retrograde. And I could refresh this page, and I could, I could basically say what's in what, but Brendan can break down what the stuff means.
Well, since I'll be talking about the Chinese zodiac tonight, later on in Arc of Narrative, why don't you get started on a little bit of that? I'll be back in about 5 to 7 minutes, and then I'll start the monologue. But take your time. When I get back, if you're not finished by then, we'll just round it down. But share some of that with people. Refresh that page. I'm going to go mute, and I'll be back in about 5 to 6 minutes. Thank you.
All right. Well, we have. All right, well, I can start things off with Mars and Uranus being in the house of Taurus. We have Eris in Chiron in Aries. We have Ceres in Neptune in Pisces. Our Sun, Mercury, Luna, Venus, and Saturn are all in Aquarius. So that's very interesting. That's extremely interesting. We have Haumea in Libra, and we have Makemake in Libra. Oh, actually, our moon is in Scorpio. I'm sorry, I got that wrong. So we have Mercury. All right, let me see. I might have misread that. Yeah, we have Mercury, Jupiter, Venus, and Saturn in Aquarius, as well as the Sun. And we have Luna in Scorpio. And that's about okay. It's I think it's Pluto that's in it's Pluto that's in Aquarius as well. So wow, that's a lot in one area. I guess this is the age of Aquarius that we're coming on. I can't say much for that. I can look at this page and see what means what, and I could try to break it down, but for me it's like that's just going to sound awkward, because I'd rather have these things prepared ahead of time. And while I do put some stock in astrology, I think that astrology is more something that affects things on a macroscopic scale. As far as the effects that they might have on someone's personal life, I don't know. I do see effects when it comes to things like international relations and countries and larger bodies. I can see stellar influences having power there. I've never really noted the stellar influences to have any real say in what happens in my personal life. Or maybe I'm just so disconnected that, I'm in like a bubble, which is fine. Which is perfectly fine. Okay, so I'm going to see if I could find some other stuff to talk about aside from just that. Because I really got to learn how to speak a lot more about something in a way that takes up more time. All right. So we have a article, China swears it isn't building a time machine. Oh, that's one that would be interesting. From the annals of nothing to see here, China's largest state physics lab is insisting it's not helping a private company build a time machine. I'm fairly certain they're not building a time machine. I'm fairly certain they're blowing smoke out of their ass to sound important, which is what China has done since forever. And I'm not trying to look down on them. I'm just trying to say that their propaganda machine is just such that they will just say all manner of absurdities. The strange happenings are straight out of a scientist version of TMZ with a leaked PowerPoint presentation in gossip swirling. The fuck is TMZ? Anyway, so is the Chinese government collaborating with a startup in order to travel through time? I'm going to have to kick my cats out of here so I can, keep doing this, because apparently they're all over the place. And she's going to wind up turning off my laptop, which I do not need. I understand she loves me, she's being playful and shit, but transmission night, we can't do this. Anyway,
cool. What is it we can't do? I just got back.
No. My cat, she's like reaching a point where she's trying to be playful, but she's like potentially pressing buttons on my laptop, and I don't need that. Yes. So what I'm going to do while you're back is
I can take over. You can tend to the cats, and just let me know when you're back. All right, I'll start the solicitation. Bless you. Thank you. Love you, JMO. And there we are. I am glad to be in the company of Ray Leaf, who says, bioweapons scare the shit out of me. Insidious, cheap, sneaky, portable. Oh, there you go. Yeah, the bioweapons are the, they always were the go-to weapon. And we'll see if anyone else exploits them to the extent that they've been exploited in the past. And do remind everyone, it's Asian Lunar New Year Eve Day. And as well, we have coming up on Sunday, which will be the next transmission, it will be Valentine's Day. And we will have President's Day the day after that. The convergence of the two that I will address more directly on Sunday, but definitely tonight we are going to go all the way into Asian Lunar New Year Eve Day. We are already there on the East Coast. We have how much time left according to Livestream? So we boarded on the 6 hours. We've got about 6 hours left, a little more than that. Always want to be cautious, of course. And quite a lot to go over, actually, surprisingly, considering how little preparation I did for tonight, and spent most of the time actually just getting my head out of my ass and getting calories and hydration in myself before proceeding tonight. But proceed we must. And this is the worst part of the show for me. It is solicitation. This is Mein Kampf, mine struggle, and my struggle be thine own. Contribute to the struggle at paypal.me/Douglas Dietrich, where we now be accepting contributions via PayPal Holdings Incorporated at DouglasDietrich.com. And in all due acknowledgement unto our own personal hero, we ask it of everyone moral and our fiscal support on behalf of our dearest English brother in battle, John Henry McMills Warrington, whom you can friend and follow via his Facebook timeline at facebook.com/John.War. And, of course, subscribe to his YouTube channel, the Maggot channel, at youtube.com/lowercase c/Magator, which be spelled MAGGOTAUR, being the property manager thereof, who also serves as Teen Thrax, Dietrich's or Dragon's ultimate post-episodic producer, and our final productions archivist at DouglasDietrich.com. For were it no for he, nigh all videographic works of the internationally recognized renegade military historian would have been lost, so financial aid no be prohibitive per budgetary constraints. Electronically relay monetary assistance via PayPal, where you can donate to the Maggot Man, aka John Warrington, by clicking send on your PayPal account page and then entering his email address, john_war@hotmail.com. And you can PayPal him directly at paypal.me/Magator, MAGGOTAUR. For he took it on his own initiative to download the majority of what I've ever produced on YouTube into his own personal hard drives. And therefrom, we were able to reconstruct my legacy on the net when it was scrubbed therefrom, no less than thrice. That's 3 times. And in that sense, John Warrington served as the bridge between the Akashic records and the data matrix in which my virtual persona interacts with yourself in the material world. And in that sense, he's my creator. To extent. And now you too can do your part to help in the fight against total annihilation. Whether it be of my legacy online, as is always the intent of the cultists of the kings of Edom, who be trolling us tonight. Those worshippers of the anti-gods, the red gods that cause them to cause chaos in the world and render themselves irredeemable, or whether you wish to help, construct a better world. Either case, whether you're struggling against the negative or striving towards the positive, you're in my camp. And just remember that, and my enemies are your enemies. So bear that in mind when you spread the word about Douglas Dietrich, that he, the biological son of Adolphus Jacob Hitler, which you can find out more about at douglasdietrich.com/2019/05/08/ Douglas Dietrich, son of Adolf Hitler, fighting against white supremacist neo-Nazis, and confer while there a footnote on mine bio, sire, which be on the homepage of showsdd.com, which explains the meaning behind the name of my biological father, Adolf Hitler, the name what made the man. Once you've enlightened yourself and educated yourself on to those subjects at least, then take it upon yourself to spread the word to all and sundry, far and wide, that the scion of Adolf Hitler, Douglas Dietrich, be alive and well and resident in the city and county of San Francisco, and if at all possible, encourage others to electronically relay their contributions at paypal.me/Douglas Dietrich. For people are forever asking, Renegadus Humanus Arma a Maza Erudicio, the renegade human weapon of mass instruction, what they could do to fight the pedopathophilocracy, such being our present Slavo-Western government by patriarchy of pathological pedophiles. You can all help spread awareness by supporting myself. We have a new contribution page on douglasdietrich.com where you can make a donation online. Using either thy credit or debit card, simply go as to douglasdietrich.com and click the yellow donate button. And that, of course, will take you to the homepage of showsdd.com, whereon you can use PayPal to render your contribution. Always bear in mind when you're contributing with PayPal to indicate myself with the option that will be presented to you, make certain you look for it, where you indicate Douglas Dietrich as friend or relation. You're not given a choice to disambiguate. They consider both to be the same. So you say he's either friend or relation. It may as well say friend and relation because there's no choice to choose one or the other. Either way, by doing so, you eliminate that faggot Peter Thiel from coming in and taking his blood cut out of your contribution and mucking up your beautifully even number into some oddball thing with a decimal point between the cents, the dollars and the cents. I mean, who the fuck wants that? Retain the integrity of your contribution with the intended symbolism of whatever nice round number or even odd number that you have without turning it into dollars and cents with a goddamn decimal point in between. To do that, indicate myself as friend or relation. All that is done via the yellow button at douglasdietrich.com. If you find it so distasteful to indicate myself as friend or relation, and I see no reason why you should, because we're all friends here or you wouldn't be sponsoring myself, and of course we're all part of one extended electronic family, so the term relation can be quite readily rationalized. However, if such still leaves a bad taste in your mouth to be either friend or, God forbid, relation, then you choose the red button on the douglasdietrich.com website. And by pressing the red button, you're taken to the donation page to use anything in the world, credit or debit card, to render your contribution. And there will be no fucking middleman to even worry about. However, you will still need to use the yellow button thereafter to reward yourself, as anyone who sponsors myself via PayPal would also reward themselves by using that yellow button to take you back to where you can access showsdd.com, and on that homepage, basically register into the archives, and thereafter you can access them at your leisure for free simply by logging in. Because, of course, we have this, well, all sponsors will be granted electronic access to both my videographic and audio recorded archives through to this year. From the 2011 year in our Lord, the very year mine own late and sensitive matriarch, the Grandma Dame Diana Linzujin Takabayashi Hideko Dietrich, was murdered, assassinated nigh immediately aftermath Sanjuichi Senseme, the 3/11 terror attack against the Fukushima Daiichi, or Big One cluster of nuclear power plant facilities on site the 7,000 Isles of the Greater Japanese Empire, when 'twas deemed by much Native American cosmological reckoning that the first rays of the dawning of the sixth world broke upon us, and magics could again be worked conjointly with Mother Earth to redeem the folk upon her. They're not on YouTube anymore, whereon the intra-global crisis analyst Douglas Duane Dietrich long ago established his high-profile visibility platform per rationale of personal security by way of public promotion. Only on contribution will thy membership be processed within 48 through 72 hours, between 12 to 3 days, for fully access to all mine archives, meaning all those videos that John Warrington saved, aside those on the Maggot Douglas Dietrich channel, and the YouTube channel named Taboo Bros 2, spelled TABOO space BROS space Roman numeral 2, as managed by mixed martial arts maestro Daniel Arola, whom you can visit at facebook.com/Daniel.Arola.3 of Damage, or DAMAG, Daniel Arola Martial Arts Group Incorporated, Cali Combatives. Optionally mail either checks or money orders, never cash, to the personal residential address of the Mr. Douglas Dietrich, which itself be listed on douglasdietrich.com/donate-2. The most important thing being that people regularly donate what they can within their means. Foremost among Axis Daddy D's donors, aside his mistress and manageress Selina Khan, be our most beloved greater British brother in battle, the Team Drax, Dietrichs or Dragons, heavyweight lifting keeper of the spirits, and YouTube LLC Bizarre HD channel managing mixologist George Edward Knight, he being mine own personal hero who has substantially delivered towards my salvation from the streets, and whose self-produced videos entitled How the United States Won World War I and Why We Are Still Legally at War with the Third Reich both be factually substantiated per mine own expositions. You can review them by subscribing to youtube.com/user/bizarrehd, which itself be spelled BIZAREHD, and there you'll see trailered as well the work currently in production, the cinematic documentary currently in production, entitled The Thousand Year Reich in Exile, subtitled The Third Reich's Flugelrad and Hanabu Technology. And of course, you can personally friend and follow George Knight at facebook.com/George.E.Knight.7. Indeed, the last Dietrich is son of Dietrichs, or son of a dragons, Anglo-corrupted as Dracula's. Expositions via YouTube would not be possible sans generous benefactions from my listeners on a monthly basis. The Amerasian agent of the Peacock Angel, Tavush Maliek, be the only person on the surface of this world with the insider knowledge and experience necessary to lead thy resistance against the Russo-sub-satanic occupation and anti-godly insurgency, it bearing no end of emphasis that you, D, Anglo-corrupted as Jedi, literally, Master D, or the Master of Enlightenment myself, is not paid to articulate mine expositions, and have never once been remunerated for my services rendered unto thyself and all thy holdest dear, at incomparable sacrifices to myself, most tragically of all mine loved ones, in my most singular and quite unenviable role as the ultimate public informant at personal risk, still at large. Your taxation cannot support myself, as I be denied access to the United States DVA, or Department of Veterans Affairs, benefits and our services due dishonorable discharge. Involving that incident that almost led to my public beheading in the House of Saud. So again, go to paypal.me/Douglas Dietrich and enter mine remunerative compensation. The very survival of the human species be at stake, and I am not exaggerating. Do not wait. Donate now. It'd be appreciated beyond my ability to express in any language, and of course indicate myself as friend or relation to prevent Peter Thiel from taking his pound of flesh from between us. As well, forget not to subscribe to the Douglas Dietrich YouTube channel at youtube.com/C/Douglas Dietrich, and click that notification bell in order to receive notifications that live streams has started. Even if you be subscribed, you will only receive notifications if you select all in notifications. To reemphasize, subscribe to the Douglas Dietrich YouTube channel at youtube.com/C/Douglas Dietrich. Tune in at 5 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. That would be 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on the Atlantic Seaboard every Wednesday and Sunday night. And click that notification bell in order to receive notifications that live streams have started. Finally, above and beyond all else, lastly and most importantly, subscribe and support at DouglasDietrich.com and donate at paypal.me/Douglas Dietrich, whereon you indicate myself as friend or relation. That's the only term allowed, whereby you eliminate your even-numbered or odd-numbered contribution from being butchered into something with a decimal point in between it. Sponsors will all be granted exclusive access to the online archives, including all video and MP3 recordings of Douglas Dietrich from 2011 through to the present, which is why you would push the yellow donate button to take you to the homepage of showsdd.com, where you would then register in with the archives and log in at your convenience thereafter at leisure. Before I turn towards prayer requests, checking the incoming notifications, where we just had somebody else say something, and I think, oh, that's our man Jameson letting me know he's back. Okay, cool. And matter of fact, this would be time for me to check the Skype to see if I can get back into the stupid call. Where are we? Oh, this is what I would do. Ha-ha! I'm back in the call. There we are. Oh my fucking God. Okay. So we took care of that. And I got the connection for our man Jameson to bring on Brando Young, if Brandon Young had ever wanted to come on. I'm not quite sure that's what he wanted tonight. And aside from that, okay. So you're back, Jameson. How are the cats? Take it they're good.
I had to extract both of them. I only thought one was snooping around, but winds up the other one was like hiding under the sofa. So I got them out.
Cool. Thank you for sharing.
So they could wreak havoc. They could wreak havoc on the rest of the house and leave me the hell alone.
There we are on a transmission night. Yes, that's what you want. And thank you. And again, thank you so much for what you do. All right then. So a prayer request for Maria Michaela Grigora. She has not been feeling well lately, and she's been fairly bedridden. So we're all worried sick about her. So you believe that she has a condition. I forget exactly what it is, but our man Peter Moon was trying to address it with her a little while back. And what she wrote me was that she had more bad news today. Her dear friend Linda is dying. Her husband called her a little while gone, earlier in the day at this point. She's known her almost her entire life, spoke to her little over a week ago while she was in the hospital after a fall. She had cancer for about 3 years and was doing better, but as Maria writes, I guess God had other plans for her. All this heartbreak will it end? Well, so long as you know a lot of people, that's a good thing. Then, you know, a lot of them are going to die, and that's a bad thing, but at least you knew them while they were alive. So she said, I understand. Thank you so much. Prayers for Linda would be wonderful. Thank you. Linda Garu, surname spelled G-A-R-E-A-U, Linda Garu and her husband Andre, wonderful friends, and their 21-year-old twin girls, Alex and Nikki. Love you, Nikki, Alex and Nikki. I'd love to meet their 21-year-old twin girls at some point. And anyhow, everyone, maintain Linda Gauru in your thoughts and prayers. Uplift her in this hour of apparently her passing. Why she's dying is rather a mystery to me. Apparently, breaking one's hip, you know, can lead to extreme problems and ultimately be fatal. I know that in elderly people. So you really want to be careful about those goddamn hips. Elderly people fall out of bed and break their hips, and this happens, and then it takes a very long time to heal, if at all. It's very challenging, and most of them don't. Most of them, for some reason, wind up dying. So this is like, just beware of that. And so there you have that. Certainly I'm praying for her now. And maintain Selena Khan in your thoughts and prayers. Oh my God. She won't let me share it. Well, it's nothing like cancer. Thank God. But you know, had her own things that, you know, a sprain. She's got a sprain. And so Jameson Reese is putting in some facts here. Pelvic injuries are 75% lethal. Hey, JMO, come on. I want you to talk a little bit about this, because it sounds like you know something about it, at least if they're open wounds. How did you get this knowledge? Was this something you just... This sounds like something you know personally. It's not like something you would just look up. What did you...
No, that actually was something I looked up.
Okay.
Something like a pelvic laceration. Let's say you were in a car accident and you had an injury to your pelvic area where it was like opened.
Mm-hmm.
Like, let's say it cut from your ass to your front, you know.
Ooh.
That's 75% lethal.
Jesus.
Those are high lethality rates. I'm not absolutely certain as to why. Mm-hmm. I found out about it because I was looking up lacerations anyway, and it was just for my dark, you know, entertainment, but. You know, I found a reliable medical website that showed you the gory details and whatnot.
Now, because what about this? I saw once a photograph that was, of course, I dealt with, like I said, the medical journalism courses and advocacy for my parents and the various training sessions I took with that, paramedical, etc. I've seen my own share of some horrific medical photographs, as well as, of course, having dealt with some horrific injuries in the field involving security, combat, etc. And it's amazing what can still shock you or what can still surprise you. And of course, you have to be aware. You always have to be wary, especially online. I know Jameson knows this. That of course, there's things that are misidentified. There are oftentimes people will put up some photograph and they'll say this happened because of this, and they'll put a story behind it that has nothing to do with whatever happened that led to whatever gory injury or something that you happen to find. By the way, most of you online are not going to be finding these gory injuries because Google in particular has just fucking, you know, shut itself down from being a search engine to being like some kind of babysitting device just this side of tantric Barney and shit. But
you could Google something called a pelvic laceration, and you will see some graphical things.
That's what I was going to bring up.
So there's a website called ResearchGate, and they show like the pictures of it. There's one injury here that's just very interesting. I guess this was I don't know if this was probably a woman, but like the whole from like the ribs all the way down to the thigh, everything's just gutted out.
Ah!
And yeah, so something like that. You could see like the fat tissue, you could see the muscle tissue, and you could probably see like where the some of the organs from like the back to like the rectum are like visible. Obviously, a person like that is going to die. There's no way to suture and fix that up. That person would die of an infection. That's why apparently that could be one of the reasons why that has such a high lethality rate. The website I'm finding this on is called ResearchGate.
So one of the things I wanted to bring up was I saw this one photograph once, and the story behind it seemed legitimate enough. I could easily imagine it. And it was a female who looked fairly large, probably was more overweight than your average female, maybe someone around 200 pounds or plus, but not necessarily morbidly obese. But like I said, fairly large, and she had a big gash cut that was just, oh my God, her ass. It was like, like somebody had, like her ass was almost cut off. It was just, and basically what they had said, and like I said, you never know if these stories are true unless you're finding it on a legitimate medical website where you've got like, and it's very seldom you see something like that because those are like medical records that don't really get online. But then, so what you get are these pirated things that wind up online with these kind of apocryphal stories behind them. But some of them seem legitimate enough. And this one was that she had gone to a public restroom, and apparently the public restroom had a window that was on top of the public restroom or something, or she was in an outhouse or something. Not an outhouse, couldn't have been that. So it was like some affair where it was not her bathroom. So it was a like, so kind of like a restaurant's bathroom or something, but there was a window like open, like on the top that she was concerned about that somebody might peek into. So it had a curtain that she stood on top of the toilet to shut the curtain. So, obviously the window, this is where somebody is just worried to a degree that seems pathological, because if the window, you have to stand on top of the toilet to close the shade so that the window will be blocked from view.
Who the fuck is gonna be that tall that they're gonna look in?
Yeah, thank you. And so at that point you're worried about Bigfoot in the area or something. But then, so she stood on top of the toilet, and basically, I guess she was on the toilet later seat, and it was unstable, and it basically snapped. The platform, was like, and this can happen, toilets, especially old toilets that are used a lot, the seat falls off. So the seat, the lid just fell off, and she fell with it, and if it's all porcelain and shit or whatever, and it cracked and ripped her ass up. So like a blade, just that shattered porcelain. And
you're likely to die of sepsis because, You also have, people don't realize how close the intestines are to the ass. And so I mean, now I don't know how it works with something like a shattered hip, but if you have a shattered hip, they have to go in there and they have to sort of, basically they're exposing that area. Right. So there's always the possibility that if a person has a weakened immune system, which many cancer treatments do, they weaken your immune system.
Right.
So,
okay.
I mean, if they have to go in there to repair that, the chances of you dying are very high.
Okay, so that
significantly higher.
Okay.
Yeah.
That puts that into perspective. So that's tragic, and I thank you for sharing that. And I guess that's why they just wrote, basically told her to make her peace, and wrote her off. Also, with your age, like I said, the medical industrial complex will just give up unless you're paying them an enormous amount of money, unless you're extraordinarily wealthy. They'll just tell you to go home and die. So that's
Well, yeah, that's mostly the case, especially if you're in America.
Yes.
I'm not sure how things work in Canada, but if you're in America, you're as good as dead. We've got like one of the worst health systems on the planet.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, having been through what I've been through, yes, I can attest to that.
Honestly, I would say the only thing I've ever seen that was really, I think, cringeworthy to the point where I couldn't watch was probably watching I guess someone was having a sex reassignment surgery, and it was a male. And so, it's like they're speaking in Spanish, so I don't know what the hell they're saying. But, they obviously have to cut out the male's penis and erectile tissue and whatnot. And it was like at that moment, all of a sudden, it was like, okay, all of a sudden, like it's like I'm not someone who this happens to, but all of a sudden it's like I felt this queasiness in like my lower abdominal area, like the surgery was happening to me, and I was like, oh fuck no. Of course, I finished watching it all the way through because it's like there's still that morbid curiosity, but it was just like not a good feeling watching it.
Well, you definitely don't want to get to the point where you're just kind of like taking this as some kind of personal challenge or something. But it's one of those things where, just so people understand, obviously I've been exposed to a lot, and what's interesting is how the mind or body reacts. I have seen horrific things happen in front of me with my own eyes. And what happens is when you're there in the scene, so to speak, on scene, and you're part of the scene, it's amazing how removed and detached you feel, and how much worse it is when you're seeing it on screen and viscerally you can't bear to watch. It's something that is just in general part of the human condition. Granted, there's a lot of people who in a real life situation, when they see violence, shut down or can't bear to look at it and have to turn the other way. I'm not saying that you should have to stare or anything like that. I don't prefer to look at violence, but when
I can't help it because there's a desire to detach. So where there's a desire to detach, there's a it's like one puts oneself through it over and over again until it like numbs you.
Well, yeah,
that's sort of the point.
Well, when the interesting point that my gang brother Beaver made was one time we were in Tower Records together, and by the way, people may not even remember, there was once a big franchise that was worldwide that was called Tower Records, an international franchise that was I really miss that they had records. Of course, after a while you'd go inside of Tower Records and you wouldn't see records. All they had was DVDs and shit like that. Wasn't a single record in the place. Of course, that was the name of their place because they used to sell records. Of course, records are kind of back on the market now because people like the sound quality of the wax. And there are people who collect records for their older record playing machines. I mean, there's all kinds of things involving that sort of milieu that are, my gang brother's really into record players and records, so I know a bit about that. But what happened was that when we were in Tower Records, somebody, white guy, got stabbed in the parking lot, which was right outside. Black security guard. He did the right thing, exactly what I would have done. He shut the doors and he said nobody goes outside. And he called the police, and basically he was isolating the crime scene outside from the people inside, so that you wouldn't have an interaction that would compromise the scene before the police arrived, where people confuse the entire issue by doing whatever it is people do. So he did the right thing, and so Beaver and I, we just went towards the front door, which was glass. It was all glass front door with the bar across it, and we just stared outside at the guy who had been stabbed. Young white guy, short hair, looked like a regular enough guy, but he was complaining because his stomach had been stabbed, and he had his hand to his stomach. There was nothing particularly grisly or spectacular here, just a lot of blood running through his hands. Onto the side, the parking lot concrete. And he's wandering around, probably was drunk or drugged, and had gotten into an altercation, which led to his stabbing. So he's wandering around out in the parking lot and complaining. But he came very close to the glass door, of course, and so basically my gang brother and I are staring at him through the glass door. And we have no intention of trying to do anything, nothing to do, right? The police will get there soon, ambulance will get there soon, really nothing to do. But while we're staring at him, my gang brother made a pointed comment. He said, looks just like on TV. He wasn't trying to be funny. It was just a casual observation. It looks just like on TV. Granted, it didn't even look real. I mean, it just looked like, special effects blood, and the guy was just, like an actor or something. It was all real. But there's an unreality about violence. There really is an unreality to violence in front of you, where it can look a lot like it's just play acting. But that's what helps one through such events. This is how, when I've dealt with much of what I've dealt with on the spot, where people are being physically compromised by various assaults, you can function, because a lot of what's going on is your mind is just transferring that into the fiction zone almost. However, when you're watching fiction, or even the real thing on the screen, then that viscerality can be much harder to take. So your mind just kind of recoils and doesn't either shuts down or rejects, or just you move on, and it is what it is. So hopefully that gives some context.
Yeah, and it becomes a little different when in real life you see things that don't look like they are on TV, because TV horribly censors out some violence, and it extremely censors out the gory details of like fresh injuries and traumatic injuries, such as someone being crushed by a car.
Well, yeah, and most movies do as well. And by the way, it's also the way people respond is not realistic. I mean, very, very few times have I ever seen films recreate someone's reaction to being shot in any way that is close to realistic. So I don't know. Go on. It's one of those things I'll bring up later. It's just
yeah. I mean, your mind has two. Well, the first thing you notice is your heart starts to race really fast, and your mind has like two options. Am I going to stand here in shock, or am I going to dissociate and move on? And so in my case, it chooses to dissociate and keep moving, versus, people who would just stand there and stare at the scene and be unable to do anything.
Yeah.
And then there are some people who actually vomit.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, yeah. No, that happens. By the way,
most people would vomit.
Yeah. And it's paramedics, for instance. When paramedics are their first year on the job, or nurses, or anybody working in that kind of environment, but particularly paramedics, because they're responders, and paramedics go on the scene, and oh my God, it's just you throw up all the time. You will be sick all the time. You'll be contracting all kinds of diseases, and in the age before COVID, you had what would be called an AIS, or a acquired immunity response. It's kind of like a build up to what you become immune to. Then you basically become a carrier who brings all that shit home to your family, and that's what happens to a lot of medical workers. But the age of AIDS, which was horrific. The age of AIDS, which was without going into that, it was bad enough. But in a very real sense, the pandemic, the COVID, is worse. It's just the age of AIDS that, you didn't have this kind of everybody locking down, the economy being shut down. You didn't have any of that with the age of AIDS. It was, and if you were going out to meet people, you could still go out to meet people. This Valentine's Day is gotta be. It's just bizarre. We're all in shutdown, so it's not a very what are people going to do? Most people, it's just an odd time. So definitely, and then what we're dealing with now. So what I'll do is I'll go into monologue now. Anything else you want to bring up, Jameson, before I start? And by the way, you're welcome to just interject anytime you wish. Anytime you wish, if you feel you got something.
No. Now that I've started on a roll, now I'm just stuck looking at this fucked up shit. I'm gonna pull myself out of this soon enough. It's just like looking at it. There's a sort of disbelief, like, holy fuck, how much does the human body take?
Oh,
God damn.
I don't even want to think about it. You know, it's funny. Peter Moon brought up how do you poke somebody's eye out, basically, is what Peter Moon was saying. How do you punch somebody or hit somebody like in football and their eye pops out? I mean, that is pretty hard to imagine, but it does happen.
You would have had to hit somebody near the orbital socket hard enough to the point where the amount of pressure dislodges the eyeball.
Right, and that doesn't normally happen.
Doable.
It's doable, but it doesn't normally happen. We would see it a lot more in boxing. It sounds almost unbelievable, or that the guy did something horrific, like the guy, like, you don't even see that in Ultimate Fighting very much, but it does happen. Where you see it most is automobile accidents or plane accidents or something, where you get like some rebar goes through the guy's skull and then the eyeball pops out, and that happens actually a lot in accidents. So you do, first responders see that sort of thing. But yeah, that being said, okay, now that we've had our...
One of the reasons why I don't drive.
Yes.
Fuck that shit. And it's not to say that you're any safer if a car plows into you and you're walking. But at least I'll take my chances trying to run as fast as possible out of the way.
Right. Now that was I don't even want to dwell on this, and I shouldn't. It just sounds perverse.
I think I'll just drive around in a fucking tank. Fuck it.
Yes. Yeah. What was that you saw? It was basically Jameson was talking about the fact that, of course, you don't run across these things on normal search engines anymore. He had brought up a few search engines that had been apparently shut down. And then he said, "Oh, look, there's this place called iBlek." And then when he said, "Look at iBlek," and he provided a link, and there was some car accident where the fireman just walked up to the van. I guess it was an SUV or an SUV or a van. He opened up the door, and the person just kind of melted out of it. It was just I'm not quite sure what happened, but the person was compressed in such a way that their body essentially turned into like a tomato, where they just kind of like puree.
The body was just ripped in half.
It was like puree, but
everything just like slopped out.
Yeah, and have no idea what causes that, other than the compression between, I guess, the vehicles was such that. Anyhow, not to be dwelt upon. So there you have it. Now, you might say, of course, the same stupid questions are coming in now. Oh, can you drink blood and not have, some ability to look at this with detail? Okay, you eat meat, right, motherfucker? Does that mean you can stand looking at cows being fucking butchered? I mean, give me a fucking break. Most people eat meat and they can't stand to look at cattle, sheep, or other animals going through the slaughter process.
I've taken the time to look at that so I can know how my food is processed, and if I'm going to eat meat, I want to be able to see that stuff and not cringe at it. So it's like,
it's understandable.
Why not?
I think that people should appreciate the industrial process that delivers them their food. So yes, people should know about this sort of thing. And I think most people would acknowledge that they want to make certain that as a society that merciful slaughter is being conducted, etc., and that that it's hygienic, the entire industrial process, etc. So that's not neurotic. That's not unhealthy. So people should be aware of that sort of thing. But that doesn't mean that most of you could really stand to watch sausage being made, or twice ground meat through any detailed process of here's how they make hamburger or something. It's most people would find the processing distasteful. So just because I can take blood from a person in person doesn't mean I like to see people being butchered. So hopefully people understand that. I don't understand why this is so fucking hard to grasp. Why is this so hard to grasp for people?
I mean, apparently they think that, if you cut someone in half, all you're going to see is blood. There's more to it than that.
Yes, thank you.
There's other stuff you're going to see, and you're going to be like, holy fuck, that's in the human body too?
Yes.
What the fuck am I looking at?
There you go. It's that it's a confluence of bone and flesh and muscle tendon that gets very disconcerting. So how we got on this, I have no idea, but it's in keeping with certain elements of tonight. Well, I'm going to talk about something equally disgusting, the impeachment. And let's get started and get that out of the way. You might as well stay on with me, and you can chuckle. I want people to understand that the rioters got chillingly close. For those of you who don't comprehend, by the way, I've also had some input from people who were asking me about Officer Sicknick. Officer Sicknick was the man who was hit on the head with the, goddamn, what was it? The fire extinguisher. And he died at the Capitol riots, and they were asking how I could say that all these police officers did nothing at the Capitol riots except for Eugene Goodman, who was the black man who led the rioters away from Michael Pence and the other people that they were seeking to kill. Let me put it this way. Officer Sicknick got all the honors in the world. They pulled out all the plugs when they honored him with what effectively was a state funeral, as if he were a war hero. This is not to say that Sicknick didn't deserve that, but we don't know what Sicknick did. More than anything, Sicknick was a victim. Do you understand what I'm saying, Jameson? You understand what I'm saying? I mean, it was like
we're not sure.
Yeah.
I mean, we don't know if he was one of the policemen who said, "Oh, come on in, guys." We don't know.
Yeah. You know, I hate to bring that up.
It could be either way.
Yeah, I hate to bring that up, but potentially he could have been one of those policemen who actually opened the barriers for these motherfuckers. We don't know that, and I'm not saying that he did, but there was nothing that indicated he did anything specifically heroic. He was mostly in the way. And they got him out of the way by beating him down with a fire extinguisher and killing this poor bastard. That is, of course, horrific. It never should have happened. But it's like, other than that, the only thing we know about him is the poor guy died. So I don't get the impression he had any opportunity to do anything other than that. He just, poor bastard.
Yeah, I mean, we don't know how fast he died. It's like making a holy saint out of the first person who dies in a slasher movie.
Yes, thank you. It's like that. There's kind of like, you know.
But that's what America does. There's a pathology to it that's just absurd.
Yeah. Yes. Whereas with Eugene Goodman, we know he did something, and that's completely recorded, and it's verified by multiple witnesses, and he was honored as well. I mean, and he deserved those honors. He got to escort Kamala Harris, and hopefully has a career ahead of him. Yeah, we know for a fact he went out of his way to do something. And now,
and he was effective.
He was effective. And it's not that Sicknick was a coward, but we don't know what he did, and he just got in the way. This is it, and he died, and that's horrible. But remember, we all can die. We can all die like that.
I mean, look at one of the protesters who was a female who got trampled to death.
Yes, that's right. It's kind of like that.
It's like, okay, should we have a whole fucking state funeral for her for dying? Should we have a whole state funeral for the chick who got shot in the throat for dying, even though they're part of the problem?
Yeah, they were part of the problem. Yeah, they don't deserve anything, really. I will certainly say that.
Yeah, they got more or less what they deserved.
Thank you.
But having seen the footage of the guys storming the Capitol, I actually looked and I found the footage of the woman getting shot in the throat, and so I was able to find that much on it was like some documenting reality website, but unfortunately, after watching 4 videos, you have to pay them in Bitcoin. Go figure. Of all things, you can't even use fucking PayPal. You have to pay them in Bitcoin. You're fucking serious?
That's just weird. That's just fucking weird. I mean, that sketch alone. That alone is sketch.
That's sketch as fuck, man. So I'm starting to see how this Bitcoin thing is not necessarily a positive.
Thank you.
It's more or less just a way for people to milk you underground.
Yeah. It's yeah. Thank you. Anyhow, in terms of Sicknick, the way they phrase it is that he died defending the Capitol, and technically that's true, but it's still a stretch, really. He was just in uniform, and he was there. He was in uniform, and he was there, and they killed him because he was in the way. And it's what it is. But it's he got just an incredible response for just being there, and we still don't even know. For all we know, he could have like brought it on himself by being one of those fuckers taking selfies and shit until things got really out of hand. That whole thing was just anyhow. Those rioters got really close to their objective. They came just 58 steps away from fleeing senators and within feet of the hiding vice president. Mike Pence and his family would all be dead today if that black man, Eugene Goodman, hadn't led them all away. And so today's Senate impeachment proceedings, told horror stories. And they detailed just how close of a call the January 6th attack truly was. I mean, again, I cannot overemphasize this. They were just steps away. And the never-before-seen footage of the Capitol riot, which was shown during today's impeachment proceedings, revealed how chillingly close the insurrectionists got to lawmakers. Up until now, the second impeachment trial of Donald Trump has mostly been a big procedural squabble. But today, we had grainy security footage offering a visceral reminder of the stakes at hand. There is no defense. There's only complicity. Republican senators are shrinking before the eyes of the entire American empire. To understand what was at issue in the impeachment proceedings today, it helps to review video released yesterday by Senator Marco Rubio. Few Republican officials have more reason to hate former President Donald Trump than the defeated rival Trump so memorably nicknamed Little Marco. And he spelled little as Liddle on his tweets. Yeah, Little Marco. And Trump brutally bullied Rubio throughout the presidential primary campaign in 2015 and 2016. And over the 5 years since, Trump imposed one humiliation after another upon Rubio. Now it's rumored that Ivanka Trump intends to challenge Rubio for his Senate seat in 2022. But Rubio knows that Republican senators who defy Trump have a way of ending up as ex-senators, and so he abases himself again and again to defend Trump. He appeared on Fox News Sunday on January 24th, I think, to denounce this second impeachment trial as quote-unquote stupid. And in his February 9th video, a senator who often speaks out against authoritarian corruption in China, Cuba, and Venezuela, positioned himself as its apologist here at home, dismissing accountability for the January 6th attacks as a waste of our time. But here's the important thing, the big reveal. As he delivered his message, Rubio looked absolutely miserable. So watch it yourself and see what I mean. I was reviewing all this while, of course, the men, Jameson Reese and Peter Moon, were holding stage for me. Had one ear every once in a while on what was going on, but mostly doing what I could to review so I could provide analysis. I would say that Rubio looked equally miserable on Fox News Sunday. So, unlike so many of his fellow senators, Rubio has no double face. He has no guile and no game. His face displays his feelings. And he is feeling, well, if you look at the video, all I could say is this. And it's kind of like the eye black that Jameson and I were discussing, where you open up the crushed SUV and the person just, melts out like puree. Those feelings are not leading Rubio to do the right thing. He is already committed to do the wrong thing, as will so many other Senate Republicans. But he's not happy about it. He's angry about it. He knows he's being inscribed as one of the villains of American history, one of the saps and weaklings of the American present. Trapped, helpless, and embarrassed, he seethes with resentment about a predicament he cannot see a way to escape, and he is not finding it. There is no escape for him, and no escape for the other Republican senators in that same predicament. Today, the House impeachment managers made that predicament more inescapable and more agonizing. Over almost 8 hours, the House managers presented a detailed timeline of Trump's culpability for the January 6th attack. They showed how Trump started arguing in midsummer 2020 that any result other than his own re-election should be treated as a fraud and a steal. They showed the intensifying violence of his rhetoric on TV and Twitter through November and December, and they itemized how Trump repeatedly and forcefully summoned supporters to Washington on January 6th to stop the final certification of the vote in Congress. Then they played the minute-by-minute juxtaposition of Trump's words of incitement on the day of the attack with videos of the violence of supporters who told cameras again and again that they acted on Trump's orders, at Trump's wishes. They showed how Trump went silent as the assault unfolded, how he ignored supporters who pleaded with him to call off the attack or call out the National Guard. They quoted Trump praising and thanking the insurrectionists, even after he knew they had injured police officers, and repeating the big lie that had set the insurrection in motion, the big lie that he had somehow won an election that he had actually lost by 7 million votes. The remorseless, crushing power of the House managers' evidence, all backed by horrifying real-time audio and video recordings, shuttered any good faith defense of Trump on the merits of the case. The constitutional defense that it's impossible to convict a president if he leaves office between his impeachment and his trial was rejected by 56 senators yesterday, not least because it defies a quarter millennium. That's 25% of 1,000 fucking years of federal and state precedents, taking into account not only America's legal system, but the judiciary of the greater British Empire from which it inherited itself. There is no defense. There is only complicity, whether motivated by weakness and fear or shared by guilt. And the House managers forced every Republican senator to feel that complicity from the inside out. That feeling of complicity will not change the final outcome of this Senate trial. The weak will be no less weak for being shamed by their weakness. Those who share Trump's guilt will not cease to share it because that guilt has been blazed to the world. But at least the House case can restrict the personal and political options of the weak and the guilty. If a senator like Marco Rubio did not feel his world tightening around him, he would not look so haunted. The Republican senators are shrinking before the eyes of all America. They are all becoming little as L-I-D-D-L-E. They know it. They feel it. They hate it. But they cannot stop it. So impeachment is working, just not as the framers expected. There be twa things to expect. First, the Senate seems likely to acquit. Republicans have signaled they'll break in the former president's favor, leaving the 2/3 majority needed for conviction out of reach. But for those who think impeachment is broken, I offer the case against despair. Trump has 3 main post-presidential goals, and the forthcoming trial will it'll sever and possibly do lethal damage to all 3. In 2020, President Donald Trump withheld military aid from Ukraine, the nation that is at war with Russia and preventing Russia from invading all of Europe. to blackmail its president into fabricating dirt on Joe Biden. The House of Representatives impeached Trump for this act. The Republican Senate acquitted him. In 2021, Trump incited a mob of his supporters to attack this Congress in hopes of overturning his defeat in the presidential election. This act of incitement immediately followed Trump's attempts to mobilize election officials in Republican states to find votes to reverse in his favor the certified electoral outcome. The House of Representatives impeached Trump for this act too. The Senate seems certain to acquit him again. This pattern has pushed the decent among us to despair. Trump repeatedly commits impeachable offenses. The senators of Trump's party cult, his cultic red insurgency, sponsored by a hostile enemy empire, Russia, across the sea, repeatedly protects him. Does the impeachment remedy even function anymore? What can ever be achieved by undertaking this second trial after the first? Is it not already confirmed that the partisanship counts for everything and constitutional accountability for nothing? So, here be the case against all despair. The impeachment remedy is not dead. It remains extraordinarily powerful, just in ways different from those imagined by the authors of the Constitution. There have been 4 presidential impeachment processes since 1787. None has ever resulted in removal. But all 4 had seismic political consequences. Andrew Johnson was not removed in 1868, but he was not renominated either, and failed to gain the second term he so desperately wanted. Richard Mulhouse Nixon was not removed in 1974. He resigned amid an immense scandal. William Jefferson Clinton was not removed in 1998. Instead, the Clintons became the first administration since Reconstruction to gain congressional seats in the 6th year of its term. His chief opponent, House Speaker Newt Gingrich, resigned instead, as did Gingrich's presumptive successor, Bob Livingston, who confessed to an extramarital affair all his own. This is where an unjust impeachment actually backfired. Donald Trump was not removed in 2020, but he lost the presidency. And his Red Russo collaborationist insurgency party lost control of the Senate. Impeachments were designed as ways to remove corrupt federal officials. That function has mostly gone dormant, replaced by the operations of federal public integrity law enforced by the Department of Justice. Each month, DOJ, or Department of Justice, announces actions. In some 24 cases, recent announcements include the conviction of a former mayor in the federal territory of Guam on extortion charges and a former border officer on bribery charges. But what impeachment can do in the modern era, the postmodern era, is send a powerful signal to the public about the gravity of certain cases. When the House impeaches, it declares, "We believe we have exited normal politics. We believe we are dealing with a true emergency." It elevates the president's abuse over all other congressional business. Impeachment empowers the House to force an issue onto the agenda of the slower-moving Senate. Impeachment changes the calendar of politics. Impeachment concentrates and clarifies issues. Impeachment compels senators to take a public stand one way or the other, convict or acquit. Because impeachment is such an extraordinary act it is also profoundly risky to its proponents. As Peter Moon was saying, he of course taking the opposite side of the aisle in where his politics stand in comparison to mine. If done wrong, it will rebound upon the impeachers, as Clinton's impeachment rebounded upon Gingrich and the House Republicans. In 1998, a substantial majority of the American people rejected the Republican impeachment case against Bill Clinton. After the House approved articles of impeachment, Clinton's approval jumped to a new high of 73% in a CNN/USA Today/Gallup poll, and approval of Republicans tumbled to 31%. Even the fiercest partisans sense those risks. That's why impeachment does not happen promiscuously. Ronald Reagan was not impeached for Iran-Contra. George W. Bush was not impeached after Democrats won the House and Senate in 2006. Barack Obama was not impeached despite the fervor of the Tea Party Republicans who took the House in 2010 and the Senate in 2014. The Trump impeachment, by contrast, was supported by a consistent, if narrow, majority. 70% of Americans condemned Trump's attempted extortion of Ukraine's government to aid his re-election in the middle of their war to prevent Russia from invading Western Europe. Trump and his supporters hoped and trusted that impeachment would backfire in 2020 as it had in 1998. Pro-Trump pundits confidently predicted that it would backfire. Those pro-Trump hopes were disappointed. The process began and ended with most Americans accepting that Trump had committed impeachable offenses and that he deserved to be removed from office for those offenses. None of this sufficed to force the Senate's hand and end Trump's term prematurely. But it did frame the 2020 election as a referendum on Trump's wrongdoing above all, and deconstructed in advance the false claim that Trump lost re-election only because of his callous bungling of the COVID-19 crisis. Trump's acquittal only postponed his political reckoning. It did not avert it. Interestingly, this truth is perceived more clearly by Trump cultists than by Trump critics. Mark Hemingway, one of Trump's most unwavering defenders in print media, wrote for Real Clear Politics on February 4th. Well, the points he made were two that stick with me. The first being that by the numbers, Joe Biden is president of the United States because he won the swing states of Arizona, Georgia, and Wisconsin by a combined total of some 43,000 votes. But he also owes his victory to the groundwork laid by Democrats and their media allies 1 year before during the first impeachment of Donald Trump over his supposedly strings-attached demand that the Ukrainian government investigate alleged corruption involving Biden's son, Hunter Biden, in time of war against the Russian Empire. And secondly, that the first impeachment failed to oust Trump from office, but it helped secure the White House for Joseph Biden, the father of that son, whom our president at the time was blackmailing a nation at war on the front lines against the Russian threat to the world, that they try and frame his son. Hemingway intended to complain that Trump suffered some unfairness by being held to account. But the reason for such complaints is precisely that those on the receiving end of a popular impeachment feel the crushing power of this remedy, even when the impeachment does not end in conviction of the accused president. In 2020, Trump could at least count on support from a majority of Republicans. Not in 2021. This time, only 36% of Republicans, the real Russian insurgents, the true white trash cultists of the anti-gods, agreed that Trump did nothing wrong, down from the 56% of Republicans who said so last time. Yes, Trump can probably still expect a second acquittal in this 2021st year of our Lord. But Trump has three main post-presidential goals, and the forthcoming trial will severely and possibly do lethal damage unto all three of them. Trump's maximal post-presidential goal is to position himself for a comeback run in 2024. Failing that, Trump would like to demonstrate that, president or not, he remains the dominant force within the Republican Party, a Putin-appointed cult leader surpassing all others. Failing even that, Trump would, at a minimum, like to prove that he remains a potent enough figure to frighten away federal and state prosecutors from investigating his business for tax and bank fraud. The second impeachment in the House has already complicated all these goals. The second trial in the Senate will complicate these goals even further. The political world is already witnessing demonstrations of Trump's ebbing impunity within his own party. 10 Republicans voted in the House to impeach. 5 Republicans voted in the Senate to proceed with the trial. 2/3 of the House caucus rejected Trump's urgings to remove Representative Liz Cheney from leadership for her vote to impeach. Republicans, sadly, are not willing to unite to repudiate Trump, but they are not exactly uniting to exonerate him either. In his legal briefs, Trump has argued that he was justified in his attempt to overturn the 2020 election. State Republicans may want to acquit Trump on technicalities. He will not consent to that. It's his way to implicate everybody around him in his worst behavior. Will he compel Senate Republicans to disassociate themselves from him? Or will they succumb to the trap set by Nancy Pelosi and the House Democrats, who are trying to identify all Republicans with the bigoted conspiracizing of QAnon and the violent sedition of January 6th? The trial presents many hazards for both Trump and his party, and the odds are good that they will emerge from the trial exposed and weakened. The framers of 1787 modeled the House of Representatives on the colonial assemblies they knew so well. With the Senate, however, they were not so sure of what they were doing. In some ways, the Senate recalled the British House of Lords. In the 1780s, the House of Lords often functioned as a Supreme Court, the final arbiter of the law. That was the inspiration for locating the power to try impeachments in the Senate. In other ways, the Senate derived from 18th century understandings of how the Roman Senate had worked. That's where the U.S. Senate's advise and consent functions comes from. So much was uncertain about this new legislative invention, but the framers did seem to expect that the Senate would function somehow apart from and above ordinary politics. They got that buttfuck wrong. Any hope that the Senate would try impeachments with the detachment and objectivity of a court of law went out the window a very long time ago. Impeachment itself is politics, and an impeachment trial is politics too. Politics will dissuade the necessary 17 Senate Republicans from voting for Trump. Politics will acquit him. But that's not the same thing as rendering the impeachment useless or the trial a Trump victory. A criminal trial is binary, guilty or not guilty, punishment or release. Politics offers a much wider range of outcomes. The Senate does not have to vote to disqualify Trump to destroy his future political prospects. It does not have to convict him on the impeachment charge to signal state and federal prosecutors that it's safe to proceed against private citizen Trump, that ex-President Trump has forfeited some large measure of the deference normally extended to former presidents. Trump won't be scotched. He will be marked. That will not be justice, but it may be enough. The second thing to expect is that the president's defense will likely center on the First Amendment. Specifically, Team Trump may arguist that to disqualify Trump from holding future office would essentially amount to punishing him for speaking his mind. That is wrong. Instead, Trump's impeachment trial offers a chance to seize the initiative on the future of free speech. Freedom of speech does not mean what Trump's cultists want it to mean. The First Amendment does not limit the removal and disqualification powers conferred on Congress by the Constitution. Front and center in former President Donald Trump's defense this week will be the argument that convicting him and disqualifying him from holding future office would violate his First Amendment rights, that it would essentially amount to punishing him for speaking his mind. His new lawyer, David Schoen, has warned that convicting Trump is putting at risk any passionate political speaker, which is against everything we believe in this country. That is wrong. Even if the First Amendment protected Trump from criminal and tort liability for his January 6th exhortation to the crowd that later stormed the Capitol, it has no bearing on whether Congress can convict and disqualify a president for misconduct that consisted in part of odious speech that rapidly and foreseeably resulted in deadly violence. To start, let's examine how breathtaking Trump's argument is. His advocates are relying on the 1969 Supreme Court case Brandenburg versus Ohio, which held that the First Amendment prohibits criminal liability for advocating violence that is not imminent. According to their theory, Congress could not impeach, convict, remove, or disqualify a president who, like Clarence Brandenburg, spracketh at a Ku Klux Klan rally in a white hood, advocated violence, employed the word nigger repeatedly in declaring that African Americans should be forcibly deported back to Africa, and proclaimed that the Jew should be sent to Israel. Nor, under Trump's argument, could Congress use its powers if the same president burned an American flag on national television to demonstrate contempt for the country he or she had been chosen to lead. Nor could Congress use its powers if the same president wore a swastika while leading a Nazi march through a Jewish neighborhood. These supposed limitations on Congress's powers are not merely contrary to common sense. They are there sans any basis in law itself. Courts have held that none of these activities can constitutionally be criminalized. But as the University of Missouri law professor Frank Bowman exhaustively demonstrated in his articles published in the Atlantic magazine circa 2019, the year before yesteryear, the impeachment, conviction, removal, and disqualification powers of Congress do not require that the president or any other federal official has committed any crime. The phrase high crimes and misdemeanors, which Article 2, Section 4 of the Constitution declares impeachment, conviction, removal, and disqualification to remedy, dates back to 1386. As the nation's founders knew, that term had been used repeatedly for 400 years to remove and disqualify officials for heinous conduct that was committed while in office but was not a crime. Exempli gratiae. In a celebrated instance, Massachusetts removed its Chief Justice in 1774 for accepting a royal salary, an act that was politically disloyal but not a crime. In 1788, James Madison told the Virginia Ratifying Convention that abusing the pardon power, also not a crime, would be impeachable. In Federalist number 65, Alexander Hamilton likewise wrote that the abuse or violation of the public trust would be impeachable. And in the more than 200 years since the Constitution was ratified, multiple officials have been impeached, convicted, removed, and disqualified for official conduct that was heinous but not criminal. Indeed, President Andrew Johnson was impeached, and President Richard Nixon would have been impeached and convicted on certain counts that did not allege any crime. So while the First Amendment might protect a former president from criminal and tort liability for his speech, that same speech can still demonstrate his abuse or violation of the public trust, warranting conviction and disqualification by the Senate. But there is yet another reason why the First Amendment is no defense against impeachment, and that is that a central object of the Constitution was to restrain a government leader who was a demagogue. And essential to being a demagogue is engaging in passionate political speech. In the first Federalist paper, Hamilton wrote, "History will teach us that of those men who have overturned the liberties of republics, the greatest number have begun their career by paying an obsequious court to the people, commencing demagogues and ending tyrants." And he reiterated in Federalist number 85, the last Federalist paper, that a core aim of the Constitution was to prevent the military despotism of a victorious demagogue. Madison began drafting the Bill of Rights within months of the publication of Federalist number 85. In what became the First Amendment, Madison built and expanded on the protections already established in English common law. Nothing in that tradition, or in the congressional or ratifying debates on the Bill of Rights, suggested that protections for free speech precluded impeaching, convicting, removing, and disqualifying a senior public official who engaged in the very demagoguery the Constitution was designed to safeguard against. Accordingly, although the First Amendment's guarantee of freedom of speech limits the scope of permissible criminal prosecutions and tort suits, it does not limit any of the separate removal and disqualification powers conferred by the Constitution. The most frequently used of these powers is the President's right to remove senior executive officers, that is, those with administrative or policy-making authority. Every president has exercised this power, often in response to political speech in a policy statement the official had made that would be protected by the First Amendment from criminal and tort liability. No one would argue that a president cannot remove a senior executive officer for that officer's expression of political views, much less for odious expression that rapidly and foreseeably led to lethal violence. First Amendment freedom of speech, likewise, does not limit the Senate's historic role in the confirmation of senior federal officers. It's never been suggested, nor could it plausibly be, that the Senate cannot refuse to confirm an executive branch nominee on the grounds that the nominee previously made odious and dangerous statements. But under the view of Trump and his enablers, if such individuals made such statements after being confirmed, Congress could not use its impeachment and conviction powers to remove and disqualify them. How could the First Amendment permit the Senate to decline to confirm a senior officer based on prior odious, dangerous speech, but then preclude it from removing or disqualifying the same individual from making the same or worse statements while in office? There is no serious risk that Congress will abuse its removal and disqualification authority, particularly in the case of presidents. Presidential impeachments are exceptionally rare events, and in the 230 years of American history, none has yet resulted in any Senate conviction. That history confirms that Hamilton was correct when he predicted in Federalist number 66 that the requirement that 2/3 of the Senate support conviction would ensure that the security to innocence will be as complete as itself can desire. Congress plainly understands the gravity of its powers in this area and does not easily or lightly exercise them. Consider that on December 6th of 2017, a solution was introduced in the House to impeach then-President Trump. The resolution was based on his reference to very fine people in connection with the by then concluded violence, the human sacrifice conducted in Charlottesville, Virginia, and other statements the resolution characterized as conveying various forms of bigotry. The House rejected consideration of that resolution on the same day by voting 364 to 58 to table it. Now, most legal specialists would admittedly have probably voted with the majority, as those statements did not cause violence in and of themselves because they were spracketh after the fact, nor spark an attempt to obstruct the peaceful transfer of power, as there was no such transferal ongoing at the time. At least 4 things distinguish Trump's January 6th address in disambiguation from December 6th of 2017. First, it was made to a mob that he himself had called to Washington, D.C., and then instructed to march to the Capitol. Second, he employed words that foreseeably would cause and rapidly did cause violence, including, "If you don't fight like hell, you're not going to have a country anymore." His speech resulted in our nation's first non-peaceful transferal of power in all modern times, not just postmodern. Third, Trump, during his remarks, repeated lies he had been promoting for weeks about non-existent voter fraud. Even the First Amendment does not protect, quote-unquote, knowing lies that cause foreseeable violence that interferes with government functions and personnel from criminal or civil liability. Fourth, Trump's speech was part of a course of conduct to override the 2020 presidential election results outside the court system, which had already repeatedly rejected his machinations and maneuvers. That course of conduct included attempts to extort Georgia's Secretary of State to find approximately 12,000 more Trump votes to intimidate Vice President Mike Pence to violate the Constitution itself and refuse to count Biden electoral votes from 6 states, and to misuse the Department of Justice to subvert Georgia's electoral results. There is no legal or other basis for inventing unfounded obstacles to conviction and disqualification by Congress of a president for such demagoguery and other misconduct. To the contrary, there are important reasons not to disable Congress in that way. History shows that republics can perish when they give a potential authoritarian a pass without serious consequences. As the wise Justice Robert Jackson explained in his famous dissent in Terminio versus Chicago, circa 1949, the choice is not between order and liberty, it is between liberty with order and anarchy without either. To protect our republic, the Senate may and should convict and disqualify a president whose official misconduct included odious speech that rapidly and foreseeably caused lethal violence. When Donald Trump's second impeachment trial opened this week, the prosecution and defense spent much time debating whether it is unconstitutional to try a president no longer in office, a dodge Republicans seized upon to avoid taking responsibility for Trump's actions on January 6th and to avoid his wrath. With conviction now unlikely, the trial offers Democratic senators and the handful of open Trump skeptics among the Republicans a chance to engrave Trump's assault on the Constitution itself into the historical record. But the trial will also be a forward-looking political forum, a preview of how January 6th will figure in electoral competition between Democrats and Republicans, and among Republicans among themselves in the months ahead. Trump's attorneys and his acolytes have already made plain some of the political ground they prefer to fight on: the defense of the First Amendment. Impeaching Trump for mobilizing the January protesters with false claims about election rigging is one of Trump's own impeachment attorneys, David Schoen, told Sean Hannity on Fox News last week, is a very, very dangerous road to take with respect to the First Amendment, putting at risk any passionate political speaker. The initial 14-page brief that Schoen and his co-counsel Bruce Castor filed in Trump's defense mentions the First Amendment 5 times, aligning its arguments with the cancel culture protestation so prominent in conservative discourse. If the First Amendment protected only speech the government deemed popular in current American culture, it would be no protection at all. As a defense against the House's impeachment charge, however, the legal protections afforded by the First Amendment are largely irrelevant. The Constitution has designed impeachment as a political process, not a judicial one. What the House charges and what the Senate decides cannot be appealed to federal courts, for example, and the antiquated standard of high crimes and misdemeanors has been left to dangle for more than 200 years, sans any clear definition. In criminal law, Trump's incendiary speech on January 6th at the rally that preceded the assault on the Capitol raises the question of whether his words are prohibited by the very narrow incitement exception under the First Amendment. Free speech scholars disagree about whether he crossed the legal line, but at the impeachment trial, it doesn't, or rather shouldn't, even matter, since the First Amendment does not shrink the scope of the impeachment power or alter what conduct warrants a Senate conviction, as the House impeachment managers themselves so wrote in their trial memorandum, thereby quoting Keith E. Whittington, a Princeton politics scholar. There be no doubt that Trump's abuse of office, his lies about electoral fraud, his strong-arming of state election officials, including Georgia's Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger, his advocacy for unconstitutional interventions in the Electoral College, and, finally, his incitement of protesters to march on the Capitol itself, all warrant impeachment and conviction. The House prosecution brief prominently quotes Republican Representative Liz Cheney's emphatic judgment. There has never been a greater betrayal by a president of these United States of his office and his oath to the Constitution. Yet, when addressing Trump's prospective First Amendment defense, the prosecutors became more lawyerly and less persuasive. The House brief argues that rights of speech and political participation mean little if the president can provoke lawless action if he loses at the polls. It goes on to say that because Trump attempted to subvert the Constitution by trying to overturn an election, he carried out a direct assault on First Amendment rights, and so his conviction by the Senate would vindicate First Amendment freedoms. Well, this is a stretch. In any event, it would seem better and more consistent with liberal tradition to couple condemnation of Trump's incitement on January 6th with a confident argument to preserve robust free speech in the public square as an antidote to Trumpism, among other things. The brief's weakness on the First Amendment issue signals a loss of clarity among Democrats and liberals about the unqualified defense of free speech. Partly, this is because the serious emergency that Trump created after losing in November is proving difficult to enclose. Will Trump really be banned from all major social media platforms forever? On what ground? And on whose authority? What will be the consequences of corporate deplatforming policies for civil rights activists on the left, or for quickie offensive speakers on the culture's fringes? Less than 10% of Americans like QAnon. There we are. Okay, our man is providing myself some information here that I'm responding to. Okay. QAnon has been in the news a lot in recent weeks. Polling shows that many people at least partially blame it for the insurrection at the U.S. Capitol on January 6th, and it's a scary and dangerous conspiracy theory. But we should be clear that it truly is a fringe movement. True QAnon believers are a very small percentage of the population. Republicans should have little electoral fear of speaking out against QAnon in particular, even if certain conspiracy theories, such as falsely believing Donald Trump lost re-election only because of fraud, have become prevalent in so many circles. Yestermencies, last month, the NBC News poll asked voters whether they had positive, negative, neutral, or no views of QAnon. A mere 2% held positive views. The rest were either negative, 42%, neutral at 11%, or weren't sure or didn't know at 45%. Keep in mind, or bear in mind here, that this poll was taken after the U.S. Capitol insurrection, when many blamed QAnon for spreading misinformation that in part led to that event. The insurrection and other events over the last few months, including Trump's defeat in the November election, seem in aggregate to have made QAnon even more unpopular than it was. While the percentage who weren't sure or didn't know dropped from 56% in September to 45% in January, the positive views of QAnon went from 3% to 2%. Meanwhile, the negative views jumped from 30% to 42%. Neutral is still at 11%. This isn't like the false belief that President Joe Biden didn't win the election fair and square. Polls indicate that about 1/3 of Americans overall and around 3/4 of Republicans believe that lie. Now, it is possible that more people believe elements of QAnon even if they don't like QAnon itself. Additionally, it could be the case that some people are afraid to admit support for QAnon to an actual person. Last September, the Pew Research Center, using an online panel, asked people whether they had heard of QAnon and whether it was a good or bad thing for the country. This is a somewhat different question from the positive and negative question, but it gets at the same idea. A mere 9% of people said they had heard of QAnon and thought it was a good thing for the country. Another 35% said they had heard of it and it was a bad thing. The rest weren't sure of what it was or simply refused to answer. When we break it down by party, we do see that QAnon is somewhat more popular in Republican circles, of course. Even there, however, it's just 16% who have heard of QAnon and think it's a good thing for the country. A mere 3% of Democrats have heard of QAnon and think it's a good thing. More recent online polling has shown a similar percentage of people hold favorable opinions of QAnon. These numbers for QAnon are as a way of thinking, are in line with or even lower than some for conspiracy theories that have invaded Republican circles in recent years. During Barack Obama's presidency, some argued, quite falsely, that Obama was a Muslim. He's fucking Christian. When CNN asked Americans what religion Obama was in 2015, 29% of Americans said he was a Muslim. The plurality of Republicans, 43%, said he was a Muslim. Another conspiracy theory during the Obama administration that Trump and others adhered to was that Obama wasn't born in these United States. Of course, Obama is said to have been born in Hawaii, in disambiguation from Kenya. Of course, this belief was considered especially dangerous because you can't be president if you aren't a natural-born citizen. So the theory sought to delegitimize Obama and was pushed by a future president named Donald Trump. Among all Americans, 13% said Obama was born in another country, which technically he was, since Hawaii is an occupied kingdom that was forced into statehood, if he was born there. When undecideds were pushed, 20% of Americans in total said there was solid evidence or suspicion that Obama was born outside the United States. That jumped to 28% with Republicans. QAnon, however bad, is clearly not as widely believed. Perhaps it's best to look at one of the nuttier conspiracy theories of all time to show you just how few people believe in QAnon. Some people believe, falsely, that America faked the moon landing in 1969. A 2018 CBS News poll found that 10% of Americans think the government faked the moon landing. Put another way, there are about the same number of people, or even fewer, who like QAnon than there are people who believe America never put a man on the moon. The key in the next few months and years ahead is to make sure that as few people believe in QAnon as the polling indicates they do now. Gone unchecked, QAnon, like any conspiracy, could grow. As long as people fight back, Michael Aquino's legacy of QAnon will likely remain a fringe movement. There can be little doubt that policies which suppress Trumpian voices will eventually be used to suppress other voices, even before the 2020 election. DeRay McKesson, a Black Lives Matter activist who helped organize protests against the police killing of Alton Sterling in Louisiana, had been taken to court by a police officer who claimed that he was responsible for injuries the officer allegedly sustained in a rock-throwing incident, even though McKesson had not been involved in any violence himself. The Supreme Court returned the case to local courts without ruling on the First Amendment issues. It is not hard to imagine how red state and Trump-aligned prosecutors may exploit the fallout from January 6th to go after civil rights campaigners whose protests organized on social media turned violent because of invasive right-wing elements that will make certain that they do so, even if the violence is carried out by those white saboteurs or by fringe extremists, Russian provocateurs. President Biden and Democrats in Congress are preparing an aggressive regulatory and antitrust agenda aimed at social media and other tech companies, recognizing the democratic distortions created by their power. But the record of Democrats in this arena is poor. Over a decade or more, their light touch on antitrust and public interest regulation enabled the growth of the social media giants that now dominate our public square. Until now, Democrats have effectively lashed themselves to the corporate free speech policies of publicly traded corporations that face pressure to maximize shareholder value, and not necessarily the public interest. The voluntary actions taken by Facebook, Twitter, Google, Amazon, and other companies against Trump and his insurrectionist allies this winter did help contain a constitutional crisis. But the evolution of these corporate policies into a next-generation, privatized free speech regime that will shape elections in 2022 and 2024 should make every citizen queasy, given what we have seen on the largest platform since 2016. Twitter has announced a permanent ban on Trump's world-bending @real Donald Trump account on the ground that allowing Trump to tweet risked inciting further violence, which runs afoul of Twitter's 2019 world leaders' policies, whose very existence signals the nature of the platform's ambition and influence. Facebook, for its part, seeks to evolve its emergency interventions into sustainable corporate policies and has turned to its nascent oversight board for assistance. The board was created but yesteryear to perform free expression, or rather to promote free expression by making principled, independent decisions regarding content on Facebook and Instagram, and by issuing recommendations on the relevant Facebook company content policy. Last month, Facebook asked the board to decide whether to reinstate Trump's access to the platform. And Nick Clegg, Facebook's vice president for global affairs and communications, told National Public Radio this decision has great consequences for similar situations that may arise in the future elsewhere. That oversight board is made up of 20 scholars, activists, and journalists from more than a dozen countries, and includes such respected figures as Alan Rusbridger, the former editor of The Guardian, who bravely published Edward Snowden's revelations under intense pressure from the British government not to do so. Yet the membership list can read like a parody of the conspiracist black helicopter crowd's anxieties about unaccountable global governance. Whatever the board decides about Trump, its own legitimacy may attract as much scrutiny as its recommendations do. Facebook and Twitter have long sought to occupy a position of neutral permissiveness toward speech, as inspired by First Amendment principles. Yet their business models have also led them to surveillance and data mining practices that are completely incongruent with any civil liberties. But yester septimania, last week, Charlie Warzel and Stuart A. Thompson of The Times. The New York Times reported on a data set that they obtained from sources that tracks the movements of some 130 individuals who were inside the Capitol on January 6th. It isn't clear who collected this surreptitious information, as Warzel and Thompson called it. Phone and social media companies are among those that could have had access. The data showed where smartphones, and so potentially their owners, inside the building were, where they were inside the building at that time. Warzel and Thompson called the data set a demonstration of the looming threat to our liberties posed by a surveillance economy that monetizes the movements of the righteous and the wicked alike. Trump will be tried this week for his incitement of insurrection against the republic he swore to protect. as the House trial memorandum itself begins. In periods of national division and anxiety, such as this one, as the First Amendment scholar Geoffrey R. Stone narrates in his essential book entitled Perilous Times, Americans have repeatedly overreacted and suppressed dissent in ways that, in hindsight, seem hysterical or malign. There is certainly no reason to shrink from Trump's impeachment or conviction on free speech grounds, as the board of the American Civil Liberties Union has persuasively argued. After the trial, however, a path to politics and public policy that neither enables Trumpian assaults on voting and the Constitution itself, nor undermines the radical American experiment in free speech, will be very hard to find. It is necessary nonetheless. Now, in all of the afore articulated context, 'twas Trump's lawyers who lost the day. But before I cover them, I do want to say that one among the creepiest true crime tours in America is the Tucson Murders' True Crime Tours. The Tucson Murders True Crime Tours provide us historic crime investigation into forgotten lost crimes in Tucson, Arizona. These small private tours are hosted by the Mr. Baron Astenius, a true crime researcher and enthusiast who will personally take his thee to real historic crime locations related to these crimes in Tucson. Relive these events and hear the untold stories behind the stories. The Baron Ben specializes in the seemingly ever-developing case of the late serial rape killer Charles Howard Smitty Schmid Jr., alias the Pied Piper of Tucson, an aftermath tour, which you can find out more about by, going to visit theunfinishedman.com. where you can also find excerpts from the book entitled The Unfinished Man, or scenes from cinematic documentaries currently in production. But other cases, such as the strange case of Morris Brady, the Dr. George Marvin Tejerine case, and the Red Rapist are also within his repertoire, as in fact are all the crimes that shocked the Southwest throughout the 1960s, the very decade I myself entered this vale of tears. These devastating crimes stained a city so deeply, they may never be removed. So, make certain that you give a call to the Baron Ben Astenius. You can consult him, of course, without calling through the TucsonMurders.com. Simply spell Tucson out, Tucson, and put the word "the" in front of it for the TucsonMurders.com, or telephone the Baron Ben personally to privately guide your tour at 1-520/323-3406. That's 1520-323-3406. As well, don't forget to subscribe to the Man of the Soil YouTube channel, where, of course, you'll know you're in the right place when you see the young Caucasian blonde lady with the set of pins behind that, the rack behind that green t-shirt she's wearing that says Ace Hardware. And, of course, after that, you can witness the Baron Ben Astenius himself cruising in his sprint car across the AstroTurf, which he recommends for any lawn, to provide yourself a lawn you never have to water or mow. And after that, you can take a look at the prize footage of Ben Astenius's business, the landscape architecture being, laid to ground by the men in brown that he imports from behind the Great Trump Wall, to provide yourselves in your front and back or side yards with the greatest show on dirt. That's at the Man of the Soil YouTube channel. Forget not to subscribe and avail yourself of the services in the Four Corners region, or even Southern California, of Ben Astenius, who says we love LA And you can find a young man pretty much singing that tune on his channel as well. Now, in terms of Trump's lawyers having already lost the day, this is going to take some time, but provides us a lesson, and if no lesson be learned, at least morbid entertainment. The slovenliness of Trump's legal team threatened to deprive senators of their face-saving excuse. The words. The mob was fed lies. They were provoked by the president and other powerful people, and they tried to use fear and violence to stop a specific proceeding of the first branch of the federal government which they did not like. That's what Republican Senate leader Mitch McConnell had to say on January 21st. McConnell, of course, did not rise to the leadership of the Senate Republicans by speaking idly. If he feels that Donald Trump incited a riot with the specific purpose of thwarting the 2020 election, so do many other Republican senators as well. That belief is the danger facing Trump at this impeachment trial. Here is his opportunity. Those same Republican senators who know Trump is guilty also desperately wish to avoid convicting him. They are seeking an escape route. And that's what Monday's proceedings were intended to provide those queasy senators. The intended escape route was the argument advanced by Trump's attorneys in their briefs that the Constitution does not authorize the Senate to hear impeachments of former officials. Once an official resigns, or once that official's term expires, they so sayest, impeachment expires too. Senator Rand Paul moved a vote on that claim on January 26th. The vote lost 55 to 45, with 5 Republicans joining the majority, but 45 senators would more than suffice to protect Trump from conviction. The route was thus mapped. And so, Monday, opening this work week on the first day of the formal proceedings, Trump's attorneys were supposed to organize the exit. Only Trump's lawyers royally fucked up. Trump's lawyers really royally fucked up. Humiliatingly badly fucked up. World historically fucking fucked up. They delivered 2 of the worst speeches ever delivered on the Senate floor. One vapid and meandering, the other belligerent and self-contradictory. The quality of the speeches won't make us any difference to the outcome of the trial, of course. The senators who will vote to acquit Trump are not voting because they are convinced of his innocence. They are voting because they are fucking scared. And it will take us more than an ill-prepared and ill-mannered legal team to unscare them. But the quality of the speeches makes a difference in another respect. It's not just Trump, and not even primarily Trump, who is on trial in the Senate this week. The partisans who enabled Trump are facing a trial all their own. What they desperately crave is a face-saving excuse for one final round of enabling. The stupid slovenliness of the Trump legal team on Monday, however, threatened to deprive senators of that face-saving excuse. As he so often has, Trump is making Republicans in Congress eat dirt. And eat their dirt without even the seasoning of plausible believability. It's just raw, dry dirt. Pure in all its dirtiness. Trump's attorneys needed to hammer home the argument that when Trump's presidency expired, so did the House impeachment. They needed to argue that the Senate cannot try, much less convict, an ex-president. On their way to that argument, Trump's legal team faced a number of bumps. The bumpiest bump of them all is a precedent from the Ulysses S. Grant administration that I have so thoroughly referenced in the past 2 transmissions preceding the latest. Grant's Secretary of War, William Belknap, was accused of corruption. Belknap resigned. The House impeached him anyway. The Senate debated whether a trial could proceed against a former official and ultimately decided that it could. Belknap was not convicted in the Senate, but the precedent established in 1876 would seem to apply to Trump in 2020, and to apply all the more strongly given that Belknap had resigned before the House impeached him, whereas Trump was still in office when he was impeached the second time. Team Trump's approach to the Belknap precedent can be summed up as, Belknap? Bell who? His name and case went completely unmentioned by either of Trump's attorneys on the very day designated for dealing with the precedent Belknap bequeathed them. Trump's first consul, Bruce Castor, seemed lost in vapors of his own making. His head stuck so far up his own ass he was high on his own fumes. But Trump's second and more lucid lawyer, David Schoen, seemed almost belligerent in his refusal to deal with the Belknap precedent. Schoen insisted again and again that a post-term impeachment trial was illegal, unconstitutional, immoral, unprofessional, ultra vires, and possibly even ultraviolet, and yet never once mentioned that one such trial had already happened and been accepted by the Senate at the time as valid. Can you just close your eyes and clap your hands for Tinkerbell to make us that precedent go away? Yes, said Trump team. Yes, said Team Trump. Yes. Meanwhile, the House managers presented a learned case based in history, establishing that the authors of the state and federal constitutions of the 1780s agreed that an impeachment begun when an official held office could be continued if it was not yet finished before that official left. The House managers quoted the debate over Belknap and other precedents, all underscoring the words of former President John Quincy Adams, "I hold myself, so long as I have the breath of life in my body, amenable to impeachment by this House for everything I did during the time I held any public office." When today's passions subside, and the law professors of the future review the record, the decision will be unanimous that the House managers easily won the day, especially because the Trump team, Team Trump, acted as if it did not know what day it was. From the point of view of vote counting, Team Trump's ineptitude will not much matter. Most Republicans in the Senate will vote for anything to protect Donald Trump. Only one, Bill Cassidy of Louisiana, switched his vote to affirm that a former president could be tried, joining the 5 other Republican senators who had voted that way on the earlier measure. From other points of view, however, Team Trump's ineptitude will matter very much, almost no matter what happens in the trial. At least 34 Republicans will vote to acquit Trump, but most would prefer not to look like utter hacks and fools in the process. Give us something to make our votes look decent, they must wish. But their wish on Monday was refused. In humiliating themselves, Trump's attorneys humiliated the senators who will ultimately have to approve of their work and adopt it as their own point of view. The goal of Mitch McConnell and the other less Trumpy Senate Republicans is to begin at once to put maximum distance between themselves and the least popular one-term president in the history of polling. Trump cost his party its majority in the House in 2018, its hold on the presidency itself in November of 2020, and its majority in the Senate in January of 2021. Trump was unpopular throughout his presidency, and he is becoming more unpopular in retrospect as the Biden administration manages the pandemic better than Trump did. Trump's unpopularity explains why senators such as Marco Rubio express such resentment and bitterness at being entrapped into defending him. But Trump will not allow himself to be distanced. His team's sorry defense at the impeachment trial binds Republican senators more closely to Donald Trump. The constitutional argument promised by Trump's advocates was smashed to pieces by the superior argument and evidence of the House managers. Having lost that round, Trump's lawyers and the Republican senators must now confront the actual damning proof of Trump's culpability for the attack on the Capitol on the 6th of January. They will try to close their eyes to that too. But the 56% majority that wants Trump convicted, that majority of the country will see it all. What looks like incompetence by Trump's legal team may be better understood as contempt for the process. Trump's impeachment trial representatives refused to seriously engage with the constitutional issues at hand. About 5 minutes into his argument but yesterday, the first day of the second impeachment trial of Donald Trump, Bruce Castor, one of the former president's attorneys, asked the senators before him to picture a married couple in a car. When you're driving down the street and you look over at your wife and you say, "Hey, you know what? That guy's about to drive through a red light and kill that person." Castor, like castor oil, waved a pointed finger at the senators. "Your wife can testify to what you said because even though it's technically hearsay, it's an exception because it's an event living through the person. Why? No opportunity for reflective thought." Castor was, perhaps, providing an opportunity for some reflection himself, if of a confused kind. Was Trump the person driving the car or the guy running the red light? Or was the hazardous driver the mob at the Capitol on January 6th? But then who was the wife? Would Melania Trump be testifying? The question of witnesses hasn't yet even been settled. Did an observation about the rules of hearsay testimony bear on the question actually before the Senate yesterday, namely whether that body had jurisdiction to hold an impeachment trial even after Trump's term had ended? Not in any discernible way. Did this tale of traffic-related tragedy speak to any aspect of Trump's defense against the charge that he incited an insurrection? If so, the nation is in for a strange few days as Trump's defense unfolds, or rather unravels. The trial will go forward. Yesterday evening, the Senate voted 56-44 that it does have jurisdiction. That outcome was not much of a surprise in and of itself. 2 weeks ago, in a procedural vote, 55 senators voted to kill a motion put forward by Rand Paul, Republican of Kentucky, arguing that the trial was unconstitutional and therefore had to be stopped. That number included 5 Republicans: Susan Collins of Maine, Lisa Murkowski of Alaska, Mitt Romney of Utah, Ben Sasse of Nebraska, and Pat Toomey of Pennsylvania. Bill Cassidy of Louisiana joined them yesterday. He told reporters that he had found the presentations by Castor and his co-counsel, David Schoen, to be disorganized and random. Perhaps after such debacles as Rudy Giuliani's Four Seasons Total Landscaping press conference, the poor quality of Trump's legal representation should not be much of a shock. At a certain point, though, what looks like incompetence may be better understood as total contempt for the process itself. Neither Castor nor Schoen bothered to seriously engage with the House managers' case. Castor at times came close to babbling. Would it interest the senators that his parents had a record of the speeches of the late Senator Everett Dirksen that they played for Little Bruce? Did the senators even still know what records are? Schoen tossed out disconnected pieces of legal jargon in angry tones. For example, he claimed that the case against Trump had to be dismissed because of Nancy Pelosi's intentional abandonment or waiver of jurisdiction. If the House ever acquired jurisdiction, the House acquired the jurisdiction to impeach Trump, who was at the time a sitting president under Article 1 of the Constitution, mind ye. The House managers prosecuting the case against Trump had come with comprehensive responses to what the Republicans were pretending were legitimate constitutional misgivings. Jamie Raskin of Maryland, the lead manageress, argued that when it came to impeachment, there was no secret January exception hidden away in the Constitution, as Trump's defense had suggested. Otherwise, an outgoing president would have something like free rein in the last few weeks of a term, giving an incentive to act in desperate ways to hold on to power. As David Cicilline of Rhode Island, another of the managers, so put it, adopting a January exception would not only excuse the past, but set a pattern for the future. Raskin reminded the senators what such desperation could look like by means of an almost 14-minute-long video replaying some of the scenes of January 6th. From Trump telling his supporters at a rally that they should head to the Capitol, he said that he would go with them, of course, but of course did not. To the mob entering the Senate chamber, searching for lawmakers, and attacking and killing, murdering police officers. Raskin was in the Capitol that day for the official tallying of the electoral votes, even though he was still in mourning for his own son, who had recently died. One of his daughters and his son-in-law had to come with him, and when the mob entered the complex, he said he feared that he would lose them too. There is a precedent for impeaching an official after he has left office, as I have said. In 1876, the House impeached William Belknap, who had been the Secretary of War, even though he had hurriedly resigned from his post in an effort to escape that very judgment. But, as Raskin noted, the question with Trump is simpler than that. It is undisputed that we have impeached him while he was president, he said. The House approved its article of impeachment on January 13th, a week before the inauguration, but the majority leader at the time, Mitch McConnell, declined to bring the Senate back into session to deal with it immediately. So Raskin noted, there can be no doubt that this is a valid and legitimate impeachment. The Constitution gives the Senate the power to try all impeachments, and all means all. After Raskin spracketh, Joe Negushe of Colorado, the youngest representative to serve as an impeachment manager, he being but 36 years of age, younger than myself for sure, filled out the argument. He made a point of quoting conservative legal scholars, including a co-founder of the Federalist Society, who agreed with the manager's constitutional interpretation. Negushe also walked the senators through the historical context for the framers' conception of the impeachment power. Both he and Raskin made note of the then well-known case of Warren Hastings, a British former governor of Bengal, who was impeached after leaving office and was being tried in Britain as the framers were writing the Constitution. Because the framers drew on concepts in British common law, such citations are commonplace in discussions of constitutional interpretations. For Castor, however, the references were the spark of, well, for yet another odd reverie. I can't believe these fellows are quoting what happened pre-revolution, as though that's somehow of value to us, he said. A minute earlier he had extolled the ancient Senate of Greece, sitting in Athens. And Castor continued, we left the British system. If we're really going to use pre-revolutionary history in Great Britain, then the precedent is we have a parliament and we have a king. Is that the precedent that we are headed for? Of course it is not. If it bothered Castor when, a bit later, his teammate Schoen began citing the history of Anglo-American jurisprudence, he certainly refrained from speaking up. Schoen had his own contradictions, of course. Pelosi had not sent the impeachment to the Senate quickly enough, he claimed. But the Democrats had also engaged in a rush to judgment. He was willfully oblivious to the role that impeachment plays in the constitutional order, arguing that the regular criminal justice system should be left to deal with misdeeds late in a president's term, and in a scrambling of the timeline, that Biden's election victory in November of 2020 was the proper redress for Trump's outrageous actions in January of 2021. Separately, he argued that an impeachment conviction would disenfranchise the people who voted for Trump. Instead of dealing with the Belknap precedent, he claimed that the idea that an official would resign in an attempt to avoid the consequences of an impeachment was a far-fetched, complete canard. He furiously accused Trump's critics of being driven by base hatred. What they wanted, he said, was for Trump to be canceled. If by that he meant that Trump is at risk of being barred from future office if he is convicted, then Schoen's problem is not with this trial, but with the Constitution itself. And there were indications that Schoen's problem is with the Constitution itself. He said that the framers' wariness of mobs and potential dictators, which the managers had cited in a pre-trial brief, was really just evidence of their elitist political view. The president's argument on the question of jurisdiction was, in short, messy, bitter, and at times incomprehensible. At one point, Castor lashed out at Ben Sasse, but exactly what he was trying to say about the senator was hard to tell. It had something to do with Nebraska being quite a judicial thinking place. Bill Cassidy wasn't the only Republican senator who expressed his disappointment, although he was the only one to change his vote. After all, many Republicans had been counting on Castor and Schoen to make their opposition to impeachment look like the product of substantive constitutional deliberations rather than an attempt to cover for Trump's ass. His orange pumpkin ass. Lindsey Graham of South Carolina said of Castor thereafter, "I thought I knew where he was going. I really didn't know where he was going. Through a red light, maybe. Barreling straight for a judicial thinking place?" In his presentation, Schoen himself said, "I can promise you that if these proceedings go forward, everyone will look bad." Well, not everyone. Well, such being said, before I go into Asian Lunar New Year for the rest of tonight, I'd like to remind all yourselves that my lovely manager, Selena Khan, with English as a second language, wrote out something for me that is always precious to me, and it's phrased in such a way that I can only paraphrase it. And so let me begin to paraphrase that now. And of course this requires that I go back in Messenger to basically scroll up a little bit. Thank God that our man Jameson and myself don't waste too much time exchanging messages to each other. That way I can always find this fundraiser. So, I remind everyone that I am forever grateful, reading from Selena Khan's script. I am forever grateful to everyone for their donations and contributions. Words simply cannot describe my appreciation and my gratitude. But I just wanted to emphasize a little bit about my GoFundMe. As everyone knows by now, the cause of my GoFundMe campaign is that I do need and must change my current YouTube recording studio setting, as in my computer, the headset and recording devices, lighting fixtures, soundproofing my room, so on and so forth. As she says, presenting 2 nights a week live transmission to you, all my beautiful lovers, as she so expresses it, that in itself being so precious. Matter of fact, I better qualify that lest people ring that the wrong way. Obviously, it's not a term I myself would use, and yet it's a term that perhaps, because I use the term love often enough, she felt was appropriate, which in and of itself is just beyond adorable. So, allow myself to ramble for a bit like Castor, and basically say that we're coming to the eye-rolling part of this little script she wrote for me, where she says, presenting 2 nights a week live transmission to you, all my beautiful lovers out there, from my city to all around the world, is the only life that I have. Yeah, God forbid. And you are all my true motivation for my work. I would be no one without all of you by my side, from the closest to the farthest. Well, certainly I wouldn't be what we know today, someone who triggers the enemy into massive response when I'm barely even heard of. Hopefully after the book is published and my name, of course, per force of circumstances, it becomes a little more well-known. Their paroxysms of rage will drive themselves to mass suicide like lemmings into the sea. However, many years of use, all my studio equipment is beyond obsolete now. Therefore, I have created this GoFundMe fundraising account for donations to update my studio, and this campaign has time limitations. In my case, my GoFundMe campaign, entitled Urgent Contribution, will expire next month. At this point, I urge everyone, please become a contributing member of my mission, my work that I do as a public informant to bring truth to this world, to those who be seeking truth. Again, to everyone, I am in dire need of studio equipment upgrade. Please contribute/donate between now and next month. My blessings be unto all. With that having been said, of course, my own GoFundMe has more sober reasoning and rationale, impacted by both mechanical and psychological injuries that be catastrophically chronic in nature. I am enrolled in the 250% Working Disabled program, wherein disabled individuals like myself be required by law to work so long as our income is maintained at less than 250% of the federal poverty level. Meaning we earn less than 250% above the federal poverty level to thereby become eligible for Medi-Cal via paying our monthly premiums based on net countable income. This enables myself to receive the constant medical care I conditionally require to functionally survive. I meet the 250% WDP, or Working Disabled Program, requirements in turn by hosting this bandwidth transmission program, Critical Omissions. To continue my work, by which to literally maintain my very life, I must establish professional-grade in-home studios with the latest equipment to meet technological quality standards that will be adaptable to emergent systems technologies as they come online. And with that, I turn to all of you. And all of you are aware that my GoFundMe campaign is entitled Urgent Contribution and subtitled Professional Studio Supplies. So $300 are needed before the end of the month that I may purchase a new Yeti microphone, which is the only thing I got left that's really fucking broken, to the point where it could disable my ability to transmit at all. In other words, it could shut down a transmission. And actually has. We have one demonstrable episode of that, which was the day that I went on to actually host a remedial transmission the following day after the transmission had been forcibly ended by the microphone glitch being interpreted by the computer as an opportunity for it to upgrade its Microsoft systems. And that was, if I go back in the videos, that took place on, oh God, it says 2 weeks ago rather than giving a date. So that took place basically on January 25th of 2021. So you can go back to the January 25th episode to listen to the remedial episode. I want that episode to share an equal number, at least, with the number of viewers we've got on the after holidays and post-inaugural season critical omissions, which was transmitted again on January 25th. Do check that out. Make certain to upvote it and review it at your leisure. It's the 8-hour video, 8 hours and 22 minutes long, not the 11-hour video where I was on throughout the night with a lot of people buying me time until I could basically get my head out of my ass and talk about the civil religion of the United States as manifest in certain holidays we have, such as Martin Luther King Jr. Day and President's Day, as well as Flag Day, which remarkably enough no one seems to celebrate. And we will, and you will be exposed to the arc of narrative about how the year 2020 translated into 2021 over an exceptional holiday season that started with, oh God, it was before Thanksgiving, Halloween, going through Christmas and into Epiphany, and then the civil holidays of Martin Luther King Day, and what is the great once every 4 years civil holiday, Election Day, and inauguration. So I went through all of that in what, if I say so myself, was quite the arc of narrative, and one that you really should listen to appreciate, so and learn from. Obviously, I am functionally an educator, providing yourself lessons in civics you never received in school. And with that, of course, I will go on into the Asian Lunar New Year holiday narrative. All right, let me try and educate you as much as I can in that regard, so you get a sense of what we're talking about. In the meantime, let me check into the live stream first while I continue to hydrate myself, see what people are saying. Nobody said anything since Ray Leaf was in there, so everyone do go into the chat room and participate. Always appreciate it, and like to keep as many people as possible interactive. And that is, I want to thank all the people for the upvotes tonight to offset the trolls that came in. Good for all of you to overwhelm those little wankers who have nothing else going on in their lives than Douglas Dietrich. I'm proud to have picked up more and more cultists trying to attack me. It shows how desperate they truly are. Things are really changing in this world, and they know it. Their time is coming up. And as they themselves bring the nation-state into civil war, it'll ultimately be recognized by many that I'm the only one who can pull you out of this one. So, essentially, my advisements at this point in history will save you through the years to come. This dark, dark valley that this valley in the shadow of death, we all must walk through to reach the other side. All right, I'm going to take a look around some more and just kind of treat myself to a little bit of just searching the internet for any kind of other things that might need to be reported on. I don't really expect any. Let's see how much time we've got left going to the live stream. And we're close to 8 hours. 8 to 9, 9 to 10, 10 to 11, 11 to 12. We've got a little over 4 hours left. And want to thank all of the viewers who are with us as we live stream throughout the night. And very flattered that so many of you are so supportive. Then again, all of you get back into the chat room, interact a little bit. That, of course, helps. And then we'll have our man Jameson probably waking up soon enough to check in once again. Derek Talley might be returning home, and if Derek Talley is anywhere near his home, hopefully he'll let us know and join in at around that time. Anyhow, allow me to get some of this liquid in my system so that we can move on forward without my drying up on you. So, hate to have dead bandwidth. At the same time, can't be helped. Let's try and get myself together. This is basically, from this point forward, really I'm just enjoying myself. We are now in Chinese, rather Sino-VIºT, Lunar New Year Eve Day. So let me try and educate you a bit about Asian Lunar New Year. All right, basically this year it falls on February 12th, which is Friday, which makes today, Thursday, the New Year's Eve day. As a public holiday, Chinese people on the mainland of China, Communist China, get a week off, 7 days off from work from today, the 11th day in February, which was yesterday across the Pacific, across the international date line, through to the 17th, which will be the 18th this side of the international date line this year. The Chinese zodiacal sign is the year of the ox. This is the year in which the totemic animal, the year of the ox, under which both Adolf Hitler and Napoleon Bonaparte were both born. So, the Chinese New Year dates change every year. The Chinese New Year this year, as I said, Friday, February 12th, but the Eve Day is when people start to get their days off in China itself. Began effectively yesterday across the international date line, and the celebrations will effectively continue from New Year's Eve Day, which was yesterday in China, today, this side of the international date line. They continue for at least 16 days in total. So, just so you understand this, Asian Lunar New Year is over 2 weeks long in transition. Going back to the ancient agricultural days when the harvest festivals lasted that period of time. Domestic China trips are allowed in China, except for areas with medium or high risk of coronavirus. They really want everyone to stay home as much as possible this year. And of course, those who are interested in traveling to China, I don't understand why this year anyone would be. For the latest travel information, where you can travel and what you will need, you can go to China travel restrictions. Look that up. Or China expat travel and entry policy for expatriates like, Chinese people. Again, why anyone who has escaped communist China, why would you want to go back, would be the question to me. But you can look up China expat travel and entry policies at the China Travel Restrictions website. Now, again, the official holiday is 7 days. It is China's top family relaxation time for people to spend quality time with each other. The standard public holiday for the mainland is a full week, that stretches from New Year's Eve Day, which across the Pacific was yesterday, to day 6 of the Asian lunar calendrical New Year. Chinese people actually get the days off from what is technically till the 16th, but is really going to be on February 17th, which will be about the 18th this side of the international date line on our Gregorian calendars this year. So the traditional holiday period is far longer than even 16 days. It's actually 23 days. Traditionally, New Year activities started as early as 3 weeks before Chinese New Year's Eve. That's still the way it is in the deep country. You're talking about the really rural country folk start cleaning their houses from the 23rd of the 12th lunar month, which would have been February 4th of this year. And traditionally, the end of the Spring Festival, the Chinese New Year holiday, is the Lantern Festival, which would be the Chinese first month, month 1, day 15. And so this year, the Chinese New Year, just for all the rest of us, this side of the Pacific, February 12th. The public holiday, of course, as I've said, well, like I said, the festival celebration, it's not ended till the Lantern Festival, so that'll be February 26th this year. And so we've got a while yet. And the communist Chinese, being atheists, they don't refer to it by its religious festivities name as the Lunar New Year. They simply call it the Spring Festival. So that in China, you've got that starting on the 23rd day of the 12th lunar month of the Chinese calendar, lasting for about 23 days in much of China, out in the countryside, ending on the 15th day of the first lunar month in the following year in the Chinese calendar, similar to like something starting in December of yesteryear, stretching into early January of this year, kind of like what I said about that whole holiday season arc I was describing. That was so exceptional, a transformative process from 2020 to 2021, this particular point in history. And that is, of course, a public holiday, even in communist China still, even though they try and use a state rationalization that is non-theological in nature. It is still a day off for the general population, a week off, and schools and all schools and most businesses are closed. I'll get a little bit into that. So you might ask, well, what do people do with their time over there? Well, many people clean their homes to welcome the Spring Festival. They put up the red posters with poetic verses on their doors, Chinese New Year pictures on their walls, and they decorate their homes with red lanterns. It's also a time to reunite with relatives, so many people visit their families at this time of year, which is something the Chinese Communist government this year is attempting to discourage. In the evening of the Spring Festival Eve, many people set off fireworks and firecrackers, hoping to cast away any bad luck and bring forth good luck. So that's happening now throughout China and Taiwan and Vietnam and Burma and to an extent Japan. Children often receive luck money. Many people wear new clothes and send Chinese New Year greetings to each other. Various activities such as beating drums and striking gongs, as well as dragon and lion dances, are all normally part of the Spring Festival festivities. This year, of course, is going to be sadly lacking in many cases in all of those. In terms of public life, as I said, the Spring Festival is a national holiday in China. In Taiwan, of course, it's actually a religious holiday. Government offices will be closed. Schools, universities, and many companies are closed during this period from the Spring Festival Eve to the 7th day of the first lunar month in the Communist Chinese calendar. However, some enterprises, such as banks, often arrange for workers to be on shift duty. Public transport is available during the Chinese New Year period. In terms of a background, according to historical documents, on the day when Shun, who was one of the ancient China's mythological emperors, came to the throne more than 4,000 years agone, he led his ministers to worship heaven and earth. From then on, that day was regarded as the first day of the first lunar month on the Chinese calendar. This is the basic origin of the Chinese New Year itself. China adopted the Gregorian calendar in 1911 with the foundation of the Republic of Sun Yat-sen, from which both the communists and the nationalists derive their separate warring republics from. And so Chinese New Year was renamed the Spring Festival. But that's mostly a communist deal. Now, in terms of just trying to, how would I say this, drag out of my memory other aspects of this, I would say it's China's most important festival on either side of the Taiwan Straits. Time for families to be together, and a week of an official public holiday. Let's see now. In terms of some quick facts, you would reference the Spring Festival, if you wanted to impress any Chinese friends you might have, as 春节, and the Lunar New Year, well, to give it more of the correct pronunciation, 春节, okay? Friday, February 12th, would be the day you would start using that term, all the way through the 17th. It's actually, you'd start it tomorrow on February 11th, the day beforehand, as EVEDAY. So you've got a 7-day holiday, like I said. The celebrations would involve New Year's decorations, New Year's Eve dinner, firecrackers, fireworks, red envelopes full of money for the kids. That would include bachelors, no matter how old they are, because if they never got married, they'll be considered an adult child the rest of their lives. And, of course, all of this is determined on a yearly basis, an annual basis, by the lunar calendar. The holiday, technically, to use the lunarian term, the lunarian calendrical reckoning, the holiday falls on the second new moon after the winter solstice. And thus, each time the New Year in China falls on different dates of the usual Gregorian calendar, even though winter solstice is always fixed on that calendar as December 21st, the second new moon after December 21st still puts it on a different day every year. But it's always between January 21st and February 20th. It's within that span of time, per force of reckoning. The important dates during the period of the Chinese New Year this year, the 2021st year of our Lord, would be the lunar date of the little year. There's kind of a little year, as it's referenced, that begins on, well, the 23rd of December. By lunarian reckoning, it'll be February 4th, or was February 4th this year. So that's when country people began sweeping their homes clean of spirits as well as dust. And the New Year Eve Day would be, by lunarian reckoning, December 30th, but this year, per the Gregorian calendar, falls on February 11th. And that's today, the time zone we're all in, because we're after midnight here on the West Coast as well. And then January 1st of the lunarian calendar, Chinese New Year itself, the Spring Festival, begins tomorrow, February 12th, on Friday, into the weekend. The Valentine's Day / President's Day weekend, the 3-day weekend, which means you're all going to be celebrating Chinese New Year this year without even knowing it, even here in the States. And then ends in terms of federal recognition, as opposed to the religious or spiritual aspects of the holiday. Federal recognition of time off ends by, well, January 15th of the lunarian calendar, with a lantern festival that would be February 26th by the Gregorian calendar of this year. And aside from that, of course, we get to the animals. The Chinese zodiac assigns each year an animal sign, and Chinese New Year of this 2021st year in our Lord on the Christian calendar is the Year of the Ox, which brought us Hitler and Napoleon. In popular Chinese astrology, the Spring Festival is important because it really is the beginning of the year for Chinese people. It really begins via the Lunar New Year rather than January 1st. So the Year of the Ox begins tomorrow. And in 2022, the year thereafter, the Year of the Tiger, will start on February 1st. Real early, comparatively speaking, next year. So you've got 12 different signs in the Chinese zodiac, and most of you happen to know, for whatever reason, what year you were born under, your totemic animal. Now, though this is in winter for most of China, it's still called the Spring Festival. And that's because it starts from the beginning of spring, the first of the 24 terms in coordination with the changes of nature, and marks the end of winter and the beginning of spring thereby, just so you know. And the Spring Festival really just marks the new year on the lunar calendar and represents the desire for a new life. So in terms of greetings, one of the most famous traditional greetings for Chinese New Year is the Cantonese diasporic dialect Kung Hei Fat Joy, which literally means greetings, becomest rich, from which is derived the Vulcan greeting of Gene Roddenberry, live long and prosper. In Mandarin Chinese, it's Gong Xi Fa Zai. So if you want to repeat that to impress any Chinese friends you might have, Gong Xi Fa Zai. Now, for the simplest of greetings, you can just say Happy New Year. In terms of the Spring Festival, the Chinese New Year itself, again, we're talking about 4,000 years of history, the longest holiday of the year. In this 21st century, this national holiday begins on the 1st of the lunar calendar, lasts until the 15th of the first month on the calendar. So, again, February 12th through February 26th, wherein we would end it with the Lantern Festival. And that's what you can see in Taiwan when they launch all the lanterns into the sky and the world just changes into something magical that you wish would last forever. Mm-hmm. In China and Taiwan, all the stores are closed during the first 5 days throughout the entire work week of the Spring Festival, with some not opening until the very end, not opening again until, February 26th at the earliest. Some people not until sometime in March. People, therefore, per force of circumstances, must stock up on New Year's supplies, what we would call Nian Wo, Nan Hao, beforehand, and many begin on the Laba Festival, Laba, Laba. Kitchens will also show the first signs of Spring Festival dishes with the preparation of cured meat, salted fish, other preserved foods that keep you through the winter. Okay, so someone's already asking me about the Laba Festival. What the hell is that? Bei, or Labe Jie, that's in the traditional sense of the lunar December, which in 2021 would be January 20th. That was the lunar December. The Laba Festival, Labe Festival, Labe Jie, marks the beginning of the Spring Festival. Memorial ceremonies have already been held this year, and they're held on that day. It happened this year on January 20th, when memorial ceremonies were held to pray to ancestors and gods, such as the door gods. Door gods are represented as sentinels on the sheets which you post on the door to prevent ghosts from entering your home. They protect your home from wandering spirits and the restless dead. So you pray to them and your ancestors for fortune and a successful harvest. And of course, paganist in nature, the festival has become as integrated into religions such as Taoism and Buddhism, which of course is kind of the religion that's not a religion, or rather an atheistic philosophy that has become a religion where the Buddha himself is worshipped. The main food for this festival is the labei porridge, labei jiao. It includes 7 types of grains such as red bean, red dates, and husked rice. There are many different myths regarding this porridge, but all teach the lesson of being grateful and not taking what you have for granted. In addition, the labei menu includes labei tofu, or abei tofu, noodles, yabei mian, wheat kernel rice, mai ren fan, also said that eating rice on this day prevents any stomach aches throughout the year. And so, kicking off the main festivities is the Little Year of the Spring Festival that began this year on February 4th, with the Spring Festival officially beginning February 12th, with today being New Year's Eve Day, tomorrow being New Year's itself. Ending, as I said, with the Lantern Festival on February 26th. So, if we go over the solar compared to the lunar dates, December 23rd of the Lunarian calendrical system was February 4th earlier this month, what began the Jiàòniàn, the Little Year. Today is December 30th on the Lunarian calendar. So that, of course, is February 11th on Gregorian scale. This is New Year's Eve, or Chūjī. Tomorrow is January 1st of the Lunarian calendar, but Friday the 12th into the weekend of the Valentine's Day weekend and President's Day weekend of you Westerners. But it's CHUNJIÉ, Spring Festival. So Saturday, February 13th, the day after tomorrow, is the second day of January by the Chinese Lunarian zodiacal calendar, but Saturday the 13th by reckoning of Gregorian chronometry. That's when we usually perform yin, zu, ri to the in-laws. That's why I'll be spending time with my father-in-law on Saturday the 2nd of January. That'll be Lunarian calendrical measurement. February 13th will be Saturday, the 13th of February by your measurements. Now, this is when we begin to cycle through the animals of the zodiac. The rat is the first animal of the zodiac, hopping over the horns of the ox to be blessed by Buddha first. So, day of the rat is Shuri. The hour of the rat is what I was born in, high noon, and it's also midnight. So the clock is assigned the totemic animals by the hour, as well as the animals being assigned to the years. So the day of the rat, Shuri, will be January 3rd of the Lunarian calendar. That'll be Sunday, February 14th, St. Valentine's Day, by Western reckoning. And so Day of the Rat is a fitting Valentine's Day in the time of COVID. The January 4th of the Lunarian calendar will be Monday, the 15th, of February. By reckoning of the Gregorian chronometry, that will be Yang Day of the Sheep. My father was, of course, born in the year of the sheep, which explained so much about his passive personality. And then January 5th of the Lunarian calendar will be Tuesday, the 16th of February, by Gregorian reckoning, Po Wu, or break 5, as it's called, a kind of break into the, take 5 as kind of a break. The January 6th of the Lunarian calendar will be Wednesday, February 17th, in which I'll probably be back, or hopefully find someone to take my place for transmission. That'll be the day of the horse. I was born in the year of the horse. It will be Mari. January 7th of the Lunarian calendar will be on, by Gregorian reckoning, Thursday, February 18th. And if I were to be pulling off transmission on Wednesday night, I'd be sleeping throughout the majority of that day. That day is known on the holiday system of tracking time as Renri, or the Day of the Human, Man Day, or Day of the Man. January 8th, by reckoning of the Lunarian calendar, will be February 19th by Gregorian reckoning. That would be Friday of next week. And Friday of next week on February 19th will be Gurije, or Day of Millet. That will be the Day of Millet, a kind of grain. And the 9th day of January by Lunarian reckoning will be Saturday, February 20th, which will be Tiangong-sheng, or the Day of Providential Health. Providence Health. Kind of like an insurance company sound to it. Mm-hmm. And then by February 21st, next Sunday, Sunday of next week, will be the CHÜÐENGGYUÈ, the Stone Festival of Lunar New Year, the 10th day of January by Lunarian reckoning. And January 11th, I will be nowhere near here. We're talking Lunarian calendar. That'll be February 22nd by Gregorian reckoning, or Monday. That's my day. That'll be son-in-law day, Jijuri. And per my established family as it exists today, between my surrogate son and, of course, his husband. Now, Lantern Festival preparations will begin throughout January 12th through the 14th of the Lunarian calendar. That'll be February 23rd through the 25th of the Gregorian calendar. Next Tuesday through, well, the Tuesday through Wednesday of the week after next. And then on February 26th, which will be Friday of the week after next, that will be the 15th day of Lunarian January, on which we hold the Yuan Xiaojie, the Lantern Festival. So the Spring Festival is obviously long and has specific activities and traditions for each day. And as usual, they vary between regions. So in terms of what people might ask about the little year that began, Xiaonian, that began on the 4th of this month, well, in the past, government officials celebrated that day on the 23rd day of the Lunarian calendar's December, and common folk celebrated on the 24th. Fishermen would celebrate on the 25th. You've got the lunar date would be December 23rd by the lunar calendar, which was the 4th of February this year. LÜNAR. And you've got these activities and traditions, another day of memorial and prayer ceremonies. The main activities were house cleaning, to sweep away bad luck. 小年, we call that. And you pray to the stove god as well. 鸡饺, and you have of food would be sugar melons. 汤瓜, they call that stove candy. 焦糖, because you turn them into like candied yams. They're made of malts and can only be found on that day. Other food would include baked wheat cakes, haoxiao and tofu soup, daofu tang, and of course today, New Year's Eve day. 除夕, so depending on the moon cycle, New Year's Eve would either land on the 29th or 30th of lunar December. Regardless, the day is always known as the 30th of the year. 大年三十. So this December 30th, 腊月三十 by the Lunarian calendar. Today, February 11th, on the Gregorian calendar of this 2021st year in our Lord, the activities and traditions include the reunion dinner, which will be tonight. The most important meal of the year takes place on this day. After dinner, the children all receive red envelopes. I count as a child because I'm an unmarried man, a man who has never been married. A man who has never been married is a child, and therefore I get the red envelope with money. And the family then stays up late and waits for New Year, 小岁. And some food is provided, a feast for everyone's favorites and specialties. And on tomorrow, Friday, February 12th, the Spring Festival truly begins with 春节. And the original name for that day, this Friday into this weekend, was Yuandan, with Yuan meaning the beginning. However, Yuandan is now used to refer to the new year of the solar calendar. And so it's January 1st by lunar reckoning, 正月初一. And so this Friday, the activities and traditions would be firecrackers, starting off a day of greetings and blessings between neighbors. No specific activities other than celebrating the new year. The ancient Chinese record will be taken into account in, the old Chinese almanac, so to speak. An ancient almanac, like the Farmer's Almanac of the United States, that analyzes the weather, stars, and moon to predict the fortunes of the year. The practice is known as 占卜. The food will be, basically the food from the night before, which people use to celebrate with 2su wine or 2su jiu. And as per our superstitions and beliefs, it's forbidden to sweep or clean on that day, else good fortune will be swept away. Now, Saturday, the 13th of February, will be when I'm again ensconced with the in-laws. That's Yin Zhuri. And in northern regions, these events are held on the 3rd of the month. The lunar date, of course, would be January 2nd by the Lunarian reckoning. Zhengyue-Chu-El by the Gregorian date, of course, Saturday, the 13th of February. In terms of activities and traditions, basically on Saturday, that day, a married daughter must bring her husband and children to her parents' home. She must bring a gift bag of crackers and candies, which her mother will divide between the neighbors. And that simple gift shows that it's the thought that counts and expresses the daughter's longing for her hometown. So, of course, in lieu of all that, my son and sugar daddy will be bringing me over. The lunch will be eaten together, and of course then the daughter, hence my cross-dressing, and I certainly will be dragged out that day, will be returned to, if I had a husband, I would be returned to him before dinner. The role-playing, of course, won't take it that far. Instead, I'll be with an escort. So, and of course, be given access to one of the blood boys for one of my favorite meals. So there we have that. And of course, February 14th, the Sunday thereafter, when theoretically I should be back here to conduct our Valentine's Day transmission, will be Shuri, the day of the rat. And according to folktales, this is the day that rats marry. So I won't be getting married that day, even though I was born in the hour of the rat. But that will be the third day of January by Lunarian calendrical reckoning. 正月初三. And that's when Transmission Day on Valentine's Day, Chinese people will be leaving some grains and crackers in corners to share our food, our harvest, with the rats. We'll then go to sleep early in order not to disturb the rat weddings. And this way, the rats will not disturb us throughout the rest of the year either. There you have that. And February 15th, on Monday, the day thereafter, the day of the sheep, Yongri. In Chinese mythology, the world was created by Niuwa. Sheep were created on the fourth day. So the lunar calendar has that as January 4th. 正月初四. That'll be, of course, February 15th, the Ides of February of this year by Gregorian reckoning, when the god of wealth is prayed to on that day, as in Live Long and Prosper by the Vulcan version of Confucianism as conveyed by Gene Roddenberry, who was simply trying to convey Confucianism to the West. And offerings include 3 types of meat, fruits, and wine. At midnight, people will be welcome. They'll welcome the god of prosperity in, the god of wealth, by opening the windows and eating and drinking until daybreak. That's partying all night on Monday, which I will be engaged in with my gang brothers throughout that night. Gracie Aguilar says, "Sir, can you elaborate on mooncakes, please?" Yeah, there's something that is the Chinese version of fruitcake in the West. There's something that everybody tosses around like bricks at each other. You give them to people you don't like. They're like, nobody eats it, just like fruitcake in the United States. I know, I personally don't have anything against fruitcake. I can eat fruitcake, and I can eat mooncake. But it's sold in extremely beautiful containers that you give it to people, and they keep the container and the mooncake forever. They preserve it. They never eat it because it's like bricks. And when you open it up, it's got the preserved. I like it myself, personally, just like I like fruitcake, actually. But getting back to this date that I was talking about, that I'll be with my gang brothers, the 15th of this month, the day of the sheep, Yangri, which will be the 4th of January by Lunarian calendrical reckoning. That will be, of course, President's Day. So that'll be President's Day in the United States, the day of the sheep. Now, that is apropos. And as I said, the god of wealth is prayed to that day. And at midnight, we'll welcome the god in by opening the windows, eating and drinking until daybreak. In terms of the food, it involves the welcoming of 5 gods. Ye Wu Lu requires 3 tables of food. The first has kumquats and sugar canes for a sweet life and successful road. Cakes are on the second table. They'll include your mooncakes. The third table has the main course of whole pig, whole chicken, and whole fish and soup. And in terms of superstitions and beliefs, it's forbidden to slaughter sheep on that day. Fair weather is a sign that the sheep will be healthy this year and the family will have a bountiful harvest. So when it comes to the day after that, on Tuesday of next week, that will be the 16th of February. It will be Powu, our break 5. After praying to the god of wealth and welcoming our 5 gods, the markets and stores are able to open again, if they so wish. Women can also go out and give New Year blessings. So that will be the 5th day of January Lunarian calendar, 正月初五. And in terms of the Gregorian calendrical date, Solarian calendrical reckoning, that will, of course, be Tuesday the 16th of February. And the food involves dumplings, jiaoji, eaten to bring in wealth. Traditionally, they should be eaten for 5 days straight. The rule isn't followed too strictly anymore, but every household will have dumplings at least once. And in terms of superstitions and beliefs, some say that taboos and activities forbidden on other days can be performed on the 5th. Others say it's unfit to work on that day because you don't want to work, similar in logic to the reason you don't work on Sundays in the Christian reckoning, the day the Lord rested. February 17th of this month will be the day of the horse, Mari. Nuwa, the creator, created horses on that 6th day of January per the Lunarian calendrical reckoning. So the 6th of January is known as Jingyu Chu Liu. In terms of activities and traditions, by February 17th of next week, by Wednesday, which will be a transmission day, if I'm around at all, well, after the break 5 of the day before transmission day of next week, midweek, people can truly begin working again. So people will also send the spirit of poverty away, Song Chonggui, and supposedly a frail-looking man who liked to drink thin porridge and purposely turned his clothing into rags, actually a prince, the son of an emperor, by burning scraps and offering, you basically send him away because you don't want poverty haunting you, by burning scraps and offering banana boat candles. So it's believed, of course, on that day that the god of bathrooms, ̶CHUÐ will visit to check the sanitary conditions. So every house has to use that day to clean your toilet till it shines, which is what I'll probably spend that day doing. Holy shit. And that's no fucking fun. I'll tell you that. Again, that'll be Wednesday of next week. Boy, do I have something to look forward to. Holy shit. All right. And after that will be Man Day, the Day of Humanity, the Day of the Man. By the way, I'm checking into live stream now. Amor Fati is back. Says hello, Team Dietrich. Hi, Gracie. And Gracie Aguilar says Happy New Year. And Delightful Honey, thank you so much. And Amor Fati says, are you Mexican by any chance, like Pipe Aguilar? Okay, cool. I got people talking in the chat room. Always welcome. Always very much appreciated. Love to see that. And hopefully people meet each other in the chat room. We got Valentine's Day coming up, and God knows it's hard enough to meet people without a fucking plague. Like I said, easier to meet people in the age of AIDS than it is in the age of COVID. So, on the Day of the Human, which will be Thursday of next week, the 7th day of January by Lunarian calendrical reckoning, humans were created on that day by Nuwa, after, the sheep and shit. And celebrations for the Day of Humans originate from the Han Dynasty, the dynasty of ethnic Chinese as you know them today. So, in terms of activities and traditions, ancient China had the tradition of wearing a hair accessory called renxing. So colorful cutouts, gold engravings of flowers and people are pasted onto screens. And in terms of food, we'll engage in qi bao ging, or the 7-gem porridge. That's the dish for that day. It includes 7 types of vegetables: kale, leek, mustard leaves, celery, garlic, spring vegetable, chunkai, and thick leaf vegetables, hao bang kai, And fair weather will be considered a sign of a safe and sound year. And matter of fact, let me check what the weather's going to be on February 18th, Day of the Human. Let's see if we've got that up there. Weather forecast. San Francisco. Matter of fact, I should say, transpose that and put San Francisco first. And see if I can do this without knocking down the water I've got in front of me. Let's enter that. Okay. So, we've got Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Thursday of next week. When I take a look at that, and I thank everyone for being patient with my meandering through all of this. Hope you find it fascinating. It looks like it's going to be pretty much cloudy, but clear and cloudy. You know, just going to be some clouds hiding the sun. So for San Francisco, that's fair weather as it gets, really. So that means we'll probably have a good year, hopefully, a safe and sound year. And then Friday of next week will be Guri-je, the Day of Millet. According to legends, this is the millet grain's birthday. Agriculture was the basis of ancient Chinese society, and people highly valued grain. They believed it was created on that day. And pets such as fish and birds are released back into the wild on days like that to show respect to nature. In modern times, some families visit rural areas to learn about agriculture, and this helps children appreciate farmers' hard work and become more environmentally aware. The fair weather, if it be such on that day, will be the sign of a fruitful harvest. A gray sky would warn of a year of losses. Stores opened that day will have great business. And then, of course, the Saturday of next weekend will be Tiangong-sheng, or Providence Health, and that's the birthday of the highest god, the Jade Emperor Yu Wang Da Di. In Taoism, he's the sovereign of the universe and is the ultimate representation of the heavens, sky. So that will be the 9th day in January of the lunar year, Jingyu Chujiu. And the main activities are ceremonies for the Jade Emperor. In some regions, women will bring fragrant flower candles to natural wells. Harbors are open space and pray to the gods. And before praying, everyone must fast and bathe. If there is a meat offering, the animal must be male. You have that. And then on Sunday of next week, when presumably I'll be transmitting again, that will be ̔ǔtāojie, the Stone Festival. Tenshi has the same pronunciation as rock. Therefore, this is considered the birthday of the rock. That would be the 10th day in January of the Lunar New Year, Zhengyue Chuxi. And in some regions, people will freeze a clay jar onto a smooth stone the night before. On the morning of the 10th, 10 youths will carry that jar around. If the stone doesn't fall, it's a sign of a good harvest. And so lunch would be a meal of baked bread, mo bing. It's believed that after eating, the road to wealth will be open and smooth for that year. It's forbidden to use stone tools such as rollers and millstones. On that day, you give the stones a break. And then by February 22nd of this year, the Monday of the week after next, then that will be, of course, the son-in-law day, my day, Jijuri, in which fathers will invite their daughters and son-in-laws to dinner that day. And that will be the 11th day in January by lunar reckoning, Jing Ye Shi Yi. And that again will be Monday of the week after next, the 22nd of February this year by Gregorian calendrical reckoning, just so you know. And on that day in which I'll be gone to see my family, well, even after meals from the day before, there are always plenty of leftovers from Tiangongsheng, and the family uses them to treat the in-law. And so there after that, February 16th through the 18th of this year, which will mean from the midweek all through next week. Now that I've taken us back to the heart of the festival, that's when we have the Lantern Festival preparations. And during that period, the midweek of next week, the day before and after my transmission day, midweek on Wednesday of next week, and on Wednesday itself as well, that's when people are beginning preparations for the Lantern Festival. Across the Pacific, it'll be a day ahead of time because of they're always ahead of us by one day. But in Taiwan, they'll be prepping to release those lanterns into the sky by the thousands. Yuanzhaojie, purchasing lanterns, constructing light sheds. Yeah, that midweek period, Zhengyu Xie through Xie, that'll be February 23rd through the 25th this year in 2021 by Gregorian calendrical reckoning. So we're going to have like about 2 lantern festivals, one on the mainland, one in Taiwan, where the holidays will be more extended. So it'll be through the midweek period of the week after next. We're going to see it on my side of the Taiwan Strait, that sort of thing happening, whereas the mainland would have done it the week before. The saying goeth, make noise on the 11th, build light sheds on the 12th, light the lantern on the 13th, light is bright on the 14th, a full moon on the 15th, and end the light on the 16th. It has a nice rhythm in Chinese language and summarizes the activities of those days, all considered to be in January by lunar reckoning, but by our Gregorian calendrical reckoning of the solar calendar, of course, totally different dates that it falls on, as I've articulated. And by February 26th of this year, we will have the Lantern Festival itself, Yuanzhaojie. The festival lasted 10 days in the Ming Dynasty. It's only 5 days now in modern times. So time is just a lot faster these days. Everything goes too fast. The Ides of January by Lunarian reckoning, Zhengyue Xu Wu, and by our Gregorian Solarian reckoning, our Gregorian chronometry by Solarian calendrical reckoning, February 26th, when we're creating lanterns, is the most important activity throughout the festival. Lantern Riddles is a game played by writing riddles on lanterns, Kai Deng Mi, and as it will be a full moon that day this year, moon gazing amidst the lanterns will be the best way to celebrate near the end of the month. The food is named after the festival itself, Yuanjiao. Those are glutinous rice balls, often eaten as a dessert, either boiled, steamed, or fried. They represent reunions. And the lanterns themselves, Tiandeng, they sound similar to Tianding, or add children. So many will be lighting lanterns in hopes of adding children to the family, which was very much a necessity towards your survival in old age back in the old days. So in terms of what Chinese New Year of 2021 will present during this time of trade war with communist China, what your average industries are going to try to be doing is avoiding problems with their factories because the supply chain systems all over the world are going to be impacted. Every year, the Chinese New Year holiday comes around and throws newer importers for a loop. the seasoned importers will tell you it's critical to start planning for the Asian Lunar New Year well over half a year before it manifests. You're going to have to spend half a year preparing for the interruption in the supply chain that comes every year on Asian Lunar New Year because the entire world is slave circuited to communist Chinese factories. Because those factories that are open right now, well, starting today, they're going to be totally shut down for a number of weeks. And after they reopen, it's going to take at least a few more weeks for them to get back up to full capacity. So importers who didn't plan 6 months ago for this holiday in advance will be shocked at how their supplies are disrupted. They'll try to place an order in December, say they already did that late last year, expecting to receive it in February or March. The factory will be telling them they won't receive it till April or May. And this happens every year. For importers working with Chinese factories, it's important to understand the impact of this holiday on their supply chain. Chinese New Year slows business down in a way that no holiday in the United States, Europe, or Australia ever does. It also leads to increased quality issues that need to be mitigated around the holiday period. So if anyone's involved with importation, you need to know about this. And that includes anybody who's just going shopping. Everything is made in China. So just being a consumer, you're going to be impacted by this. Gracie Aguilar says, oh yeah, so they're talking Espanol. Very good. Very impressed. Thank you, both of you. Amor Fadi is saying, hey Douglas, I also like fruitcake and mooncakes. Yum. Also, can you speak of the White Lotus in China, White Lotus Society, and the relation of the Heavenly Emperor, first God Emperor in mythology? Maybe not tonight. We'll see how much time we have left. Honestly, may seem like we have enough time. You'd be surprised how fast it goes by. And but very glad to be asked such questions. I'm glad people are active in the chat room. And okay, just so people understand the White Lotus Society, the Mongols considered the White Lotus Society a heterodox religious sect and banned it, forcing its members to go underground. So it's now a secret society. It was a religious and political movement that appealed to many Han Chinese who found solace in worship of Wusheng Laomu, who was foretold to gather all her children at the millennium into one family. There we have that, the White Lotus Rebellion, which of course is shown in the cult that is in the martial arts film that what's his name starred in, not Jackie Chan, who's the other guy? I'm forgetting his name of all things. Jesus Christ, poor bastard. The martial arts star who became, he aged so quickly, wore his body out, aged so quickly. Very sad. I'm forgetting the martial arts star's name now. Damn, I'm losing it. But that's okay. That's the whole point. I try to forget as much as I can. He played Ip Man, as the Cantonese pronounce him, which of course I don't prefer because I always thought that sounded awful. Okay, let me take a look at things here. Look around. Okay, let me go back to where we were. Going back to a kind of... anyhow. When its impact, Chinese New Year, along with the impact of other Chinese holidays, well, let's try and add in here for your context some lessons from COVID-19 in 2020, the impact of Lunar New Year in Vietnam, which is also a supply chain giant now after trade wars started with communist China and everything simply moved to Vietnam, or many things did, and then the communist Chinese themselves just changed their labels to Made in Vietnam. I'll try and get some people, for next year at least, to learn how to forecast their inventory needs and how to adjust their quality control efforts to avoid quality problems. The first thing you need to learn is how long factories shut down for Chinese New Year. Just know this much, that during Chinese New Year, every factory in the communist Chinese empire and in the country of my own homeland and heartland, the Republic of China as reestablished on the island of Taiwan, every factory shuts down. Every factory. The official public holiday, of course, as I said, lasts only 7 days, but the majority of factories are fully closed for between 2 and 4 weeks, about a month's worth of time. And you may be wondering why a business would shut down for an entire month, but just recollect that Chinese New Year, which the communists call the Spring Festival, is our culture's most important holiday. It is far more important than Thanksgiving or Christmas in these United States, with people traveling back home to spend time with their families that they are separated from for the rest of the year. Since most factory workers are migrant laborers, they generally live far away from their hometowns and they travel hundreds of miles or more to return home. If they have a husband or wife and children, it may even be one of the only times they get to see them during the entire fucking year. So companies require long closure times to allow workers to travel home and then back to the city where they work. So if you take a look at what's beginning today, it's the world's largest fucking migration. The number of people traveling makes the pilgrimage to the Hajj in Saudi Arabia look like nothing. Thanksgiving in the United States, you get 51 million people going back and forth to spend time with their families. You get 385 million people traveling back and forth in the Sinosphere, the Chinese world. And it just note that much. Note that you got a 40-day period of increased travel, of intensive travel normally, around Chinese New Year, that in and of itself, the largest human migration in the world every year is called Chunyun. And so what does that mean for importers? There's 5 things you need to know. Of course, Brendan Zogid, if he were here, he could educate us on the Kumbh Mela, which is based on the Hindu calendar, the Vedic tradition in India. That occurs every 12 years. And that's another billion people population, and it's nothing compared to Chinese New Year. And that only happens once every 12 fucking years. Last time was 2013, and that was 30 million people moving in and out and all around India. But in terms of what you need to know, if you're an entrepreneur with so many people traveling for Chinese New Year and with such long factory closures, you need to understand, if you want to properly manage your inventory and maintain your expected level of quality in your supply chain, first, it takes factories at least a month to ramp back up after Chinese New Year. You might assume that the same workers who left before the holiday will be coming back afterwards. That's not the case, because Chinese New Year is generally considered the best time to switch jobs. Many workers will be looking to level up and move to another factory. Some will decide to stay in their hometowns and never come back. That means your factory, if you're in the West, needs to hire new workers and get them up to speed, or anywhere in China as well. And this takes time. And the factories will not be back to full production levels for about a month after Chinese New Year. And the second thing you need to know is that the period before and after the holiday is prime time for mistakes to be made. Before the holiday, factories are in a mad dash to get orders out the door. This rush leads to more things being missed, and there are more quality issues than normal. So bear that in mind. After the holiday, new workers need to be hired, as I've articulated, and these new workers are more likely to make mistakes than the previous experienced ones. And this means that, you need to consider stepping up your product inspection efforts in the months before and after Spring Festival if you have any dealings with Chinese exportation whatsoever or importation. So, in addition to the effect on quality, there's also an effect on shipping. The cost of shipping around the holiday would be my third point. It goes up drastically. And that's how Chinese New Year affects shipping is in terms of cost. With the long factory closures and the rush to get products out beforehand, manufacturers will generally charge more if you want to ship an order close to Chinese New Year. In addition to your factory taking time off, shipping companies take time off as well. That means that there are heavy volumes going to the ports before the holiday and only a limited number of ships, which means shipping rates go up astronomically. You need to plan around Chinese New Year with your freight forwarder to try to avoid shipping during peak times to lower your costs overall. And as a fourth point, you should never pay a deposit just before Spring Festival. Sometimes companies go out of business. In China, the most common time to wrap things up and close forever is Chinese New Year. We're getting a message from our man Jameson Reese that he has returned, and that's wonderful. That'll give me an opportunity for a short break and then a return to basically continue educating you as to your world and how you're impacted by this. So Jameson, can you come on for a second? You there? Since he says he's returned, let's see if he's got his...
Yes.
There we are. Good man. So thank you so much. I hope you slept well as you could, considering.
I tried to sleep. Legs are like in agony for some reason.
So sorry to hear that. Is there any painkiller you can take? Something,
Yeah. Just mild muscle aches. This kind of thing seems to be happening more and more. I think it might just be a byproduct of the liver not being able to break things down as good.
Oh, wow. I'm so sorry to hear about that. Definitely bear that in mind and take good care of yourself. I'm going to leave you on stage for a few minutes. I'll be back in about 5 to 7 minutes or so. 10 minutes at the longest, okay? So, sound okay?
All right.
Do you need some time to prepare? I could go on for a little bit.
Oh, no. I have an interesting article that just seems to have popped up.
Excellent. I'll leave you to that. Thank you so much.
So, conservative Mandalorian star Gina Carano is fired from the series over aberrant Instagram posts comparing Nazi murder of Jews to hating someone for their political views. So, let's see. Actress and former MMA fighter Gina Carano has been fired from the cast of the Disney Plus Star Wars series The Mandalorian following online outrage over a social media post that likened the murder of Jews during the Holocaust to the current U.S. political climate. A spokesperson for Lucasfilm said in a statement on Wednesday that Carano is not currently employed by the production company with no plans for her to be in the future, adding that her social media posts denigrated people based on their cultural and religious identities are aberrant and unacceptable. Grano fell under heavy criticism after she posted on Instagram stories left because history is edited. Most people today don't realize that to get the point from where Nazi soldiers could easily round up thousands of Jews, the government first made their own neighbors hate them simply for being Jews. How is that any different for hating someone for their political views? Crandall, an outspoken conservative, played recurring character Cara Dune on Star Wars series. Yeah, well, good for her for being a fucking moron. All right, that was Daily Mail. But let's see what's relevant. I mean, that's like the most irrelevant news you can possibly find. All right, so I have another story. The World Health Organization has officially recommended the Oxford AstraZeneca vaccine for people over the age of 65, and said it should be used without an upper age limit. WHO experts have reviewed all evidence from studies of the jab and said there is no reason it shouldn't be used against the South African variant because it should still prevent severe illnesses and death, even if it's less effective. There are concerns that the vaccine won't work against that mutated strain of the virus after a study in South Africa found it offered only minimal protection against mild disease in young people. But WHO scientists say it was inconclusive, and they backed up the UK strategy of spacing the first and second dose by 3 months, saying between 8 and 12 weeks was ideal for maximum protection. The over 65 ruling is hit back against European countries that criticized the jab and refused to use it among their older populations, claiming there was not enough proof it worked. Countries including Germany, France, Denmark, Sweden, Norway, Spain, Poland, Hungary, and Italy decided not to roll out the vaccine to older people. Well, I guess they're going to die anyway. News reports from Germany in January sensationally claimed the vaccine was only 8% effective among over 65s, but it later emerged that the ministers had put an inaccurate percentage on clinical data that was so vague it was meaningless, which it's not unusual for people to cook the books in some of these trials and come up and cook their own numbers. However, today, Dr. Alejandro Cravioto, a director at the World Health Organization, said in a briefing that the jab could be given without an upper age limit. And Dr. Catherine O'Brien added, even with a hypothetical drop in efficacy, it's still the right thing to do to vaccinate. Dr. Cravioto added, there was no reason that places with the South African variant of the virus should not use the vaccine to keep down hospital admissions and deaths from the virus. Number 10's top scientists, advisors insist it should still prevent vaccinated people from being hospitalized or dying, which is their main purpose. Boris Johnson welcomed the WHO's support for the UK's strategy of delivering the Oxford vaccine in over 65s, saying it was good to see in tonight's Downing Street press conference. Of course, because his ass has it. It comes after it was revealed today that Pfizer and the Oxford University's COVID jabs both cut the risk of falling ill with the disease by 65% after just one dose. In the clearest proof yet, the NHS inoculation drive is working. Government data shows Pfizer jabs kicks in within 2 weeks, and it's just as effective at blocking symptoms in the elderly as it is in the young. The Oxford jab is similarly robust. The Prime Minister said today Britain has made great strides in its vaccination program, as he urged all vaccinated over 70s to come forward so the UK could hit its target to reach 15 million people by Monday. The WHO says that the 2 doses of Oxford AstraZeneca was overall 63% effective at preventing COVID symptoms. The efficacy is expected to be higher at preventing severe illnesses and close to 100% for death, but it is not known how well it will stop the virus spreading. Those parts of the WHO's report were expected. Excuse me. The big move was the confirmation that it should be used for people over the age of 65. Britain is using the jab as one of its key components of rollout in the elderly people, which has so far immunized more than 13 million people. It is being given to people of all ages, but some European countries were skeptical about this, despite the thumbs up from the European Medicines Agency. France's President Macron ruffled feathers by calling it quasi-ineffective for elderly people. The fuck would a president know? Most politicians are quite dumb when it comes to scientific literacy. Just saying. But the WHO's Dr. Joachim Hambach said today that the immune response in people over 65 is the same as it is in younger people, and it makes us confident that this vaccine is protective. Dr. Catherine O'Brien, the WHO's director for vaccines, said even if the vaccine was less effective than billed, it should still be used. She told the news conference, even with a hypothetical drop in efficacy, it's still the right thing to do to vaccinate adults with a low efficacy vaccine because the high risk of severe disease in that age group, even if the efficacy was substantially lower than what was measured, it's still the right thing to do. In its report, the WHO said because a relatively small number of participants aged 65 and over were recruited into clinical trials, there were few cases of COVID in either vaccine or the control group in this age category, and thus the confidence interval on the efficacy estimate is very wide. More precisely, efficacy estimates for this age group are expected soon from both ongoing trials and vaccine effectiveness. Studies in countries that are using, studies in this country that are using this vaccine. Immune responses induced by vaccine in older persons are well documented and similar to those in other age groups. This suggests, this is a very long article, or did I already read this, or are they repeating this?
Don't worry. I mean, even if you are, you're merely educating people. You know, a lot of repetition is simply helping to reinforce a point. And that's certainly appreciated. And I certainly appreciate the fact that you're doing what you're doing. I'll finish eating this hard-boiled egg, my tea eggs, of course. I take hard-boiled eggs and I soak them in my tea container, my crock that I use to drink tea from. And after several hours, of course, they are saturated with the tea and become something other than they were. So I'll finish this second tea egg here. I even brought over some of the seasoning for it. So I'll just finish this up while you, go on to reinforce your points. Thank you so much, Jameson.
All right. Let's say, reaching to early results. All right. Let me see. Although leaked findings are lower than the 95% efficacy shown in Pfizer's original trial, top scientists today describe them as amazing. Efficacy is always higher in controlled studies because researchers use more young and healthy people to make the trials run smoothly and quickly. older people who are at the front of the queue for vaccines because they're the most vulnerable have weaker immune systems. Reacting to early results, Professor Paul Hunter, an infectious disease specialist at the University of East Anglia, said he was quite confident ministers will be able to gradually ease lockdown within weeks if they are proven to be true. That's actually not a good idea. Whether they ease the lockdown or not, we're still dealing with a very, very infectious disease that kills. So, even if they ease the lockdown, that's just going to make people more confident that they can bypass the safety measures. As in the U.S., where people, well, honestly, I have no real quarrel with the dumb getting it and killing themselves off, so long as they don't kill me off. Less is more here in the United States. I think, well, I hope. I mean, I think that's a good idea anyway. There are still questions about, okay, I read that already. As Mr. Hancock racketed restrictions, his department announced 12,364 new COVID cases and 1,052 deaths. Both daily counts were 25% lower than last Tuesday's figures. All right. Okay, so I know not to use this site again because they seem to really repeat a lot of things. Well, that's dailymail.com. See if there's anything interesting in scientific news. I'm really not going. I mean, there's something about China. I'm really not going to read anything they're really doing. At this point, we don't know if it's bullshit or not. And I suspect that they're hyping a lot of things up. It's not to say that they're not accomplishing anything, but they probably are.
Okay. Thank you so much, Jameson. And I have no idea what you talked about, but I'm sure it was fine. Just getting back now myself. And I guess I need to grab some further liquid now that I finished those tea eggs and I'm out of tea. Because it's when I reach the bottom of the crock that I'm out of the tea that I go for the tea eggs. Then I'll grab some more in a second. I'm going to make certain that we take a little trip into the chat room where Amor Fadi is encouraging other people to participate. But he had the young lady he was speaking to in Espanol, Ms. Aguilar, who seems to have disappeared. I hope he didn't scare her off. And he was mentioning, of course, Jet Li. Jet Li is the individual whose name I was trying to rack my brains for. And Jet Li produced a martial arts film in which the White Lotus Society is shown to be basically victimized by the monk who is taken into their ranks. And I always thought that was pretty fucking shitty. That he portrays Ip Man as essentially betraying this religious organization, which is a secret society seeking to take on the foreign, the foreign enemy that has conquered China. And Jet Li winds up basically betraying them and killing them all in the martial arts film. It's probably one of the most disgusting martial arts films you can see for that reason. Anyhow, Amor Fadi is saying, come on, chat, where are you people at? We got 26 people listening. By the way, whatever it says the number of people is that are listening right now, it says 27 concurrent viewers. This is simply an aggregate of people who are tuning in at any one time. And it's like a truck that is passing through, say, for instance, a kind of area where they're receiving a signal. Geez, you okay there, Jameson? Are you
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
No. I'm just moving something out of the way so I could prop my feet up. Make myself a little more comfortable.
Understood.
because having the right leg bent and the other one up all the time, now the right one's cramped. So.
Right. Understood. So what happens is like a truck passing through a state and they're receiving one signal that passes through another state and receives a different signal. And the aggregate kind of does that. It's simply making a sweep where it picks up an aggregate number of people tuning in at any one time. And therefore the aggregate changes with time. But as soon as the video is uploaded, you get a more accurate look at the number of people listening altogether, and that's numbering in the hundreds. So I'm actually, for a person with no advertising, and the structure has done everything they could to squelch and suppress, which is very well articulated by our man Jameson Reese whenever he shares my promotional banners, and deeply appreciate it. Then this is why the numbers look less than they are. So you can take heart in the fact that those numbers are severely understated, by hundreds and hundreds of people. So anyhow, he says, I say we use this chat to take advantage of its power, the power of words, intention, communication, cooperation, community building. That's incredible. Thank you, Amor Fadi. That's beautiful. Anyhow, know this much, that the majority of people, it's like people who listen to talk radio. Of all the people who listen to talk radio, less than 10% will ever call in. The number of callers to talk radio is nothing compared to the number of listeners. So the people who are involved in chat are almost non-existent. And I do encourage people to go into chat. But again, it's not necessarily a reflection of listeners or anything else. I just like to have people in chat because it does give you a feeling that somebody can help give you a response if you need to check for quality control of sound. And then, of course, Amor Fadi goes on to say, for Douglas, for the entire world and all of history and reality and life itself at stake. Yes, true enough. He says, we must succeed. Good people must succeed. Good must succeed. All for one and one for all. That's cute. So there we have that. It borders on sarcastic. I'm not quite sure if that's what he intends, but it's well taken nonetheless. Always see the positive. Let's see now. Not seeing anything else in the no, that's not my mother in the photograph. Okay, the questions that I get. The thumbnail in live stream. No, that's not my mother. That people are asking about. Was there anything else? Oh yes, I have to go get something to drink. I will put the seasoning back that I was using on my tea eggs, and I'll let you kind of finish up what you were saying. Your feet are now up on the table, which is necessary. It helps keep the blood flow towards your heart. This is what they used to ask people to do with heart failure: is have them constantly maintain their feet up as long as possible, so that your feet are above the level of the heart. That's what they used to ask people to do. Keep your feet up on the table and stuff like that to give your heart a break. And it makes circulation easier. Matter of fact, people with heart failure were supposed to spend their entire life in a hot tub with their feet up higher than the level of the heart if they possibly could.
That I didn't know.
Oh, that's the old days. They don't think that anymore.
Yeah, my feet's actually just on a chair, but rather than, the table.
Understood. No, I get it. Yeah, and that's fine too. I mean, I keep my feet at that level as well. Yeah, let me let you go back to what you were saying for just a few minutes. I'll be back in a few minutes with some refreshment for myself, and we'll take it from there. Or I'll put the seasoning back and leave the empty teapot here, and put the other water container in the recycler, the Voss water that you and I both enjoy so much, and hope you've been able to get yourself some Voss water lately. Of course, I don't know if you have access to all that, I'm just glad that you took care of what you did. I'm glad you went to the ambulatory care clinic and checked into your foot and everything else, and found out that...
Well, that was actually there's a complicated story to that. The place that my mother thought was a clinic wasn't. I had found out the results of my blood test by my therapist.
Holy shit! But you went to the clinic before. There was something else you had before, and you went to the hospital and you checked in. So
No, that was a hospital, not a clinic.
Oh, holy shit.
Yeah,
Oh my
and my
God.
mom's like, no, there's no way you're going to the hospital this time because you're gonna wind up getting COVID. And I was like, for a minute, I thought about it. I was like, yeah, okay.
But you went to the hospital before at the height of the COVID, and you came out clean.
It wasn't as bad as things are now.
Okay, with the variants and all
It
that.
was nowhere as bad as things are now. In fact, everything's considerably even more opened, uh, despite the fact that things are worse than they were back
Right.
then.
Okay.
And back then, you still had people walking in and out of the hospital with their noses exposed from their face mask, and no one's saying anything because people are fucking morons.
Yes. Yeah. No, that's pretty bad. That's pretty
So I
bad.
thought about that, and I was like, yeah, my mom has a point. So I think a lot of this has to do with the muscle enzymes being too high in the liver not being able to process them.
Holy shit. What about your you said you had an appointment today? And
Yeah,
what
yeah, it's at 2 p.m.
uh-huh.
So I'm probably gonna have to try to see if I could struggle for a few more hours of sleep, if
Okay.
any. We'll see
Understood.
what happens.
Yeah, well, I mean, I'll be back in a few moments, and then you can go back to sleep by all means. I want you to get as much sleep as possible too. Take some painkillers so that you can hopefully your legs won't bother you. So you got a little sleep, but you could feel the pain of your legs through the sleep. Were you like feeling the pain of legs
No,
while
I didn't
sleep?
get any sleep because
Oh shit.
I was trying to sleep. So I was able to hear some of what you were saying
Okay.
while I was laying there,
Mhm.
trying to drift off. Um, the only thing is I'm not going to pay it as much attention as I paid it when it was in the other leg because I realized that this thing is just going to, the pain is not indicative of any actual damage.
Mhm.
It's just a lot of lactic acid buildup.
Okay. Right.
It's like a dull ache that comes and goes and throbs.
Uh-huh.
It's
Okay.
like, I guess, what something would get if they were doing a lot of running.
Mhm. That makes sense. Yeah. And well, thank you for the courage and sharing that. I deeply appreciate it. And you were already public, of course, on your Facebook timeline that you had some things going on that you alluded to. So no harm in bringing it up now. At any rate, I'll be back in just a few minutes. Thank you very much for being here. I appreciate it beyond expression. So I'll let you take the stage again. I'll be back in about 5, 7 minutes at the longest. All right. Thank you.
All right. So I have an interesting story here. A Minnesota health clinic shooting suspect targeted site over his opioid prescription, report says. This was 19 hours ago. Um, Minnesota shooting suspect Gregory Paul Ulrich was looking to get revenge on doctors and medical staff who tortured him over their refusal to prescribe him who prescribed opioid medication to him. In October 2018, Ulrich, 67, called his former doctor 3 times and threatened several revenge scenarios that included mass shootings and blowing things up, according to Minnesota Police Department report obtained by the Star Tribune. Needless to say, the guy's probably white if they didn't do anything about it. At the time, the doctor told police that he believed Ulrich was a high threat to society and himself. More than 2 years after the recorded threats, Ulrich was taken into custody on Tuesday after he opened fire at the Alena Clinic, Crossroads Health Clinic in Buffalo, Minnesota, which resulted in 1 person dead and 4 injured. The shooting sent a shockwave through the town of about 16,000. That's a small ass town. Residents who were concerned for the healthcare workers at the clinic at the time when the world was grappling with a global pandemic. The clinic specializes in health screenings, child vaccinations, and primary care visits, according to its website. Richard Ulrich, the shooter's younger brother, said in an interview with the New York Times that his brother suffered a back injury that started 2 years ago and left him dependent on opioids. The man repeatedly grew frustrated towards doctors when they refused to prescribe him the medication, the brother said. The pair last spoke 2 months ago. It seemed like he was mad at the doctors, the brother said. He would call me once in a while, but that's usually what he would talk about, that he was mad at the doctors for not giving him opioids, that they should open up the gates on the opioids. It didn't make a lot of sense to me. Wow, his brother's not that smart. It's called addiction, jackass. After Ulrich made the threats in 2018, he was taken to the emergency room to undergo a mental health evaluation. Police reported his complaints of the doctor stemming from his series of back injuries and the medications he was taking. In total, Ulrich threatened 4 separate LÖNAR health clinics, and the location in Buffalo was his top target, saying he wanted something big and sensational so it makes an impact, according to the police report. This influenced staff members to file paperwork against the man on the belief that he was a threat to their safety. Ulrich was later charged in November 2018 for breaking the restraining order. The case was dismissed 1 year later after the court determined he was mentally incompetent, the Star Tribune reported. The police said they had several contacts with Ulrich all the way back to 2003, and that they revealed Ulrich was likely a patient and in previous contact with the members of the targeted health clinic. It was most likely that his incident was targeted at this incident was targeted at the facility or people within that facility, said Chief Pat Budke of the Buffalo Police Department during a press conference. Thank you, Captain Obvious. The shooting suspect also suffered from substance abuse and mental health issues, according to court documents. But he was never convicted of violent or gun-related crimes. Ulrich was arrested and being held in Wright County Jail after the shooting that occurred on Tuesday morning. The person killed by the suspected shooter was later identified as medical assistant Lindsay Overbay, 37, who was a mother of 2. Yeah, I noticed a continual pattern of more women disproportionately getting killed by these assholes than men, which is very disturbing. One person injured was released from the hospital on Tuesday. The 3 others who were injured remained in the hospital as of Tuesday night.
Oh, what is this? What's going on with that?
Oh, this was in Minnesota. There was a health clinic shooting. A suspect targeted the site over his opioid prescription. Apparently, he was pissed that the doctors were not giving him enough opioids. He was addicted. And his brother was like, I spoke to him 2 months ago, and it was all he was talking about. Didn't make any sense. Of course, yeah, it didn't make any sense that the guy has an addiction problem. I mean, how fucking stupid are... I'm not going to ask that question. I ask that every transmission. It doesn't seem to be getting any better.
Yes. Oh my God.
Now,
go on.
Now here's an even funnier story about a girl who decided, a black woman who decided to put Gorilla Glue in her hair.
Oh my God. What? No. To straighten her hair out, I take it.
Yeah.
Oh my God. What happened? I mean, what did they do?
All right. Well, apparently she had to go to get some kind of surgery to get it removed.
Oh!
Yeah.
They had to medically scalp her. Oh shit. Anyhow, so go on.
Louisiana native Tessica Brown, who runs Dazzling Divas dance team and is the owner of Tessica's Little Angels Daycare, posted a... Should someone that stupid be running a daycare?
I was about to say, I mean, oh my fucking...
Posted a TikTok video earlier this month and shared it on Instagram.
Oh God, they've got video of the surgery. Oh my God.
No. This is a surgery of her. I wish they had a video of the surgery. That would actually be useful.
Oh.
Brown discussed how she ran out of her usual hairspray gel, so she used Gorilla Glue adhesive spray. She ended up asking for advice on the app about how to remove Gorilla Glue from her hair after
Oh.
it was on her hair for a whole month.
Oh. Oh.
She tried suggestions from followers to use tea tree oil, olive oil, and a culmination of other oils, but it was to no avail. I washed my hair about 15 times and it didn't move. Brown said she went to tell her followers that don't ever use this on your hair while holding up the spray can.
Of
I'm
course.
sure we've been in a situation where sometimes we didn't have enough time to run to store to grab something you may need. So you end up having to go to work with what you have, as did Brown.
Oh. Oh. Oh my God.
As she used the Gorilla Glue adhesive spray to give her finished touches needed for a sleeker look because it's what she had on hand, and didn't realize the glue would be difficult to come out. It's glue. It's industrial grade adhesive.
Oh my
What the
God.
fuck would someone think?
Oh.
Many people have become invested in her case negatively by making memes and mocking her, saying that she's an opportunist and a liar, which is downright mean to say when Brown said she has acknowledged it was a bad idea.
Yes, and by the way,
Yeah, I don't think there's much opportunism if you have to go and get it surgically removed.
oh God, oh God, oh God. So the hospital staff had to put acetone in her hair, and she says that still burns, that her scalp still hurts. I mean, oh my God. And she had used Goof Off. Goof Off is it works the first time. Pro Strength Super Glue Remover was no match for Gorilla Glue. Oh God, oh God. And all that stuff absorbs through the scalp into your bloodstream, of course. So, you know.
Yeah. Despite this, she's considering taking legal action against the company.
Well, that's not going to. I mean, you know, good God.
I don't think many people are going to even take that seriously.
With frivolous lawsuits, it's amazing what people win. She might actually win the case. I'm hoping she wouldn't. What's that?
She probably would. I mean, they probably have like a shitload of money set aside for these things like this.
I suppose. But still, I hope she wouldn't win the case, because obviously this is something no responsible adult would do. But it's, you know, oh my God.
Ordinarily, I wouldn't quote a rapper, but this time it makes sense. So according to Chance the Rapper, when I watched the video the second time, it was hard to laugh because I could tell Shorty genuinely didn't know she had put one of the world's most powerful adhesives in her shit. I hope she recovers well.
It's awful. So she's recovering. I see this is from 5 hours ago. Los Angeles News published this 5 hours ago. CBS Local. Tessica Brown recovering after Beverly Hills surgeon performs procedure to remove Gorilla Glue. So anyhow, she was medically scalped is basically what happened. So the Obeng, director of Miko Plastic Surgery, says, "The surgery went well. Tessica is doing well. She's awake. The hair crew is doing her hair. So the procedure would normally cost north of $12,000, but he offered to do it for free." Obeng. So Obeng is a fucking saint. She is fucking lucky. Yeah. Well, he also gets a lot of promotion from this. No doubt it's kind of like free advertising, right? I mean, you know, oh, you did the Gorilla Girl? Well, you must be able to do anything. So this is a good rep build up for him. It's kind of like, you know, in the Star Wars saga, you know, I don't know if it's canon, but it was in the comics where Boba Fett hunts down a war criminal and kills him for free, essentially, just because he can get his reputation back. My.
I'd be interested only in the surgery. I really don't care about the story personally, but the surgery would be interesting.
Yeah,
And I
yeah,
want to see if I can find it.
yeah. And this Dr. Michael Obing, by the way, just so people know, he's black, and so he might have experienced. Oh shit! I'm looking at her videos now, where she's messing with her hair that had the Gorilla Glue in it, and of course nothing is doing anything to move that. It's like her scalp is bald, but she painted the hair on it. It's so sad. It's just. Oh my God! Polyurethane is what Gorilla Glue is made out of, apparently. So this is like, oh God! I just thank you for bringing this up. I now will have nightmares the rest of the fucking night, and I won't really, but it's still it's something, you know. There you go. So there, my dear brother, Mr. Jameson Reese. He manages to dig up the that which shocks us and makes us think. Oh my God. You there?
Yeah, I want to see. Yeah. I'm gonna see if I can look for the surgery.
Dude, they just did it. It won't be online for a while yet. If you find something pirated and placed online, it's going to take a few days, I would suspect. I mean, the news about it was just published 5 hours ago on. So, obviously this is
These things seem to pop up on Reddit quite fast, though.
Might be. It might be.
Or maybe I could see a similar surgery just to see what it would look like.
And
Morbid curiosity.
Yeah. Macabre menace. Macabre menace. That actually it would be correctly pronounced macabre menace. He made it one word, so people like myself try to read it out syllable by syllable, and it just comes out all wrong. But it's macabre menace is goddamn man. So there we have that. And yeah, thank you, macabre menace. I hear you. There's really nothing else to say. It's something that is just, awful. People, it's like this. It's just wrong how stupid people are, and it's just like there's something wrong here because it's like James had said. This woman is running a daycare center, and if she's doing this with glue, I have this image of the kids at the daycare center sniffing this shit. And getting high. I mean, first off, that glue is so potent, and she absorbed it through her scalp into her bloodstream. She must have been, you'd think she would be nauseous. You would think she would be just, sick, physically sick for...
She probably is. I mean, there's no telling what's going on with her liver.
She didn't look like it bothered her, other than for the fact that she couldn't.
You could walk around with like 25% of a functional liver and still look like things are doing all right.
Okay.
You'll be surprised how by the time you start getting symptoms where you're like jaundice and shit, that's when you're definitely gonna go. You're on your way out.
Okay. All right. Yeah. And, good point.
So there's no telling how her kidneys are affected. If someone's kidneys are affected, you still wouldn't see them like.
Well, if she went
If
she went to the hospital, she turned herself into the hospital, and the hospital was aware of her situation. They must have taken blood tests.
I don't think they wouldn't care. Come on, we're talking about a black woman, someone who's in a marginalized group. They're not gonna go that far. Now, if you were watching the Discovery Channel and it was someone who was white, they'd be like, "We did this test and that test," and they'd have the sad music. They didn't know what was happening to their organs.
It's your point's well taken. I mean, with all the horror.
That's America.
Yeah.
That we live in.
Yes. Yeah. It's with all the horror stories that I've learned of. It's a point that has to be considered. That may be the case. I'm just, again, you're just left shaking your head. It's one of those things that it's just awful. I remember during all the times that I had to be in the hospital with my parents. then one time there was and you've got nothing but a curtain separating, you know, the beds they're on from all the other people in the emergency room.
Oh, you're gonna laugh about this. And this is kind of funny in a fucked up way. But yeah, so Fox 5 San Diego has like a story about this, and instead of showing the woman who sprayed her hair, they show a picture of Aunt Jemima 010.
Isn't that like
how much more racist can you get?
I was about to say, I mean, what how the fuck
they are? Yeah,
how did they get away with that? It's
because they're Fox, and because this is the country we're in.
Oh my God! Do you have like a screenshot or a link you can provide of that? It's one of those things. I believe you, of course, but it's one of those things you just have to see for yourself to just get the fucked up, you know, vibes at their full effect. That's just awful.
I'll send you a print screen.
Okay. Yeah, and in terms of so there we have that, and yes, I had vaguely heard of this girl, I think yesterday or the day before, but now I'm like, you know, I'm just now I know more about it. I'll probably be following it for a few days just out of morbid interest. So Tessica Brown is not just the Gorilla Glue girl. Her message to the internet, exclusive. Okay, this is like, what's her message to the internet? She didn't mean to go viral. She was simply asking for help. 40 years of age and doing something like this. It's just, okay, she needs, like, what does she need? I mean, she needs a tutor.
Probably a vasectomy. Don't have kids.
Yes,
And
thank you.
quite possibly a one of those what do they call it when they remove half your brain?
Oh God,
Just for
a
study?
lobotomy. A lobotomy. She's well, she doesn't need that. She's got 5 kids. She's got 5 kids. Oh my.
Okay, well then maybe we need to make sure her kids don't have kids.
Yes.
I mean, I'm sure not all the time. You know, I'm sure you can get smart kids with stupid parents.
Yeah. Yeah.
So I could be wrong about that. So
You know
I'm
who
just
she-
saying, you know, it's
you know who she reminds me of? I mean, she owns Tessica's Little Angels Daycare. She's got 5 kids. She's running a daycare center. She's running the Dazzling Divas dance team. You know, so she's very active. She's obviously active in the community. Okay, so here we are with the I've been sent the screenshot by Jameson Reese, and we've got, okay, I'm looking for the Fox thing. Fox, let me see, download.
you see the pancake syrup.
Pancake syrup. See, yeah. Oh, you're right. Gorilla Glue's hair. That's okay. That's just wrong. Okay, that's just so fucking wrong. Fox 5 San Diego. Yes, you're right. It's just like, oh my fucking God. Maybe that's just like somehow coincidental. I mean, we got another one, Tessica Brown seeing the surgeon, and there's that idiot up there, that stupid attorney that was droning on the floor that's being shown. So sometimes what'll happen is sometimes the visuals will just flux, and you know, they'll show a different visual for what
No, I'm fairly certain that's deliberate.
probably it is Fox. I mean,
I mean,
I'm not defending that.
what's the fucking likelihood they're gonna use freaking pancake syrup?
Yes.
Well,
And-
anyway, there is a deeper issue here, and there's one that needs to be well taken, and that's the pressure on Black women to
Yes. Thank you.
have this image of straightened hair.
Yes.
That's literally slave day shit
Yeah.
that still permeates Black culture.
True.
You know, there's nothing wrong with straightening your hair if that's what you want to do, but I mean, shit. I don't understand why at this point in time, you know, Black folks aren't, you know, Black women in particular aren't more comfortable. I mean, they are more comfortable rocking naturals now than they used to be. That's for sure. But I mean, it's just still sad that people want to have that straight look.
Yeah.
I don't get it.
Well, it's the as you said, it's kind of it's emulating the white, look, it's emulating the white
The white
European,
standard.
yeah, the white standard.
Yeah.
So it's it is what it is. But she reminds me kind of like Erica, Derek.
Oh yeah, yeah. The woman with the oh God, everybody's a mermaid thing.
Yes, yes. What happened was that what was it? Lena Shea at the time that she asked Erica about body work because Erica does massage therapy just like Lena Shea did, and then during their conversation they brought up, of course, Erica was saying that she was singing at this adult orgy. She was just singing there, and then she was watching everybody have this orgy, but she's just watching and she's innocent. And whenever people approached her, she would say, "I'm just here to sing," and it's like the way she presented that. It's like she had these little angel wings glued on her back of her shoulders and was just just watching while everybody was getting down to fuck, while she's just standing by observing. And there's this kind of like how would I say it? It's just really hard to take something like that. This kind of like, oh, what I saw but I'm not part of type of attitude. All of it may be true, but it's like, okay, well, why hang out there? I mean, why not? It's kind of like
Yeah, I mean,
yeah,
why go sing at an adult entertainment place if you're not going to get down and dirty yourself?
yeah, right.
I mean, and it kind of sounds like you'd be getting the shit end of the deal
yeah, that's right.
when you have an opportunity to score potentially something. I mean, I don't know. Maybe none of the people looked good enough, and she was like, "Oh, these."
Well, in
don't
that
really
case, why hang around to watch? I mean, in that case, it's just
Yeah,
repulsive.
yeah.
But
If that's the case, there's no reason to watch. You gotta-
yeah, so she was like, and then so when she was talking to Lena, the conversation veered towards the adult entertainment industry and other aspects of massage therapy when Erica started saying something about the sacred yoni. The sacred yoni she was talking about. That's what I thought of when you brought up the black guy who used to be Barney.
Oh, the Barney guy.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and then
yeah.
that's when Lena was saying about Erica, to Derek, good luck getting near her sacred yoni. She told him.
Oh yeah, Lena would. No comment.
Oh my god! Yes. Yeah. But thank you for your how would I say it? Your
Discretion.
Yes, thank you. I couldn't. Yeah, I was looking for that. I can't get anything out these days, but that's fine. That's what the drugs are for. I was seeking that. So what I'm seeing now is on Entertainment Today, that this chick, Tessica Brown is. She certainly has gotten a lot of media attention from this, so there's probably a future for her in reality television. If nothing else, she probably will get something in reality television. So maybe
Yeah,
this
like
is an
a
opportunity.
Discovery slot or something, where
Yeah.
they put like just about everyone who is desperate for
Oh my
something.
God! Oh, that's so sad. Oh, and so there you go. But anyhow, so yeah, so Erica had, of course, like this kind of daycare thing going with the mermaid boot camp, which is always puzzled me then. Why use the term boot camp? I mean, okay, like if you're showing kids to be mermaids, kind of teaching them to swim, putting some fun into it, add a little role playing. Okay, wouldn't it be like mermaids like Cove or Cherry
Yeah,
Lake?
why the boot camp?
Yeah, what boot camp? That was so fucking weird.
The sort of military thing, and then the altars. It's like, oh boy, the whole thing reminded me of like something Max Spears went through, and I'm like, okay, this is not what it seems.
Right.
Of course, I brought that kind of thing up with Lena, in private.
Oh.
I didn't say anything on the show, but I was like, wow, that's kind of sketch to me. I mean, I'm sure if Derek Derek can vouch for her, then she's probably a better person than I, thought initially. But, it's just little trigger words like that seem to catch my attention.
Anyhow, we'll ask Derek if he's willing to speak about that in the near future. I'm not quite sure that that's going any further than it did. But it's so at any rate, we'll let Derek talk about that if he feels like it. If he's out there now, of course. Hopefully, if he comes home sometime soon, he'll join us on that. Anyhow. So with that, we'll encourage our man Jameson to try and get some sleep. Oh my God, you've been through a lot. Jameson's been through a lot himself. No Gorilla Glue involved, but a lot of cough syrup.
No, not even.
I mean over the years. I meant over the years with that. Not.
But you see that's where I kind of I've done the taboo, because you see, rather than doing the cough syrup, if you do the pills that have the chlorpheniramine maleate, the triple C's, that's like a taboo amongst people who use DXM, because that causes more problems than not, due to the effect that high levels of chlorpheniramine maleate has on the body. Of course, I knew that, but I was like, fuck, the high is just a hell of a lot more incredible. Mm-hmm. Because it's a deliriant, and the deliriant is spiking the hallucinogenic effects of the dissociative. So it's like having twice the amount of DXM in you, with like a little added, with like maybe Benadryl or some shit, same effect, and it's like, holy shit.
Well, there you go.
So I'm literally getting what I deserve for chasing the dragon for too long.
You're taking it well. And maintain Jameson Reese in your thoughts and prayers, just as we do Selena Khan and Maria Michaela Grigorich, and anyone, of course, affiliated with Team Dietrich. Keep everybody in your thoughts and prayers. And there we have that. Really glad that you're still able to help as much as you do, and but do get yourself some rest. I'll get back to educating the people on the Asian Lunar New Year and elements thereof, and yeah, Jet Li. Let me look him up now, because he was looking like shit, like he was knocking on death's fucking door. I don't know. You know who Jet Li is, right?
Yeah, well, that's because he suffers from hyperthyroidism.
And so you do know about his case. And
yes,
yeah.
And hyperthyroidism causes him significant amounts of pain.
Does it really? Holy shit.
Yeah.
And
it limits what he's able to do.
Well, that poor fucker. Oh my God. Well, that does away with whatever he was, right? Jet Li can no longer be Jet Li. That's oh man. Yes, if anybody sees those photographs of him, he looks like he doesn't have long for this world. He was born in the same year my sister was born, 1963. And that poor son of a bitch. And, he bloated out, too. I mean, hypothyroidism is like, come on, they got thyroid supplements, right?
Yeah, but this is supposed to be hyperthyroidism.
Oh, hyperthyroidism. Okay.
Yeah, which causes rapid heartbeat, commonly more than 100 beats per minute, irregular heartbeat, unintentional weight loss, even when your appetite and food intake stay the same or increase, heart palpitations, increased appetite, nervousness, anxiety, irritability, trembling using your hands and fingers, sweating, changes in menstrual patterns, increased sensitivity to heat. I'm sure he doesn't have to worry about menstrual patterns. Changes in bowel patterns, especially more frequent bowel movements, a goiter. Well, that's fatigue, muscle weakness, difficulty sleeping, thinning skin, and fine brittle hair. Well, that fucking sucks.
Yeah.
Dude, I definitely wouldn't want that.
No, that's just awful. And so sorry to hear about that. Well, he's So does it shorten the lifespan? Or because, like I said, he looks like he's dying. The poor bastard.
I imagine they wouldn't have to explicitly say that, but I imagine it would. I
Okay.
mean, you're shitting all the time, your heart's racing like crazy, you can barely sleep.
Oh man.
Not difficulty sleeping in and of itself is enough to, you know, make your lifespan shorter.
Yes, that's true.
Due to
Yes.
the importance that sleep plays on the body, especially as you age, you're supposed to get more sleep, which people don't know. You know, people think, oh, yeah, but, you know, I used to sleep 12 hours when I was a kid. Now I only sleep 4 because I'm 50. It's like, okay, goodbye.
That's so true. I mean, they always say people need to sleep less as they get older and eat less as they get older. Theoretically, this has something to do with the shortening of time that you have. So you spend more time awake, less time eating, less time sleeping. I'm like thinking, well, what's the purpose of living? I mean, for me, living is all about sleeping and eating. Anyhow, so there you go with it.
It also causes swelling skin and redness and swelling, often on the shins and feet.
Uh-huh.
My God.
What
I
causes
think
that?
I
You
should
reading
get
about the
checked.
hyperthyroidism? That,
Yeah, I
yeah,
think
that
I should
was
get checked for that
okay. Yeah, check for
because
that.
of the issue going on with my shins. Oh, fuck. Damn, I'd have to be on the same medication my cat's on.
Well, there you go. Yes.
Holy shit.
Yeah.
Now I could relate to her a lot more. No, I don't think I have it, though. If I had that, that would set off a lot of red flags. Whoa, wait a minute. Actually, I probably do have it because my T4 count was extremely high based on the blood results I got. I didn't speak to the guy yet. I have to speak to him today, the psychiatrist, because he would know, and the doctor that's there. But elevated T4, oh fuck, that explains a lot.
Okay.
There you have it.
Well,
knows?
you're very familiar with the biochemistry of the human body and your own body, so you're light years ahead of many other people. So being
Well, you have to be when you're taking things that could potentially kill you for fun.
yeah.
But yeah, I'm fairly certain he's going to tell me about that today.
Okay.
Fuck. That's something, because I remember I saw that on the screen when my therapist was showing me the results, and that caught my eye immediately because the T4 looked like it was high, and I was like, well, what the hell is T4? I thought that had something to do with the immune system. I had no idea it had to do with the thyroid.
Right.
Holy shit.
Okay. Yeah. Well, at least you're not aging like Jet Li has.
Not yet.
Yeah.
Not yet.
Yeah.
But, you know, given I haven't reached 40 yet. So what I have to do is slow down time significantly more so I can enjoy this youthful time and try to get laid as much as possible.
There we are.
Because I'm fairly certain by the time I reach that age, I'm going to look like shit. And I hope not.
Yeah, I hope not as well.
That would be a massive waste. Oh my
It
God.
would be.
I mean, I could say if I was a less attractive guy, but damn. That means I got to start doing some more riskier behavior and living.
Yes, true. I'll agree with that.
Kids, don't think like I think. Please don't.
Well, you don't need to worry about that. Not many people think as you think. Then again, many people do. You're just more honest about it and more able to be aware of where you are in the situation. Most people, of course, don't analyze themselves and educate themselves medically as you do when they're self-abusive. They just they just cut loose with it, and they pay the consequences more in ignorance than yourself. You're fully knowledgeable in what the consequences are.
This also explains why I've been losing weight over time. Yeah, I think he's probably gonna wind up putting me on something for that, which would be good.
Mm-hmm.
because I don't want to wind up swelling up like a fucking balloon.
No, you don't want to look like Jet Li did. It was at the time that he made Bulletproof Monk, which was what, 20, 30 years ago, that he started to look like shit, which was, not too shortly after he finally became a household name in America with the Mel Gibson film. And, right after that big break, then he, went to shit, which was just awful. So,
well, that's what happens when you start doing American movies. But yeah, you're right. He looks way, 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 way older in the pictures they have.
And you would think that his agent would take care of that and touch it up and shit. He had to have his agent do all kinds of damage control for him because everybody has been asking about him for years in terms of his health. It reminds me of Mickey Rourke, of course. I don't know if you're aware of this, but I don't know how much you even know about Mickey Rourke, but Mickey Rourke, of course, was an actor who became famous with the film Year of the Dragon, which was a excellent film about Chinese underworld activities in New York. So it was about the Chinese mafia, and he played a white Caucasian police officer who was trying to break up the activities of a young up-and-coming Chinese godfather in the underworld.
And that is so cliche.
It was very, very cliche, but he did the part well, and he had that wonderful accent. The voice was just right, and he had a good face. And then it was just awful. At some point, he went to a plastic surgeon and was trying to get some Botox injection to maintain his youth and kind of not age. He didn't need to do that. It wasn't necessary for him to do that. He was probably hyper self-conscious and worried about aging, and he did that as a preemptive. And,
oh yeah, I see the pictures now.
Yeah,
oh
it
my
all
God.
went wrong. It all went wrong. It melted his face, basically. It's just, I don't know what plastic surgeon he went to, but I hope he fucking sued him. I hope he fucking sued him out of business.
He didn't need plastic surgery at all to begin with.
No, he did not. He did not.
No, his mouth looks like it's in a permanent scowl.
It's just something awful.
He looks like Mr. Grinch from when they had like the, oh my God.
So what tag words did you use? Was it just Mickey Rourke that you used?
Yeah.
And so I'm gonna hit Mickey Rourke and see what comes up.
And they show him at 33. They show him at 63. Oh my gosh.
Oh God, yeah. It's just, I'll look at the images and you weep. It's just awful. Yeah, it's just awful. It was so fucking sad. And he must have gone to plastic surgeons after that to try and fix up what the one plastic surgeon did to fuck him up. It's just it's just awful. I mean, oh my God. And his face looks like, you know what it reminds me of? It reminds me of those Hannibal Lecter films where Buffalo Bill is skinning people and putting their faces on, like the Chainsaw Murder.
Yeah. And it doesn't.
Yeah.
I mean, it looks like he's wearing someone else's face.
Yes, that's what it looks like. Like he's wearing someone else's face, like a face transplant on someone whose face has been lost to monkey attacks or severe burns, etc. I mean, it's just awful. And of course, the Inquirer, like Esquire.com, here's Mickey Rourke. I mean, they're just making fun of him like he's, basically they're just saying, look here's Mickey Rourke. Doesn't he look like shit? It's like that attitude. Oh,
I mean, they could keep handing it to him, but the fact of the matter is there's a very real mental illness component to that.
You mean that level of self-consciousness where somebody tried to get plastic surgery when they didn't need it? Yes. Yeah.
And keeps doing it continuously.
I don't know if he's done it since then, but I'm saying, I'm sure if I were in his situation, I would, to try and fix up the problem, right? That was created.
Well, the good thing is at least he vowed to thump Trump with a left hook from hell.
Yes.
So that's
good.
That's commendable.
Yes, he retained some sanity. Oh God, he's showing off his tattoos. Why did he get the tattoos? I mean, I guess he figured, what the hell? I look like shit anyway. I might as well cover myself in tattoos.
Yeah, kind of. I think the tattoo thing. Yeah. I don't get why people do that either.
Thank you. Thank you.
It literally, it doesn't make you look better. It's like it looks like you're hiding your form. You're
Yes.
hiding your skin behind a bunch of images. I could see if they were like tattoos that came off and you were, a different tattoo for every day or some shit. But
Yeah, I hear you. I hear you. And hopefully someday people will do go in that direction and just put on transitionals. Of course, my father was a sailor. He had tattoos all over. He would always discourage people from getting them if he could. And so there we go.
for some reason, everyone in the military seems to do that.
Yeah.
I mean, even guys in the Air Force. Oh, I'm gonna get a tattoo. I'm like, dude, you're in the fucking Air Force.
Thank you.
Why
Yeah.
do you need a
Thank you.
tattoo?
Thank you.
It's like, man, I want to have a skull. I want to have a skull with an AK-47 and all this other shit going on. It's like, dude,
How incredibly stupid.
calm down.
Yes, I know. Then Derek Telly got himself some tattoos and shit too. I mean, it's just, oh, why?
I'm glad I never did that.
Thank
Oh,
you.
man.
Yes, honestly, you're. I think you did the right thing. Believe me. People, stop getting tattoos. Honestly, it's you just don't need it. I mean, very few people could carry it off well, and so
Yeah, and if you really need to mark yourself, here's a secret, and it works very well. If you need to mark yourself, use a scarification technique, and the best. Now, what you want to do is you take a shaving razor, because those have the sharpest blades.
Oh,
It has to be a
God.
fresh shaving razor.
Oh,
You
God.
undo the wire that binds everything together. Now, before you cut yourself, you want to take a lighter and heat that thing up as fast as hot as you
Oh,
can get it.
jeez, we don't need to go there. Oh my
This
God.
way, for some reason, when you heat it up, it cuts the skin so fast.
Oh,
You don't
jeez.
even feel it.
Okay, you're not speaking from experience, are you? You.
I am.
Oh God, what? You're a cutter? Not
I
the-
was.
Okay,
I
okay.
was for a time.
But by the way,
I
it's common. It's common. I'm not judgmental on it. I'm just asking.
no, but this was for ritual. This was for ritual
I
purposes.
see. Okay. Yes.
So it's the reason why I have a seal of Lucifer on my left shoulder.
Okay. Understood.
And because, and of course I've been, our relationship, my relationship with Lucifer has been continuous throughout the years, and it's grown more. It's only grown better with time.
No, I understand. Yeah, that's.
I guess he's who I hope to emulate someday.
Yes, well, I have my own relationship, as we all know, through the Night of the Broken Circle and thereafter. So it shows that there's a reason why we've met. So at least that is now that's
Well, yeah,
publicly.
and I'm fairly certain that there's a reason we were drawn together for a greater purpose.
I guess yes.
Not a sinister one. Not a sinister one.
Yes, I'm only sighing because I agree. It's not sinister. I'm simply sighing because of the inevitability of it. That's the yeah. I guess that's true enough. And well, love you dearly. Get yourself some rest. I will go back into monologuing now, and let me check the live stream. See how much time we have left. 10 to 11, 11, 12. We got 2 hours left. So. Let me fill those 2 hours up with educating people as to the impacts of Asian Lunar New Year, the more practical impacts, and so take care. And say goodnight to the audience, or good day to the audience.
Good day, folks. I will probably be in the background for a little bit.
That's fine.
I think I'll probably stick around till 7.
Okay. Yeah.
Probably and guzzle some more of this energy drink, which is exactly why I did not sleep to begin
Oh
with.
God.
Oh, all right. This is a different one though. It's not C4.
Okay.
This stuff is called Bang,
That's cute. And,
which has actually, oh my God, maybe 200 milligrams more of caffeine.
oh shit. Wow.
But
Oh,
it doesn't
God.
have that. It doesn't have that chemical. That chemical made by that company that makes C4, which happens to be the agro giant. Fucking. What do you call them again? Monsanto. So.
Oh. Cool.
There goes. I was drinking something that probably had weed killer and all types of shit. 'Cause- No, well, what happened with that particular drink? What happens is if you have enough of it, for some reason, you get this tingly feeling in your skin, and then you just want to move, like bounce off the walls. I'm like, okay, that's even better than regular energy drinks, right? And it feels kind of good, but who knows how toxic it is?
Yeah.
Of course, I knew it would be toxic. I just didn't care.
Do you remember the
Oh my
drink?
God.
Do you remember the drink they took off the market? Which I remember my 3D graphics modeler friend. He said you only want to drink that sort of thing if you want to get fucked up. If you're trying to fuck yourself up, and he meant in the most self-destructive way. And it was the only thing I could see about it was that it was a combination of like
Yeah, but that was for local. But they put it back on. It's back. They sell it again, but they don't mix it with caffeine anymore.
Okay.
So I remember the people, the homeless folks and the drug folks from Union Square used to just like rant about the stuff, and they would only drink it, and you would smell it all over the place, and
Holy
the shit
shit.
tasted horrible. It still tastes horrible because it has like this. It's like this fruit taste. Why would you mix fruit with alcohol?
Thank you.
I'd rather something that just tastes like beer, and beer tastes like piss anyway.
Yes, yes, that's true too.
The only thing that really tastes good is bourbon.
Okay. Well, I mean, I'll say something. The fruity alcohol drinks, I've really avoided those because I tend to avoid those because they can taste sweet, they can taste good, they can taste very much like a soda pop. I'm sure that this thing doesn't have that ambience, and it probably tastes like shit. And it tastes like fruit in the same way probably that Skittles taste like fruit, which is not like fruit at all, but like plastic.
Well, it's nauseating. It's
okay.
nauseating.
Yeah.
All the alcohol drinks that have like that fruity flavor seem to nauseate. Personally, I'm one where if I'm going to, I think the mildest tasting beer is probably something like St. Ives or the other one that has like 8% alcohol.
Mm.
And then there's Baltica, but Baltica I find like which is the 9-point alcohol content. That's that Russian shit. I mean, of course that stuff's going to do the job well.
Right, of course.
So that's if you really need to get fucked up.
That's what it's for. But yeah, I avoid the fruity drinks because they are very seductive. The fruity
Not only
drinks.
that,
yeah, go on.
Yeah, they add a certain chemical in them too that's not healthy for your liver.
Right.
To add to the alcohol, which is not healthy for your liver, folks.
Right. Well, I'm talking about I'm not talking about the stuff that comes in a bottle. I'm talking about the stuff that's mixed by a bartender where you've got a pina colada or you've got something.
Oh, that kind of stuff.
Yeah, the actual drinks that are mixed so that they're that would be what I'm talking about. You're talking about basically hardcore street drinks.
Yeah, I'm talking about the beers that you buy in the back of the fucking cooler.
Which is like that's where the homeless people come in, and you've got that kind of thing. No, I wasn't talking about that because that doesn't take.
The fruity one that has grapefruit juice is pretty good.
Well, of course it would be because the grapefruit juice kills the taste of the alcohol. It's like a screwdriver, right? I mean by the way,
not only that, I think doesn't it also potentiate the alcohol?
It does all kinds of shit. I mean, the grapefruit is something. Just so people understand this, grapefruits are something that you want to avoid if you're on any medications because they kill the efficacy of meds. Grapefruits are.
Well, it depends on the med too, because what happens is it with some meds it actually makes it so that the medication's more concentrated. Because I think it oh my God, what the fuck do they call it? It seems to compete for the same liver enzyme track, LD4, I think. It could potentiate it, or it could inhibit certain drugs, depending on the specific, medication you're taking.
Right. Well, definitely always check with your care provider, anyone out there who's. But most of the time, it eliminates the efficacy of the drug. But I understand what you're saying. Yeah.
Well, with DXM, it seems to boost it.
Right. Right. And okay, that makes sense. And so when it came to maybe a bottled kind of fruity drink that, again, is very seductive would be wine. There are certain wines that taste sweet, and then you still get the buzz. I mean, you don't want to get addicted to those because they're so easy to become an alcoholic with. And so there you have that.
Yeah,
It's just
and you'll have that alcohol gut to go with it because you're adding sugar on top of sugar.
yeah. You're right. You're right. It's
Because
just
alcohol is broken down to sugar anyway.
yes. It's all just got to be careful of these things. And so, aside from all that, I'll go back into monologue now, and I really appreciate your being here, definitely. And what we've gone through is kind of like, it's funny. We did our own entertainment tonight kind of special where we went through these case studies in just kind of like self-abuse with the from Gorilla Glue Girl to Mickey Rourke, anyhow. So that we have that. And who was like Mickey Rourke was the young guy who I used to speak to back on Revolution Radio once in a while. And that poor bastard, he used to go to the conferences a lot, and he was speaking with myself on a few of the Revolution Radio episodes. I don't know if you were listening to me at that time. Probably not. I forget his name, poor guy. Noreen Helphand was in a relationship with him for a short period of time. Poor bastard was living with his mother, and then of course they got kicked out of their apartment in Rhode Island, and he brought his mother with him to live with a friend called Max Steele. Poor bastard. Somebody lived in a trailer. It was just awful. He was just
Damn,
going all over the
that's
place.
the worst of luck.
Yes. He wound up, going all over the place with his mother, who hopefully, God knows, I don't see how she's even alive. Probably not alive. Hopefully she died peacefully, but she had issues. Alzheimer's, maybe early Alzheimer's or something. And he was acting as her care provider. He, when he was in Rhode Island, he was sleeping in the fucking garage. That's why they got kicked out of the apartment. They discovered him sleeping in the garage. It was like an apartment house, and everybody in the apartment house knew he was sleeping in the garage, but they didn't want the people who owned the apartment house to find out. But, once they did, then he and his mother got kicked out. But, he was sleeping in the garage with a little space heater, otherwise it was freezing. You can imagine Rhode Island it's further north than New York, so the snow.
Yeah. It's the Atlantic temperatures are bad enough here. They're right on the Atlantic water. Oh
Yeah.
God,
Yeah.
I don't want to think about that.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, and just poor guy. Anyhow, as I said, hang out as long as you want. You can hang out here. As a matter of fact, I'll just get back to telling people about just to remind people, when I was saying about the fourth thing that came to my mind when it was Chinese New Year. Just never pay a deposit into the Chinese business system just before the Spring Festival, because when companies go out of business in China, the most common time that they choose to wrap things up and close forever is Chinese New Year. And that means you should never pay a deposit just before the holiday, as your factory may intend to close permanently. And of course, they're not going to tell you. They'll take what money they can before they close and take it with them. The fifth thing that comes to mind is you need to forecast far in advance to adjust for production times, like I said. So as I discussed earlier in Arc of Narrative tonight, there's just a number of factors that affect production, and these include the rush before the holiday, the long closure times for Chinese New Year, and the ramp-up period afterwards. So for any orders that you would normally want to receive in March through April, you should start discussing them with your suppliers around September through October. So you need to forecast your shipment needs far in advance, and basically order extra stock earlier to adjust for factory downtime. So for next year, all of you who are listening this year, there are dates to mark on your calendar, and the dates for Chinese New Year and other traditional festivals, they're all based on the Chinese lunar calendar when you're dealing with the Chinese supply chain system. And thus they're all floating holidays. They change every year. relative to the Gregorian calendar of the West. And the Asian Lunar New Year is celebrated in other Asian countries such as Vietnam and Korea at the same time. And so they would go through the same cycles. So this year, 2021, when factories are closing for Chinese New Year, basically February 12th is the first day of the year of the ox. This Friday, the official government holiday, as I said last, from the 11th through the 17th for New Year's Day today. This is New Year's Day today in communist China. As a matter of fact, it was yesterday, because they're a day ahead of us across the Pacific, across the international date line. So bear in mind that they closed even before then. They close early. In some cases, they actually close at the end of January, and they don't reopen till late February. So basically, it won't be till midweek next week that you can even start hoping to even crawl back towards getting anything normal in terms of scheduling. In the next 3 years, the first day of the new year will be celebrated on, 2022 will be the year of the tiger. The first day of the new year will be February 1st. So you want to start planning for that in your supply chain about half a year beforehand. In the year 2023, that will be the year of the rabbit in the Chinese New Year system. The Vietnamese calendrical system, it will be the year of the cat. And that will be beginning in either case on January 22nd for the year 2023. Mark these down on your calendar, people, if you have any business going on with Asia, dealing in exports, imports, supply chain. February 1st for next year, January 22nd for the year after that. We will finally be, once again, in the year of the dragon in 2024. And that will be February 10th will be the Asian Lunar New Year for the year after next. So, of course, Chinese New Year is not China's only holiday. There's some other Chinese holidays to be aware of, in addition to the Spring Festival. There are other holidays you should know about. In 2021, China has either celebrated last year that I remember, or will celebrate rather this year. Holidays with time off would include, well, bear in mind these holidays are nowhere near as significant, but they still have some impact on shipments. So basically, Mid-Autumn Festival and National Day, which will be around October. Certainly that's what I remember from 2020 as the latest holiday, where you've got business closure dates. That was about a week as well, as a matter of fact, from October 1st through the 8th last year. For 2021, the business closure dates, New Year's Day, January 1st, they took a day off just like the West did. With the April 5th, that'll be the Qingming, the Tomb Sweeping Festival. Everybody visits their family's graves on April 5th. The Chinese Labor Day will be May 1st, and of course that's a communist holiday, so unions all over the world celebrate that. And then June 14th will be the Dragon Boat Festival, and you'll see most of the sparks fly in Taiwan. But mainland China celebrates it as well. And September 21st of this year will be the Mid-Autumn Festival. And then the National Day for mainland China will be October 1st. In my own homeland and heartland of Taiwan, it's Double 10 Day, October 10th. The 10th day in October. So anyhow, communicate with your factory before each holiday to determine which days they'll be taking off. And with those dates out of the way and marked on your calendar, if you're involved at all with any supply chain system or imports or exports, there's still a couple of other things you might be thinking about. We've got the trade war. We've got the pandemic. The U.S.-China, or the Sino-American trade war, more properly, Sino-American trade war. and the global pandemic have converged, and together prompted many importers to make changes in their supply chains. So there's questions that have come along with that have been forwarded to myself or directly sent to myself from different people, and asking basically what people can learn from the impact of COVID-19 on Chinese New Year last year. And so 2020 was frustrating, and it was just a very frustrating and unusual year for many importers. The announcement of the new virus at the beginning of yesteryear coincided with Chinese New Year and led to an extension of the holiday. And rather than travel back to their factories, workers stayed with their families in their hometowns in most cases. And so the importers were upset to learn that they simply couldn't place new orders after the holiday last year, and that they would not have enough stock to keep up with sales. Eventually, the rest of the world went into lockdown anyway, and so demand for different products shifted, and all kinds of new problems arose. And one key thing to take away from yesteryear, the lessons of 2020, is that, well, the future's never certain. So it makes sense to consider putting contingency plans into place. So there's probably two ways importers can deal with uncertainty that I'm aware of. Carry a predetermined amount of safety stock. So you have a buffer to get you through any unforeseen events. And secondarily, adopt a China +1, +2, or +3 strategy by working with a primary supplier in China and secondary suppliers in Southeast Asia, and maybe a tertiary supplier in Mexico or elsewhere. If problems occur in one geographic region, production can be shifted to another region. So with that in mind, many importers are now working with suppliers in Vietnam. Of course, these poor fucking white people don't realize the Vietnamese have their own Asian Lunar New Year. And most of them never even suspected that Vietnam celebrates the same Lunar New Year that China does at the same time. This is what makes, people just don't get it. You can't win. It's all, your future lies in Asia, and Asia is Asia. You have to change for Asia, not the other way around. All right. So if people are wondering what impact the Lunar New Year has on factories in Vietnam, well, the Lunar New Year is an important holiday in Vietnam, to be sure, but the impact on production is not as significant as it is in China. So, maybe this transmission, but another transmission. I'll have to do it in another transmission where I'll talk about sourcing in Vietnam as a good, whether it's a good alternative to China or not. But the official holiday in Vietnam is called Tet, as in the infamous Tet Offensive of the Viet Cong that was launched in the middle of New Year, which was, a low blow against the South Vietnamese by the atheistic North. And of course, then once the North reunited with South Vietnam and they were forcibly reunited, then the North basically went back to celebrating Tet anyway. And it lasts from February 12th through the 16th this year, just like in China. And the factories may take additional days off, sometimes up to 2 weeks. The production times are, of course, impacted, and quotations will likely be delayed. However, the delay is not as significant as it is in China, where the impact can span more than a month. So the delays are something to plan for, but they're not nearly as excessive. So if you're working with suppliers in Vietnam, it shouldn't be that big a concern. If you're working with suppliers in China, it definitely is. So with all that said, you might ask, what should importers who are working with factories in China, actually do to prepare for Chinese New Year? I mean, it's too late now, But oh, okay. Oh, great. Got a wonderful note from Crystal River just now, and she's given me some wonderful news, and she's typing something, and she's got this little wonderful red envelope, I believe that is, let me give her a big kiss over that, and there we are. All right, and some of these hearts. So glad that she's considering this. So she's I won't read her note out loud, but until she gives me the secondary note. She's given me a follow-up note. I can see that she's keyboarding, and in the meantime, I'll return to it's too late this year, but for next year, there's two important steps that buyers need to take in the middle of the year, like at least 5 months before Asian Lunar New Year, which will be February 1st next year. At least, as I've discussed, Chinese New Year is the most important holiday in China. It leads to significant factory downtime and increased quality mishaps. So the two steps that you should take around 5 months at least in advance of the holiday would be, well, primarily forecast your inventory needs far in advance and plan all your orders. Factories in China will be fully closed for 2 to 4 weeks, and they take time to ramp back up afterwards. In addition, costs go up around that time, so you need to forecast your inventory needs far in advance. And again, as I've already said, for any orders that you would normally want to receive in March through April, start discussing them with your suppliers by around September or October at the latest. Doing so will help you avoid delayed shipments. And then there is one other thing you should do, and that would be secondarily plan to step up your quality control efforts before and after Chinese New Year. Okay, good. Our Lady's saying she's really into it. An extremely worthy cause and topic. Going to be our best work together ever. Yes. Yeah, just definitely. So excited by what she's saying, and very much inspired myself. So thank you, honey. That's wonderful. So I will announce this. I will tell her I will announce that this is something our listeners can look forward to. Our listeners can look forward to. I will announce now that this is, and give her a bunch of X's and O's. There we are. So, and put a dash there. So, use this. There we are. So, just remember that the period before and after the Asian Lunar New Year holiday sees increased quality mistakes. So that means you should definitely step up your quality control efforts. If you don't conduct a third-party product inspection on every purchase order, consider increasing your frequency. Inspections are, of course, an important part of ensuring the quality of any products, whether they're yours or something you're involved with or invested in, so that you can represent your brand, or the brand you're invested in can be represented in a favorable manner to avoid poor reviews and and a lot of returns. So, and anyhow, there's probably a white paper I can recommend on that. So I received the heart from Crystal Rivers, so that's, as far as I'm concerned, an approval. So I can announce that she has been very inspired to hostess a show with myself for Sexual Assault Awareness Month, which will be in April. So she's doing a lot of reading and preparation. She's got some ideas on it that she's going to share with myself after the Asian Lunar New Year. She's really into it. She says no flakiness here because it feels like an extremely worthy cause and topic. So it's going to be our best work together ever. Mwah! Love you, honey. Love you so much. Love you. And so that's delightful, and I look forward to that. And of course, it's an awful subject, and we will do our best to educate people in, making this world a better place by helping to mitigate, and we can always dream of someday eliminating this as a phenomenon, as a part of the human condition, this sexual assaults and human trafficking, which is a form of chronic, endless assault. So at any rate, again, when it comes to the year that I was born, 1966, in communist mainland China, right across the straits, the Taiwan Straits, or the proper name for the strait, by the way, we all call it the Taiwan Straits in the West, which I'm fine with, of course, being Taiwanese. But the proper name for the straits is the Black Straits. And the Black Straits, right across them in mainland China, the year that I was born, I was born in October of 1966. So my first Asian Lunar New Year on this earth, outside of the womb, was 1967. And right across the Black Straits on mainland China, in the year that I was, basically a few months out of the womb, food was rationed that Asian Lunar New Year. There was no money. It was a totally communized collectivist system in which they were trying to eliminate money as a thing. Greetings were full of communist fervor. Of course, now on mainland China, people would normally, if there were no plague, eat out for Chinese New Year, send e-money and electronic currency, and they would greet with instant messages on WeChat, and that's what you're going to see a lot of this year. The most popular app in China is WeChat, and of course, you've got this massive event where it's all over the world. Chinese communities around the world celebrate this. And it typically, as I said, is something that, this year, I've given you the full schedule. Next year, 2022, it's going to be, the Spring Festival is going to be February 1st through February 7th. That'll be a Tuesday through to a Monday. In the year after that, it'll be January 21st through the 27th, which will be like a Saturday through to a Friday. In the year 2024, the year of the dragon, it's going to be February 9th through the Ides of February, February 15th. So there you have that. Remember, next year will be the year of the tiger. And then after that will be the year of the, cat and rabbit. The Sino-VIºT calendar is identical except for the year of the rabbit in China is the year of the cat in Vietnam. As I said, the date changes for the Spring Festival. They're attributed to the fact that the holiday is based off the lunar calendar instead of the solar calendar, and this is a time of the year that is characterized by happy gatherings, close family interaction, which is what I'm going to be engaging in a lot of. The Chinese Spring Festival has, of course, its own extensive history that represents the rich culture of the Middle Kingdom. The Chinese Spring Festival dates back to the beginning of the Shang Dynasty 4,000 years ago, during which time the Spring Festival began as a tradition of respect to ancestors and deities during the close and the beginning of the years, the transition time. In order to prepare for this festival, the people clean every part of their homes and their bodies This ritual of spring cleaning is a tradition that continues in most parts of China and in Chinese communities, even today, of course. And deity worship is also carried out, but to a lesser degree under communism than it did in China's past, but it's all returning. And so this is now, the deity worship is now closer associated with holiday tradition in communist China than it is with actual religious practice, but it's still returning, back in vogue, and not just as a passing fashion. I intuit it's permanent. And when China's economy became heavily involved in agricultural production, the Spring Festival began to be celebrated for the incoming warm weather and the planting of crops. That, of course, was thousands of years ago. And in addition to the celebration of deities and ancestors, there's also legends and wise tales linked to the celebration of the Spring Festival. The most popular tale is about the Nian. That's the monster that closes the old year, which, according to Chinese legend, the Nian was a beast that devours animals and humans for every day of the year. And after it was discovered that the yearly monster could be driven away with the color red, people used red excessively for the first 2 weeks of the new year. And red is now a lucky color that is used in clothing and fireworks during the Spring Festival. And the color red is expected to drive away the Nian, the anti-god, and bring good fortune for the year ahead. And in terms of tradition, in addition to using red in clothing, decorations, and fireworks, there's also many other traditions associated with the legends and history surrounding the Spring Festival. In accordance with cleaning the home and body, new clothing is often purchased prior to the festival. Family elders also give children the money in the red purse or the envelope, and in return, children show great respect and appreciation to the elders and ancestors. There are a few things, of course, that are forbidden during the Spring Festival in general. People are not allowed to speak of illness, death, or other things with a negative connotation during the beginning of the new year. It is also forbidden to use the unlucky number 4, or xi, unless it is absolutely necessary. When spoken, 4 sounds similar to the word for death, so it is considered to be an omen of misfortune. During the Spring Festival, there are a range of greetings that can be used to express good tidings to friends, families, and strangers. By the way, I can say the word "for" in English as much as I want. We're not using the Chinese word, which so reeks of death. But anyhow, the traditional greeting for the Chinese New Year is "Guan Nian Hao." That would be the Mandarin Chinese. That's the phrase used to celebrate the passing of the year. And although there's a more contemporary phrase that can be used mainly by young people, 今年 Guali, it's also used in urban centers such as Shanghai and Hong Kong, the cosmopolitan financial trendsetters. And so the phrase is a literal translation of the Western greeting, Happy New Year. 今年 Guali. That you might, well, you probably couldn't remember that to relate, but both of the phrases, 过年好 and how is like, 过年好, 你好吗? It's how are you, basically. So it's kind of like that. The 今年过li, that is just more the kind of what you'd call a loan phrase. It's a loan phrase. And both of the phrases, they can be used to politely wish people a good Spring Festival. But 过年好 is more authentic than 新年快乐. It's like, 新年快乐 would be almost like a, it just wouldn't sound as sincere. So as with any great celebratory event, the Chinese Spring Festival has all kinds of entertaining activities for people of any age. And during the half-month-long festival, Chinese and people from across the world can experience normally, aside from plague years, dragon dances and the grand fireworks displays, which will still happen all over China. The street festivals will not probably this year, but the crafts, parties, the live music, a lot of that is going to be curtailed, but people are going to hold virtual events. And certainly I'll have my own that I'll be enjoying with my family. On the final day of the festival, which is the 15th day of the first lunar month, the Ides thereof, a lantern festival is what's held. And the families and organizations from across China and Chinese communities place lanterns along the street for people to enjoy. And some lanterns are simple. Others can be quite elaborate. Some people also hang riddles along the streets for visitors to solve. If a person can solve the riddle, he or she goes to the owner of the riddle to collect a prize. And prizes usually come in the form of small trinkets, baked goods, or candy. But isn't that a wonderful background? And certainly it's one of those things that again is going to be sharply curtailed by pandemic this year, but hopefully we'll return to all this by next year. Which again will be, if I remember correctly, the year of the tiger. Ox? Tiger, yeah, I think. Now, and again, to try and, let me see. The things that can be done anywhere, even in plague years or pandemics. Chinese New Year activities would include putting up decorations, so you can engage in that. There's eating the reunion dinner with the family on New Year's Eve. Of course, that is out for most people not involved with a very rarefied environment like I am. There will, of course, be the firecrackers and fireworks and the giving of red envelopes and other gifts. So I've gone into some detail about that, but, you know, as I'm just kind of killing time till the end of the program, I can cover that some more before I get into some of the other nations' own zodiacal systems. But in Chinese cities, normally you would see the traditional performances, the lion dances, as well as the dragon dances, and the imperial performances like an emperor's wedding being emulated. And you would see a great variety of traditional Chinese products on offer, and rarely seen Chinese snacks would appear. City parks and temple fairs would be the places to go for that. If you were in China or Taiwan on any normal year. But let me take a look at the time we have left. And probably going to scare myself with that, in that we've got an hour and 15 minutes left. So also got an incoming notification. Let me take a look at that, see what that says. And that's the lovely Michaela Nastasia, who was responding to one of my posts. And let's take a look at the one that she was placing there. And okay, she was responding to the latest post. And good, I'm glad to see people checking into that. Deeply appreciate it. I'm so glad so many people responded positively to that. As I said before, they probably think that's my son, but it's not, just so people know. That is one of the transfusion affiliates who will serve as my dinner for blood intake in the very near future, as soon as likely tomorrow. And or the day after. So normally every street and building and house where Spring Festival is celebrated would be decorated with red. Red, of course, is the main color for our festival. Red is believed to be an auspicious color, so red Chinese lanterns would hang in the streets. Red couplets would be pasted on doors. The banks and official buildings would be decorated with red New Year's pictures depicting images of prosperity, of course, and most public decoration would be done a month beforehand. Of course, home decoration is traditionally done on Chinese New Year's Eve day, which would be today, which is what I'll do in my own home, and will be done in the estate of my son's husband in preparation for my arrival. And so since 2021 is the year of the ox, decorations related to oxen will be commonly seen. So if you were in Asia, you would be looking out for red rat dolls for children and New Year paintings with an ox on them, because of the Day of the Rat that comes every New Year, in which you feed the rats and they can get married and leave you alone for the rest of the year, which would be the kind of logic or anti-logic with that. Now, as I said, Chinese New Year's Eve day today is family time. So when I'm done with transmission today, I will be preparing to leave the home. I'll be back in for a short time to check in with Peter Moon on Friday to do some work, which I wouldn't even have that if this year weren't so impacted by the pandemic. I wouldn't even have that time to spare with him. But just remember that it's a time, Asian Lunar New Year, for families to be together. And Jameson Reese is going for a little rest. I called him Jameson Rest. Yes, good night, Jameson. Bless you. And hopefully you'll fall asleep. And blessed be thy slumber, sweet be thy dreams. And Chinese New Year's Eve today is the most important time for quality family time. Wherever they are, people are expected to be home to celebrate the festival with their families on the Eve day. The Chinese New Year's Eve dinner is called reunion dinner. It's believed to be the most important meal of the year. So that's why I put up the picture of my blood boy, my favorite meal, the one whose blood is the sweetest. And as I said, he has enough consideration to garnish himself, which is something he doesn't do for Sugar Daddy, because what they do is a mere transfusion, as opposed to myself, who takes the blood straight. So he's considerate enough to do that, and many of them do, but still, he's become my favorite over the years, and that's just something that I look forward to in a way that's hard to describe. Again, New Year's dinners have many meaningful dishes, not necessarily as exotic as mine, but, like people waiting to see New York Times Square, or waiting in New York Times Square to see the ball dropping. Chinese people have the custom of staying up late on Chinese New Year's Eve to welcome the New Year's arrival. So we're going to be up all night. After reunion dinner, families normally sit together to watch the Spring Festival Gala. That's one of the most watched TV shows in China. At the same time, most people send WeChat red envelopes. That's electronically. The virtual red envelopes are short messages to acquaintances by phone. And of course, there's going to be the firecrackers and the fireworks. It's long been a Chinese tradition to set off those firecrackers from the first minute of the new year. Fireworks have increasingly been added to the cacophony, from public displays in major cities to millions of private celebrations in China's rural areas. Setting off firecrackers and fireworks is simply an indispensable festivity. And billions of fireworks, billions of them, go up in China at 12 a.m. midnight, Chinese New Year, the most anywhere at any time of year. And it's simply, Chinese New Year must have firecrackers, and it is all part of warding off the anti-gods of the kings of Edom. Now, as the West would perceive them, in fact, most Westerners are entirely ignorant of them, and were only even brought to a peripheral awareness of them through the works of H.P. Lovecraft. And, of course, then there's the gifts in red envelopes. So like at Christmas, in other countries. People exchange gifts in the same kind of spirit as the Christmas spirit during the Spring Festival. And in rural areas and for older people, the New Year gift-giving tradition is still strong. Of course, increasingly, younger people just prefer to receive red envelopes by hand or electronically. And by that I mean receiving the money or e-money, like credit. And but the most common New Year's gifts now are simply the red envelopes. They have money in them, of course, and they're believed to bring good luck in and of themselves because they're red. They're given to children, retirees. Customarily, only employers give red envelopes to working adults. And, and I said my situation as a bachelor is specific and, like everything else about me, rather specialized. Now, in terms of any practical kind of celebration of the New Year, again, the practical aspect of this would be the fact that businesses and public institutions in China and in Chinatowns all over the world, New York Chinatown, San Francisco Chinatown, etc., had this been a normal year and they weren't all closed down already, you would take a 7-day Chinese New Year holiday. But those who need to will have some staff on duty, paramedics and the like. However, most large malls, the tourist attractions, public transport, hotels and restaurants will open as usual. In fact, they'll stay open even longer. And transport will indeed be overloaded when local customs are due to happen. Again, when it comes to the preceding days, the 23rd through the 29th days of the 12th lunar month, what's already passed on the 4th of February, you're cleaning the house, you're doing your New Year's shopping. The New Year's Eve day, the 30th through the 12th day of the lunar month, but what's happening today in this year, you're putting up spring couplets, the poetry in calligraphy, and you're enjoying your reunion dinners, giving the red envelopes, the lucky money to the kids, staying up late. And New Year's Day itself, tomorrow, you're setting off firecrackers and fireworks, offering sacrifices to the ancestors. And that's an aspect of Asian Lunar New Year I've often brought up in the past, the somber aspect, the respectful aspect. It's, in that sense, similar to Halloween, or the Celtic New Year, in which the veil between the worlds was at its thinnest, and therefore the ghosts are walking the earth side by side with yourself, and therefore you wear your masks to scare them off. Asia's like that, but we welcome the dead. Very similar to the tradition of Muerte in Mexico, and where you have a welcome of the families, dead or alive, their family. And of course, the second day, which will be, of course, let me see now, about Sunday on Valentine's Day and President's Day weekend. Valentine's Day on Sunday, President's Day on Monday. That's when you're visiting relatives and friends. And then it'll be by the end of next week that if people were in China, you're expected to go back to work, but nobody does. And by the 15th day of the Asian Lunar New Year, again, the Lantern Festival, the Chinese New Year period officially ends, but doesn't really end. The lighting and the watching of the lanterns being cast into the sky by the thousands, the most haunting thing in the world, something that you will not want to miss. You can probably follow it on YouTube. The eating of sweet dumplings and, of course, more fireworks. That goes without saying. Matter of fact, people in Asia wear motorcycle helmets to protect their heads from all the fireworks going off all around them and falling back to earth and, burning people if they were not protecting themselves in such a manner. Now, again, I have a lot of people asking, about the kind of feeling that people get. Somebody's asking me about what kind of feeling people get in China in terms of stress or anxiety, because in the West, these holidays are often filled with anxiety for Westerners, and they were wondering if Asian people have the same kind of phenomena going on. And yes, they do. Basically, today is the 11th. So from the 4th of February through to yesterday, which ended just at midnight, through that period of time, all over China, Vietnam, and Taiwan, while the streets are being decorated and the cleaning's going on, the shopping's going on, you've got the school holidays, which started around January 27th. Like their kind of summer vacation began. It's all crazy busy. You've got all the homeward journeys. Like I said, the largest migration on Earth, millions of people on the move normally, and they still will be through this holiday season, even though the communist Chinese are trying to shut that down. All of the end of year events are just winding down. And then today, Chinese New Year's Eve day, the homes are being decorated. There's the reunion dinner, the firecrackers, the CCTV, the Chinese Communist Television Network, will televise or broadcast the New Year Gala. Things are a bit better in terms of transport, but locally they'll be very busy. Most of the shops will be closed by the afternoon today. The businesses will all close. Everywhere will be neutron ghost town city, like a neutron bomb had hit and nobody's moving outside, especially in pandemic. And in terms of tomorrow, which of course, as I said, today was yesterday in China. Tomorrow will be today in China. So tomorrow for me, which will be Friday, what's going on tomorrow on Friday for me in China will be pretty much what's going on today. And that means that at midnight, which was just a few hours ago, in China, you've got people staying up till dawn. Dawn to dusk, you're going to have fireworks and firecrackers, family gifts, red envelopes, and greetings, but transportation will be quiet. All of this is going on domestically. No offices or banks will be open. Only very big malls will be open. As for February 13th or Saturday, what you're going to have in my world will be repeated or happen in China, preceded in China tomorrow. And that will be the visiting of nearby friends or relatives. And Chinese New Year Day 2 is what it will be. There's still going to be firecrackers for the guests and before dinner. Transport will be quiet, but most government offices will be shut. And again, only the big malls will be open. So by Valentine's Day, Sunday, when I'll be back here to do transmission, more than likely, and in China, that'll be on Saturday, you're going to have transportation locally busy, otherwise okay. There's going to be limited governmental or bank services. Again, only very big malls will be open. Visiting friends and relatives will be the activity in the city, or friends and family in nearby villages. And then by what will be President's Day here in the United States, it's going to be the 4th through 5th day of Chinese New Year. You're going to have the visiting of friends and relatives, the relaxing, traveling, returning to work for some people. The transportation will be very busy. People returning to the cities. It'll be all the return journeys to the cities will be ongoing. limited governmental bank services, some shops open. And when you think further about the situation and what will be going on with that, let me see, by the 6th day of Chinese New Year, which will be February 17th here, and that will be Tuesday. Let me check the calendar just to make sure again. Wednesday, on my next transmission day, midweek from tonight. That's when you're going to have transportation being very busy all over again with more city return journeys. And the businesses opening about a day early, maybe. They'll be reopening. The public holiday period and that the reconnection is successful. I'd be interested in knowing if anybody heard anything or what was going on with that. Did anybody notice anything? Was a glitch noticed? We disconnected and we reconnected. We're back on. So I'll check into the chat room. So do give me some information as to how our quality of sound is. And I would appreciate that. So anyhow, as I said, by Wednesday, 1 week from today, on the next transmission day midweek, the public holiday is supposed to be officially ending. China's supposed to be preparing to go back to work. That's not really going to happen. But by the day after that, Thursday, all the way through the Lantern Festival, which will be effectively at the end of the week after next, that's when life is trying to return to normal, or gradually doing so, with the schools reopening by February 28th. Effectively the last day of February, the schools will reopen. And the decorations will stay up until the Lantern Festival of February 26th. The businesses will recommence as normal by the 8th day of Chinese New Year, which will be February 19th by Gregorian calendrical standards, or by Friday of next week. Theoretically, that's how it's supposed to work. Transportation will be crazy busy with a return to the return travel rush of the largest migration in the human world. So as for the foods that have the lucky meanings, what the Chinese are eating for New Year's Eve, aside from my extremely specialized indulgences, fish is always a must for Chinese New Year reunion dinner. And the food for the New Year emphasizes the lucky symbolic meanings, such as fish, which sounds like the Chinese word for surplus. And so these foods are eaten throughout the 16-day festive season there, but particularly at New Year's Eve family reunion dinner, like what I'll be eating tonight. And the luckiest Chinese New Year foods, with their symbolic meanings in mind, would be the fish, meaning an increase in prosperity, the Chinese dumplings, meaning great wealth, and the glutinous rice cakes, meaning a higher income or position in life. So all of that is, taken into account, and definitely, hopefully that gives you some education. Now we're going to look back into the chat room, see if anybody has noticed a break in transmission. We are live streaming with what I read as an excellent connection, but we were taken down for a period of a few moments there. And in terms, again, because people ask about this, what is it we should not be doing? That goes hand in hand with what you should be doing. Just remember, the lucky color of red is universal. The Chinese New Year lanterns with lucky Chinese characters, they're very popular. You should be hanging them around the house. Even though in China people are being atheistic under indoctrination of the communists, and as I said, many traditions are still returning, the Chinese people still believe that the year's start affects the whole year. So the Chinese Spring Festival is a season of superstitions. So it's believed that what something looks like in terms of color and shape and what its name sounds like gives it auspicious or ill-fated properties. Bear that in mind. So the luckiest things to do at Chinese New Year are giving money or gifts in lucky numbers and lucky red packaging with lucky greetings and eating lucky food like fish on New Year's Eve, what you would be doing today, especially carp or catfish with some left over for New Year's Day. And of course, lighting lots of red firecrackers and fireworks to scare away evil and bring good luck. And the unlucky things to do at Chinese New Year, what you don't want to be doing, would be like having an accident, especially if it means hospital visits, crying, and breakages, all bad omens, giving gifts with unlucky meanings, colors, words, or numbers, or even saying anything inauspicious. And no sweeping up on New Year's Day itself. Don't sweep all your luck away. So those are some of the taboos. And of course, if someone's traveling next year, if things have normalized by then, still, even this year, domestic China trips are allowed except for areas with medium or high risk. So again, you would be checking the websites on China travel restrictions, but specifically for people like myself, it would be the China expat travel or expatriated travel and entry policy. That would be something like what I would be looking at if I had any intentions of going to the mainland, which I don't. And of course, you'd see many things in China you would normally never see at Chinese New Year, like the dragon dances. And it's one of the best times of the year to interact with Chinese people, actually, normally during the festive period, and experience the local culture. It's also the busiest time of the year on China's transportation network. So you might want to avoid the transport stress or seek out China's New Year culture virtually. But there's all kinds of places to go for travel tips or the like for next year. But definitely get creative. You want to, share content, etc. I mean, there's other experts on that. There's people who do this for a living in terms of tour guidance. As for the symbols, of course, that I was bringing up, each New Year is represented by the zodiacal animal sign. The red posters with the poetic verses on them, they were initially a type of amulet. Of course, now they simply mean good fortune and joy. The various Chinese New Year symbols, they express the different meanings. As I said, the fish symbolizes having more than one needs every year, surplus. And a firecracker symbolizes good luck in the coming year. The festival lanterns symbolize pursuing the bright and the beautiful. And of course, there is the Chinese New Year in different countries for the diaspora, the population of Chinese all over the world. But in other parts of Asia, there are specifics about the holiday. As I said, the year after next will be the year of the rabbit in China, but the year of the cat in Vietnam. So the word, how would I say that? Somebody was asking me just now, I've got an incoming question from somebody asking me about the word Mao. Mao, the communist Chinese leader Mao Zedong. He was wondering if that was the Chinese word for rabbit, which sounds Mao, which sounds like meow in Vietnamese, where it means cat. Meow, M-E-O in Vietnamese, like cats. That, of course, makes sense because cats go meow, right? The sound of the word changes, as does its meaning. Okay, let me try and... This is kind of like somebody's getting me into linguistics now. So, let's put it this way. The Chinese word for rabbit is tu, T-U, in the romanization, while Mao, M-A-O, also means cat, but there is a little used word for rabbit in Old Chinese. The ancient Chinese my mother would speak, that would also be pronounced Mao, M-A-O. Chinese people used that now little used word for a long time, throughout many ages. Even now, the year of the rabbit would be year Mao, they would say. That would be the traditional way of writing it. So you might think that the Vietnamese confuse that with the word cat and therefore have a year of a cat instead of a year of a rabbit, which is essentially what this person who says they're in France and they're sending this communique to me, essentially that's what they're saying. And it makes sense that a French person would say this to me because, of course, the French had colonized Vietnam for years, and they had looked on Vietnam as essentially, along with Laos and Cambodia, as French Indochina for many years. So they would be more familiar with the Vietnamese zodiacal system than they would be with the Chinese. But basically in Vietnam, people might have, I don't know if the word confusion is right for this, but rabbit sounds meow, mao. That term in Chinese reads like cat, meow, M-E-O, like the cat saying meow. And thus Mao became Mao in Vietnamese over many hundreds of years. This would be an accented E, meow, meow, like meow. And so the Vietnamese people used to do that. I mean, they used to change the meaning of some Chinese character following the sound. So this is probably how rabbit became cat in Vietnam. It's not the only case. So it's almost certainly the case in this precise case. And so people who celebrate the Lunar New Year, they have a lot to look forward to in the Year of the Rabbit. The 23, because it's a rarity in those 12 zodiac animals, where the Chinese would be celebrating the Year of the Rabbit while the Vietnamese are celebrating the Year of the Cat. And so there you have that. Chinese zodiac, it's 12 signs, of course, with the animals representing each branch of the 12-year cycle are also the animals of the hours. So the animals that make up the cycle, you can keep track of them by the hour of the animal. Look at your clock. Midnight or high noon is the hour of the rat, and that's the first animal to be blessed by Buddha because he raced to the front of the line of animals waiting to be blessed by Buddha. Then was the ox, the tiger, the rabbit, the dragon, the snake, the horse, the sheep, the monkey, the rooster, the dog, and finally the pig, who was dead last. So the legend of the cat's absence in the Chinese zodiac, there's a folk story that explains how each animal in the Chinese zodiac was given their place in the 12-year cycle. And according, when the communists took over Vietnam, they tried to suppress all of this. But basically, the Buddha summoned all the animals together for a banquet so he could assign them a particular year in the cycle, or an hour of the day. And the animals were bestowed a year in the order of their arrivals. And when the cat heard the news, he notified his friend the rat, and the two made plans to go together the next day. However, the cat lived up to its lazy reputation and slept the next morning, and as the rat did not bother to wake up his friend, the cat did not make it to Buddha's meeting. He was not given a year in the Chinese zodiac. And so this legend not only clarifies the cat's absence from the zodiac, but it also explains why cats hate rats. The rat betrayed the cat. And meanwhile, the rat made its way to the assembly but not without more tricks. Knowing that it would be hard to beat the larger animals to the beating, the rat enlisted the help of the ox, who allowed the rodent to ride on its head, and the two continued on their journey together. But right before their arrival, the rat jumped off the ox's head and rushed to the finish line first. So the rat's wily ways earned him the first year in the zodiacal cycle, followed by the ox. And so how did the cat replace the rabbit in the Vietnamese zodiac? Well, there's various explanations of why the cat replaced the rabbit in the Vietnamese zodiac. The most plausible and popular theory suggests that the word for the rabbit in Chinese, Mao, like the communist Chinese dictator, his name can literally be said to mean rabbit. It sounds like the word for cat in Vietnamese, which is meow. And because the two words sound similar, the Vietnamese took the iconography for the Chinese iconography for the rabbit to mean cat. And instead of rabbit, when they were transcribing the Chinese zodiac. So there's 3 types of horoscope cats in the Vietnamese zodiac, just as there's 5 types of every kind of animal in the Chinese calendar based on the Chinese elements, which are earth, metal, wood, fire, and water. So the Vietnamese have 3 elements: the water, wood, and metal. So there's 3 kinds of cats, in other words, years of the cats: water cats, wood cats, metal cats, and for each of the other animals. So I remember the year my mother died was 2011, and that was the metal cat year, the year of the metal cat, which is considered lucky for the Vietnamese. The metal cat represents strength, resilience, determination, all aspects of my mother. And people born in the year of the cat, they're known for their attentiveness, sensitivity, compassion. However, one should not give others a cat for the Lunar New Year according to Vietnamese superstitions, because in the Vietnamese language, the word cat, meow, sounds similar to the word nao, which means poverty in Vietnamese. So pronunciation yet again wreaks havoc for the cat. Thus, the gift of a cat would indicate that the giver wishes poverty upon its recipient. And the cat, of course, is not the only animal replaced in the Vietnamese zodiac. The year of the goat replaces its sheep counterpart in the Chinese zodiac, although the word for the 2 animals is the same in Chinese, goat and sheep. So there you have that. That's how that got confused. And while the Vietnamese zodiac uses the same animals as the Chinese zodiac for the remaining 10 years of the cycle, the ox sign is usually considered to be a water buffalo in the Vietnamese zodiac. So there you have that. And my father was born in the year of the sheep, but in Vietnam, he's considered to be a goat. In terms of the Japanese and Burmese zodiacs, along with the Vietnamese, obviously the Chinese zodiac has had enormous impact on several Asian countries in its geopolitical or geosynchronous orbit, such as Korea, Japan, Vietnam, Singapore, Thailand, Myanmar, which of course used to be Burma. And in some countries, the zodiac signs are the same as the Chinese ones, while some of the animals may differ in other countries, as I've articulated. When it comes to the Korean zodiac and the Cambodian zodiac, just as the Chinese zodiac is based on the 12-year cycle, with each year represented by an animal, and the 12 zodiacal animals in order. Again, think of the hours. Midnight and high noon is that of the rat. 1 p.m. a.m. 1 a.m. or p.m. would be the ox. 2 would be the tiger. 3 p.m. or a.m. would be that hour of the rabbit or the cat. The 4 a.m. or p.m. is the hour of the dragon. 5 a.m. or p.m. the hour of the snake. 6 a.m. or p.m. that of the horse. 7 a.m. or p.m. that of the goat or the sheep, depending on whether you're in China or Vietnam. Goat in Vietnam, sheep in China, and then so on. down to the monkey, the rooster, the dog, and the pig, which would be, of course, 11 p.m. or a.m. And these animal signs are exactly the same in South Korea, North Korea, Singapore, and Cambodia. In terms of the Japanese zodiac, the Japanese 12 zodiacal animals in order are rat, ox, tiger, rabbit, dragon, snake, horse, goat, monkey, rooster, dog, and boar. Basically, Japan's zodiacal signs were directly derived from China's. The only difference is that the last animal is the boar in Japan, but the pig in China. So the Chinese zodiac is calculated according to the Chinese lunar calendar, while Japan's is based on the solar calendar, since the lunar calendar was abandoned in 1872 with the Meiji restoration, the restoration of the emperor to secular power. And the Vietnamese zodiac, as I've said, again, you've got the 12 zodiacal animals in order: rat, buffalo instead of ox, water buffalo, and tiger, cat, dragon, snake, horse, goat instead of sheep, monkey, rooster, dog, and pig. The Vietnamese zodiac, their zodiac resembles the Chinese zodiac, except the second animal is the buffalo instead of the ox. The fourth animal is the cat instead of the rabbit, because the Chinese word for rabbit, Mao Tu, in its most proper form, Mao Tu, sounds like meow in Vietnamese, which of course means cat for obvious reasons. So it most people attribute it to a mistake that occurred during the process of cultural transition. The Thai zodiac, the Thai zodiac, there's 12 animals in order: rat, ox, tiger, rabbit. Then there's the naga, and then the snake, the horse, goat, monkey, rooster, dog, and pig. Now, so similar to the Chinese zodiac, the Thai zodiac of what used to be Siam comprised of 12 animals, except, however, the Thai zodiac, there is no dragon, but rather a naga. The Nyega is a mythical monster that looks like a giant snake, except, of course, a human torso and head and arms, worshipped as the bringer of fertility and wealth. Also, cobra-like spread of wings beneath the arms, like arm flaps. Anyhow, the image of it can be seen in many Thai temples, something you can look up. The Burmese zodiac of Myanmar, that's different from everybody. Basically, it's based on the points of the compass. So it's the Burmese zodiac only has 8 zodiacal signs based on the 8 directions, the 8 corners of the earth: north, south, east, west, northeast, northwest, southeast, and southwest. And so the system of astrology was also rooted in the days of the week, and Wednesday was split into 2 parts: Wednesday morning from the first second of the day till high noon, and Wednesday afternoon from the first minute after high noon through to 2400 hours if you're using international recognition. Therefore, there's a total of 8 zodiacal signs according to the days of the week: Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday AM, Wednesday PM, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. So each sign is associated with an animal. The 8 animals are the Garuda, the mythical bird man, again, kind of like the Nyega in Thailand. And that would be like a bird with a kind of human kind of head, rather flaming like a phoenix almost. You've got the tiger, the lion, the elephant with tusks, has to be tusked, and then the elephant with no tusks. For the elephant with tusks representing Wednesday morning, the elephant with no tusks representing Wednesday afternoon. And then there's the Thursday rat, the Friday guinea pig, and then the the Saturday dragon. And so these are reflected in their 8 corners of the compass, the 8 days of the week. If you were trying to determine your Burmese zodiacal animal sign and ruling direction, all you need is the day of the week you were born on, which I would have to look up. So, at any rate, the year of the metal ox is what we've got in 2021. That's the element, and therefore, hopefully, and I was told by Brendan Zoget, it is the golden ox is the precise. Anyhow, Amor Fati says, quality of sound is great, Douglas. Happy New Year. Thank you. God bless you. Happy New Year. Love you dearly. Thank you so much, Amor. Really appreciate your feedback on that. And let me check again. Amount of time we have left. About a little over half an hour. So in that time we have remaining, little over half an hour here. Again, I think that it's important to emphasize that, what I'll do in one of my next transmissions is give you kind of like a fortune reading of what the year is going to be like. As I said, it is the metal ox, according to the Chinese zodiac. And of course, this year will not end until January 31st of 2022. The ox is the second out of the 12 zodiacal signs. And the year of the metal ox comes right after the year of the stainless steel rat. Well, the metal rat. I can't resist saying the stainless steel rat, because it's a metal rat, and the stainless steel rat was the name of a series of science fiction novels that I enjoyed immensely as a child. And it's just before the year of the water tiger. That will be the element of the tiger for 2022. So the years of the ox in the Chinese horoscope, if you're wondering if you were born in the year of the ox, well, I presume most of you were not born before 1913, so that would be the earliest year of the ox in the 12-year cycles. Then 1925, 1937, 1949, 1961, 1973, 1985, 1997, 2009, and of course anyone born in 2021. This year is going to be lucky and also perfect to focus on relationships, whether we are talking about either friendships or love. In the Chinese zodiac, the ox is very hardworking and methodical. 2021 is going to be a year when work will get rewarded, and those zodiac signs who are lucky in terms of money this year will be the ones that will make a considerable effort. The yin energy, specific to the Chinese zodiac sign of the ox, will be quite poignant. That's a feminine energy, so it's feminine metal ox. And this is going to be a year when we will fully feel the weight of our responsibilities, a year when it is necessary to double our efforts to accomplish anything at all. The yin energy of night and femininity, darkness in a positive sense, specific to the Chinese zodiacal sign of the ox again. It will be poignant. It's going to be a year, as I said, that we feel the weight of our responsibilities, and it's going to be necessary to reiterate, to double our efforts to accomplish anything at all. Just remember that. So since this is a metal year, for the second successive year, the color of 2021 is going to be white, the color of death in Asia. Besides white, we have the lucky colors of the ox, yellow and green, colors that in Feng Shui attract prosperity and success. Don't forget, white is also the color of purity in Asia, death and purity. Death is purgative, of course. You're purged of whatever you did in life, most hopefully. And either that or you become a hungry ghost wandering the surface of the earth. So to increase your luck, wear metal accessories. This year, no explosive or catastrophic events will occur, according to Chinese zodiacal fortune telling. So it is a favorable year for economic recovery or consolidation, a year of long-term investments, especially for creating a reserve stock for the coming unproductive years. Oh shit. And the metal ox year is also great for making order in the family life. After all, if the family life is peaceful, everything gets solved. Family's everything in China in particular, more so than anywhere else almost. Obviously, with an extra effort from us in organizing our time. Well, let's just put it this way. As I said, when the family life is peaceful, everything gets solved from a Chinese perspective because family is the Chinese albatross. Thus speaking, 2021 is a year when all the problems get solved with discipline. A lot of discipline, to be emphasized. Obviously, with an extra effort from us in organizing our time. A lot of discipline. Just remember that. It's not going to be easy. At any rate, so many of you will probably be asking me if your own particular totemic animal of the year that you were born in, whether or not it's going to be lucky this year of the ox, whether or not, 2021 is going to be your lucky year. Perhaps your zodiacal sign is at the top of the list of the lucky signs of this special year. For those born under the year of the rat sign, your ideals and your personal connections will be very important this year. The year 2021 comes with a special energy for rats, as their optimism is at its peak. If you're born in the year of the snake, the year 2021 will help snakes find answers to the most personal and profound questions. Their wishes will come true at the right moment, exactly when they will need it the most. Those born under the sign of the snake will be a reliable help for their friends, and they will even inspire those around them. For someone born in the year of the horse like myself, it's a year of dreams and aspirations, and personal connections will be essential for me or anyone who's a horse like myself in the coming year. The year 2021 will find us with special energy, with so many ideas that we'll want to put into practice, and our friends and the people we choose, the people close to us, will be very helpful, offering us support to us in everything we plan on doing. So our optimism will be at a high level, and we will have more self-confidence and more faith in other people, which is an ingredient so necessary to accomplish our plans. So for us horses, we need to have faith in what the year of the ox has to offer us on all levels, and don't let anything get us down and stop us from flying. If you're born in the year of the monkey, maybe you won't believe this now, but the year 2021 is important for you because it will help you find answers to the most intimate and profound questions. You will succeed in finding balance and the best path. Your wishes will come true at the right moment, exactly when you need it. So throughout 2021, you will gain increasingly more self-confidence, and you will find the best solutions. Also, you will be a real help to your friends, whom you will encourage by offering them the best pieces of advice. My mother was born in the year of the pig, as was Judith Ager, I believe. I might be wrong on that. But in 2021, the money will flow towards pigs. So if you were born in the year of the pig, like my late and sainted Cyrus, if you want to invest money in something new, go ahead with no doubts. It's known that you like strategies, and you sometimes think too much before taking a decision, but now you have the energy of the ox Chinese sign on your side, which offers gifts and luck in life. Lucky symbols in the year 2021, well, the lucky numbers are 7, 9, 12, 21, 34, and 42. The lucky days will be the 5th, the 9th, the 17th, the 29th day of every month of the Chinese calendar. The lucky months will be the 3rd, 7th, and 9th Chinese lunar months. The lucky colors again are white, yellow, and green. The lucky directions will be west, northwest, and southwest throughout 2021. The ruling Tai Sui of Feng Shui is Yang Jin. The position of the Tai Sui is at the northeast. In conflict with TAÍPBÍH is the Chinese zodiacal sign of the goat, my father's year, while the animals in direct conflict are oxen. Sometimes a person's year will not be their lucky year when that year comes around, or dragons and dogs. The career and fortune is something to consider. The year of the metal ox brings career advancement, success in business, prosperity, and wellness for all zodiacal signs. The ox year of 2021 is under the influence of the metal element, just like the year of the rat yesteryear, and this year predicts new career opportunities, so don't let anxiety or negative thinking affect you. Those who are born under the ox sign are independent and strong people, but very stubborn. Bullish. During the year, some problems might occur for most Chinese zodiacal signs, but success and luck are ready to be present for those who are flexible and ready for anything. So, throughout 2021, those born under the dragon zodiacal sign will enjoy huge profits as long as they will take advantage of the occurring opportunities. However, they need to be very careful to not let themselves get carried away before things get out of control. Many tigers and rabbits will obtain financial independence by discovering a new income source, while for others, money could fall from the sky, as they say. The goats, like my late and sainted sire, George Dietrich, will keep having new ideas related to quick gains and organizing their own business, goals that will be successfully achieved. Love and love, fabulous year to come. Now, if you think of starting a family with the person you have by your side, 2021 is the ideal year. That's why we've seen, of course, the presaging of that with our man George Knight and what's going on with him, of course. Aside from that, all the marriages started in the metal ox year are durable and happy. In case you're still single, get ready to meet your soulmate. And seized by a vortex of passion and emotions, the impulsive and naughty monkey people born in that year might not succeed in choosing the right partner for a lasting relationship. A bit of advice from someone with at least a tinge of astrological knowledge: learn to be more romantic, more involved in the relationship with your partner, more attentive to his or her needs, and a bit more tender. A simple gesture or a single beautiful word can make us miracles. The people born under the goat sign of my father, for instance, they must resist the impulse to spend too much money to please their loved ones, hoping they will obtain a state of romantic harmony. Their most important lesson in 2021 is that money cannot buy true love. In terms of health, the tigers and monkeys will not encounter serious health issues this year. Even if some colds or small issues will occur, they will solve them as fast as possible. Moreover, any pre-existing conditions will register a major improvement. The people born in the tiger and monkey signs, they will not encounter, as I said, serious health issues this year, but that's pretty much my way of saying you'll encounter something. So just remember, just jump on it. Jump on it when it develops. You'll catch a small cold, whatever issues you get, just solve them as fast as possible and you'll be set. Or tend to them as fast as possible and they'll solve themselves. Now, moreover, the pre-existing conditions, they'll register a major improvement. Like I said, the dragons will be quite agitated, which is why they might get exhausted many times throughout this year. A deteriorated state of health is only a step away, so dragons need to be extremely careful. The extra hours over the work schedule, but also the sleepless night, can be some of the main causes. And again, some of the people that I know to have been born in the year of the ox were Napoleon Bonaparte in 1769, Adolf Hitler in 1889, Walt Disney in 1901, Margaret Thatcher in 1925, Barack Obama in 1961, Saddam Hussein in 1937, Gerald R. Ford in 1913, Charlie Chaplin in the same year as Adolf Hitler, which is why they had the same mustache, And the actors George Clooney, Richard Gere, Dustin Hoffman, the artist Vincent van Gogh, along with Princess Diana, and former President Richard Mulhouse Nixon. Yes, they all, of course, the year of the ox, the year of the stubborn individual. Okay, I'll do some more fortune telling in the next transmission on Sunday night, and catch everybody up on that. We have only a few minutes left, so I might as well send everybody off with the solicitation for the evening. Basically, next time we're transmitting, I'll tell you what to avoid. I'll tell you a little bit more about luck and why you should avoid medicine, laundry, and crying children. But that we can cover next time. I'll go into quite a bit next time about more of the fortune-telling aspect. People were asking me for that. They were all unhappy that I was going into so much detail about culture, and they want more fortune-telling. Jesus fucking Christ, you can't win. Anyhow, this is Mein Kampf, my struggle, and my struggle be thine own. Contribute to the struggle at paypal.me/Douglas Dietrich, where we now be accepting contributions via PayPal Holdings Incorporated at douglasdietrich.com. Make certain to indicate myself as friend or relation. You're only given that one choice. You cannot disambiguate, and that will prevent Peter Thiel from coming in to take his cut. And in all due acknowledgement unto our own personal hero, we asketh of everyone moral and our fiscal support on behalf of our dearest English brother in battle, John Henry McMills Warrington, whom you could friend and follow via his Facebook timeline at facebook.com/John.War, and subscribe to his YouTube MAGA channel at youtube.com/C/MAGATOUR, which be spelled MAGGOTAUR, he being the property manager thereof, who also serves as Team Thrax, Dietrich's Our Dragon's ultimate post-episodic producer, and our final productions archivist at douglasdietrich.com. For were it no for he, nigh all videographic works of the internationally recognized renegade military historian would have been lost. So if financial aid no be prohibitive per budgetary constraints, electronically relay monetary assistance via PayPal, where you can donate to the Maggot Man, aka John Warrington, by clicking send on your PayPal account page and then entering his email address, john_war@hotmail.com, and you can PayPal him directly at paypal.me/Magatur, which be spelled MAGGOTAUR. He was the man who took it upon himself to download into his personal hard drives the majority of what I published on YouTube over the years, so that we were able to reconstruct my legacy online after it had been scrubbed completely therefrom, no less than thrice. That would be 3 times. And therefore, by enabling my virtual personality to interact with yourselves within the data matrix of the material world, he acted as a bridge between the internet of the Malkuthian plane of existence and the Akashic records, which in a sense renders him my creator. And now you too can do your part to help in the fight against total annihilation, whether of my legacy online or of all life from the surface of the earth, which be the intent of the cultists of the kings of Edom, the Herodians, the followers of the man who would have killed your God had he but the chance, if you are a Christian. Let me refresh myself here. And you can struggle against this by spreading the word about Douglas Dietrich, that he, the biological son of Adolphus Jacob Hitler, which you can find out more about at douglasdietrich.com /2019-05/08 or /2019/05/08 Douglas Dietrich, son of Adolf Hitler, fighting against white supremacists and neo-Nazis, which will provide you a situation on my background, and you can reinforce that by conferring a footnote on my biosire, which be on the homepage of showsdd.com, where you can find out the meaning of my biological father's name, the name what made the man, and having armed yourself with that information, spread the word far and wide to all and sundry that the scion of Adolf Hitler, Douglas Dietrich, be alive and well and resident in the city and county of San Francisco. And if at all possible, encourage others to electronically relay their contributions at paypal.me/Douglas Dietrich, whereon they can indicate myself as friend or relation, because we're all friends or you wouldn't be sponsoring me, and we're all part of an extended electronic family, because people are forever asking, Renegatus Humanus Arma Ab Mesa Erudicio, the renegade human weapon of mass instruction, what they can do to fight the pedopathophilocracy, such being our present Slavo-Western government by patriarchy of pathological pedophiles. You can all help spread awareness by supporting myself. We have a new contribution page on douglasdietrich.com, whereon ye can make a donation online using either the credit or debit card. Simply go as to douglasdietrich.com and click the red donate button, which will enable you to use credit or debit with no middleman to intervene if you find declaring myself as either friend or relation distasteful. Either way, you will have to go to douglasdietrich.com and click the yellow donate button thereafter, because you would have done that already if you're using PayPal, but if you're using the red donate button so that you can use anything but PayPal, you'll still have to go press the yellow donate button so you can reward yourself by having that take you to the showsdd.com homepage. And once on showsdd.com, you can register into our archives and thereafter access at your leisure everything within those archives as your reward for your support. All sponsors will be granted exclusive electronic access to both my videographic and audio recorded archives through to this year from the 2011 year in our Lord, the very year mine own late and sainted matriarch, the Grandma Dame Diana Lin Zujin Takabayashi Hideko Dietrich was murdered, assassinated in the immediately aftermath, San Juichi Senseme, the 3/11 terror attack against the Fukushima Daiichi, our Big One cluster of nuclear power plant facilities on site, the 7,000 islands of the Greater Japanese Empire, when 'twas deemed by much Native American cosmological reckoning that the first rays of the dawning of the sixth world were upon us, wherein man could once again work magics in conjunction with Mother Nature to redeem the folk upon her. They're not on YouTube anymore, whereon the intra-global crisis analyst Douglas Dwayne Dietrich, long agone, established his high-profile visibility platform per rationale of personal security by way of public promotion. Only on contribution will thy membership be processed within 48 through 72 hours, between 2 to 3 days, for full access to all mine archives, meaning all those videos that John Warrington saved, aside those on the Maggot Douglas Dietrich channel and the YouTube channel named Taboo Bros 2. Spelled TABOO space BROS space Roman numeral 2, as managed by the mixed martial arts maestro Daniel Arola of Damage, DAMAG, Daniel Arola Martial Arts Group Incorporated, Cali Combatives. Optionally mail either checks or money orders, never cash, to the personal residential address of the Mr. Douglas Dietrich itself, which itself be listed on douglasdietrich.com/donate-2. The most important thing being that people regularly donate what they can within their means. Okay, in the 10 minutes left remaining. Foremost among Axis Daddy D's donors, aside his mistress and manageress Selena Khan, be our most beloved greater British brother in battle, the Team Thrax, Dietrich's or Dragon's heavyweight lifting keeper of the spirits, and YouTube, Bizarre HD channel, managing mixologist George Edward Knight, whom you can friend at facebook.com/george.e.knight.7. And subscribe to his channel at youtube.com/user/bizarrehd, which itself be spelled BIZAREHD, he being my own personal hero, who has substantially delivered towards my salvation from the streets, and whose self-produced videos entitled How the United States Won World War I and Why We Are Still Legally at War with the Third Reich both be factually substantiated per my own expositions. You will also find trailered on the Bizarre HD channel his work currently in production, entitled The Thousand-Year Reich in Exile, the Thousand-Year Reich in Exile, subtitled The Third Reich's Flügelrad and Hanabu Technologies. Indeed, the last Dietrich, son of Dietrich's or son of a dragon's, Anglo-corrupted as Dracula's, expositions via YouTube would not be possible sans generous benefactions from my listeners on a monthly basis. Indeed, the last Dietrich is, well, the Amerasian agent of the Peacock Angel, Tavush Meliek, be the only person on the surface of the world with the surface of this world, with the insider knowledge and experience necessary to lead thy resistance against the Russo-sub-satanic occupation and anti-godly insurgency, it bearing no end of emphasis that Judy, Anglo-corrupted as Jedi, literally Master D, or the Master of Enlightenment, myself is not paid to articulate mine expositions, and have never once been remunerated for my services rendered unto thyself and all thy holdest dear, at incomparable sacrifices to myself, most tragically of all mine loved ones, in my most singular and quite unenviable role as the ultimate public informant at personal risk, still at large. Your taxation cannot support me, as I be denied access to the United States Department of Veterans Affairs benefits and or services due dishonorable discharge. So again, go to paypal.me/Douglas Dietrich and enter mine remunerative compensation. The very survival of the human species be at stake, and I am not exaggerating. Do not wait. Donate now. It be appreciated beyond my ability to express in any language. As well, forget not to subscribe to the Douglas Dietrich YouTube channel at youtube.com/C/Douglas Dietrich and click that notification bell in order to receive notifications that live streams has started. Even if you be subscribed, you will only receive notifications if you select all in notifications. To reemphasize, subscribe to the Douglas Dietrich YouTube channel at youtube.com/C/Douglas Dietrich and tune in at 8 p.m. Standard Time. That would be 5 p.m. Pacific Standard Time on Wednesdays and Sundays. And click that notification bell in order to receive notifications that live streams has started. Finally, okay, we've reconnected now. We've just had another disconnection, just now reconnected. I need people to provide myself feedback on how we're sounding, whether we're coming through at all. I do remind people, above all else, donate at paypal.me/Douglas Dietrich and indicate myself as friend or relation. There's only one choice. You cannot disambiguate in order to prevent that faggot Peter Thiel from coming in and taking his blood money out of your contribution. Sponsors will be granted exclusive access to the online archives, which you reward yourself with thereafter by hitting the yellow donate button, which will take you to the showsdd.com homepage, where you will register into those archives and thereafter avail yourself at your leisure by logging in to all video and MP3 recordings of Douglas Dietrich from 2011